Beast Tamer, Beast Mastery Sequence activated. Dragon Rising Federation. Cloud Dream Star. Eastern District Province, Binhai City. Binhai City is a city surrounded by greenery. The sunlight of May shines through the clouds, landing on the beast sculpture in front of the Chingsong 4 Middle School teaching building. In Class 1 of the third year, a restless atmosphere filled the classroom. Form a line. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. The loud voice of the homeroom teacher, Bai Yong, echoed, startling a few gray sparrows perched on the surrounding walls. More than 30 students, around 14 to 15 years old, pushed and shoved their way out to line up. Their faces were filled with anticipation and anxiety. Bai Yong pushed up the black-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose, the lenses reflecting the dazzling sunlight. Remember. His voice suddenly lowered, carrying a hint of seriousness. Do not casually share the talents gained from the Beast Mastery Awakening Codex with others. You wouldn't want someone to use special abilities to strip your talents away one day, would you? Ha, old Bai, don't scare us. A signature voice came from the back of the line. Zhang Quan. Maybe some of us won't even awaken the Beast Mastery Codex. Stripping talents? You're jumping the gun. Haha, Zhang Quan, who are you pointing at? Wang Meng, who had a buzz cut, slapped Zhang Quan's back hard, making the surrounding boys burst into laughter. Bai Yong frowned. This group of students was the worst he had ever taught. His gaze swept across their mischievous faces. As a teacher with 20 years of experience, he knew very well what the awakening ceremony meant to these children. Some would soar to great heights, while others would fall into the abyss. Bai Yong shook his head and checked the time. Do as you like. After awakening the Beast Mastery Codex, you will begin your journey as Beast Tamers. But don't neglect your academic subjects, or even if you awaken the Codex, you won't get into a top high school. Alright, prepare for your awakening. Lin Xiaoman, the awakening begins. With the teacher's shout, the small, slender girl nervously walked into the dark metal door. Behind the door was a sealed space called the Awakening Room, said to be arranged with ancient formations that could awaken the Beast Mastery Codex lying dormant in the body. There were 3 awakening rooms. Watching as one student after another entered, Bai Yong couldn't help but feel the weight of the moment. The awakening ceremony was a complete secret. Each person had to go through it alone, and even surveillance equipment was not allowed. This was the law of the Federation. The information about a beast tamer's talents had to be strictly kept confidential. Bai Yong's warning was not an exaggeration. Many extraordinary beast tamers, before they had a chance to grow, had their unique abilities stolen by others using special methods. Some came out with glowing faces, an ancient codex floating by their side. Others came out with bloodshot eyes, their hands empty. Success or failure was immediately obvious. Ha ha ha. I knew I could do it. Zhang Quan suddenly dashed out of the awakening room, an ancient codex floating beside him, flames burning in his hands. Did you see that? The talent I awakened is Flame Fury. It boosts the power of fire-type beasts. He purposely raised his voice, drawing the attention of the surrounding classmates. A few followers immediately surrounded him, flattering him, while more people showed envious expressions. Bai Yong's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. Zhang Quan, this fool can go straight to a museum. He gritted his teeth and muttered, everything I said just now went in one ear and out the other. Bai Yong rubbed his temples in pain. How did I end up with such an arrogant and conceited student? The line continued to move forward. Until a name was called. Next, Su Ningyu. Su Ningyu took a deep breath, feeling his heart race faster. The moment he entered the awakening room, the metal door silently closed behind him. In the dim room, only the awakening stone platform in the center emitted a faint blue glow. Su Ningyu's fingertips tingled slightly, unsure whether it was due to nervousness or the special energy in the air. Walk to the awakening stone platform, both hands touch the awakening stone. Coming to this world already 15 years. Past life memories surge like tidal water. Su Ningyu, no matter how, also did not expect, one-time ordinary online login, actually would cross into the game world Divine Beast Sequence, becoming an orphan whose parents both died. What a pity my money spent built double talent super god account, and the unlocked complete god-making sequence ultimate beast taming beasts. Although a pity, Su Ningyu again lit fighting spirit. Even if without those plugins, relying on understanding of this game, still can walk out one road straight to heaven. Next second. The stone platform suddenly burst out dazzling strong light. Su Ningyu felt inside body something was awakened. One stream of burning hot power spread from the heart to all limbs and bones, like some long-sleeping shackle was completely torn apart. Awakening success. Before I suddenly appeared 2 floating beast taming codexes. One pitch black like ink, whole body wrapped with dark gold ancient patterns. The other one showed ordinary faint light, completely cannot compare with the Beast Taming Codex beside it. 2 books? Su Ningyu pupils suddenly shrink, heart beats wildly. When Beast Tamer awakens, each person only will condense one Beast Taming Codex. This is iron rule. But at this moment, before him strangely flowed two books. Before he could think carefully, one familiar electronic sound suddenly exploded inside the mind. Ding! Detect player Su Ningyu login success, Divine Beast Sequence start. Fuck? Su Ningyu whole body shook, eyes opened huge, almost thought he heard wrong. This sound, this tone, this damn machine feeling. Isn't this exactly the system prompt sound when logging into the Divine Beast Sequence game? Not right. Su Ningyu reacted, fiercely pinched himself once, pain made him bare teeth and grin. I already crossed 15 years, golden finger, you only now come online? In an instant, countless memories rushed to the heart. 15 years. Full 15 years. Su Ningyu's nose turned sour, almost cried out. This crossing really is not something ordinary people can bear. Especially still opening start is orphan setting. Su Ningyu fiercely clenched fists, eyes lit with crazy joy fire. Gaze swept to that black-gold patterned Beast Taming Codex, one kind hard-to-speak familiar feeling surged to heart. This pattern, this aura. Isn't it exactly his game account's that black-gold Beast Taming Codex? Could it be everything inside his game account, also crossed together over here? If really like this, God making beast taming beasts. Thinking to hear, Su Ningyu excited until fingers all trembling, without any hesitation reached out to touch that black-gold codex. Wang. The codex automatically opened, left side appeared his holographic projection, and right side was lines of flashing dark gold light words. Beast Taming Codex. Host, Su Ningyu. Talent. 1. Bloodline Catalog. Through touching can view beast taming beast bloodline potential, no past and future exist countless evolution paths, search for the most suitable own god-making sequence. 2. Divine Hidden. Hide self all secrets, even gods also cannot peek your true information. Hiss, Su Ningyu sucked in a cold breath, whole body goosebumps all rose. This talent indeed exactly is my talent inside the game. Chapter 2 Beast Taming Codex, Talent. In this world, beast taming beast evolution routes are extremely complex. Choose wrong, there is chance may let beast taming beast die. Previous all the way cultivation directly turn into nothing. And Su Ningyu's bloodline catalog talent can directly see through all evolution possibilities, this simply equals cheating. Su Ningyu deeply breathed one breath, pressed down heart inside excitement. His past life in the Divine Beast Sequence game spent countless heartblood, relying on bloodline catalog talent, forcefully cultivated 9 ultimate beast taming beasts that stepped onto god-making road. Those all were terrifying existences that could shake world rules. Right, are my beast taming beasts still there? At this time he suddenly thought of this key question, heart thumped wildly. If even the Black-Gold Beast Mastery book traveled along with him, then the 9 great beasts he once contracted and nurtured would also. Wouldn't he be invincible right now? Thinking of this, Su Ningyu couldn't wait to check the Black-Gold Beast Mastery book. However, when his focus shifted to the Beast Mastery page of the book, an invisible resistance suddenly appeared. Huh? What's going on? Su Ningyu frowned tightly and tried again, only to find the page still wouldn't open. Ding. The level difference is too large, the player cannot view the Beast Mastery page. Ding. To unlock the first page of the beasts, the host must become a Black Iron level Beast Master. The cold, mechanical system notification sound cruelly interrupted his fantasy. Damn. Su Ningyu couldn't help but curse, level restriction? It was then that he realized, he was now just a newly awakened rookie Beastmaster. And those beasts in his previous life account, each one of them was a world-destroying existence, something he could never control in his current state. Looks like I need to level up quickly. He gritted his teeth, a flash of determination passing through his eyes. These beasts were the foundation for him to stand in this world in the future. Suppressing the urgency in his heart, Su Ningyu temporarily put away the Black-Gold book. Although he couldn't summon the beasts, he could clearly feel that the 2 talents granted by the book, Bloodline Directory and Divine Concealment, were now available for use. Divine Concealment. With a thought, the Black-Gold book's aura was immediately enveloped by an invisible barrier. Even those standing beside him could not sense the existence of this book. Hiding his trump card was key to survival. He was still weak and needed to keep a low profile. After doing all this, Su Ningyu's gaze turned to another light yellow Beast Mastery book. This should be the Beast Mastery book I awakened, right? Su Ningyu muttered to himself and reached out to open it. Beast Mastery book. Host, Su Ningyu. Talent. Whip of Domination, striking the target with a whip causes pain, which is converted into a mark of obedience, allowing for mental control. There's a chance the target will become addicted to it and willingly accept the host's control. Su Ningyu's mouth twitched violently upon seeing this talent. This talent, why does it feel a bit inappropriate? Just as Su Ningyu was pondering the oddity of this talent, an energy in the light yellow book was about to erupt. Su Ningyu understood what was happening, but he directly used his divine concealment talent to hide the coming phenomenon. Talent phenomenon. A phenomenon that occurs when a talent is particularly outstanding. For a talent to erupt into a phenomenon, this whip of domination must definitely not be a simple talent. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong, every talent has its value. Not dwelling on the specialness of the talent, Su Ningyu directly flipped to the contract page of the book. A Beastmaster's strength is certainly crucial, but the number of contract slots is just as important. When a regular Beastmaster first awakens, they typically have only one contract slot, and as their strength increases, more contract slots become available. The number of contract slots directly determines how many beasts a Beastmaster can control at once. I wonder how many contract slots my Beast Mastery book has at the start. Su Ningyu's eyes gleamed as he stared at the contract page. In the next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. The contract page clearly displayed 3 empty contract slots. 3? 3 contract slots right after awakening? Su Ningyu was truly shocked at this moment. You see, ordinary Beastmasters can only contract 1 beast before reaching the Black Iron level. But he had 3 contract slots right after awakening. Now, this really gets interesting. Su Ningyu's lips slowly curled into a smile. It was truly delightful. Su Ningyu took a deep breath to calm himself down. He knew better than anyone his current situation. An orphan with no father or mother, no background, and no support. If he revealed his amazing talent too early, what awaited him was not the eager attempts to recruit him from various powerful factions, but countless greedy eyes. Bai Yong is right. It's not uncommon in this world for one's talent to be stripped away. The world doesn't lack geniuses, but how many of them can actually reach the top? The genius who dies is no longer a genius. Thinking about this, he wasted no time in activating his divine concealment talent, hiding the 2 extra contract slots and leaving only 1. Very well, the next step is to contract the first beast and then get into the top Beast Master High School. Su Ningyu set his goal in his heart. Su Ningyu, please exit the awakening room as soon as the awakening process is complete. A tutor's impatient voice came from outside the door. Clearly, he had been in the awakening room for too long, drawing attention. Su Ningyu straightened his expression and pushed the door open to leave. TSK, Su Ningyu, staying in there for so long, did you not awaken the Beastmaster manual and secretly cry in there? As soon as he stepped out, Zhang Quan's annoying voice rang out. This boy, who had some mental issues, crossed his arms, wearing a gloating smile, with several lackeys surrounding him. Su Ningyu glanced at him briefly and ignored him. Zhang Quan had harbored hostility toward him for a long time. As an orphan with outstanding looks and memories from his past life, Su Ningyu had always been able to win the teacher's favor with his excellent grades and calm personality. Even many girls looked at him with admiration. This made Zhang Quan, who came from a wealthy family, extremely jealous. This was something Su Ningyu couldn't understand. Why are you jealous of me? I'm not even jealous of you. He could only say he was still too young, not knowing the advantages of having a good father. When Zhang Quan saw Su Ningyu had stayed in the awakening room for so long, he was convinced that this other people's child had finally encountered his life's Waterloo. Of course, he was going to add insult to injury. What's wrong? Did I hit the nail on the head? Seeing Su Ningyu not speaking, Zhang Quan grew more smug and intentionally raised his voice. It looks like our Su Ningyu, the handsome guy, didn't even awaken the most basic Beastmaster manual. A wave of whispers immediately spread around, and many people cast either sympathetic or gloating glances. Bai Yong frowned, about to speak, but saw Su Ningyu slowly raise his hand. A pale yellow Beastmaster manual appeared out of thin air, quietly floating above his palm. The entire hallway fell silent in an instant. Zhang Quan's smile froze on his face. Sorry to disappoint you. Su Ningyu spoke in a calm tone. I was just thinking about which type of initial beast to contract inside. After speaking, he put the manual away and walked directly past Zhang Quan without even sparing him a glance. Zhang Quan stood there, his face turning from green to white. He stared at Su Ningyu's back, lips curling in disdain. Su Ningyu, you jerk. You clearly awakened the Beastmaster manual, but still have that deadpan expression. What are you pretending for? My talent is so powerful, I'll be the top of the class. Just wait and see. Actually, Zhang Quan wasn't a bad person. He just lacked a few screws in his head, had some money, and was a bit petty, always throwing little tantrums. The more you responded to him, the more fired up he became, so Su Ningyu chose to ignore all of Zhang Quan's provocations. After his awakening ceremony, Su Ningyu returned to his class lineup. Well done. I knew you would succeed in awakening. A cheerful voice came from behind, followed by a strong arm wrapping around Su Ningyu's neck. Su Ningyu didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Wei Lin, one of his few friends in school. Didn't the expert say? The smarter you are, the higher the chance of awakening the Beast Master Manual. Wei Lin said with a grin, while also nodding toward Zhang Quan. Look how angry Zhang Quan is, his face turned green. It's time to deal with that arrogance of his. Su Ningyu helplessly pushed away Wei Lin's arm and turned to look at the boy who was half a head taller than him. Wei Lin had a strong build, dark skin, and when he smiled, he revealed a set of neat white teeth. As kids who both came from the orphanage, they had always looked out for each other in school. Their relationship was quite good. Seeing you so pleased with yourself, did you successfully awaken? Su Ningyu raised an eyebrow and asked. Wei Lin grinned, raised his right hand, and with a wave, a deep blue Beastmaster's Codex appeared out of thin air, hovering above his palm. The Codex had ancient patterns carved into its cover, emitting a faint blue glow. After awakening the Beastmaster's Codex, what we should focus on now is contracting our initial beast. Wei Lin put the Codex away, his expression turning serious. This is the most important step to becoming an apprentice Beastmaster. By the way, have you thought about what type of beast you want to contract? Su Ningyu thought for a moment. I have thought about it, but as orphans like us, our choices are limited. We can only get the beasts provided by the school through sponsorship, and that way, we can still enter a top high school before the middle school entrance exam. He spoke calmly, without a hint of frustration. After all, with the Bloodline Directory as his extraordinary talent, he could raise any beast to unimaginable heights. So, Su Ningyu wasn't worried. Wei Lin, with his sharp mind, noticed Su Ningyu's calmness and couldn't help but lean in and ask, "You don't seem worried at all? Did you awaken some unbelievable talent?" He blinked and lowered his voice. "Tell me, I won't take advantage of you, I'll tell you about my talent too." Su Ningyu glanced at him, half smiling, so curious. Wei Lin nodded repeatedly, his eyes sparkling with gossip. MHM. Looking at his friend's eager expression, Su Ningyu suddenly thought of the special talent from his second Beastmaster's Codex, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily lifted. "Well, would you like to try my talent?" As soon as Su Ningyu finished speaking, Wei Lin suddenly got goosebumps all over his body and took a swift step back, like a cat with its fur standing on end. A lock of hair in his messy hair even stood straight up like an antenna. This was his special reaction when his awakened Beastmaster's Codex triggered the Danger Sense talent, which allowed him to perceive danger. "And no, it's fine." Wei Lin waved his hands repeatedly and laughed awkwardly. "Talents are an important trump card for Beastmasters, I'd better not try it." "You keep yours hidden, just don't end up like Zhang Quan, that fool." Wei Lin warily stared at Su Ningyu, feeling like something terrifying had just locked its gaze on him. Although he didn't know exactly what talent Su Ningyu had, his newly awakened talent had warned him that it was better not to experience it. It would bring misfortune. Seeing this, Su Ningyu chuckled lightly and stopped teasing him. Just as Su Ningyu and Wei Lin were talking and laughing, a sudden exclamation came from the direction of the awakening room. "Heavens! A talent phenomenon!" Hearing the exclamation, both of them turned around at the same time, only to see a girl with waist-length hair walking out of the awakening room. But unlike the other students, she was surrounded by several transparent long snakes made of pure energy. These snake-like phantoms moved through the air, their scales shimmering with a faint purple light, making the girl appear like a dream. "It's Ningyu." Wei Lin's eyes widened. She actually awakened the Serpent Beauty talent. Su Ningyu's thoughts began to drift, and memories from the game Beastmaster sequence surfaced in his mind. Serpent Beauty talent. He murmured softly, his gaze becoming deep. In the game, there had been a character with the same talent. And this talent's ability was Snake Beast Affinity, allowing one to easily contract snake-type beasts. But in the game, the most famous user of this talent was the Queen of Serpents, Qinger, a name that struck fear into countless players. Su Ningyu remembered very clearly that Qinger was the core villain in the third expansion pack, the Snake God's Lament. Her storyline was one of the most tragic plots in the entire game. Could it be that this Ningyu is somehow related to the future Qinger? At this moment, the girl named Ningyu was obviously also shocked by the sudden strange phenomenon, standing frozen in place, her delicate face full of panic. Su Ningyu didn't think further about it. He was not surprised by this kind of talent anomaly. If it weren't for his timely use of divine concealment to suppress it, his dual treasure book might have triggered an even more exaggerated change in the world. But the surrounding classmates clearly didn't think the same. The corridor echoed with exclamations of amazement. "I've heard that people who can trigger talent anomalies will at least become gold-level beast tamers in the future. And Ningyu always had an extraordinary temperament, but I didn't expect her talent to be this impressive. Now, she'll definitely be directly recommended to the top high school because of this talent." The class teacher appeared somewhat at a loss. He never imagined that one of his students would cause a talent anomaly. He had just warned his students not to reveal their talents, and now a student's talent was so strong that it triggered an anomaly by itself. "Quiet. All of you, return to your seats." Bai Yong scolded loudly, but his gaze couldn't help but glance toward Ningyu. The energy serpents were still swimming around Ningyu. Soon, the principal arrived in person after receiving the news. The elderly principal, with his white hair, immediately brightened when he saw the energy serpents around Shingi. Good. Good. The principal's excitement made his beard tremble. Student, come with me to the principal's office to discuss further. In the envious gazes of the others, Shingi was personally led away by the principal. The way it looked, it was clear that she was going to receive the best training resources. I'm so jealous. Wei Lin looked at their retreating figures, her tone full of envy. Looks like Shingi won't have to worry about her first beast. The school will definitely take care of everything for her. Su Ningyu nodded lightly. For orphans like them, it was already difficult to obtain quality beasts, and they could usually only choose from the limited resources provided by the school. But someone like Shingi, who showed such amazing talent, the school would naturally do everything to nurture her. However, as mentioned earlier, though extraordinary talent would lead to better resources, it would also attract the attention of some scheming individuals. If Shingi is indeed the future Queen of Serpents, Shinger, then she will undoubtedly be targeted by certain people and walk down that bloody path meant for her. Chapter 4, Beast Selection. A day had passed since the awakening of the Beast Tamer's book. The morning sunlight streamed through the window into the classroom, and Su Ningyu sat in his seat, quietly listening to the beast taming teacher's explanation at the podium. From the moment you awaken the Beast Tamer's book, you have officially embarked on the path of a beast tamer. The teacher pushed up his glasses and said seriously, and the next crucial step is to contract your initial beast. This will determine the starting point of your beast tamer career. He turned around and wrote on the blackboard, types of beasts suitable for beginner beast tamers. For newly awakened beast tamers, beasts with gentle temperaments and stable growth are the best choice. However, the classroom had already become chaotic. A few students in the front row were listening attentively, but the students in the middle were already half asleep, and the back row was noisy, completely ignoring the teacher's increasingly unhappy expression. Humph, my dad already arranged everything for me. Zhang Quan boasted smugly, crossing his legs, my first beast is going to be a little fire dog, and my family even hired an expert beast tamer to teach it the Sunflame sequence. A chorus of envious exclamations rose around him. A little fire dog? Is that for real? I heard the little fire dog just discovered 2 new evolutionary paths. The sudden increase in the price of the initial fire puppies is due to the rise in demand. I heard that nowadays, a high-quality fire puppy pup costs at least 1 million. Zhang Quan, could it be that your father wants you to take the Flaming Sun sequence evolution route? A boy asked enviously. Zhang Quan proudly raised his chin, of course. If there are resources, you must make good use of them. He deliberately raised his voice, unlike some people, who can only wait for the free pet beasts offered by the school. As he spoke, he glanced pointedly at Su Ningyu, who was sitting in front of him. The teacher on the podium finally couldn't take it anymore and slammed the desk heavily. Quiet. The classroom instantly fell silent. Since some students think they know everything already, Zhang Quan, stand up. The teacher coldly said, then why don't you answer a question? What is the scientific name of the fire puppy when it evolves to the 3rd stage in the Flaming Sun sequence? And what is the most common problem at this stage? Zhang Quan. Yes, the hot flame dog. The common problem at this stage is... Zhang Quan's face immediately turned red, and he stammered, unable to answer. The teacher glared at Zhang Quan, then called out Su Ningyu's name. Su Ningyu, you answer. It's energy runaway. Su Ningyu said. Everyone's eyes turned to the speaker. Su Ningyu didn't even raise his head, continuing to flip through his basic pet beast encyclopedia. Then he casually added, the Flaming Sun sequence, as the Sun God sequence, is a high attack and high burst path, but its energy is too violent. If the Beast Master's mental power isn't strong enough, the fire puppy's evolution to the 3rd stage, the hot flame dog, is prone to losing control. When Su Ningyu finished speaking, the teacher's expression softened. Well answered. It seems some students really did their homework. Zhang Quan's face immediately turned extremely ugly upon hearing this. Su Ningyu closed the book, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. After Zhang Quan sat down, he fumed with frustration, only able to sulk in anger. Humph. After class, Zhang Quan walked past Su Ningyu's desk, bumping his rear against the desk, knocking it sideways. Su Ningyu. This idiot, his butt is quite big, and he still manages to hit the desk with such a wide aisle. Wei Lin muttered as she picked up Su Ningyu's books. Zhang Quan. I'm still not far enough away. Su Ningyu shook his head without saying anything. At this moment, the homeroom teacher Bai Yong strode into the classroom and knocked on the podium. Quiet. Students who are choosing school-sponsored beasts, get ready. In the afternoon, we will go to the school's beast garden to select your initial pet beasts. This announcement immediately caused an uproar in the classroom. What kind of beasts do you think the school will prepare this year? Probably the usual ones, silkworms, jumpy rabbits, and stuff like that. Wei Lin nudged Su Ningyu with her elbow. Have you decided which pet beast you want to contract? Su Ningyu nodded, a flash of light appearing in his eyes. As a veteran employee working at the school's beast garden, he knew better than anyone about each pet beast there. Wei Lin suddenly realized, her eyes widening. Wait. You've been preparing for this contract all along, so you've been working at the beast garden on purpose, right? Su Ningyu rubbed his nose and didn't deny it. Before awakening the Black-Gold book, he had indeed spent a lot of time studying each pet beast in the garden. After school every day, he would secretly record their habits, food intake, and growth status. It not only related to the upcoming high school entrance exams but also determined whether he could enter a top-tier high school. You kid. Wei Lin shook her head in disbelief. You're truly scheming. Su Ningyu chuckled softly. Now that he had the Bloodline Directory talent, he no longer felt as anxious or desperate as before. Even the most ordinary pet beast could be transformed into something extraordinary in his hands. But years of habit kept him cautious. What about you? Su Ningyu asked Wei Lin in return, do you have a goal? Wei Lin helplessly shrugged, with our conditions, what choice do we even have? He scratched his head, but I do prefer water-type pet beasts, at least they match my personality. Plus, I dream of ocean adventures. This way, it can also enter the sea god's deep sea sequence. Su Ningyu nodded, it's good to have preferences. The two of them silently agreed not to say anything more. Time quickly passed, and in the afternoon, students who had chosen a beast to bond with gathered at the back of the school, at the Beast Bonding Garden. As a longtime veteran employee who had worked here for years, Su Ningyu was so familiar with every inch of the land that he could walk through it with his eyes closed. At this moment, he calmly stood in the line, his gaze sweeping over the 5 large enclosures neatly arranged ahead. The head teacher, Bai Yong, and the person in charge of the Beast Garden were already waiting there. Quiet. Bai Yong clapped his hands. This time, the school has prepared 5 types of beasts: silkworm, bellflower, bubble frog, jumping rabbit, and sand dune mouse. As soon as these 5 names were announced, a wail erupted from the crowd. What? Even the common silkworm can be a student's beast now? TSK, what can you do? The silkworm has so many beast sequences to choose from. You could even create your own sequence. That way, you could become famous. Heh, I don't believe your nonsense. Last year, at least there was the option of the armored turtle. It's over. How can we compete with those rich kids using these beasts? How will we even get into a top-tier high school? Wei Lin smiled bitterly and shook his head. Looks like I'll just have to pick one from the Bubble Frog group. He turned to Su Ningyu. We've come this far, you should tell me which one you want to choose, right? Su Ningyu's gaze fell on the second enclosure. There, dozens of white, round, fuzzy bellflowers were floating, gently swaying in the breeze, producing a crisp dingling sound as they moved. It was the beast bellflower. Bellflower, he whispered. Bellflower? Wei Lin's eyes widened in surprise. I thought you would choose the jumping rabbit. Indeed, among these 5 beasts, the jumping rabbit was the most popular choice among common students due to its excellent jumping ability and aggressiveness. Su Ningyu didn't explain. Chapter 5, Contracting the Bellflower, for Beast Sequences. Bai Yong cleared his throat. Although the beasts are provided by the school, as usual, students with excellent grades can choose first. After he finished speaking, without hesitation, he directly called out, Su Ningyu, you go first. Wei Lin slapped Su Ningyu's shoulder with force. Go. Su Ningyu. No one in the line raised any objections. Su Ningyu's position as the top student in the grade was well known, and since the 5 beasts provided by the school were all similar in basic qualifications, no one thought he was being singled out. Su Ningyu didn't hesitate, stepping forward towards the bellflower area, his steps slightly faster than usual. As he approached, a crisp, pleasant dingling sound carried on the breeze, like a wind chime gently swaying. This sound seemed to have a magical power, gradually calming Su Ningyu's previously excited heart. This was the bellflower's racial characteristic, calming. The sound emitted by the bellflower could soothe the mind, calm emotions, and relieve stress. The teacher in charge of the area recognized this hard-working student who often worked part-time and kindly nodded. Choose the one you like. Su Ningyu's gaze immediately fixed on one of the bellflowers in the enclosure, about the size of a basketball, its petal edges faintly lined with golden patterns, subtly visible under the sunlight. From a distance, the bellflower looked like a floating dandelion. To his surprise, when the bellflower noticed Su Ningyu, it actually shook itself on its own. The white, ball-shaped fuzzy flower emitted a delightful wind chime sound as it swayed. It seemed like it was greeting Su Ningyu. Unlike the other stiff bellflowers that simply swayed in the wind, this one seemed particularly lively and playful. Little one, still remember me? Su Ningyu crouched down and gently stroked the bellflower's body. When his hand touched the bellflower, it felt as though his palm was sinking into the fuzzy ball. Under the care of the beast garden, Su Ningyu and this bellflower established a strong friendship. the bellflower affectionately rubbed against his fingers. Su Ningyu smiled slightly and summoned the light yellow Beast Master book. The light yellow cover shimmered, automatically flipping to the blank contract page. "Contract with me," Su Ningyu softly said, gathering a thread of mental power at his fingertips. "I promise to show you a broader world." The bellflower hesitated not for a moment, and suddenly, the entire plant burst into dazzling light. Within the light, it swirled and intertwined, eventually transforming into a golden streak of light, which entered Su Ningyu's Beast Master book. As the contract was completed, the Beast Master book emitted a soft glow. On the contract page, a vivid bellflower pattern slowly appeared. Beast Master Bellflower. Attribute: Grass. Strength: Black Iron 1 star. Talent: Soothing. The sound it emits can calm the mind, ease emotions, and relieve stress. Potential: Black Iron. The highest strength can break through Bronze 1 star. Skills: 1. Sleep Powder, releases pollen with hypnotic effects. Proficiency: Beginner. 2. Healing Bell, emits special sound waves to promote wound healing. Proficiency: Beginner. 3. Phantom Clone, creates a brief illusion to confuse enemies. Proficiency: Beginner. While Su Ningyu carefully examined the contract information, a familiar system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the player for contracting a Beast Master for the first time. Rewards have been placed in the inventory. 1. Beast Master Training Manual *1, records efficient Beast Master cultivation methods. 2. Beast Awakening Potion *1, can improve Beast's potential. 3. Beam Skill Book *1, basic light type attack skill. Just as I thought. A glint of light flashed in Su Ningyu's eyes, since even the game system followed along, then the reward mechanism in the game should be retained. These rewards were exactly the beginner package given when players first contract a beast. Contract successfully completed. He calmly stored the book away, but his heart was already in turmoil. These 3 items were extremely valuable early in the game, especially the Awakening Potion. Currently, potions or rare materials that can enhance a beast's potential were selling for at least 1,000,000 alliance coins or were rare and hard to come by. With these, I can quickly close the gap between me and those heirs from noble families, Su Ningyu silently calculated, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Back to the team. Wei Lin noticed the change in Su Ningyu's expression and leaned over to ask in a low voice, "How did it go? Was the contract smooth?" Su Ningyu nodded and lightly patted the book, very smoothly. Wei Lin was about to ask how it felt when the teacher's voice interrupted them. Next, Wei Lin. Watching his friend walk toward the bubble frog area, Su Ningyu's attention returned to the system rewards. The system rewards were all stored in his other Black-Gold book. When a Beast Master reaches the golden level strength, they can open space within their Beast Master book to store items. Stronger individuals might even open a world inside the Beast Master book. In his previous life, his strength had already reached the highest level, and the space was naturally vast. However, now the space was pitifully small, and the various items he had stored in the past were all gone. He focused his thoughts and began to check. 1. Beast Master Training Manual, Starry Sky Breathing Method. 2. Beast Awakening Potion, and used. 3. Beam Skill Book, Beast Can Learn. I'll study them properly when I go back tonight, Su Ningyu silently decided. The most important thing now is to establish a closer bond with the bellflower. He summoned the bellflower, and it floated beside him. Su Ningyu lightly touched the bellflower with his fingertip, his thoughts stirring as he activated the Bloodline Catalog talent. In an instant, his consciousness was pulled into a marvelous space, and countless flickering light points appeared before him, each one representing a potential evolutionary direction. Bloodline Catalog Bellflower. The first to unfold is the evolutionary path that everyone knows. Forest Goddess Green Spirit Sequence, Evolutionary Path. Sequence 1, Bellflower Cluster, requires Black Iron 9-star strength, and absorption of high-grade grass-type energy stones. Sequence 2, Healing Lily of the Valley, requires Bronze 9-star strength, and mastery of the Healing Bell skill. Sequence 9, String Sound Lily Fairy, requires baptism from the elemental dragon spring, devouring rainbow butterfly wings, and comprehending the laws of nature. As expected. A flash of light gleamed in Su Ningyu's eyes. The Lily of the Valley Green Spirit Sequence is the current known evolutionary path, and even the discoverer of this sequence has only explored up to the 6th sequence, the Lily of the Valley King. No one has ever reached further. Su Ningyu proceeded along the Green Spirit Sequence step by step, allowing it to evolve and reach the end of this path. But as his thoughts turned, the other 4 completely different evolutionary paths unfolded one after another. Sun God Flame Sun Sequence. Sequence 1, Sunlight Flower, requires mastery of Light Beam and Spark skills, evolving at noon with Black Iron 9-star strength. Sequence 9, Glorious Sunflower Princess, requires meeting the strength criteria, devouring the Sun Soul, and comprehending the laws of light and fire. Moon Goddess Fairy Sequence. Sequence 1, Moonlight Flower, requires learning, moonlight, and enchanting voice, evolving on the full moon night. Sequence 9, Illusionary Moonflower Princess, requires absorbing the essence of moonlight and comprehending the illusionary moon law. Abyssal God Abyss Sequence. Sequence 1, Dark Night Lily of the Valley, requires evolving in the Land of Shadows, devouring shadow crystals. Sequence 9, Abyssal Songstress, requires falling into the abyssal rift and comprehending the truth of darkness. The other 4 completely different paths to becoming a god. Su Ningyu's breath quickened slightly. Ordinary Lily of the Valley only has the Forest God Green Spirit Sequence, evolutionary path, but in his bloodline catalog, he actually possesses 4. And none of them have been discovered before. How could this not excite Su Ningyu? Chapter 6, Talent Enhancement, New Talent. The bellflower seemed to sense its master's excitement, gently swaying and emitting a pleasant bell sound. Su Ningyu came back to his senses. Looks like my choice wasn't wrong. He gently stroked the petals, whispering, but which path to take, I still need to plan carefully. Just as he was thinking, Wei Lin's voice came from behind, Hey! What are you daydreaming about? I finished my contract. Su Ningyu quickly gathered his thoughts and turned around to see Wei Lin holding a completely blue bubble frog. At that moment, the cute, odd-looking blue frog was puffing up its cheeks and blowing bubbles. Not bad. Su Ningyu smiled. At the same time, he secretly decided to study tonight how to maximize the use of the 4 evolutionary paths of the bellflower. After all, in this world, an entire path to becoming a god means infinite possibilities. Su Ningyu completed his contract with the beast. He didn't stay here but returned to the dormitory. He thought about the upcoming plans. Su Ningyu felt that his strength had become that of a probationary beast master. As Su Ningyu completed the contract ceremony, a surge of power from the bellflower flowed into his body. This allowed Su Ningyu to successfully enter the rank of probationary beast master, and his 5 senses became much sharper. So this is what it feels like to be a probationary beast master. Su Ningyu clenched his fist, feeling the power flowing inside him. But then, Su Ningyu's gaze fell on the hidden Black-Gold book, and his brows furrowed slightly, but this power is still not enough. To unlock the first beast I trained in my previous lifespan, I need to at least reach the Black Iron level. In this world, there are mainly 2 paths for a beast master's growth. One is through contracting beasts and receiving feedback for enhancement, and the other is through cultivating techniques to improve oneself. For ordinary students, the former is the main way, but Su Ningyu is different. He possesses the system-rewarded, star-breathing technique. This is the cultivation method that every player in the Beast Master Sequence game receives. Su Ningyu recalled the settings from the game. This technique is known for absorbing the power of the stars, being gentle and stable, and having strong compatibility. This is suitable for beginner beast masters to lay a foundation. After mastering the basics, every time proficiency increases by a stage, the training speed will triple. Su Ningyu did not begin training immediately. Instead, he scanned over the other 2 items in the space. 1. Beastmaster Awakening Potion can enhance the potential of a beast, perfect for the bellflower to use. 2. Beam Skill Book, a rare light elemental attack skill. With the beam skill, the bellflower will no longer just be a simple auxiliary beast. Su Ningyu gently stroked the petals of the bellflower, lost in thought. In this world, due to the bellflower's exceptional calming and healing abilities, they are mostly used in hospitals and other auxiliary settings, making it rare for beastmasters to train them as main combat beasts. This has also resulted in very few evolution paths for the bellflower, with only one known so far, the Green Spirit Sequence. But my bellflower is different. With its bloodline directory talent, I can see that it has 3 other evolution paths. His gaze lingered between the Sun God Flame Sun Sequence and the Moon God Fairy Sequence. Sunlight Flower, balanced in offense and defense, the first stage of the Flame Sun Sequence, combining both healing and powerful offensive abilities. Moonlight Flower, the purest of the Fairy Sequence, more focused on assistance and control. As for the Abyss Shadow Sequence, though it has great potential, its evolution conditions are too harsh, and with the current resources, it is impossible to obtain what's needed, so Su Ningyu dismissed it outright. He decided not to aim too high. Choosing Sunlight Flower seems to be the best option. Su Ningyu made his decision. It retains healing and auxiliary abilities, while also gaining powerful offensive capabilities. It's perfect. However, evolution requires the bellflower to reach Black Iron 9 stars, and right now, it is only at Black Iron 1 star. First, I'll increase its potential, then teach it the beam skill. Su Ningyu took out the potential enhancing potion rewarded by the system and softly called, "Little Bell, come drink this." "Show me?" The bellflower tilted its petals and made a puzzled sound. But it trusted its master completely and absorbed the entire bottle of potion without hesitation. In an instant, the bellflower's body glowed with brilliant fluorescent light, and the entire white flower cluster flickered with a faint glow as if it had come alive. The glow slowly faded away. Su Ningyu quickly opened the Beastmaster's encyclopedia to check the data. Beast Master Bellflower. Strength, Black Iron 3 stars. Potential rating, Silver level, previously Black Iron level. Talent, Soothing, Enhanced, Healing Light, newly added. Skills, Sleep Powder, Healing Bell, Phantom Clone, Beam, Learning. It directly skipped the bronze level and raised its potential to silver. Su Ningyu looked at the data change with joy. This meant that the Bellflower's growth limit had increased significantly, and its training speed would accelerate much more. Moreover, due to the potential enhancing potion, its strength had also increased, successfully reaching Black Iron 3 stars. Not only that, Little Bell had awakened a new talent. Healing Light. Healing Light increases healing effect by 30% when using healing skills. Show me. The Bellflower happily flew around Su Ningyu, the golden light on its petals more dazzling than before. It seemed to feel the change within itself, appearing very excited. Great, next up is practicing the beam skill. Su Ningyu patted the little one's petals, but we need to find a place without people. He looked up at the sky, and the sun had already set. The training grounds at night should be empty, making it the perfect place for practice. Moreover, the stellar breathing method works best at night, so it's a win-win situation. Let's go, Little Bell. Su Ningyu put away the encyclopedia. Starting tonight, we'll get busy. The Bellflower obediently landed on his shoulder, and together, they walked towards the training grounds. Su Ningyu, who hadn't slept all night, was now propping up his chin, his eyelids constantly fighting against sleep. Last night's training had not gone smoothly. The stellar breathing method was harder to master than he had imagined. No matter how he adjusted his breathing rhythm, he couldn't feel the so-called stellar power. Indeed, you can't just blindly train, training must follow a method. Su Ningyu rubbed his sore eyes and sneezed. But it's reassuring that Little Bell, after practicing all night, has successfully learned the light beam skill. She has managed to reach the beginner level in proficiency. One can't help but admire the strong potential of the silver-grade beast. Thinking of the little one practicing seriously under the moonlight, Su Ningyu couldn't help but smile faintly. Hey! What are you daydreaming about? Wei Lin's loud voice suddenly rang in his ears. The next combat class is about to start. Su Ningyu replied, "Oh, got it." When they arrived at the training ground, many students had already gathered. Due to the awakening of the Beast Taming Manual, the combat class had been merged into multiple groups of students. In the center of the ground stood a burly instructor, his sharp gaze sweeping over all the students present. Listen up! The instructor's loud voice echoed across the field. You are now contracted beast tamers, and your apprentices in the art. But to enter the top beast taming high school, good grades alone won't be enough. He slapped the scoreboard beside him. In the upcoming midterm exam, practical performance will account for 70% of the added points. Wei Lin nudged Su Ningyu with her elbow. Look over there, Zhang Quan is definitely trying to rack up points with combat. Wei Lin, a little envious, added, I heard his dad hired a private coach for him. Chapter 7, Battle, the Azure Snake. Indeed, not far away, Zhang Quan was rolling up his sleeves, his little fire dog excitedly spinning around his feet. Sensing Su Ningyu's gaze, Zhang Quan shot back a provocative glare and even flexed his muscles deliberately. Now, we begin the team battles. The teacher's voice rang out again. First match, Su Ningyu versus Wang Hao. Hearing his name, Su Ningyu immediately snapped to attention. He took a deep breath and summoned Little Bell. Compared to Su Ningyu, who seemed somewhat dispirited, the little one who had been training all night was full of energy. Perhaps sensing Su Ningyu's fatigue, the healing bell suddenly rang. Ding ding. The pleasant sound of the bell rang out, and a beam of light directly connected to Su Ningyu. In an instant, the effects of his sleepless night vanished, and he felt refreshed. Su Ningyu looked at the floating little bell. You, don't worry about me. Little Bell responded, show me. Hey, is that a little flower from the hospital? Wang Hao laughed and summoned his beast. A jumping rabbit appeared. Knowing that Su Ningyu's beast was a bellflower, Wang Hao was full of confidence, believing that he would definitely win this match. After all, everyone knew that a newly contracted bellflower wouldn't even have any combat skills, so he thought. Little you, should I let you win? Su Ningyu replied, don't be so disgusting. Su Ningyu ignored the provocation and gently patted Little Bell. Remember the practice from last night, relax. The match begins. Jumping rabbit, since the opponent doesn't need us to go easy, give it everything you've got. Wang Hao acted first. The massive rabbit kicked off with its hind legs and shot forward like a cannonball. Just when everyone thought the bellflower would be knocked flying. Without hesitation, Su Ningyu softly said, light beam. The bellflower's body suddenly burst with a dazzling white light, and then concentrated into a scorching beam of light, accurately hitting the jumping rabbit, which was midair and couldn't avoid it. Bang! The jumping rabbit crashed to the ground, wisps of blue smoke rising from its body. The entire field went silent. Everyone stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Is this really the bellflower they knew? The one that was supposed to only provide support, actually used the light-based attack skill, Light Beam? This is impossible. Wang Hao stammered, how could the bellflower have an attack skill? Su Ningyu didn't explain, he simply calmly recalled Little Bell. At this moment, the bellflower shimmered in the sunlight. Some students began to discuss. Is this bellflower mutated? It actually has light-based skills. I truly envy Su Ningyu, he managed to pick up a mutated bellflower by chance. Yeah. Su Ningyu really had some unbelievable luck. Zhang Quan sneered from the side, refusing to admit that he had just envied Su Ningyu. Winner, Su Ningyu. The teacher's voice broke the silence. Next group, get ready. As they stepped off the stage, Wei Lin grabbed Su Ningyu's arm. Spill it. What's the deal with your bellflower? Su Ningyu just smiled. Though he defeated his opponent in seconds, most people probably thought it was due to the Little Bell's light beam skill, but as a newly contracted beast, everyone's strength was at Black Iron 1 star, while Su Bai's Little Bell was at Black Iron 3 stars. On the other side, everyone was imagining that Su Ningyu had stumbled upon and contracted a mutated bellflower. Even the combat instructor thought Su Ningyu was lucky, though this wasn't an especially rare event. Every year, some lucky individuals manage to contract mutated beast pets when they sign their beast contracts. The class continued. After the battle ended, Su Ningyu avoided other students' questions. He took Little Bell to a quiet corner of the training field. Little Bell, we need to get stronger. Su Ningyu stared at Little Bell. Show me. The bellflower responded crisply, lightly rubbing its petals against his fingers. At this moment, Su Ningyu was very clear about his goal. Get into the top beast trainer high school and rapidly increase his strength. Based on his memories from his previous life's game, there was still a long time before the official storyline of Beast Trainer Sequence began. Before that, he needed to grow stronger as much as possible. Once the new Beast Trainer era begins. Su Ningyu gazed at the blue sky, his eyes deep. All kinds of crises and opportunities will follow. He remembered the turning point in the game called the Great Awakening era. The ancient secret realms would reappear, space rifts would open, legendary divine beasts would awaken, the whole world would undergo drastic changes. To survive in the future chaos, one would need to possess enough strength. But speaking of it, Su Ningyu suddenly showed a longing expression. Since we've entered the interstellar era, how can we not visit other planets? The Yunmeng star, where Su Ningyu lived, was not Earth from his past life. It was one of the planets in the Longting Alliance star system. In the world of Beast Trainer Sequence, humanity had long entered the era of interstellar colonization. Different planets were home to various rare and exotic beasts, and some planets were completely ruled by powerful wild beast trainers. Little Bell seemed to sense her master's longing and happily shook, making a clear bell sound. Alright, let's set a small goal for now. Su Ningyu pulled his thoughts back. 1. Raise Little Bell to Black Iron 4 stars within a week. 2. Master the star breathing method completely. 3. Prepare in advance for the evolution into the sunlight flower. Su Ningyu had Little Bell practice the skill Phantom Clone to improve the skill's proficiency. Meanwhile, he tried to continue his training. This time, he slowed his pace, no longer rushing, but carefully feeling the flow of spiritual power within his body. Gradually, a cool energy began to circulate through his meridians. Unlike last night's sluggishness, this time, the spiritual power flowed exceptionally smoothly. I did it! Su Ningyu exclaimed happily. It really shows that some things cannot be rushed, otherwise, you'll achieve less with more effort. And just as Su Ningyu was happy with his progress. While Su Ningyu was focused on training, suddenly a loud gasp was heard from the other end of the playground. He turned toward the sound and saw that the contestants on the battle stage were Zhang Quan and Enqingyi, the girl who had awakened the beauty snake talent. The cause of the commotion was the beast summoned by Enqingyi. A small snake, entirely jade green, its scales sparkling with a crystal-like shine under the sun, and a diamond-shaped emerald crystal on its forehead. Bite Song Snake? Su Ningyu's pupils contracted, and he instinctively stopped his training. This kind of beast was not something ordinary students could obtain. Every potential species is at least of the silver tier. What's even more terrifying is their talent, emerald, which can gradually crystallize the body of the poisoned, making it as fragile as glass. Crystal Snake. Su Ningyu whispered this beautiful yet cruel nickname. He remembered in the game, these kinds of beastmasters were usually only obtained by the core descendants of major families. Su Ningyu was very clear about Enqingyi's family background. There was no way she could afford such a rare beast. Looks like the school is starting to put in some effort. He thoughtfully stroked his chin. On the battle stage, Zhang Quan's little fire dog already showed a hesitant posture. The emerald snake elegantly coiled around Enqingyi's shoulder, and as it flicked its tongue, the air was filled with a faint crystal dust. Chapter 8, Beichen High School. The match begins. Little Fire Dog, use Little Fireball. Zhang Quan took the initiative to attack. The Little Fire Dog prepared by Zhang Quan's family was indeed very good. It was completely black, but only its 4 limbs had flames burning, which was also a characteristic of the Little Fire Dog. The Little Fire Dog followed its master's command, gathering a fireball in its mouth. However, the Emerald Snake's movements were faster. In a flash, it left a trail of crystal-clear marks on the ground, directly circling behind the Little Fire Dog. With a gentle flick of its tail, several small crystal scales shot into the Little Fire Dog's body. Official skill, Scale Shot. Ugh. The Little Fire Dog, struck, suddenly froze in place, and the part that was hit began to slowly crystallize. This was the Emerald Snake's talent, Emerald Poison. Give up. And Chingy said softly, if this goes on without treatment, the Little Fire Dog will suffer permanent damage. Zhang Quan's face turned pale, but seeing his beloved dog in pain, he gritted his teeth and raised his hand to signal surrender. Medical staff immediately rushed to the stage, using a special antidote to treat the Little Fire Dog. Winner, and Chingy, the referee announced. The audience erupted in warm applause and discussions. Su Ningyu also noticed that the principal and several school leaders were standing nearby, watching Chingy's battle with satisfied smiles. Looks like I guessed correctly. This emerald snake was prepared for Chingy by the school. Su Ningyu retracted his gaze. The school is indeed planning to focus on training her. But as for envy? He wouldn't say that. Su Ningyu looked at the little bell beside him, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly. Although his beast wasn't very eye-catching at the moment, it had its own bloodline catalog, and the little bell had endless potential. More importantly, he possessed game knowledge and system assistance that no one else knew about. Although this system occasionally disconnected. Wei Lin walked over, holding his blue bubble frog, which was puffing up its cheeks in a smug manner. He had just finished a battle, and his opponent was a sand dune mouse. Though the strength was equal, he won in the end due to the water element's advantage over the ground element. Hey, did you see Chingy's battle? Wei Lin leaned over and lowered his voice. Her starting beast is actually the emerald snake. This is too exaggerated. The bubble frog in his arms also made a couple of gugugu sounds, seemingly agreeing with its owner's words. Su Ningyu nodded, continuing to comb the petals of the little bell. Saw it. It's indeed very strong. I heard it was specially prepared for her by the school. Wei Lin looked around mysteriously. I heard the school plans to focus all efforts on training her to enter the top high school, Beichin High School, in East County. Upon hearing Beichin High School, Su Ningyu's hand paused slightly. This school was very famous throughout Yunmeng Star as a Beastmaster high school. Not only did it have a strong faculty, but it also had the authority to access several rare secret realms. It really makes one envious. Su Ningyu smiled lightly, his finger gently brushing past the little bell. But, don't tell me you don't want to get into Beichin? Wei Lin froze for a moment upon hearing this, then burst out laughing. Ha ha. You make it sound like getting into Beichin is as easy as eating and drinking. He exaggeratedly waved his arms. Even if you can ace the academic exams, Beichin's practical exam counts for 70% of the total score. And look at us, common beast masters. His words suddenly stopped, as he noticed the bellflower on Su Ningyu's shoulder was glowing faintly. The light, though weak, carried an indescribable sense of mystery. Wait. Wei Lin squinted. Has your bellflower changed a bit from before? Su Ningyu smiled without answering, continuing to gently caress the little bell. The daily interaction with beasts can increase intimacy, something he had experienced deeply in the game. And some special evolutionary sequences require reaching an extremely high level of intimacy to trigger. Su Ningyu changed the subject. The practical exam accounts for 70%, huh? Su Ningyu repeated thoughtfully, that's fine, I'm actually better at practicals. Wei Lin rolled his eyes, you're just bragging. Beichin's admission rate is under 5% every year. All the talents from the entire Eastern District are fighting to get in. He lowered his voice suddenly, but seriously, if you do get in, remember to pull your buddy up. Su Ningyu couldn't help but laugh. So? Are you giving up already? Who said I'm giving up? Wei Lin wiped his face and retorted unwillingly, I'm just saying the difficulty is really high. But... He suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I heard some rumors. I heard that next month, some water spirit fruits will grow at Bishi Lake outside the city. Want to go check it out tomorrow when we're off? If my bubble frog could eat one. Sure, that works. It'll be a good chance to train the little bell outside the city. Wei Lin began muttering to himself, while Su Ningyu's gaze unintentionally drifted toward Chingy in the distance. The young girl was surrounded by a group of school leaders, with a bite-sung snake elegantly coiling around her wrist, shining with a dangerous yet beautiful glow under the sunlight. Beichin High, ha! He silently muttered to himself, it really is a great starting point. The little bell seemed to sense its owner's thoughts and gently brushed against his cheek. The golden patterns on the petals shimmered with a mysterious glow. The bell signaling the end of class rang, announcing the start of the weekend. Su Ningyu packed up his bag and headed back alone to his rented room on the outskirts of the city. This small room, less than 20 square meters, was simple but affordable. He gently placed the little bell in a flower pot on the windowsill, where it could catch the last rays of the sunset. Now, he had ordered the little bell to get more sunlight, to feel the recovery from the light. Perhaps it would understand photosynthesis. Sigh, the biggest problem of an orphan is money. Su Ningyu slouched on the old sofa and sighed. In the Beast Master world, increasing strength almost always meant spending money. High-quality beast food, evolution resources, skill teaching, what doesn't require a ton of alliance coins? Thinking about how much money he'd spent in the Beast Master Sequence game in his previous life, Su Ningyu felt a pang of regret. If I had known I would transmigrate, I should have spent more back then. TSK, but even spending money won't help now. The Beast Master manual I brought with me has restrictions. He rubbed his temples, beginning to think about ways to make money. Become a sequence breeder? This thought flashed across his mind. With his bloodline catalog talent, he could help people plan the best evolution routes for their beasts and even discover new evolutionary sequences. This profession could definitely make a lot of money in the market. But then he quickly rejected the idea. A 15-year-old middle schooler who would believe me? Those beast breeding institutes weren't fools, they wouldn't easily trust a brat. Even if they did trust me, wouldn't that put me in the most dangerous position? Chapter 9, Comprehending the Moonlight Skill. Forget it, it's more important to improve the little bell's strength first. Su Ningyu opened his notebook and began to make a training plan. Since he had decided to have the little bell follow the sun sequence, evolving into a sunlight flower in the first sequence. The skills of photosynthesis and spark must be mastered as soon as possible. As a basic healing skill of the grass type, photosynthesis is not hard to learn or understand. Now, he has begun to let the little bell feel the effects of light. As a grass-type creature, isn't photosynthesis something innate? Of course, the photosynthesis that Su Ningyu referred to is not the same as the skill photosynthesis. But Su Ningyu wants the little bell to learn it immediately, and it's not without a solution. As long as he is willing to spend money, as long as he finds a grass-type beast skill instructor in the city, he can immediately have the skill taught. In this world, a complete industry chain has been developed around beast taming, and skill instructors are one of the professions. But the most sought-after profession is still the beast sequence cultivator, which can explore and discover different sequences and evolution paths for beasts. However, this profession also costs the most. Su Ningyu shook his head, still focusing on learning skills. Right now, the focus is on getting the little bell to learn skills. Photosynthesis can be solved, but the spark skill is the problem. Su Ningyu frowned. This is a standard fire-type attack skill, and the little bell is a pure grass-type beast. The attribute conflict makes learning much harder. Even if Su Ningyu finds a fire-type skill instructor to teach the spark skill, he feels he would be kicked out. Teaching a pure grass-type beast a fire-type skill, isn't that a joke? The little bell seems to sense the master's worry, gently floating over and rubbing its petals against his cheek. Don't worry, there will always be a way. Su Ningyu smiled and stroked it. He took out an iron box from the drawer. Inside was all the savings he had earned over the past few months working, 3,200 alliance coins. This amount of money is not small for an ordinary student, but when it comes to beast cultivation, it might not even be enough for one skill lesson. Tomorrow, let's see if we can go to Bishi Lake and pick some water spirit fruits. Su Ningyu muttered while looking at the night outside the window. A single water spirit fruit can be sold for at least 100,000 alliance coins. He sighed, bitterly shaking his head. It's really true that money can stop even a hero. After tidying up his mood, Su Ningyu sat cross-legged in front of the window, preparing to begin practicing that star breathing method. He always remembered that improving his own beast master level was equally important. Now, without a beast from the Black-Gold Classic to accompany him, he felt a lack of security. Only by unlocking the first beast can I truly feel at ease. Taking a deep breath, Su Ningyu slowly closed his eyes, facing the brilliant starry sky outside the window. As his breathing gradually became long and rhythmic, faint silver light spots began to appear around him. These star-like spiritual powers slowly seeped into his skin and flowed through his meridians. The star breathing method finally began to show its effects. On the other side, the little bell, which had been drooping, was about to rest. As a plant-type beast, it was accustomed to entering a dormant state at night. But seeing its master practicing under the night sky, it suddenly became spirited. Show me. The little bell shook its petals as if it had made a decision. It imitated its master's posture, floating to the other side of the windowsill and facing its flowers completely toward the bright moon. If anyone had seen this scene at this moment, they would have been amazed to find. The moonlight seemed to be drawn by some kind of force, forming a hazy halo around the little bell. Su Ningyu, immersed in his practice, did not notice the little bell's change. But through their contract connection, he could feel the little one's spiritual energy growing at an astonishing speed. Ha! He slightly opened his eyes, just in time to see the little bell bathed in moonlight. What surprised him even more was that the little one's flower body seemed to vaguely reveal a tiny crescent-shaped pattern. Could it be? A bold guess flashed in Su Ningyu's mind. When Su Ningyu summoned the Beast Master's book. Indeed, he found a new skill in Little Bell's skill bar. Moonlight. Under the moonlight, it can restore one's strength and enhance combat ability. Little Bell actually comprehended the moonlight skill on its own? This is unbelievable. This was truly an unexpected delight. You must understand, moonlight is one of the fairy-type skills. And it is extremely difficult to comprehend. Although he had already decided to let Little Bell follow the solar sequence, it was always good to master one more powerful skill. Could it be because of the potential enhancing potion? He looked at Little Bell thoughtfully. It seemed that the potion's effect was even more powerful than he had imagined. Encouraged, Su Ningyu closed his eyes again and focused more intently on practicing the star breath technique. One person and one flower practiced together under the moonlight, with silver starlight and faint golden moonlight intertwining in the small room, creating a marvelous scene. The night grew deeper, but the spiritual fluctuations in the rented apartment grew stronger. The crescent moonmark on Little Bell's petals gradually became clearer, and a faint star-like silver light appeared at the center of Su Ningyu's forehead. On this ordinary night, the gears of fate were quietly turning. When dawn arrived, perhaps they would both face unexpected changes. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains into the room. Su Ningyu slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath, feeling the spiritual power flowing within him. After a night of cultivation, he could clearly sense the changes within himself. The spiritual energy in his meridians was fuller, and his five senses had become more acute. The effect of the star breath technique is truly remarkable. Su Ningyu clenched his fist, feeling the increase in strength. At this rate, I should break through to the Black Iron tier within a week. If this cultivation speed were to be told, no one would believe it. You must know, ordinary students achieving Black Iron tier in their first year of high school would already be considered outstanding, let alone someone like Su Ningyu, a newcomer who had just awakened not long ago. Those who could become Black Iron Beastmasters in their first year were all from families with large assets. Of course, talent was also a prerequisite, and some had their own powerful background. After washing up, Su Ningyu opened his phone to check the map. Bisui Lake was located 30 kilometers east of the city, the largest nature reserve in Dongjun City, home to various wild beasts and rare resources. Let's go. He summoned Little Bell, and the little one floated energetically on his shoulder, with the patterns on its petals more distinct than yesterday. Riding a shared bike through the city streets, Su Ningyu's attention was drawn to the sights along the way. The huge electronic screens on the exterior walls of the tall buildings were constantly playing advertisements for various beasts and exciting battle highlights. Pedestrians on the street were accompanied by beasts of all shapes and sizes, from the common bubble frog to the rare electric mouse, everything you could imagine. Newest Beast Nutrient Supplements, buy 2, get 1 free. Dongjun City Beastmaster Competition is now open for registration. Chapter 10, Whipping? Reward. The noisy advertisements echoed one after another. As he passed a beast supply store, Su Ningyu couldn't help but take a second glance at the high-level evolution stones displayed in the window. The price tags with 6-digit numbers made him silently speed up his pedaling. As he gradually moved away from the city center, the buildings became sparser, and the air grew fresher. In the distance, the outline of Bisui Lake could already be vaguely seen, with the surface of the lake sparkling under the morning sun. He muttered to himself, recalling the inside news Wei Lin had told him. Bisui Lake has appeared. Water Spirit Fruit. A trace of expectation flashed in his eyes. If he could find one and sell it, it would directly solve his urgent financial problems. Of course, the Water Spirit Fruit could also be used by Little Bell, and perhaps it could learn some water attribute skills or enhance its water resistance. Just then, the Little Bell suddenly raised its petals cautiously, emitting a soft dingling sound. Su Ningyu followed the direction of its warning and saw several luxury cars parked along the path by the lake, their bodies marked with the crests of certain families. Of course, that wasn't all. There were also many people like Su Bai, ready to pick up a bargain and become students. Looks like I came a bit late. Su Ningyu squinted his eyes. Wei Lin saw Su Ningyu from afar and immediately waved excitedly, Here. Here. Su Ningyu walked over with the Little Bell, glanced around, and lowered his voice. It seems we have no hope of getting the Water Spirit Fruit. Look around at these beast tamers, not one of them is weaker than us. Wei Lin shrugged indifferently, I never said we had to find it. It's fine to just join the fun. He suddenly pointed mysteriously in a direction, look at that student over there. I heard he's the eldest son of the Huayuanchai family. A few days ago, when he awakened his talent, he had the same abnormal manifestation as in Qingyi. Oh? Su Ningyu followed Wei Lin's pointed direction. He saw a handsome young man standing alone by the lake, his white clothes fluttering slightly in the morning breeze. His expression was cold, and an aura of "don't come near me" surrounded him. No one dared to come within 3 meters of him. Wait a minute. Su Ningyu frowned. I remember the Chai family has been contracting fire attribute beast tamers for generations, and they follow the yin-yang sequence. Why is he here to join the fun for the water spirit fruit? Wei Lin showed an expression like, you don't know this? Su Ningyu? This is the key point I want to tell you. This guy didn't awaken his Chai family's talent. Instead, he awakened a mutated talent from his mother's side, Cold Flame. Wei Lin lowered his voice, his eyes full of envy. I heard that after awakening his talent, because of the Cold Flame ability, he contracted a water and fire dual attribute Ice Flame Wolf. Su Ningyu was astonished. The Ice Flame Wolf was a very rare beast. It had both ice and fire attributes, and was rarely seen in the entire eastern region. More importantly, this type of beast could perfectly adapt to the Cold Flame talent. I guess he came this time to get the water spirit fruit to enhance the ice attribute of his Ice Flame Wolf. Looks like the Chai family is investing heavily in this young master. Su Ningyu murmured. I wonder where the water spirit fruit will appear. It's not a good idea for us to just wait here. Wei Lin rubbed his hands together, his eyes flashing with excitement. How about we go for a walk in the nearby forest first? His awakened, danger prediction talent gave him an unusually sharp sense of danger, which was why he was confident to venture into the wild. Although wild untamed beast pets were mostly vicious, the areas near the city had already been cleared by various forces. Unless a rare secret realm opened, dangerous beasts would generally not appear. Su Ningyu nodded. He had planned to bring the little bell to accumulate real combat experience, and fighting wild beasts was the best way to train. Let's go. The two left the bustling crowd by the lake and walked toward the depths of the forest. Although most students came for the water spirit fruit, there were also many like them, using this opportunity for outdoor training. Once they entered the forest, Su Ningyu suddenly stopped. He looked up at a large weeping willow tree, reaching out to break off a flexible willow branch. The willow branch swished through the air in his hand, making a whoosh-whoosh sound. What are you going to do? Wei Lin asked curiously. Su Ningyu smiled mysteriously. Let's try something new. He hadn't had the chance to use his whip and training talent from the treasure book, and today was the perfect opportunity to experiment. The light in the forest dimmed, and the damp air was filled with the scent of earth and decaying leaves. The little bell floated in front of Su Ningyu, its body trembling slightly, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Wei Lin's antenna-like tuft of hair seemed to pick up something. Hey! There's a silkworm baby over there, perfect for my bubble frog to practice its skills. I'll go over first, see you by the lake later. Seeing that Su Ningyu wanted to train his bellflower, Wei Lin also started to roll up his sleeves. Su Ningyu shook his head and smiled. Instead, he walked in the opposite direction, preparing to find a suitable opponent for bellflower to fight. Not long after, the bushes ahead suddenly rustled. A gray-brown claw mouse crawled out. The claw mouse's strength ranged from black iron 1 star to black iron 3 stars, and its danger lay in its sharp claws. At this moment, its blood-red eyes were fixed on Su Ningyu, its sharp claws leaving deep scratches on the ground. Perfect, I can use you to practice. Bellflower was eager to try, but Su Ningyu stopped it. Bellflower, let me handle this. If I can't win, then you can step in. The light beam Bellflower had gathered immediately dissipated. Show me fine. The claw mouse felt as if it was being underestimated. It squeaked and flashed its claws, attacking Su Ningyu. A spark of excitement flashed in Su Ningyu's eyes. He concentrated, activating the second part of his secret book's ability, Taming Whip. Immediately, a layer of energy waves, visible only to Su Ningyu, appeared on the willow branch. With a flick of his wrist, the willow branch whipped toward the claw mouse like a snake. Snap! The sharp sound of the whip echoed, and the claw mouse let out a strange, high-pitched squeal. Surprisingly, the once ferocious claw mouse suddenly froze, a trace of confusion flashing in its eyes, but it quickly regained its senses. However, Su Ningyu's second strike arrived just as fast. Crack! Crack! The sound of the whip echoed again and again on the claw mouse's body. The claw mouse went from fury to confusion, and finally, it even showed a look of please continue. When Su Ningyu saw the whip marks on the claw mouse's body, and then saw the claw mouse's face showing a please continue expression, Su Ningyu was stunned. Is this an attack, or a reward for it? This isn't right. This is really not right. A chill ran down Su Ningyu's spine. This ability is a bit strange. Looking at the claw mouse, which now had its head lowered and was rubbing against his shoes, Su Ningyu's expression was quite a sight. This wild beast, which had once looked so fierce, was now rubbing its little head against his shoes, its small eyes full of expectation, as if saying, please whip me some more. The effect of this ability is way too ridiculous. Su Ningyu's eye twitched, and the willow branch in his hand almost dropped to the ground. He had originally thought Taming Whip was just a quirky ability. With Bloodline Directory and Divine Concealment as his main abilities, he thought adding Taming Whip would just be a nice touch. But he never expected its practical effect to be so amazing. Just 2 strikes, and this wild claw mouse had turned into a well-behaved pet, and what's more, it became quite shameless, surpassing all of Su Ningyu's expectations. It's probably because the claw mouse is too weak. If it were a stronger beast, and it got tamed like this with just 2 strikes, this ability would be even more powerful than I thought. But is that even possible? Squeak! The claw mouse, seeing that Su Ningyu wasn't moving, anxiously spun in circles, even presenting its back, as if begging to be whipped. Claw mouse, please continue whipping me. Su Ningyu. Bellflower floated nearby, its petals trembling slightly, as if trying hard to hold in laughter. Meanwhile, Wei Lin, who had just gotten Bubble Frog to deal with the silkworm, was quite pleased, but upon arriving and seeing this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. Especially when he saw the claw mouse begging to be whipped, his jaw almost hit the ground. At this moment, Wei Lin's chin was almost on the ground. What the? Old Su, what kind of ability is this? Is it your special talent? Your talent is just too insane, isn't it? Su Ningyu sighed helplessly. He didn't want it either. He then lightly tapped the head of the claw rat with a willow branch. The little creature immediately squeaked excitedly, even flipping over and showing its belly, acting in a sycophantic manner, as if asking for more whipping. I only wanted to experiment with the talent, but I didn't expect it to work like this on beast taming. Su Ningyu rubbed his forehead. Now, I really want to know what effect this talent will have when used on a person. As soon as Su Ningyu finished speaking, Wei Lin noticed his friend's gaze directed at him. His body instantly stiffened, and he immediately took 3 large steps back, crossing his hands over his chest. Brothers are brothers, but don't use me as an experiment. Wei Lin's mind immediately conjured an image. Su Ningyu whipping him, and him looking up at Su Ningyu with a pleading expression. This image was too beautiful to think about, almost too much to bear. Ah, my mind is so dirty, who will save me? Wei Lin, anyone who wants to be Su Ningyu's enemy is truly lucky. This brother of mine, this talent, is born to be a freak. The bubble frog in Wei Lin's arms could barely breathe. Bubble frog, master, my neck, your embrace is too tight. Smack! What are you thinking? Su Ningyu's cold voice came. He felt like his image was being distorted by Wei Lin. Wei Lin quickly replied, nothing. Ahem, let's deal with the trouble in front of us first. Su Ningyu quickly changed the subject. Perhaps the claw rat's cries for more whipping had slowly attracted the nearby claw rat pack. Although the first one was well-trained and obedient, the remaining dozen or so were still eyeing them with hostility. Xiao Lingdang, prepare, beam. Su Ningyu ordered. He also needed to train Xiao Lingdang's combat talent. Although everyone thought Xiao Lingdang was more suited for support, every support has a heart that longs to deal damage. His Xiao Lingdang was no exception. Su Ningyu waved his willow branch at another claw rat that was charging toward him. Smack! The talent activated. The same scene played out again. The affected claw rat instantly became docile, obviously controlled by Taming Whip. It even started helping Su Ningyu intimidate the other claw rats. This. Wei Lin watched in awe. Your talent is simply the natural nemesis of beast taming. Anyone who doesn't obey, just whip them once. Soon, with the cooperation of Taming Whip and Xiao Lingdang's beam, the threat from the rat pack was easily resolved. What was even more ridiculous was, now, 5 or 6 claw rats had become Su Ningyu's followers, happily trailing behind him. Let's go, keep going deeper to see what we can find. Su Ningyu flicked his willow branch, and the few claw rats immediately rushed forward, eager to lead the way. With them guiding us, we might find something good. Wei Lin watched the scene and couldn't help but mutter, I think your talent is far more terrifying than Inchingi's beauty snake talent. Su Ningyu smiled without saying anything, his gaze turning towards the depths of the forest. He vaguely felt that this outdoor trip might bring unexpected gains. And, Taming Whip, the seemingly frivolous talent, might just become one of his greatest trump cards in the future. Wei Lin, if you want to go off on your own, let's split up here. Su Ningyu saw the eager look in his friend's eyes and knew he wanted to train Bubble Frog alone. Alright. See you in a bit. Wei Lin readily agreed and took Bubble Frog down another small path. The two of them tacitly did not insist on finding the water spirit fruit. That thing was too rare. Instead of wasting time searching for it, it was better to make full use of this outdoor training opportunity. After watching Wei Lin leave, Su Ningyu turned to look at Xiao Lingdang floating beside him. Now, it's time to properly train you. He opened the Beast Taming Bible and carefully checked Xiao Lingdang's current skill list. 1. Sleep Powder, Control Skill. 2. Healing Bell, Recovery Skill. 3. Phantom Clone Evasion Skill. 4. Beam Only Offensive Skill. Moonlight Skill Recovery. The beam, as your only means of attack right now, must be improved in proficiency. Only then can you strike the opponent more quickly and accurately. Su Ningyu said seriously. Xiao Lingdang Xiao Mi. But in battle, just attacking with light isn't enough, evasion is just as important. Saying this, he waved the willow branch in his hand. The dozen or so sharp-clawed rats controlled by the talent immediately lined up, ready to pounce. Looks like this talent really is an educational artifact. Su Ningyu's mouth curled slightly. He discovered another use for the Tame Whip talent. It not only made them obedient but also ensured they would cooperate with him and Xiao Lingdang in training for battle. Su Ningyu held the willow branch, a smile tugging at his lips. Xiao Lingdang suddenly felt an unprecedented aura emanating from her master. It was a presence filled with both sternness and expectation. Xiao Lingdang, are you ready? Su Ningyu raised the willow branch, his eyes sharp as knives. The upcoming training won't be easy. Su Ningyu's gaze grew sharper, and his entire demeanor shifted, as if he transformed into a strict instructor. Xiao Lingdang floated in midair, suddenly feeling the petals tighten. Why did her master's gaze become so terrifying? But she wouldn't give up. Ready to take my strike? Su Ningyu's lips curled into a dangerous arc, and the willow branch in his hand cracked sharply against the ground. Show me. Xiao Lingdang hurriedly assumed a battle stance. She suddenly realized, when her usually gentle master enters training mode, he's like a different person. Chapter 12, Hidden Mechanism, Experience Bonus. Seeing Xiao Lingdang ready, Su Ningyu looked over at the line of sharp-clawed rats. He raised the willow branch and lightly waved it at the group of sharp-clawed rats. Listen well, from now on, you will attack Xiao Lingdang with all your strength. But remember to hold back. He added, those who perform well will be rewarded. Saying this, Su Ningyu waved the willow branch again, and the reward was self-evident. Upon hearing Su Ningyu's words, the sharp-clawed rats immediately perked up, excitement shining in their eyes. Sharp-clawed rats, I really like being whipped. I want to whip. They then all turned their gaze toward Xiao Lingdang floating in midair. Xiao Lingdang. A strange sense of being targeted by a pervert overtook her. Xiao Lingdang suddenly felt a chill run down her back, turning her head to see her master's terrifying expression that screamed, prepare to receive my lash. The petals shuddered involuntarily. But before Xiao Lingdang could react. Start training. Su Ningyu gave the order. The first sharp-clawed rat lunged at Xiao Lingdang, its sharp claws glinting coldly. Xiao Lingdang hurriedly dodged, and a beam of golden light began to gather from within her flower bud. Beam. The golden energy beam hit the sharp-clawed rat precisely, but its power was clearly insufficient, only slightly stalling the rat's movement. Not enough force. Try again. Su Ningyu's harsh command rang out, as the willow branch snapped through the air. Xiao Lingdang shuddered and immediately focused her attention. This time, she charged the beam longer, and it became noticeably thicker, pushing the attacking sharp-clawed rat back several meters. Good. But too slow. Su Ningyu continued to urge, in real combat, the enemy won't give you this much time to charge. The battle continued, with multiple sharp-clawed rats attacking. Xiao Lingdang also used Phantom Split to evade. Thus, under Su Ningyu's whipping and the sharp-clawed rats' cooperation, Xiao Lingdang's beam and Phantom Split skills progressed at a visibly fast rate. The beam skill went from needing 3 seconds to charge to almost instant release. It went from causing only a slight burn to now being powerful enough to kill a sharp-clawed rat in one hit. The Phantom Split skill also improved from 2 clones to 3. Take a 5-minute break. After an hour of training, Su Ningyu finally called for a stop. Xiao Lingdang, exhausted, floated down to his shoulder, her petals wilting slightly. Su Ningyu could feel that through this intense practical training, the little guy had already reached a new level in mastering the skills. Next, let's practice the Phantom Doppelganger combined with the beam. However, at this moment, due to the long period of using skills, the spiritual energy within the little bell had been completely exhausted. Su Ningyu took out the energy nutritional liquid he had prepared in advance and replenished the little bell's energy. Seeing the little bell gulp it all down, Su Ningyu felt a little heartache, as the cost of the nutritional liquid was quite high. But the effect of the nutritional liquid was very remarkable. After one bottle, the little bell was full of energy again. Su Ningyu began to explain battle tactics and methods to the little bell. Remember, in battle, create illusions to confuse the opponent, and then strike unexpectedly. The little bell let out a chiomi sound. Although tired, its eyes sparkled with determination. It knew that the master was doing this for its own good, and this level of training was the best way to grow stronger quickly. Su Ningyu looked at the little bell, which had regained its energy, and nodded in satisfaction. He raised the willow stick again and ordered the group of claw mice, which were already eager to go. Second round of training, start. In the forest, golden beams of light and illusions interweaved, accompanied by the crisp sound of the whip and the squeaks of the claw mice, creating a unique training scene. Su Ningyu supervised the little bell's training while he didn't rest himself. He sat cross-legged on a flat rock and began to use the starry breath technique, feeling the flow of spiritual energy within his body. As long as I can advance to the Black Iron level Beastmaster, I can use the spiritual energy stored by the starry breath technique to replenish the little bell's consumption. Su Ningyu closed his eyes and focused, his breathing gradually becoming long and rhythmic. This was another important reason he chose the starry breath technique. There was a hidden feature in this technique in the Beastmaster sequence game. The practitioner could convert their own spiritual energy into the energy needed for their beasts. This way, the beast's consumption during battle could be quickly replenished. Otherwise, Su Ningyu felt that just the cost of replenishing spiritual energy with nutritional potions would be a huge expense. This feature made the starry breath technique the first choice for most players. After a round of cultivation, Su Ningyu took out his phone and started checking information. He frowned, thinking about how to make the little bell evolve into a sunlight flower. He muttered to himself, "How can I make the little bell learn the spark skill? This is a big problem. It's already difficult for grass-type beasts to learn fire-based skills, and on top of that, spark is an offensive skill." Su Ningyu scratched his head in frustration. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Wait. I remember a strange player in the previous life game who made a water-type octopus learn a fire-type skill. Su Ningyu tried hard to recall the forum post by that player. The reason was that this player liked spicy food, so he made his beast eat it too. When the octopus ate super spicy food, it got so hot that it spit out fire, accidentally comprehending the fire-type skill. Su Ningyu stroked his chin, his gaze falling on the little bell, which was currently using phantom doppelgangers skillfully to dodge the attacks of the claw mice. The golden patterns on its petals were shining brightly in the sunlight. This method, maybe I can give it a try? Su Ningyu thought deeply, but it might make the little bell suffer a little. After the training session ended, Su Ningyu called the little bell over. The little bell, though tired, looked at him with expectation in its eyes. It had already fallen in love with the feeling of getting stronger so quickly. "Little bell, take a rest for now." Su Ningyu had just spoken when the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations player, your beast, Bellflower, skill beam proficiency has advanced to small success. Ding! Congratulations player, your beast, Bellflower, skill phantom doppelganger proficiency has advanced to small success. The little bell only felt that its mind was filled with many methods and advanced uses for the two skills. Su Ningyu was instantly stunned, all the words he had prepared were stuck in his throat. No, this skill proficiency is improving way too fast, isn't it? He looked incredulously at the small bell on his shoulder. Normally, the proficiency of Beastmaster skills requires years of practice to improve. And advancing from beginner to minor success requires dedicated training for a long time, with the Beastmaster gaining insight into the skill before progressing. But they had only been training for less than 2 hours. A startling thought suddenly flashed in Su Ningyu's mind. Could it be that because of the game login, the hidden features in the game are also enhancing my beast's abilities? Chapter 13, Minor Success in Skills. In the game Beastmaster Sequence, there was an unknown hidden mechanism. After each battle, not only could the beast gain experience points, but it would also automatically accumulate skill proficiency experience. This system was originally designed to reduce the training burden for players, but now, it was actually working in reality as well. If that's really the case. Su Ningyu's breath quickened, excitement flashing in his eyes, then my beast must be invincible among the same rank. While others would gain insight from battles or increase their skill by one more fight, Su Ningyu's beast was simply gaining experience +1. Proficiency +1. You see, ordinary beastmasters often need to repeat monotonous training thousands of times to improve their beast's skills. But his beast only needed to participate in actual combat to automatically improve skill proficiency. This was an overwhelming advantage. The little bell looked at its suddenly excited master in confusion, tilting its flower. "Show me?" "It's nothing." Su Ningyu took a deep breath to calm himself, gently stroking the little creature's petals. "I just realized you're even better than I imagined." He opened the Beastmaster's compendium and carefully checked the changes in the two skills. Light beam, minor success, release speed increased by 20%, power increased by 20%, energy consumption reduced by 20%. Phantom clone, minor success, number of clones +5, duration extended by 20%. Such an improvement was equivalent to months of training results for an ordinary beast. Looks like I'll need to arrange more practical combat training in the future. Su Ningyu thought to himself. Now that he had discovered this cheat-like advantage, he certainly had to make good use of it. But new training goals would have to wait a bit. Su Ningyu smiled as he looked at the exhausted Claw Mouse. Claw Mouse, so tired. I feel like my body has been drained. When skill proficiency increases, power increases too. But then Su Ningyu thought about the skill learning of the little bell's spark. I still need to find some really spicy vegetables. If they're spiritual plants, that'd be even better. Su Ningyu pulled out a small notebook and started planning for the next round. Just then, a sudden commotion came from the distant forest, followed by Wei Lin's urgent shout, "Old Su! Come quickly!" Su Ningyu's heart tightened, and he immediately put away his compendium. "Let's go, little bell." Man and flower quickly rushed towards the direction of the sound. After passing through several thickets, the scene before Su Ningyu made his pupils constrict. Wei Lin's bubble frog was being entangled by a massive blue-scaled water python, while Wei Lin herself was cornered at the base of a large tree. What was even more shocking was that not far from the battlefield, a plant dripping with water was emitting a faint blue glow, with 3 water spirit fruits hanging from it. And this was the water spirit fruit. How could water spirit fruit appear here? It should be by the green water lake, right? Su Ningyu was puzzled. But seeing the injured blue-scaled water python, he immediately understood the situation. It seemed that this blue-scaled water python had seized the water spirit fruit while many beastmasters were waiting for it to mature. And Wei Lin was unlucky enough to run into this beast. Furthermore, the blue-scaled water python was incredibly powerful, with a black iron 5-star ranking, while Wei Lin's black iron 1-star bubble frog was no match. "Little bell, prepare for battle," Su Ningyu said in a deep voice as he drew the willow whip from his waist. The little bell immediately entered combat mode, its golden patterns on the petals glowing brightly. After the intense training just now, it had changed beyond recognition. With 2 small level skills, it had gained combat power far surpassing others of the same level. "Wei Lin, hang in there!" Su Ningyu shouted loudly as he rushed toward the battlefield. He believed this would be the perfect real-world test to see the results of their training. "Little bell, beam!" At Su Ningyu's command, a dazzling golden light instantly condensed from the petals of Little Bell's flower. The light beam skill, enhanced to a small level, charged up almost instantly. Whoosh! A golden beam, nearly twice as thick as usual, shot through the air and struck the 7-inch mark of the blue-scaled water python with pinpoint accuracy. Unlike the training, this was a full-force real battle attack. Hiss! The blue-scaled water python let out a painful hiss, its tough blue scales shattering under the impact of the beam, revealing a bloody and mangled wound underneath. The power of this attack far exceeded expectations, even Su Ningyu was a bit surprised. The heavily injured water python involuntarily loosened its coils, and Wei Lin's bubble frog was finally freed, though it was on the verge of death, covered in bruises from being strangled. Bubble frog! Wei Lin rushed forward in a leap, cradling her beast in her arms with deep concern. The bubble frog weakly croaked, its blue skin now dull and faded. Wei Lin gritted her teeth and looked at Su Ningyu, her eyes filled with worry. Although the bubble frog was saved, the battle was far from over. The injured blue-scaled water python had been completely enraged. Hiss hiss, the blue-scaled water python raised its massive head, its cold snake eyes locking onto Little Bell. The wounds on its body, hit by the beam, started to heal at a visible speed, and the surrounding lake water stirred as if summoned by an invisible force, gathering into vapor around it. Damn it, this thing has water-based healing abilities. Su Ningyu immediately realized the situation was bad. In areas near water sources, water-type beasts' recovery powers would be greatly enhanced. Little Bell, illusionary doppelganger. Little Bell swiftly shook its body and instantly created 3 identical illusions, the 4 bells scattered in a fan shape. This was the enhanced effect of the small-level illusionary doppelganger. Not only had the number increased, but the duration of the illusions had also greatly extended. The blue-scaled water python couldn't distinguish between the real and the fake, and in its rage, it whipped its tail, sending a surge of water toward all the bells. The 3 illusions were instantly destroyed, but the real Little Bell had already taken this opportunity to fly to a safe height. Now, beam. Boom boom boom. The beams repeatedly hit the water python's wounds, causing the creature to wriggle in pain. However, since Little Bell's strength was only at Black Iron Tier 3 and the water python's strength was at Black Iron Tier 5, this continuous assault wasn't enough to end the battle. Good job. Su Ningyu clenched his fist, but he knew this wasn't enough to defeat this powerful wild beast. Sure enough, the water python quickly adjusted, suddenly opening its mouth and shooting a high-pressure water arrow. Be careful. Little Bell hurriedly dodged, but was still grazed by the water arrow on its petal, shaking a few times from the impact. Water-type skills had extra damage to grass-type beasts, and this hit caused significant injury to Little Bell. Heal Little Bell. Su Ningyu immediately ordered. Little Bell endured the pain and rang its bell, releasing a soft green healing wave that enveloped its body, slowly healing the wounds. The battle was at a standstill. Su Ningyu's mind raced as he searched for a way to break the deadlock. At that moment, the blue-scaled water python's eyes fixed sharply on Su Ningyu. Chapter 14, Kill, Water Spirit Fruit. As the cold snake eyes of the blue-scaled water python locked onto him, Su Ningyu's hair stood on end. That massive snake body was gathering energy, the blue patterns on its scales glowing brighter, clearly preparing to complete its skill. Su Ningyu, be careful. It's going to attack you. Wei Lin yelled anxiously from a distance. In a split second, a flash of fierce determination crossed Su Ningyu's eyes. He suddenly raised the willow branch in his hand. The talent, Tame Whip Strike, was fully activated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two sounds of something piercing the air rang out, and the willow-like twig struck precisely at the blue-scaled water python's vital spot. A shocking scene unfolded. Sensing the pain, the giant python, originally full of rage, suddenly froze in place, the effect of the Tame Whip Strike taking hold. The fury in the python's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a strange clarity. Blue-scaled water python, what's going on? It hurts. Why do I feel like I must listen to the other side's words? However, Su Ningyu did not care about its thoughts. Right now, he just wanted it to die. Now, Little Bell. Maximum power beam. Su Ningyu seized this fleeting moment, shouting loudly. Little Bell understood. The golden light in the flower's core rapidly gathered, and the light elements in the surrounding air were drawn in. The beam skill, after minor enhancement, was pushed to its peak at this moment. Boom! A golden beam, several times thicker than usual, whistled out, directly aimed at the blue-scaled water python's head. At this life-and-death moment, the python, in its special state, suddenly struggled, and shockingly broke free from the control of the talent. Hiss! It suddenly turned its head, trying to dodge, but it was too late. The dazzling beam pierced through its left eye, emerging from the back of its head, sending a spray of blue blood mist. Bang! The massive body of the blue-scaled water python slammed heavily into the lake, splashing waves several meters high. Its tail still twitched uncontrollably, but its life force was rapidly fading. Did we succeed? Wei Lin, holding Bubble Frog, stared at the scene in disbelief. Su Ningyu let out a long breath, his legs nearly giving way as he almost fell to the ground. That last strike nearly drained Little Bell's energy, and Su Ningyu himself was mentally exhausted from overusing his talent. Little Bell weakly floated back to its master's shoulder, its petals slightly wilted, but the fighting spirit in its eyes had not faded. It knew that this victory had not come easily. The lake's surface gradually calmed, with only the 3 water spirit fruits still emitting an enchanting blue glow. Su Ningyu struggled to stand up. Well done. Su Ningyu quickly stepped forward, protecting Little Bell in front of him. The little one was excitedly shaking its petals, clearly very satisfied with its performance in the battle above its level. Just as Su Ningyu was gently stroking Little Bell's petals, the Beast Master's Codex suddenly unfolded automatically, and a system notification appeared. Ding! Congratulations, player Su Ningyu's beast, Little Bellflower, has leveled up and advanced to Black Iron level 4. Little Bell, you are really amazing. Su Ningyu's eyes lit up, unable to resist lifting the little one up in front of him. The growth rate was simply astonishing. Show me. Show me. Little Bell responded happily, the golden patterns on its petals shining brighter than before, and the entire flower emitted a strong energy fluctuation. Su Ningyu. Wei Lin's voice came from the lakeside. He was holding the injured bubble frog in one arm, and in the other, he was holding 3 water spirit fruits glowing with a blue aura, walking toward Su Ningyu. To Su Ningyu's surprise, Wei Lin directly handed over all 3 water spirit fruits. Here, these are all yours because of your strength. What are you doing? Su Ningyu froze. He was all too aware of the value of the water spirit fruit. Any one of them could change the fate of an ordinary family's student. Wei Lin shook his head, his eyes firm. If it weren't for you, I would have died in the jaws of the blue-scaled water python. He looked down at the bubble frog in his arms. Besides, Bubble Frog is injured, so it can't use this. Su Ningyu gave his friend a deep look, accepting the 2 water spirit fruits without any false politeness, and pushed the remaining one back. Take it, it's perfect for when Bubble Frog recovers. We don't need to be this polite between us. Wei Lin opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. Su Ningyu patted his shoulder, not saying anything more. Let's hurry and leave, or else those people will find out we got the water spirit fruits by chance. What kind of trouble is he going to cause now? Wei Lin snapped back to reality. Ningyu, you are my godfather. Wei Lin's tears instantly streamed down her face. With their financial resources, it was impossible to obtain the water spirit fruit. That was why Wei Lin was so emotional. Su Ningyu. Su Ningyu quickly left with the water spirit fruit hidden away. And of course, Su Ningyu didn't leave behind the water spirit fruit. Although Xiao Lingdang can use the water spirit fruit, it doesn't have much effect on her, Su Ningyu thought to himself. It would be better to exchange it for money and buy more suitable resources. The high school entrance exams were approaching, and the battle assessment at Beichen High accounted for 70%. He needed to quickly improve Xiao Lingdong's strength. Give her absolute crushing power. But Xiao Lingdong's own strength wasn't suitable for battle, so to have extraordinary strength, she had to work extra hard. Learning the Yi Spark skill was the most urgent task right now. Zhongbin Beast Master Mall. This was the largest beast mastery supply center in Jiangbin City. The 5-story building was filled with various beast-related products. Su Ningyu went straight to the 3rd floor, to the rare goods trading area. "Boss, take a look at this." He placed 2 water spirit fruits on the counter. The boss, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, instantly whitened his eyes. This is freshly picked water spirit fruit?" He carefully picked up one, inspecting it closely. Full of energy, top quality. After a brief bargaining session, the boss gave Su Ningyu a price that surprised him. 1 million alliance coins, I'll take both. This price, far beyond the market value, made Su Ningyu feel a surge of happiness. It seemed the boss really knew his stuff, recognizing that freshly picked water spirit fruits were worth more. After the transaction was completed, Su Ningyu immediately began his shopping. He headed straight for the spirit plant area, with a clear goal. "Boss, I need 20 explosive chili peppers." The shop assistant showed a surprised expression. "So many? This stuff is really spicy, most beast masters don't like to eat it." "I know, I want this." Su Ningyu insisted. The explosive chili peppers were bright red, with flame-like patterns on the surface. They were famously super spicy spirit plants. Except for a few fire-type beasts, almost no beast liked eating this kind of thing. But it was precisely this characteristic that made it a key item in Su Ningyu's plan. Su Ningyu then bought other resources to help Xiao Lingdang train. Shopping list. 1. Explosive chili peppers x20, used to stimulate the spark skill. 2. Light-type energy stones x5, to increase beam power. 3. Grass-type nutrients x10, to accelerate Xiao Lingdang's recovery. 4. Mirage grass x3, to enhance the illusionary clone effect. The alliance coins, still warm from his hand, had almost all disappeared. Su Ningyu returned to his rented apartment, carrying a big bundle of items. Chapter 15, The Explosive Chili Pepper Learning Method, Spark Skill Mastery. Su Ningyu returned home, gently placing his backpack down, then summoned Xiao Lingdang. As soon as the little one appeared, it happily circled around him, the golden patterns on its petals shimmering under the light. "Xiao Lingdang, we're going to learn a new move." Su Ningyu took out several bright red explosive chili peppers, with flame-like patterns on the surface, and his expression became serious. "But the way we'll learn this move is a bit special. It might be a little painful. Can you handle it?" Xiao Lingdang immediately straightened its stem, confidently calling out twice, "Show me. Show me." The petals opened and closed forcefully, as if saying, "I can handle any pain if it makes me stronger." Seeing the little one's serious look, Su Ningyu smiled with relief. "I knew it, Xiao Lingdang, you won't disappoint me." He placed 1 explosive chili pepper in front of Xiao Lingdang. "Now, let's start learning the spark move." Xiao Lingdang tilted its flower in confusion. "Show me? Aren't we learning a move? Why are you taking out these things?" "This is the tool we'll use to learn the spark move," Su Ningyu explained. "Next, you need to eat all these explosive chili peppers and carefully feel the spicy sensation. Try to turn that fiery feeling into flame energy and release it." The entire flower of the small bell froze. Just by looking at the glaring red chili, the petals trembled uncontrollably. It felt like this training would be different from the previous ones. "Little Bell, I still want combat-type training." But would Su Ningyu let Little Bell give up? Obviously not. "Don't worry, I'll be with you," Su Ningyu softly encouraged. Little Bell's eyes flashed. As if asking, "Master will eat with me?" Su Ningyu. He wanted to say that he didn't need this kind of training, but seeing Little Bell's pitiful eyes, Su Ningyu couldn't resist and had to agree. This could be sharing both blessings and hardships. Remember, only by overcoming the obstacle of attribute conflict can you, as a grass type, learn fire skills. This is the necessary path to evolve into a sunlight flower. Hearing Su Ningyu's instructions, Little Bell nodded seriously. Looking at the fiery chili on the table, Little Bell took a deep breath, if flowers could breathe, and finally gathered the courage to wrap a small chili in its petals and carefully swallow it. In an instant. "Show me me." The intense spiciness of the chili made Little Bell shudder. The entire flower instantly turned bright red, and Little Bell began frantically darting around the room, its petals opening and closing uncontrollably. Clearly, the chili was incredibly spicy. Seeing this, Su Ningyu also looked at the chili in his hand. Should he eat it, or not? Maybe I should skip it? After all, he didn't need to learn Fireball. But, he had just promised to share both blessings and hardships with Little Bell. Well, I'll just have a little taste. Su Ningyu took a small bite, just a tiny bit. As soon as he did, he felt like his tongue and lips weren't his anymore. Help! He wouldn't be the first protagonist to die from chili, right? On the other side, Little Bell was puffing out hot steam. It kept crashing into walls, diving behind the curtains, and finally jumped straight into the water basin. Hold on. Try to guide that energy. Su Ningyu, with tears streaming from the spiciness, still managed to say through his swollen lips. Little Bell twisted in pain. Turning its head, it saw Su Ningyu with sausage-like lips. Little Bell, who had been so overwhelmed by the spiciness that it didn't know what was what, now had a confused expression. Where did my handsome master go? But after eating an entire fiery chili, thinking of the method its master told it, Little Bell began to focus the fiery energy in its mouth. At this moment, it really felt like it could spit out flames. A wisp of smoke appeared from its flower center, and then with a puff sound, it sprayed out a burst of water vapor. The first try failed. It's okay, we'll try again. Seeing this, Su Ningyu took out another chili. Little Bell, master, are you a devil? Su Ningyu, a gentle smile. This time, try not to resist that burning sensation, but accept it and transform it. And so, for the next 3 hours. The sound of Chiomimi and Puff Puff kept echoing in the rental house. By the time Little Bell ate the 7th chili, it was so spicily overwhelmed that it was nearly out of its mind. The entire flower drooped, but it still stubbornly swallowed the chili once more. Suddenly, this time, its flower center didn't spit out water vapor, but... boom! A small flame burst out, setting the napkin on the table on fire. Ding! The Beast Bellflower has mastered the skill Fire Spark. We did it! Su Ningyu jumped up excitedly, quickly smothering the fire and then gently holding the exhausted Little Bell in his hands. You did it! You really did it! Little Bell weakly cho-ed, though it was almost on the verge of death from the spiciness, the edges of its petals were faintly glowing red. This was a symptom of physical mutation after eating the fiery chili. Su Ningyu quickly took out the prepared sweet dew and grass-type nutrient, carefully feeding it to Little Bell. Rest for a while, tomorrow we'll continue practicing to make this skill even more proficient. Looking at Little Bell slowly recovering its strength, Su Ningyu was filled with pride. The Little Bell rang a few healing chimes for itself. It comforted its wounded little heart, and it seemed to have developed a slight fear of the devil pepper. But for some reason, the Little Bell felt uncertain inside. It thought the fiery pepper's taste wasn't bad, and it had begun to love that burning feeling that made one's body ignite with desire. The Little Bell smacked its lips. The fiery pepper doesn't seem so bad. Su Ningyu? Su Ningyu wondered if he had used the wrong method to learn the spark technique. He felt that the previously gentle and well-behaved Little Bell seemed to have changed a bit. It had become, well, a bit restless. What are you thinking about? You haven't evolved yet. The bellflower species is known for being calm. How could it suddenly become so irritable? It hasn't evolved yet. But Su Ningyu was happy. He had learned the spark technique. This meant that he was one step closer to his goal of evolving into a sunflower. Now, as long as the bellflower undergoes photosynthesis in the domain and reaches the strength of black iron rank 9, it could evolve into a sunflower. Su Ningyu happily went to sleep. Today had been a fruitful day. The next day, Su Ningyu woke up early. He hadn't forgotten that he was still a student about to take the middle school entrance exam. To improve my combat score, battles are indispensable. With the money from selling the water spirit fruit yesterday, Su Ningyu felt confident enough to go to some high-end Beastmaster training rooms. In the past, he had no money and no opportunity. Now, he had this chance, so he was going to make the most of it and help the Little Bell gain more battle experience. Su Ningyu arrived at the first Beastmaster Combat Club of Binhai City. Chapter 16, The Club, Flame Frenzy. Su Ningyu walked into the noisy Beastmaster Club and was immediately drawn to the sounds of battles coming from all directions. The venue was divided into more than 10 battle arenas, each surrounded by Beastmasters watching the fights. Most of the arenas were filled with rookie Beastmasters who had just awakened. Their beasts were still at the beginner stage, making the fight seem a bit immature. The bubbles that the bubble frog blew floated gently, and the jumping rabbit's charges often missed the target, looking like rookie duels. Bang! Suddenly, a crisp collision sound came from the central arena. Su Ningyu looked toward the sound and saw a small fire dog, entirely red and black, skillfully dodging the jumping rabbit's flying kicks, occasionally finding the right moment to bite back. Little fire dog, bite down hard and defeat the opponent. A familiar voice shouted excitedly. Woof woof. The little fire dog barked in a babyish voice, but with unexpected force. It was clear that this little fire dog was newly born, small yet full of energy. Su Ningyu glanced at the two people fighting in the arena. One was a club employee, and the other was a familiar face. Su Ningyu raised an eyebrow and realized that the little fire dog's owner was his classmate, Zhang Quan. At that moment, Zhang Quan was blushing, waving his arms excitedly as he directed, "That's it, little fire dog, bite its ear." On the arena, the little fire dog performed a beautiful roll, dodging the jumping rabbit's kick. It avoided the attack, then suddenly sprinted forward, biting the jumping rabbit's long ear with precision. The jumping rabbit yelped in pain and wildly shook its head, trying to break free, but the little fire dog held on tightly, its four short legs firmly gripping the ground. Well done. Zhang Quan jumped up excitedly. Little fire dog, keep that hold and use spark. The little fire dog, hearing this, did not release its bite. It took a deep breath, and then, puff! A small burst of flame shot out from its mouth. Though not powerful, it was just enough to cover the jumping rabbit's face. The jumping rabbit panicked, hopping around wildly, trying to pat the flames off its face. In the chaos, it accidentally stepped wrong and fell off the arena. Winner, Zhang Quan. The referee announced loudly. A round of applause erupted from the crowd. Zhang Quan proudly picked up the little fire dog and locked eyes with Su Ningyu in the crowd. Seeing Su Ningyu, Zhang Quan was surprised. After all, the consumption in this club is not something Su Ningyu can afford. Oh, isn't this our class's genius? Zhang Quan walked over, holding the little fire dog, his tone laced with provocation. What's up? Want to have a match? As he spoke, he bared his teeth at Su Ningyu while holding the little fire dog. Su Ningyu, are you the dog, or is the little fire dog the dog? Su Ningyu gave a faint smile. You've raised your little fire dog well, haven't you? This sincere compliment left Zhang Quan speechless. He had expected Su Ningyu to respond indifferently as usual, but instead, the other praised him. Well, of course. Zhang Quan stammered. My little fire dog was bought by my dad for 1 million from a professional breeding institute, purebred. Definitely not something your bellflower can compare to. But Su Ningyu's gaze landed on the little fire dog. At this moment, the little fire dog was also very curious, staring with big eyes at the youth who looked even more handsome than its owner. As a little female dog, she had always shown her own traits from a young age. The little fire dog had a bit of a face freeze, but it didn't have a choice. After all, Zhang Quan had given her too much. This beast indeed had good potential, but Zhang Quan's commanding style was too rough, wasting its potential. How about a match? Zhang Quan proposed, his eyes flashing with combat intent. It's a perfect opportunity to test the strength of your bellflower. The crowd around them eagerly waited for Su Ningyu's response. Su Ningyu thought for a moment and gently nodded. Sure, it's a good chance for little bellflower to stretch its legs. The bellflower on his shoulder immediately became energetic, the golden patterns on its petals faintly glowing. After a period of special training, the little one had long been eager for a real battle to test the results. Su Ningyu had originally come to this club to spend money on training, and now, with someone foolish enough to invite him, how could he refuse? Zhang Quan, so? Is that how you see this situation? Su Ningyu, I'll make sure my little fire dog takes care of your bellflower, so don't get too proud. Zhang Quan swayed his head with a smug expression, and the little fire dog barked twice in agreement, looking like victory was already in its grasp. As long as you're happy. Su Ningyu responded indifferently, casually petting the little bellflower on his shoulder. Zhang Quan. Seeing Su Ningyu's calm demeanor, Zhang Quan's simmering anger flared up. He gritted his teeth and thought, once my little fire dog burns your worthless flower to ashes, let's see how you pretend to be so calm. Both stood on the arena. Zhang Quan's little fire dog barked twice at the bellflower floating in the air, full of provocation. The bellflower elegantly responded with a soft shimmy, its petals swaying gently, completely unaffected by the other's arrogance. Meanwhile, in the VIP observation room on the second floor of the club owner was talking with a middle-aged man in a suit. Oh, your son is fighting again. The owner took a sip of tea and teased, I think you should advise him to be less showy. If it weren't for you backing him, I bet he'd have been dragged away in a sack by now. The middle-aged man, Zhang Zhitian, the chairman of the Zhang group, chuckled lightly. Xiao Qian is just fine like this, just like his mother, flamboyant and free. His gaze softened. As long as he doesn't do anything too extreme, I'll give him whatever he wants, that's also his mother's last wish. The owner sighed and said no more. Let's watch Xiao Qian's match. Zhang Zhitian turned his attention to the arena. But the one he's fighting should be his classmate, right? Bellflower? Looks like Xiao Qian is going to win again. On the arena, the referee announced loudly, battle rules, a beast loses if it either loses its fighting capability or leaves the arena. Prepare, begin. Little fire dog, let's finish them off with one blow. Spark attack. Zhang Quan impatiently gave his command. Not only did he order the little fire dog to use sparks, Zhang Quan also used his Talonflame Fury to enhance the fire skills of Little Fire Dog. Little Fire Dog immediately opened its mouth and shot out a stream of flames. This time, the power of the spark skill was even stronger than when it defeated the leaping rabbit earlier. The spark gathered into a large mass in the air, about to form a big fireball. The attack went straight for the bellflower in the air. However, Su Ningyu was not worried about this. Calmly, he gave the order, Phantom Clone. The small bellflower just shook slightly, and instantly created 3 clones, easily dodging the attack. What? Zheng Quan widened his eyes. Chapter 17, Sparring Partner? Su Ningyu calmly observed the situation on the arena.
Zheng Quan's little fire dog indeed had good potential, its fur shiny and smooth, its movements agile, clearly well trained.
And with the enhancement from the awakening potion and special training, the strength of the bellflower had reached bronze tier 4, one tier above its opponent.
Although it was an undeniable fact that grass type was weak to fire type attacks. After learning Spark, the bellflower's sensitivity to fire energy had become extraordinarily sharp. At this moment, it floated gracefully in the air, easily dodging little fire dog's repeated attacks.
Little fire dog, keep attacking! Zheng Quan shouted anxiously.
He looked at Su Ningyu and said, I don't believe you can keep dodging with just phantom clone. Little fire dog barked twice, seemingly affected by its master's emotions, becoming agitated as well. It took a deep breath and gathered several fireballs in the air, launching them toward the bellflower. Bellflower, continue with phantom clone.
Su Ningyu remained unfazed by Zheng Quan's disturbance, calmly giving orders.
Then, he instructed, little fire dog is getting agitated.
Let's soothe it.
The bellflower's form flickered. Instantly, it created 4 clones, easily dodging all the fireballs. This made Zheng Quan even more furious, his fists clenched so tightly they made a cracking sound.
Damn it!
Zheng Quan ground his teeth, preparing to give new instructions.
At that moment,
the bellflower suddenly emitted a soft, ethereal chime, the sound flowing like a clear spring, like a spring breeze. This sound seemed to carry a magical power, causing the previously agitated little fire dog to suddenly calm down.
It was the bellflower's innate talent, soothe.
The fighting spirit in little fire dog's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a peaceful expression. It even unconsciously wagged its tail, making a comfortable woo-woo sound, as if enjoying the beautiful music.
What? Zheng Quan was stunned. Little fire dog, what are you doing? This is a battle, attack now.
But little fire dog had completely immersed itself in the soothing sound, even starting to roll on the ground, exposing its belly, enjoying the moment.
In the observation room, Zhang Jintian sat up in surprise. Soothe talent? This bellflower's talent is so skilled, it can even reduce beast combat will. The club owner clicked his tongue in amazement. I didn't expect the soothe talent to be used like this in actual combat. Mr. Zhang, looks like your son has met his match.
On the arena, Su Ningyu smiled slightly. Now, bellflower, end the fight, beam.
The bellflower immediately stopped chiming, gathering dazzling golden light in its flower center.
A beam of light hit the little fire dog, still enjoying the soothing effect, sending it flying out of the arena.
Match over. The referee loudly announced. Winner, Su Ningyu. The entire arena fell silent, everyone stunned by the unexpected result. Who could have thought that a seemingly weak bellflower could use its soothe talent so cleverly to turn the tide of the battle? Zheng Quan stood frozen, his face shifting between blue and white.
He never imagined that his contracted little fire dog, with his talent for enhancing fire-type attacks, would lose to a hospital-specific flower.
Su Ningyu walked to the edge of the arena.
Beast battles are not just about power or skill attacks, they are a contest of wisdom and strategy. Su Jinjin paused for a moment, afraid that Zheng Quan might think she was mocking him, so she added, your little fire dog is great, but you need to understand it better. After saying that, she turned around and walked off the stage, leaving Zheng Quan standing still, deep in thought. Zheng Quan thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, after saying all that, I still lost to you, damn it.
Su Ningyu, I won't rest until we settle this. Su Ningyu. In the observation room, Zhang Jintian showed a meaningful smile, interesting kid. Zheng Quan clearly wasn't satisfied and tried to stop Su Ningyu, wanting to fight again. Wait. I was careless just now, let's have another match. Su Ningyu didn't even turn his head and waved his hand. You should treat your little fire dog first, its front paw is injured. Humph. Don't get too cocky. Zheng Quan angrily shouted, in the future, my little fire dog will definitely defeat your bellflower. Su Ningyu lazily nodded. But in his heart, he was already planning his next training sessions. He didn't come to the club to bicker with the young master, improving his strength was the real priority. Just as he was about to leave, 2 middle-aged men in well-tailored suits approached. One of them Su Ningyu recognized. It was Zheng Quan's father, Zhang Jintian, whom he had seen a few times at school parent-teacher meetings. He looked like a very serious businessman. When Zheng Quan saw his father, he instantly deflated, clearly displeased by the earlier loss, which made him even more upset. Zhang Yongheng, the club's owner, smiled at Su Ningyu. Student, you didn't come to our club just to watch, did you? Su Ningyu was a bit surprised, not expecting the man standing next to Zhang Jintian to be the club owner. He politely replied, yes, I'm looking for a suitable opponent to train my beast mastery. Zhang Yongheng stroked his chin, seemingly thoughtful. I saw your battle just now. It's rare to see such battle awareness from someone who just became a beast master. He shifted his tone, however, you might not be impressed with the regular staff at our club,
and the price of high-level trainers might be beyond your budget. His words were blunt, but they struck to the heart of the matter. Su Ningyu had indeed noticed that, when watching the fight earlier, the skill level of the regular trainers was rather average, and the price list for the advanced trainers was daunting.
An hour cost 5,000 alliance coins. Zhang Jintian suddenly spoke up, "Young student, how about working as a temporary worker?"
He pointed at the arena, Bi Shaoquan's exclusive sparring partner.
"We'll pay you by the match, how about 2,000 per round?"
Zhang Quan immediately protested, "Dad,
I don't want him to be my sparring partner." "Shut up."
With a single glance, Zhang Jintian silenced his son, then continued speaking to Su Ningyu. "Of course, if you can help Shaoquan's little fire dog reach Black Iron level 5 within a month, there will be an additional bonus."
Su Ningyu quickly calculated in his mind.
This price was quite generous. Moreover, Zhang Quan's strength wasn't bad either. He could serve as a suitable sparring partner, allowing him to train Little Bell's combat ability and improve other skills.
"More importantly." "I agree," Su Ningyu nodded.
"But I have one condition: after every match, I need to use the club's training facilities for 1 hour." Zhang Yonghong laughed heartily, "Of course, no problem." He extended his hand, "Welcome to the Eternal Beast Master Club, I'm the owner, Zhang Yonghong."
When Su Ningyu shook his hand, he noticed thick calluses on Zhang Yonghong's palms.
These were marks left by long-term use of beast mastery equipment. It seemed that this boss was not as simple as he appeared.
Zhang Quan stamped his feet in frustration but dared not oppose his father's decision.
He could only glare at Su Ningyu as if to say, "Just you wait." Su Ningyu, however, paid no mind and instead flashed a meaningful smile. With this sparring job, he not only solved the issue of training space but could also earn cultivation resources, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
"So?" Su Ningyu turned to Zhang Quan, making a gesture inviting him, "Classmate Zhang, shall we start the first round of training now?" "Zhang Quan."
Zhang Quan gritted his teeth and walked up to the ring, with Little Firehound following, baring its teeth.
Chapter 18, The Idea of Becoming a Beast Tamer, Special Recruitment Qualifications.
Su Ningyu's part-time job officially began, while Zhang Quan embarked on his nightmare training journey.
After several consecutive battles. "You're a freak, aren't you?"
Zhang Quan collapsed on the ground beside the ring. Breathing heavily, he pointed at the little bellflower in the center of the ring. "Even if your bellflower is a mutated variety, my little firehound shouldn't be suppressed like this."
"Is this really a grass-type bellflower?"
His little firehound, after all, should counter the opponent's attributes, not to mention its talent in Flame Fury, which boosted fire-type skills.
"Why can't it win?" On the ring, the little bellflower wasn't unscathed either. Its petal edges showed clear burn marks, trembling slightly. Su Ningyu, heart aching, used a healing skill to help it recover. Battling against an attribute countering little firehound continuously wasn't as easy as Zhang Quan thought. "My little bellflower isn't as mystical as you say," Su Ningyu explained while healing. "My little bellflower only has a slight advantage in skill proficiency and talent application. If your little firehound's skill proficiency surpassed that of my bellflower, it might not be able to win." Upon hearing this, Zhang Quan's face softened a bit. "Humph. Don't get too smug, today ends here. Tomorrow I will burn your lousy flower to ashes." Right. Su Ningyu nodded dismissively, beginning to pack up his things. Zhang Quan. Today's continuous battles had indeed benefited the little bellflower greatly. When Su Ningyu wasn't looking, the little bellflower's skill proficiency in Beam and Phantom Clone were rapidly rising, +1. +1. Skill proficiency surpassing my little bellflower? That's impossible. However, Su Ningyu didn't get cocky about this. He was very aware that with Zhang Quan's talent, Flame Fury greatly boosted the power of fire-type skills. The only reason the little bellflower could suppress it was thanks to the small-level Phantom Clone, providing a high evasion rate. Once it gets hit. Su Ningyu looked at the burn marks on the bellflower's petals, furrowing his brows. Even just a scratch caused significant damage. If it was hit directly, no matter how high the skill proficiency, it would be useless. "The racial difference is a hard disadvantage," he muttered. "I must evolve the little bellflower into a sunlight flower as soon as possible." The sunlight flower, being the first stage of the solar sequence, not only gains dual firegrass attributes, but also greatly enhances resistance to fire-type skills. When facing Little Firehound, or any more beasts that counter grass attributes, the situation will be completely different. "Let's go, Little Bellflower," Su Ningyu collected his thoughts. "Tonight, we'll practice the Spark skill." The little bellflower, weak but determined, let out a soft show-me sound. It knew today's victory wasn't easy, and it still had a long way to go to truly become stronger. When leaving the club, it was already late. Su Ningyu looked back at the brightly lit training hall, determined to complete the evolution before the midterm exams.
Not only to enter Beichen High School, but also to have enough self-defense in this perilous world.
The streetlight stretched his shadow long.
Behind him, on the second-floor window of the club, Zhang Yongheng and Zhang Jintian stood side by side, watching the boy's retreating figure.
This kid's bellflower is no ordinary flower,
Zhang Yongheng said thoughtfully.
Zhang Jintian nodded. That's why we're having Xiao Quan interact more with him. A flower in a greenhouse needs to experience some storms to truly grow.
The two exchanged a smile.
The next morning, Su Ningyu followed his routine and went to school. Just after sitting down at his desk, Wei Lin excitedly ran over.
She was holding a noticeably more energetic bubble frog in her arms.
Su Ningyu, look.
My bubble frog's strength has increased. Su Ningyu put down the basic Beast Tamer series training workbook and looked up at his friend.
Did you feed it the water spirit fruit?
Yes.
Wei Lin nodded vigorously. With this water spirit fruit's boost, I feel that my little blue can definitely break through to the Black Iron Tier 4 before the high school entrance exam. His eyes sparkled with hope. This way, I'll also have the confidence to aim for Beichen High.
Su Ningyu nodded in agreement, then lowered his head to continue studying the workbook. The knowledge points involved in the Beast Tamer exam are quite complicated, from beast physiology to evolutionary materials science, to skill genetics, each one needs to be thoroughly understood.
Huh? The comprehensive questions for the basic Beast Tamer series? Wei Lin leaned in to take a look, surprised. You're not thinking of taking the basic qualification exam for Beast Tamer, are you?
Su Ningyu neither nodded nor shook his head, but Wei Lin, who knew him well, immediately understood. Once this guy decides to do something, he'll quietly focus all his energy into it.
The series Tamer exam isn't that easy to pass, Wei Lin reminded.
Just the theoretical knowledge exam can filter out 90% of the candidates, not to mention the practical test that comes afterward.
I know. Su Ningyu calmly turned a page.
But the cost of raising beasts will keep increasing, and relying solely on the school's funding won't be enough. He paused for a moment. If I can get the Tamer qualification, I can at least take on some basic orders and earn some funds for raising beasts. This, of course, was just an external excuse. What was more important was that Su Ningyu needed to pave a reasonable path for the sunflower he was about to cultivate. When the bellflower evolved into an unprecedented new form in the series, only by having the status of a beast tamer would he be able to give this miracle a reasonable explanation.
Otherwise, there would definitely be many problems later on.
And if he was already a beast tamer, no one would be that surprised. Of course, making money was also a very real need.
You really think ahead, Wei Lin sighed.
I'm just thinking about getting into a good beast tamer high school, and you're already planning your future career.
Can't help it.
Su Ningyu smiled bitterly.
What else can I do?
I have no background or support.
His gaze involuntarily drifted out the window.
At that moment, the class teacher, Bayon, walked into the classroom with a serious expression and announced.
Students, listen up, next week we'll have a citywide mock entrance exam.
This exam not only relates to the high school entrance exam, but more importantly, the top 3 scores will be awarded a special admission assessment qualification for Beichen High School.
The classroom instantly erupted in excitement. Wei Lin quickly asked the teacher about the exam details. Beichen High School's special admission qualification.
This meant that as long as one performed outstandingly in the special admission assessment, they could still be admitted even with slightly lower exam scores.
Su Ningyu's eyes lit up. This was an excellent opportunity for him.
As long as he could perform well in the mock exam and secure the special admission qualification, he would have more time and energy to prepare for Little Bell's evolution.
Let's do our best, he whispered to Little Bell.
The little creature gently swayed inside the book, as if responding to its master's expectations.
The sunlight outside the window grew even brighter.
Su Ningyu knew that his opportunities were appearing one by one, and all he had to do was seize each one firmly. At this point, Wei Lin suddenly lowered her voice.
The mock exam should be a field combat assessment.
Su Ningyu's eyes flickered.
This was good news.
The field combat not only could help Little Bell level up, but it would also give it more battle experience needed for evolution. The bellflower has been progressing quickly lately.
The field combat assessment should be no problem.
The bell rang, signaling the start of class, and the teacher walked in to begin explaining beast taming combat strategies.
Su Ningyu listened while taking notes in the blank spaces of his textbook. However, his notes
all about how to use the talent of whipping and training in outdoor battles and its cultivation.
Not only that, Su Ningyu discovered that his whipping and training talent had a special effect in its cultivation.
If they don't listen, just whip them directly.
After school, Su Ningyu quickly walked through the bustling streets. He almost ran back home. He pushed the door open with one hand and tossed his backpack onto the desk.
He didn't even have time to drink water, and immediately spread out a thick stack of review materials.
Time is running out. He took a deep breath, and his gaze fell on the calendar on the wall. Only a few days were left until the city's junior high school entrance exam. All of the junior high schools in Binjiang City, those truly talented students and children from powerful families, someone like him, an ordinary citizen, could never compare. To surpass them, he had to practice even harder, burying himself in intense study. Su Ningyu could almost see countless training rooms, flashing with various attribute skill lights. Hearing the beasts of those outstanding peers roaring with fighting spirit. The special recruitment qualification for the city exam is certainly tempting, but it's definitely not just about that. Su Ningyu tapped his fingers on the desk, falling into deep thought. If my personal performance stands out, it could even boost the school's overall ranking. How could the school not offer something extra? Sure enough, not long after this thought flashed by, his phone on the desk began to vibrate. In the class group chat, the class teacher, Bayong, posted a notification that took everyone's breath away. Bayong, the school has just issued an incentive notice. In this citywide entrance exam, if any student makes it into the top 10 in individual scores, the school will provide an extra reward, a high-quality beast-exclusive nutrient solution, one per week, continuously provided until the high school entrance exam. The group chat instantly exploded. Zhang Quan, only high quality? My little fire dog has already been drinking high-quality flame essence for a while. The message exuded an unapologetic sense of superiority. Wang Hao, wow. Big Boss is awesome. Truly a rich family. By Yang at Zhang Quan, go home to show off. Look carefully, the school's reward is continuous. One per week, until the high school entrance exam. Continuous supply. Su Ningyu's pupils contracted slightly. The high-quality nutrient solution is expensive, the school really invested a lot this time. This isn't just a reward, it's more like a strategic investment. They are betting. Betting that some student could break into the top 10, bring glory to the school, and earn more resources and reputation. Wait. The excitement cooled slightly, and a question rose in his mind. Although the school had rewards in previous years, it had never been this generous. This sudden and massive reward seemed more like, there was a clear expectation? The name of Enqingyi almost immediately jumped into his mind. That girl, always with a calm face, and her rare azure serpent. And her talent for the beauty serpent skill. If the school thought anyone could steadily break into the top ranks, even reach the top 10, Enqingyi would undoubtedly be the most likely candidate. This reward might be for her. Or for top-tier seeds, including her, tailored as a catalyst. The pressure quietly spread, but soon it was replaced by an even hotter sense of competitiveness. He turned his head to look at the training area in the corner of the room. There, his partner, Bellflower Little Bell, was undergoing what could be called cruel self-training. Of course, cruel referred to other creatures. A fat frog. Rib bit. A normal fat frog bought from the food market, now lying hopelessly on the small platform. Little Bell's bud gently trembled. A thin but precise spark shot out, burning the frog's body. The fat frog convulsed in pain, nearing death's door. At the moment before it could perish, the crisp and ethereal, healing bell sound rang out. A soft halo enveloped the wound, healing at a visible speed. Immediately after, spark, again. The fat frog's eyes had shifted from initial terror to complete numbness and despair. It seemed to silently accuse, devil. You must be demons. Why not just solve me with a single strike? This method of treatment, repeatedly bouncing on the edge of death, certainly refines the control over the spark and enhances the effectiveness and speed of the healing bell. But it also severely tests the mental load of the beast tamer and the will of the beast. The small bell, though exhausted, with petals curling slightly at the edges, still held in its lively eyes the same unwavering persistence as Su Ningyu. Not fast enough, not strong enough, Su Ningyu murmured to himself as he withdrew his gaze. The school's generous rewards, hidden rivals, the city's talented, all these weighed down on his heart like huge stones, yet also transformed into the most direct motivation. He no longer delayed, walking to the quiet mat in the center of the room, sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes, and starting to fully activate the basic breathing technique. The air seemed to ripple slightly with his deep breaths, faint energy slowly being drawn in, nourishing his spirit, and subtly strengthening the invisible contract connection with the distant small bell. On the desk, there were towering piles of academic notes and beast tamer theory exercises. In the training area, the small bell endured the tedious, painful training. On the quiet mat, Su Ningyu focused on improving his cultivation, second by second. The small room, at this moment, was like a high-speed, precision gear, with every minute and second storing all its strength for the upcoming crucial exam that would determine their fate. As night deepened, the lights outside the window lit up one by one. Yet the boy and his beast were still silently and resolutely striving toward higher goals. With the system's hidden mechanism bonus, the small bell's growth was rapid. Of course, in order to support this extreme training mode, the consumption of resources was astounding. Without hesitation, Su Ningyu spent all the money from the water spirit fruit, exchanging it for large quantities of basic stamina recovery liquid.
Inside the training room, the scene could only be described as a repeating hell. The small bell gritted its teeth, repeatedly exhausting the last ounce of energy in its body, turning the spark from an initially erratic ember into a stable and blazing flame, turning the healing bell from an occasionally weak sound into a healing wave that always rang on time and had a controllable range. Whenever it was exhausted, with petals drooping and leaves trembling, almost collapsing to the ground, Su Ningyu would immediately give the small bell the stamina recovery liquid. The cool, gentle energy quickly spread, dispelling deep fatigue and allowing the small bell to re-enter the monotonous yet necessary repetitions after a brief rest. The fat frog had long given up struggling. Its empty eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, occasionally twitching, proving it was still alive. It had perhaps become the most tragic training tool in beast taming history, without comparison.
Chapter 20, Mastery Upgrade, the joint exam approaches. Sweat and effort. Under the catalyst of the hidden mechanism, a transformation finally arrived.
On the third day before the joint exam, during a full-scale practice, the small bell habitually released the spark toward the fat frog. This time, it wasn't just a flame but a solid, swift, and significantly hotter crimson ray.
Sizzle. A faint sound, accompanied by a light burnt smell. Clearly, this was the transformation effect from increased proficiency. The fat frog, which was once charred black, was now fully carbonized in the blink of an eye. It turned into a true crispy roasted frog, with a few stubborn wisps of smoke rising. The training room fell into a brief silence. Then, Su Ningyu's eyes burst with dazzling brilliance. Success! Little bell, your spark has reached the small success level. No, wait. Ding dong.
The healing bell quickly healed the crispy frog, which still had a breath left. Su Ningyu keenly noticed that the healing halo around the small bell had also become more solid. The crisp sound of the bell quickly healed the fat frog that was on the verge of death. The healing bell has also broken through.
This is amazing, you're truly incredible. Show me.
The small bell let out a tired but extremely excited cry, and the petals shook joyfully. It rubbed against Su Ningyu's hand.
Little Bell, it's all thanks to the master's teachings, working hard together with Little Bell. Little Bell can do even better.
Su Ningyu felt warmth in his heart as he gently stroked the petals and leaves, soft like velvet flowers. There was still a faint warmth left from the intense energy flow earlier.
We're in this together. Next, let's push forward together and see a broader sky at the joint exam.
After the excitement, the reality of the situation presented itself. Little Bell carefully pointed at the half-dead, crispy roasted frog on the ground that had been revived by the healing bell.
It seemed to be asking, Master, what should we do with this training partner?
There was even a hint of embarrassment in its tone. After all, it had tortured the frog for so long. Su Ningyu crouched down, carefully examining the fat frog that was being revived by the healing bell. He wasn't sure if it was due to some strange tolerance or mutation caused by the long-term extreme cycle of spark roasting and repeated healing bell repairs. Though the fat frog's body was charred black, its bones seemed unusually intact. There was even a faint, strange sheen emanating from it, as if it had been repeatedly tempered. The weak life force within it seemed not to have completely extinguished but had transformed into an extraordinarily tenacious, dormant state.
Interesting.
Su Ningyu stroked his chin, a thoughtful gleam flashing in his eyes. It seems that the high-pressure training method has had an unexpected effect on the training equipment itself.
We'll keep it, this is a hero. Wait for it.
Once it stabilizes, it might still be useful in training skills like light beam, hypnotic powder, or others. After all, it's hard to find such a tenacious sparring partner. As if to respond to Su Ningyu's words, the charred crispy frog twitched ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. In the air, there seemed to be a voice filled with deep anger, crying out, "Quack!
Devil! Joe Ba Pai! You still won't let me go even after this. Frog, my heart is full of bitterness." The day of the city's middle school joint exam finally arrived. In the morning, the written test portion. The only sounds in the exam hall were the rustling of writing and the occasional turning of pages. For Su Ningyu, who had experienced more rigorous knowledge system tests in his past life, the exam questions on beast mastery basics, attribute countering, common skill principles, basic breeding science, and history, geography, and culture subjects. Although they had some difficulty, they were still manageable. His thoughts were clear as he answered the questions, writing steadily, and by the time he handed in the paper, he had a rough idea of his performance. No need to worry about the written exam results. The real challenge lay in the afternoon's practical exam. All the third-year Beastmaster students participating in the joint exam were transported by bus to a tightly controlled area on the outskirts of the city. The scenery outside the bus windows gradually changed from bustling city streets to slightly desolate hills and forests, and finally, several buses stopped in front of an entrance marked with warning lines and watchtowers. A prominent sign at the entrance read, Jongbin City 3rd Junior Training Secret Realm. The students filed out of the buses, looking around with curiosity and nervousness. The air was filled with a damp, grassy, slightly bitter fragrance, a stark contrast to the city's atmosphere, and they could vaguely sense some kind of faint energy field. I heard from the older students. Wei Lin, holding his bubble frog with a little bubble on its forehead, said with a somewhat tense voice. This place was originally an unstable mini-secret realm entrance, cleaned and purified 2 or 3 years ago by the city's Beastmaster Association and the military. And stabilized for use as a practical training ground for us students. This is my first time in a place like this, still a bit nervous. Looking at the bubble frog in Wei Lin's arms, Su Ningyu couldn't help but think of his own white-skin frog that had completely laid flat. Yes, that's right, it should be called white skin now. He wasn't sure if it was due to the little bell's spark repeatedly tempering it thoroughly, or if some unknown potential had been awakened in that hellish loop of healing and hurting. Originally green, its skin had actually transformed in the last few days before the joint exam into a smooth, faintly glowing white. It had completely gone from an ingredient to a special monster. Although it was still in a deep state of self-isolation, thinking, who am I? Where am I? Whatever. Su Ningyu could feel that the white-skinned frog's life force seemed even more solidified than before, which was an unexpected gain. Su Ningyu, Wei Lin leaned in, lowering her voice to ask. Do you think you can make it into the top 10 in this joint exam? Wei Lin's eyes carried a bit of expectation, but also a hint of knowing it was difficult to reach. Su Ningyu scanned the surrounding peers, some excited, some serious, and some full of confidence. The beasts accompanying them were varied, some majestic, some fierce, some nimble, clearly carefully nurtured. He shook his head gently, his tone calm and objective. Who knows? This is a contest between all the middle schools in Jiangbin City, full of hidden talents. Not to mention those geniuses born from powerful families and piled-up resources, even among ordinary students, there might be some extraordinary talents. Top 10, it's not easy. Although Su Ningyu said this to Wei Lin, he was quite confident about the special training bellflower. Wei Lin's expression clearly flickered with a sense of loneliness, and he sighed. Instinctively, he hugged the bubble frog in his arms a little tighter. Chapter 21, Sleeping Dragon, Phoenix Chick, Chai Huai. Wei Lin sighed. Ah. If only I had a dad as rich as Zhang Quan. At least I could give Bubble Frog better nutrients, and the skill training wouldn't be so tight. Su Ningyu was about to say something comforting, like resources are important, but the bond between a beast tamer and their beast, and effort, are just as crucial. But then a familiar voice, with a touch of mockery, interrupted. Yo! I heard someone mention my name? Who's behind me praising how handsome I am? Su Ningyu. Wei Lin. Both of them turned their heads. They saw Zhang Quan walking over, wearing an eye-catching outfit. His fiery red slim pants tightly wrapped around his legs. His jacket was a black one with sequins, and exaggerated brown sunglasses rested on his nose. His hair was clearly styled with gel, carefully done. He was followed by a small, shiny-coated fire dog, who also walked proudly, exuding the same I'm the brightest vibe as its owner. Wei Lin immediately rolled his eyes. He retorted with annoyance, you think you're handsome? That's called being flashy. It's blinding people's eyes first thing in the morning. Zhang Quan immediately reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, pointing at Wei Lin. Wei Lin, talk properly. Who's flashy? This is fashion. It's unique. Do you understand appreciation? Wei Lin, holding the bubble frog, scanned him up and down, with disdain almost spilling out of his eyes. Which good person wears such fiery red skinny pants? And matches it with a sequined jacket and sunglasses? Are you going to a secret realm or a runway show? If you're not flashy, who is? Su Ningyu quietly listened from the side, his gaze involuntarily lingering on Zhang Quan's outfit for 2 seconds. Then he subtly nodded. Based on general aesthetics and the actual environment, Wei Lin's evaluation was quite fair. Zhang Quan indeed looked a bit flashy at this moment. Seeing Su Ningyu's silent approval, Wei Lin immediately felt supported, standing a little straighter and raising his chin at Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan was furious, seeing Su Ningyu still agreeing with Wei Lin's words. He was furious. As for Su Ningyu, he had nothing to say. Thinking of the humiliation at the club, he chose to ignore it. But he immediately turned his gun to the bubble frog in Wei Lin's arms. Heh, I'm the one who's flirtatious? Can I be as flirtatious as you? Always treating this blueskin frog like your treasure, hugging it wherever you go. Is it your child? Are you its mother? So inseparable. Bubble frog? The following situation unfolded. You're the flirtatious one. Just like that red-haired dog of yours, you're all flaunting it. No, you're the one. You're holding that frog like a mom, and still have the nerve to say something. You're the flirt. You're even more flirtatious. The two immediately entered their familiar, elementary school-level argument mode.
pointing at each other, back and forth. Their vocabulary may have lacked power, but their childishness was on full display. Su Ningyu saw the scene and expressionlessly took 2 steps back, creating some distance. His actions clearly indicated, I don't know these two people who are accusing each other. Other students around them were also drawn to the scene, some holding back laughter, some shaking their heads in silence. Most of them were more focused on the upcoming practical assessment, both excited and nervous. This distracted from the comical scene caused by the brief quarrel. At the entrance to the secret realm, teachers and exam staff from various schools had already started gathering the teams. When the homeroom teacher Bai Yong rushed to the gathering point, he immediately spotted the sleeping dragon and phoenix chick of his class. At that moment, they were like 2 fighting cocks, pointing at each other. Engaged in an endless, childish loop of "You're the flirt. No, you're the flirt." Surrounding them were students from other classes and schools, their gazes filled with curiosity, mockery, and the thought, are these two here to make us laugh? Bai Yong felt a vein throbbing on his temple. An impulse surged within him, should I pretend I don't know them and leave now? He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the thought of shoving these two back under the school bus. The assessment was about to start, and as the team leader, what could he do? He could only stiffen his face and shout in a tone 3 times harsher than usual, almost growling, Class 1, Grade 9. Gather. Now. Immediately. The shout worked wonders. Wei Lin and Zhang Quan fell silent instantly, like ducks with their necks pinched. They exchanged a glare, then sheepishly ran back to their class's team. Bai Yong looked at their retreating figures, feeling utterly exhausted, and muttered under his breath. Really embarrassed all the way to the city's joint exam. He rubbed his temples, began counting the students, and explained the important points about entering the secret realm and the basic rules of the practical exam. Once the gathering was complete, while they waited for their groups to enter the secret realm, Su Ningyu finally had time to carefully observe the competitors from other schools. His gaze swept through the crowd and quickly settled on a young man, surrounded by a number of students from the 10th high school. The man stood tall, his face cold, wearing a well-fitted deep blue training suit. Even from a distance, there was a faint, cold aura around him that stood out in stark contrast to the surrounding noise. At his feet lay a wolf-like beast with a strong build and unusual fur color. Half of its fur was ice crystal silver with a bluish tint, while the other half was a fiery dark red like molten lava, the rare dual-element beast, the ice flame wolf. Chai Buohuai from the 10th high, Su Ningyu silently thought, his expression growing more serious. The eldest son of the Chai family, not only is his family background prestigious, but he's also rumored to have the cold flame talent, perfectly suited to the ice flame wolf. This guy is definitely a tough competitor. On the other side, Zhang Quan and Wei Lin had stopped arguing. Zhang Quan followed Su Ningyu's gaze and looked at Chai Buohuai, clicking his tongue. I've heard that his ice flame wolf is already solidly at the black iron rank 5, and might even be on the verge of rank 6. TSK, this starting point is just. Wei Lin, holding her bubble frog, sighed upon hearing this, her voice filled with helpless reality. Sure enough, there's a clear divide between people. Sometimes, it's already destined from the amniotic fluid. It's already difficult for him to support a bubble frog and provide basic training. Compared to someone like Chai Buohuai, a heir with unlimited resources, the gap is as wide as a chasm. Zhang Quan opened his mouth, wanting to refute or say something comforting, but found himself at a loss for words. His family is well off, and his little fire dog is using top-quality nutritional fluid, so it's naturally hard for him to truly understand the anxiety and helplessness of Wei Lin, who lacks resources. He could only awkwardly rub his nose and change the subject. By the way, speaking of seed candidates, I heard that the school has placed all their hopes on Enqingyi this time. Internal news says the school firmly believes she can at least make it into the top 10, possibly even higher. Su Ningyu's gaze shifted to the other side. He looked at Enqingyi. Enqingyi was quietly talking with a few girls, her face carrying a gentle smile, which was a little different from her usual cool demeanor. Beside Enqingyi, a small snake, with scales shimmering with a healthy glow, coiled quietly around her wrist. It was her summoned beast, the Jade Song Snake. Her Jade Song Snake is indeed impressive, Su Ningyu whispered, not ignoring this potential powerful opponent. Zhang Quan seemed to recall some painful memories. He turned to Su Ningyu, his tone complex. Hey, don't just talk about others. Su Ningyu, do you think you can make it into the top 10 this time? He had personal experience. His little fire dog reached black iron level 4 with resources. But when sparring against Su Ningyu in the club, facing that seemingly fragile bellflower, he was repeatedly thwarted. Not only was that flower's healing ability annoying, but its attacks also became increasingly tricky. Let alone its strange resilience, jumping around and becoming stronger with each battle. Zhang Quan felt like he and his little fire dog had almost become the best sharpening stones for Su Ningyu and the little bellflower. Thinking of this, Zhang Quan's heart let out a cry, Dad, it seems like I've accidentally become someone else's stepping stone for climbing to greater heights. Facing Zhang Quan's question, Su Ningyu didn't answer immediately. He glanced at the little bellflower quietly resting on his shoulder, its petals slightly closed, seeming to recharge. Then he looked around at the formidable opponents and their summoned beasts. The results of extreme training. The day before yesterday, his little bellflower leveled up again and had reached Black Iron level 5. As for him, due to his breathing techniques, he was also beginning to approach the level of a Black Iron grade beast master. After a moment, he looked back and spoke in a calm tone, yet with an undeniable determination. I'll try my best to make it into the top 10. There were no grandiose words, no exaggerated promises, just a statement of a goal and the resolve to work hard to achieve it. Zhang Quan and Wei Lin both turned their heads at the same time and silently looked at him. Their gazes were filled with complexity.
There was a hint of, is this guy being a little too calm?
In the grand citywide exam, when making the top 10 came out of Su Ningyu's mouth, it felt both heavy with significance and yet as if it was a given. The light curtain at the entrance of the secret realm began to fluctuate regularly, and the staff's loudspeaker rang out.
The assessment is about to officially begin. All candidates, please get ready. Class teacher Bai Yong stood at the front of the class one last time. His gaze swept over the children who were about to step into the real combat secret realm. He suppressed the speechless feeling in his heart due to Zhang Quan's fire-red battle robe.
Clearing his throat, his tone was a rare mix of seriousness and warmth. Although this is a joint exam, and the secret realm has been thoroughly cleaned and controlled by the authorities, making it relatively safe, you must remember that you are still just trainee beast masters. The wilderness and secret realms, even this kind of training secret realm, have never been an absolutely safe playground.
Accidents and dangers always exist. The death rate happens every year.
His gaze paused on a few students who were usually more impulsive. Especially, Zhang Quan, who was subconsciously adjusting the collar of his sequin jacket, caught a glimpse of it. He continued, if you encounter a danger beyond your capability or if your beast is heavily injured, don't hesitate.
Retreat immediately or press the distress signal. Grades are important, but your life, and your partner's life, are even more important. Zhang Quan felt Bai Yong's gaze and subconsciously shrank his neck. However, as he looked at his proud little firehound beneath him, he puffed out his chest again, clearly not taking the warning too seriously. Bai Yong saw this, and a vein popped out on his forehead, silently thinking, forget it, people have to hit the wall themselves. Only by taking a few losses can they truly grow. I hope the loss won't be too big. Let me emphasize the rules of the assessment again. Bai Yong raised his voice. You get points by killing or effectively driving away the wild beasts released or bred in the secret realm. Different types and strengths of beasts have different points.
Your performance in actual combat and tactical application will also be recorded by hidden monitoring equipment, as auxiliary reference for scoring. He scanned the group, looking at the young faces, some nervous, some excited, and some pretending to be calm, before finally waving his hand.
I've said everything I needed to. Check your equipment and distress bracelets.
When you're ready, go to your respective entrance passages according to the instructions. Remember, once inside, it's a random teleportation.
Ensure your safety first after landing, then think about earning points. Good luck to you all. Attention all candidates. The practical exam now begins. Please enter the designated passage in order.
A massive broadcast echoed through the assembly area, carrying an undeniable sense of formality.
Each school had a designated entrance. Su Ningyu followed the crowd and stepped into the blue light membrane passage belonging to Qingsong Middle School.
A slight dizziness and a sense of space distortion hit him, and the scene in front of him changed instantly. By the time his feet were on solid ground, he found himself in the middle of a dense forest. Tall trees blocked out the sky, and beneath his feet was a soft layer of humus, mixed with the smell of grass and damp earth. Everything around was exceptionally quiet, with only the sound of wind rustling through the leaves and faint bird calls from a distance. Indeed, there was no one in sight within his line of sight.
Random teleportation, landing as a lone wolf, huh? Su Ningyu didn't hesitate for a second.
With a thought, his beast's face opened. A flash of light, and the bellflower, a small bell, lightly floated out and landed on his shoulder, then cautiously hovered, the faint green healing aura rippling gently. The two emerald leaves slowly rotated like radars, while the petals closed up, assuming a combat-ready stance.
Show me. Master, there's something around.
The little bell conveyed a clear, slightly nervous thought through their contract. Su Ningyu's brow immediately furrowed, and his sharp gaze scanned the dimly lit forest around him.
Sense danger? What direction specifically? This wasn't good news. He hadn't even caught his breath from landing and was already encountering wild beasts? His luck couldn't be that bad, right?
The little bell's leaves pointed towards a particularly dense bush to the left ahead, where the silence felt a bit deliberate.
Just as Su Ningyu was fully focused, preparing for a potential ambush.
Outside the secret realm, in a special room filled with huge screens beside the monitoring center set up specifically for the joint examination. The team leaders from each school, some education department officials, and observers from the Beast Association gathered here.
On the largest screen in the center, several leaderboards were rapidly refreshing and generating. On the left side was the school-specific leaderboard, showing the real-time scores and rough rankings of students from that school. On the right was the crucial citywide joint examination practical total score real-time leaderboard, displaying the scores of all candidates. The assessment had just begun for less than a minute, and most students' scores were still at 0. Suddenly, at the very bottom of the total score list, two names nearly simultaneously had their numbers jump from 0 to 5. Chapter 23, Fangtooth White Ape, Ancient Sequence? Oh. A student has already encountered and solved a battle so quickly? An observer, surprised, pushed up his glasses. Can't believe it, right from the start, a student has solved the beast mastery. Which school's expert is this? Starts fighting as soon as they land? Staff quickly retrieved the information. It's Chaibohuai from Chengsong 10 Middle School, and also Su Ningyu from Chengsong 4 Middle School. Two names, one after the other. Both almost simultaneously earned their first points. The opening shot of the city's junior high school beast mastery competition had been fired. A low murmur of discussion echoed in the room. Many people's gazes, especially the teachers from 10 Middle and 4 Middle, instantly focused on those two freshly lit up names. In the secret forest, Su Ningyu was unaware that his name had quietly appeared on the external monitoring scoreboard. His attention was entirely focused on the small-scale skirmish that had just taken place. On the ground lay a creature covered in rough white short fur, resembling a monkey. Its sharp, white tusks protruded from its mouth. Even in its unconscious state, it exuded a fierce aura. It was a beast mastery fanged white ape. Its strength usually ranked at the black iron first stage. A typical carnivorous, aggressive, low-level beast. Just now, this creature had ambushed Su Ningyu from behind a bush, attempting a surprise attack as soon as he landed. But before it could show off its proud tusks, it was hit directly in a critical spot by Little Bell's precise and powerful beam skill, instantly taking it down. Fanged white ape. Su Ningyu crouched down quickly to check, confirming its death. This type of beast's individual strength was at the bottom of the black iron rank, and its intelligence was often offline. But they had one extremely troublesome characteristic. They were social animals. Tisk, just as expected. As soon as Su Ningyu stood up, he heard a dense rustling and sharp squeaking from the treetops. Looking up, he saw dozens of white figures emerging from the branches of several nearby large trees. They bared the same sharp tusks, their red eyes fixed intently on Su Ningyu and Little Bell below. They emitted threatening growls, some of them already shaking the branches in agitation, throwing small fruits or broken twigs down. In an instant, Su Ningyu found himself surrounded by at least a dozen fanged white apes from all directions. If this were a regular student, someone who had only recently become an apprentice beast master, they would surely panic in the face of such a situation. But Su Ningyu simply raised an eyebrow, a look of understanding flashing in his eyes. He didn't panic at all, instead, the corner of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Attack all at once? He muttered to himself, his voice calm, carrying a trace of well-trained steadiness. Do they think my Little Bell would be afraid of this? The past hellish training wasn't just about mastering individual skills. It was also about how to deal with multiple opponents, how to protect oneself and counter effectively when surrounded. This was one of the topics he and Little Bell had repeatedly simulated and analyzed. After all, in real combat, anything could happen. Little Bell, Su Ningyu calmly issued the command. At the same time, he began to carefully move backward, searching for a more open, better vantage point to observe the entire situation. Sleep powder, maximum range, wide area spread. Show me. Understood. Little Bell responded crisply, its small body nimbly ascending, hovering above the center of the group of white apes. Its flower bud began to spin quickly, like the core of a miniature silver storm. As it spun, countless tiny, sparkling silver-white powders, like the first delicate snow of early winter, quietly fell, enveloping a large area below. Sleep powder. A control skill commonly used by grass-type or bug-type beasts. It could put opponents who inhaled or were touched by it into a deep sleep. The sleep powder released by Little Bell. The range is wide, and the concentration is high, clearly showing a considerable level of skill. Su Ningyu had already held his breath and retreated to the edge of the area where the powder was floating. He certainly didn't want to experience the effects of his own beast taming skills. After all, this sleep powder is indiscriminate, and if he got any on him, he'd fall asleep immediately. The intelligence of the tusked white monkeys in the trees is indeed questionable. At first, they were curious about the silver snow falling from the sky. A few even reached out their claws to catch it or curiously sniffed it. However, the next moment, drowsiness swept over them like a tide. The few white monkeys that touched the powder instantly slowed down, their eyes becoming dazed, swaying a few times before thud, thud, falling directly from the trees several meters high. They crashed into the thick layer of fallen leaves, instantly falling into a deep sleep, even letting out soft snoring sounds.
The other white monkeys, seeing this, were so startled they started making yaya noises. They finally understood that this beautiful silver powder was no good.
In panic, they tried to avoid it.
Some desperately swatted at the powder that might have gotten on them, while others tried to hide higher up or behind denser leaves. But the position where the little bell floated and the range the powder spread had been calculated. Additionally, the air in the forest was relatively still, and many of the white monkeys still couldn't fully avoid it.
One after another, more white monkeys fell victim, their eyelids fluttering, struggling a few times before, like dumplings, plummeting from the trees.
For a while, on the forest floor, several dozen white monkeys were lying around, fast asleep, creating a rather comical scene. Of course, there were some tusked white monkeys that managed to avoid it, but they were eventually caught by the little bell's light beam skills in one wave. Looking at the battle results, Su Ningyu shook his head slightly, feeling a little sentimental. The tusked white monkey tribe certainly has weak intelligence, they're impulsive, overly curious, but things are never absolute. He thought of the powerful beings nurtured within the beast taming sequences. The ancient sequence of beast gods. If they can evolve to the silver rank, becoming a magic tooth baboon, it would be an intelligent, cunning, and fierce beast, with both strength and wisdom, a sought-after partner for many beast tamers.
Unfortunately, Su Ningyu glanced at the corpses on the ground.
Evolving into an ancient sequence magic tooth baboon requires rare materials, and the cost is extremely high, with a low success rate. The input-to-output ratio is just too unfavorable, so few would choose to contract a tusked white monkey for main cultivation, at most catching them for research or using them as low-level labor.
The battle ended quickly.
Su Ningyu raised his wrist and glanced at the special watch provided by the school, which was connected to the Secret Realms point system. The numbers on the dial had changed.
Good start. One tusked white monkey is worth 1 point. Not bad.
Although the individual points were low, the sheer number made up for it.
In just a few minutes, Su Ningyu earned a total of 11 points. He didn't waste time and continued on his way. Chapter 24, Sunflower, the teacher who teaches photosynthesis. Let's go, little bell.
There's a lot of noise here, it might attract other things, or other exam candidates.
Su Ningyu called out. He had just left not long ago.
In the depths of the dense forest, it seemed there were other eyes watching the area that had just experienced a brief disturbance. In the external monitoring room, the points representing Su Ningyu silently jumped from 11 to 12, then slowly changed to 13.
His ranking began to steadily rise on the overall leaderboard, quietly and steadily. Su Ningyu did not stay in place for too long. He knew that in the secret realm, staying still or lingering for too long could bring unexpected risks. With Little Bell, Su Ningyu began to actively search for other wild beasts suitable for practicing and gaining points on safer paths. Although tusked white monkeys are numerous, and the points come quickly, their individual strength is too weak, and their combat style is too simple. Su Ningyu cautiously moved through the forest. While thinking, this joint exam practice, of course, the results are important, but more importantly, it's a rare and relatively safe opportunity for experience. With this in mind, Su Ningyu deliberately avoided another area where faint sounds of the white monkey's calls could be heard. Instead, he turned to explore in another direction. Soon, the view before him opened up, revealing a relatively flat grassland filled with short grass and scattered shrubs. Along the way, he was not alone. Or hear the faint sounds of skills colliding from a distance. These were other candidates from different schools. According to the rules, the practical exam at the middle school level, especially such a large-scale joint exam, strictly forbids candidates from attacking each other. Everyone had just awakened their Beastmaster's manual, ensuring fairness and safety. This allows them to focus their attention on battles with wild beasts. Therefore, even if they met by chance, both sides would only glance at each other warily, confirm that the other had no intention of attacking, and then silently choose different directions to leave. They avoided unnecessary conflicts or attracting more trouble. While carefully searching at the edge of the grassland, Su Ningyu's gaze was drawn to a golden, shining color. It was a low-growing plant with delicate stems topped by bright flowers that looked like miniature suns. The petals were a dazzling golden yellow, and at the center of the flower disc, a soft yet continuous halo of light was gathered. Sunflower? Su Ningyu's eyes brightened as he recognized this special but not rare spiritual plant. Sunflowers, a type of non-aggressive plant that cannot directly enhance a beast's attributes, are unique spiritual plants. Its greatest characteristic is its ability to efficiently absorb energy from sunlight and convert it into soft heat stored in the petals. At night, this stored energy slowly releases, causing the flower to emit a constant, gentle light. Like natural little nightlights. Therefore, although it doesn't nourish specific attribute beasts like the water spirit fruit, due to its unique beauty and practicality, it is often cultivated as an ornamental or auxiliary lighting plant. Su Ningyu walked closer, carefully observing these little suns gently swaying in the breeze. Looking at the stable and warm halo in the center of their flower discs, a thought that he had previously overlooked suddenly became clear in his mind. Right. How did I not think of this earlier?
Su Ningyu lightly tapped his forehead, a mix of frustration and excitement appearing on his face. He had been worried about how Xiao Lingdang could quickly master the key skill of photosynthesis. Every day, he made Xiao Lingdang observe the sun, as he did with teaching Xiao Lingdang the moonlight skill, in hopes that Xiao Lingdang would understand the skill of photosynthesis.
But understanding the moonlight skill itself involved an element of luck, let alone mastering the skill of photosynthesis. The skill of photosynthesis was one of the core requirements for the bellflower's evolution into the sunlight flower. Conventional teaching methods are slow, while photosynthesis itself is a highly efficient process of absorbing, converting, and storing light energy. The sunflowers before him, with their innate ability to store and emit light and heat. This was the most natural, vivid demonstration of photosynthesis, wasn't it? Although there are differences between the energy cycle systems of spiritual plants and beast masters, the basic principles of absorbing and converting light energy are the same. In this regard, sunflowers are almost expert-level beings.
Furthermore, since bellflower is itself a plant-type beast, learning might be easier.
Xiao Lingdang, come over here and take a look. Su Ningyu called out.
Xiao Lingdang floated over, curious. The petal gently touched the nearest sunflower. Immediately, a warm and pure energy was felt.
Xiao Mi? Master, are you asking me to learn how these flowers absorb sunlight in order to master photosynthesis?
The little bell was very clever and immediately understood Su Ningyu's intention. As a beast with plant attributes, it was naturally attuned to light, highly sensitive to light energy. At this moment, up close to the sunflower, a vague insight began to emerge in its mind.
Su Ningyu nodded affirmatively, his expression serious. Right now, we don't have a better shortcut. To evolve into a sunflower, aside from having your strength reach the peak of Black Iron 9th level, another requirement is mastering the photosynthesis skill. This skill not only allows you to quickly restore stamina under abundant sunlight, but is also the foundation for mastering stronger light-based skills and further enhancing the life level in the future. These sunflowers are the best teachers. Su Ningyu no longer hesitated.
He carefully began collecting some sunflowers. He wasn't greedily digging them all up, but selectively picking flowers that were in good condition, with full halos, while leaving enough plants to ensure that the small group could continue to reproduce. The little bell stretched out its leaves, gently holding a sunflower that was passed over, feeling the steady flow of light and heat energy within, as well as the silent breathing rhythm. It lifted its head, its petals slightly opening, conveying a firm and positive intent.
Show me. I understand, Master.
I will observe carefully and work hard to learn.
This is my path of evolution, I will definitely master photosynthesis.
Looking at the little bell holding the sunflower, in a serious study pose, Su Ningyu felt a surge of warmth and confidence in his heart. He stretched out his hand, gently stroking the smooth, warm petals of the little bell, his voice soft but full of strength.
I know you will. Let's work hard together.
Su Ningyu was very happy. Even in the joint exam, he could find a way for the little bell to learn photosynthesis.
Chapter 25, Abandoned Sun Zhuowei. On Su Ningyu's side. Little bell, let's take a break. After several hours of searching and fighting, it wasn't just the exhaustion of the beast's stamina and energy. It was also a considerable test of the beast master's mental focus. Hearing Su Ningyu's command, the little bell, who had been on alert, softly said Xiaomi. Its petals, somewhat tired, gathered a bit, falling onto the master's shoulder. It nestled close to Su Ningyu's neck. Relying solely on fighting willpower and the little stamina left won't last much longer. Su Ningyu sat down against a large tree. He took out a few wild fruits he had casually collected from his bag. During joint exams, and for any future exams, students are not allowed to bring in any medicine or weapons, or they would be considered cheating. But items found in the secret realm that aid recovery are not a problem. One of the berries in Su Ningyu's hand was common in the secret realm. It was full of water and slightly sweet. Although it contained no special energy, it could somewhat replenish stamina. Su Ningyu carefully wiped it clean and handed it to the little bell. The little bell took small bites, conveying a feeling of satisfaction and relaxation. Su Ningyu also took a few bites of the fruit, but his gaze was on the points table on his wrist. The rankings were slowly fluctuating, the competition was intense. While recovering, he was also mentally calculating. Searching for isolated or small groups of beasts to gain points in this step-by-step manner is still not efficient enough. If I want to steadily break into the top 10, or even the top 3 to compete for the special recruitment exam qualification for Beichen High School, I must think of another way. His gaze fell on the surrounding vines and tough shrub branches. An idea flashed through his mind. He couldn't just command the little bell. Although the main combat power was the little bell, the Beastmaster themselves can also play an unexpected role in survival and assisting in combat in the wild. With this in mind, he stood up.
He selected several branches of moderate thickness and good flexibility, along with vines, and began to get busy. His fingers swiftly moved, weaving and knotting. Before long, a rough yet sturdy and flexible simple vine whip appeared in his hand. He swung it twice, the sound of the air being split by the whip whoosh whoosh. Not bad. Su Ningyu weighed the vine whip in his hand, his eyes sharp, filled with eagerness to try. Talent should come into play now. I can't always let Little Belle be at the forefront. I need to find a way to share the pressure and create opportunities. Just as he finished making the vine whip and was thinking about how to integrate it into the next tactical move. Ah! A sharp, terrified female scream suddenly came from the dense forest to the left. It shattered the temporary peace. Su Ningyu immediately tensed his body, his gaze shifting toward the source of the sound. Little Belle also immediately went on alert. It flew up from his shoulder, hovering in front of him, with a faint green aura glowing. Was it a candidate in danger? Or was it some special situation? Su Ningyu tightened his grip on the vine whip. Without hesitation, he lowered his body and silently and swiftly crept toward the direction from which the scream came. Over on Sun Zhuowei's side. At this moment, Sun Zhuowei was filled with anger. She hated herself for being too naive. She had easily trusted the proposal from her two so-called good sisters in the same class. Because her beast was a bellflower, skilled in healing and control. And her so-called good sisters' beasts were focused on defense and close combat. The three of them had initially discussed collaborating. By complementing each other's strengths, they should be able to achieve better results and greater safety in the joint exam. At first, everything went smoothly. They cooperated to deal with several waves of low-level beasts, steadily increasing their points. However, when they accidentally ventured near a dark cave and disturbed the 3 black iron tier 3 poison sting bats living there, everything changed. These bats were not only fast but their attacks carried a paralyzing toxin. They could also flap their wings to emit confusing sound waves and cutting wind blades, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Faced with the sudden danger, Sun Zhuowei never imagined that the sound coming from behind her would not be the light from a helping skill, but rather the hurried sound of footsteps fading away in a low, but clear, voice saying, "Run." Let her bellflower hold them off. Those two so-called sisters had turned and run without hesitation, leaving her and her bellflower behind to face the 3 ferocious poison sting bats. It's just a joint exam, you actually set me up like this. Sun Zhuowei muttered through gritted teeth, tears welling up in her eyes. But more than that, it was the rage from being betrayed. Wait until I get you back. Reality, however, did not allow her to indulge in anger. The 3 poison sting bats let out sharp screeches, turning into 3 dark purple shadows, rushing at her with a foul wind. Sun Zhuowei could only command her floating beast. While desperately using the healing bellflower to maintain her own state, she tried to create an escape opportunity using the sleep powder. Floating, full-range sleep powder. See if we can make them fall asleep. Silver powder spread in the dim forest. However, the leading poison bat flapped its wings, and 2 sharp miniature wind blades crossed each other. They easily blew the scattered powder into disarray, and the silver powder couldn't even get close. Damn it! I knew it wouldn't work. Sun Zhuowei's heart sank. The poison sting bats were extremely sensitive to air currents, making such small-scale control skills ineffective. What should she do? Fight head-on? Though floating had good healing abilities, its attack power was poor, and facing 3 fast, poisonous, and capable of long-range harassment bats, there was no chance of winning. Could it be that she had no choice but to press the emergency ring and give up on this joint exam? She was unwilling. Fear, anxiety, and dizziness from rapid exhaustion mixed together. She continued to command floating, struggling to dodge the poison sting bat's dives, bites, and scattered wind blades. However, misfortune does not come alone. In her extreme anxiety and distraction, she failed to notice the tangled tree roots beneath her feet. Ah! With a painful cry, Sun Zhuowei was violently tripped and fell to the ground. A sharp pain shot through her ankle as her whole body lurched forward. Pow Pow screamed and tried to grab her, but it was of no use. 3 poison-spiked bats circled in the air. Their blood-red eyes locked onto their fallen prey, emitting even more excited shrieks. They swiftly dove down. Their sharp claws glistened in the light. Despair instantly overwhelmed Sun Zhuowei. In that split second, a green figure shot out from behind a bush on the side like a bolt of lightning. It struck the fastest of the poison-spiked bats with pinpoint accuracy. Although it wasn't a skill, the force was enough, accompanied by a whistling wind. The bat was thrown off course, its attack trajectory deviating. Then, a soft yet firm healing chime echoed through the air. A gentle green light enveloped Sun Zhuowei, and the sharp pain in her ankle immediately eased significantly. Sun Zhuowei looked up in shock and saw a handsome young boy in the Qingzhong 4th High School uniform, holding a simple yet practical vine whip, his calm gaze standing between her and the poison-spiked bats. "Classmate, can you move?" The boy didn't turn around, his voice was clear and steady.
Chapter 26, Rescue. The poison-spiked bats are full of materials. After helping Sun Juewei get up, Su Ningyu turned his gaze firmly toward the 3 poison-spiked bats circling in the air ahead, their shrill cries exuding a dangerous aura. Poison-spiked bats.
A typical beast of the Black Iron 3rd tier with both poison and wind attributes. They weren't large, with a wingspan of about half a meter, and their bodies were dark purple.
The poison glands could be vaguely seen on their wing membranes. Their small fangs glowed with a faint blue sheen, clearly imbued with deadly poison.
They flew silently, able to glide with air currents, fast and agile. They could also flap their wings to create cutting wind blades, making them a tricky opponent for novice beast masters.
In the world of beast mastery, poison and ghost attribute beasts.
For an apprentice beast master who has just awakened the Beast Master's Handbook, with shallow spiritual power and insufficient experience, they are usually strictly warned or even prohibited from contracting and raising these beasts by their mentors.
The reason is simple.
The energies of these 2 attributes tend to carry strong corrosive or negative qualities, or unpredictable traits. They easily backlash the Beast Master's mind,
causing mental contamination, emotional outbursts, or even contract collapse.
Unless it's a family legacy, with unique secret methods, resources, or mental training to ensure a stable bond from the start and suppress its negative traits.
Otherwise, very few beast masters would choose them as their initial partners.
But at this moment, Su Ningyu faced the 3 wild poison-spiked bats, and instead of any fear or disgust, there was a barely noticeable trace of joy in his eyes.
Poison-spiked bats, they are full of treasures, Su Ningyu thought to himself.
Especially their fangs, which contain pure poison energy. This material can only be generated by poison attribute beasts at specific growth stages or in certain environments, and it has a wide range of uses.
For some plant type, insect type, or even certain special attribute beasts. By absorbing or blending the energy from the fangs in a special way,
there is a chance to comprehend rare poison-based skills, adding unexpected variations to tactical systems. At the same time, it is also an essential auxiliary material or catalyst in many beast evolution paths.
Little Bell, Su Ningyu's voice was low and clear, carrying a hint of the hunter's excitement. Do you see those 3 poison-spiked bats?
They are good stuff, don't let them escape.
Finish it quickly. Show me. Little Bell responded, flying in front of Su Ningyu, its petals slightly closing.
At the center of its flower bud, pure light energy quickly gathered. Clearly understanding the meaning of swift battle, swift decision, he directly prepared to use his powerful attack skill. Beside him, Sun Juewei, still shaken, was stunned when she saw that Su Ningyu's beast was also a bellflower.
Her heart sank in an instant.
Her own Pao Piao was also a bellflower. She knew better than anyone how disastrous it was when chased by the poisonous stingbat just now.
Although the bellflower had good healing and control abilities, its attacking power was generally weak.
Faced with 3 fast, poisonous, 3rd-tier black iron poisonous stingbats, it was good enough to protect oneself, let alone resolve them. There's something, Sun Juewei's voice trembled, carrying a pleading tone.
The opponent has 3 3rd-tier black iron poisonous stingbats.
My Pao Pao is also a bellflower, I know we can't win.
They're too fast, and they have poison. We should try to escape, right?
She feared that this reckless classmate, full of youthful spirit, might throw both of them into danger.
Su Ningyu didn't even glance at her.
He simply replied indifferently, his tone as calm as if he were facing 3 ferocious wild beasts. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Upon hearing this, Sun Juewei's heart froze, nearly giving in to despair.
It will be over soon, that's true.
But I'm afraid it will be us who are quickly dealt with by the poisonous stingbats. However, before her pessimistic thoughts could fully settle in, what happened before her eyes made her freeze in place. Sun Juewei's mouth involuntarily opened slightly, her pupils shrinking in an instant. She saw that the bellflower in front of Su Ningyu had already gathered energy to its peak at the flower's core. This wasn't the usual gentle healing light of a bellflower, but 3 extremely condensed, sharp, blazing white energy spheres.
Beam triple shot. Su Ningyu's command was simple and powerful. Whoosh! 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 3 blazing white beams shot out almost simultaneously. They were so fast that they left behind 3 fleeting afterimages in the air. The 3 poisonous stingbats, which were still circling and searching for attack angles, seemed to sense the fatal threat and frantically tried to dodge or release wind blades to interfere. But it was too late.
The 3 beams were as accurate as if calculated by the most precise instruments. They locked onto the weak points of the 3 poisonous stingbats.
The chest.
The beams pierced through their relatively weak wing membranes and muscles without obstruction, directly entering their bodies. Screech! 3 short, shrill cries almost rang out at the same time. Immediately afterward, the 3 purple-black figures in the air suddenly froze. Then, like kites with broken strings, they plummeted straight down.
Thud! Thud!
Thud, 3 muffled sounds as they crashed heavily onto the leaf-covered ground, twitching twice before falling silent. The edges of the wounds where the beams had pierced their bodies even had slight scorch marks, but very little blood flowed out. The high temperature of the beams instantly burned and sealed the wounds.
Instant kill.
Clean and swift, with no hesitation. The 3 third-tier black iron poisonous sting bats that had forced Sun Zhuowei and her Piao Piao into a desperate retreat and nearly made them give up on the exam. In front of Su Ningyu and the little bellflower, not even one round was fought before they were instantly killed. Sun Zhuowei was completely stunned, her mind blank. She could only stare at the 3 dead poisonous sting bats on the ground. Then, in disbelief, she looked toward the calm-faced young man who had retracted his whip. And the seemingly fragile bellflower beside him, whose petals were glowing with light.
How is this possible?
She finally found her voice again, filled with extreme shock and confusion.
Your bellflower, how can it use beam skills at this stage? How is it so powerful?
Sun Zhuowei was truly shocked.
But Su Ningyu didn't pay much attention to her astonishment.
Instead, he began processing the bodies of the poisonous sting bats, collecting materials.
What is this?
Sun Zhuowei was also dumbfounded when she saw the scene. Her family was considered wealthy, and she could have contracted a very good beast, but because she liked the bellflower herself. So she contracted the bellflower. She was somewhat confused about Su Ningyu now collecting materials from the poison bats.
You can leave and continue the assessment. Su Ningyu didn't care about the other person's opinion. Sun Zhuowei? My name is Sun Zhuowei, thank you for helping me.
Otherwise, this assessment would have ended for me just now.
Chapter 27, Cultivation Methods, Developing Clients. But, are you really planning to follow me all the way? Su Ningyu looked at Sun Zhuowei. Su Ningyu actually didn't want to cause trouble. Being alone was more efficient and more flexible.
This girl had just experienced betrayal and danger from her companions. Her emotions were clearly unstable. Following him might bring unnecessary attention or affect his rhythm. Sun Zhuowei was caught off guard by Su Ningyu's words. Her face immediately turned bright red.
Flustered, she quickly retorted, Who said I'm following you? I just happened to be going in the same direction.
Sun Zhuowei tried hard to make herself sound confident. But the flickering eyes and slightly tangled fingers betrayed her.
Su Ningyu didn't comment, only giving a nonchalant He couldn't be bothered to expose her clumsy excuse.
Since she insisted, as long as it didn't affect his points or future plans, let her be. Su Ningyu tightened the self-made vine whip in his hand.
His gaze turned back to the deep forest, ready to continue his exam.
Sun Zhuowei silently followed a few steps behind, but her eyes couldn't help but follow the tall figure in front.
Of course, her attention wasn't on Su Ningyu.
It was on the bellflower fluttering gracefully beside him, the petals shining with light. Both were bellflowers, but why was the difference so huge? Her own Piao Piao, although cute and competent at healing and controlling.
But its attack power was almost non-existent. Though she knew when contracting that bellflowers wouldn't have attacking skills early on.
But the 3 beams of light from Su Ningyu's bellflower, which instantly killed the poison-spiked bats.
It completely refreshed Sun Zhuowei's understanding of bellflowers as contracted beasts.
The power, release speed, and precision of that bellflower's skills were far beyond what she could imagine.
Could it be is it a difference in talent? Or is it due to different cultivation methods?
Sun Zhuowei couldn't help but mutter to herself, her eyes full of curiosity.
Perhaps sensing the subtle other people's children are better thought in her mind.
Piao Piao, who had been quietly resting in her arms, lifted its somewhat tired petals. It gave Sun Zhuowei a resentful glance, sending out a wave of grievance.
Sun Zhuowei.
When her own contracted beast looked at her like that, she immediately felt a little guilty.
She quickly comforted and explained, Piao Piao, Mommy didn't think you're any less.
I would never.
You are my most important partner.
She paused for a moment, then looked at Su Ningyu's back ahead and continued.
The reason I'm following him is actually to learn.
Look at how amazing his bellflower is, it must have a special cultivation method.
We can observe secretly, or find a chance to ask him. Maybe we can get stronger. This is for our future together. Upon hearing about getting stronger and learning, rather than being rejected,
Piao Piao immediately regained its energy, its petals perked up.
It looked toward the figure ahead, the bellflower model showing off its might.
Its round eyes immediately filled with little stars of admiration.
It looked like a little fan seeing its idol.
And with that, the tiny bit of grievance it had felt toward its owner disappeared, replaced by anticipation and motivation. Though their words were soft. In the quiet forest around them, with Su Ningyu's sharp senses, it was almost like they were conspiring loudly.
After walking for a while, in the gap of searching for the next batch of prey, Su Ningyu suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around, his gaze calm as he looked at Sun Juewei, who seemed caught off guard. I say. He got straight to the point, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. If you want to know my cultivation methods, it's not something you can just get by following me around or asking a few questions. Sun Juewei's face turned red all of a sudden. Of course, this time it was embarrassment and the shame of being caught off guard. She raised her neck, trying to maintain the last bit of stubbornness. I know that. There's no such thing as a free lunch. But I will pay. Consultation fees. Tuition fees, anything. Pay? Su Ningyu's heart stirred. Thoughts began to turn. He was planning to take the qualification exam for junior sequence cultivators after the joint exam ended. This was not only for a more systematic learning of cultivation knowledge. It was also to open up a way for himself to earn resources and funds. Sun Juewei was a ready-made potential customer with clear needs. And she seemed to come from a good background, which seemed to be a good goal. He looked Sun Juewei up and down. Perhaps, this is the perfect opportunity to develop my first customer. This thought quickly formed in Su Ningyu's mind. He did not immediately agree or refuse, but took out a piece of paper and a pen from his bag, quickly writing down a string of numbers. This is my contact information. Su Ningyu handed the note to the still somewhat stunned Sun Juewei. If after the joint exam, you have any specific questions about cultivating the bellflower, or want to have more targeted consultations, you can contact me. Of course, as you said, it is not free. After doing all this, Su Ningyu no longer delayed. The assessment time was precious, he had to speed up. Alright, I still have my own assessment to complete. You, take care and act according to your abilities. After saying this, he ignored Sun Juewei's reaction and nodded to the little bellflower. Little Bell, let's go and pick up the pace. Show me. Little Bell responded and quickly followed Su Ningyu, both disappearing into the shaded path ahead and soon vanishing from sight. Sun Juewei clutched the note tightly. Staring at the direction they disappeared, it took her a while to come back to her senses and she murmured softly. What a strange yet impressive guy. She carefully stored the note away. Once again looking around. Without Su Ningyu's reassuring back, there was only the rustling sound of the wind through the trees and the distant, unknown cries of beasts. The feeling of fear from being chased by the venomous bat resurfaced faintly. She looked down at the floating in her arms. And touched the distress signal bracelet on her wrist. Although the points weren't much, it counted as a harvest. Continuing to venture deeper alone was too risky. Forget it, Sun Juewei took a deep breath, her gaze becoming firm again, even with a hint of anger. This assessment ends here. The most important thing is to go back and settle scores with those two bitches. She no longer hesitated and decisively pressed the button on the distress signal bracelet. A soft spatial wave enveloped her. The light flashed, and only fallen leaves spun in place. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the real hunters were starting a more efficient hunt for higher rankings. On the scoreboard, someone's name had numbers that began to jump at a faster frequency. This left the observing teachers from various schools dumbfounded. Su Ningyu used the talent of whipping and training to help Little Bell fight. I said, this kind of battle is just right for me and Little Bell. Chapter 28 Rapidly Climbing Rankings. Outside the secret realm, the monitoring center. In front of the large total score leaderboard screen, the originally orderly fluctuating numbers and rankings suddenly showed an unusual excitement. Several teachers and observers who had been closely watching the rankings almost simultaneously focused their attention on a name that was rapidly climbing. Wait, this student named Su Ningyu. Is the speed of point increase a bit off? An observer wearing gold-rimmed glasses was the first to raise a question. His fingers swiftly slid across the auxiliary control panel, bringing up the score curve chart for Su Ningyu. Another teacher from the 10th school, leading a team, also leaned in, furrowing his brows. Su Ningyu? The one from Changsong 4 School? I remember him. Not long after the exam started, he and Chaibuwei both grabbed the first point almost at the same time, which caused a bit of buzz. But after that, his score increase was pretty slow. His rank must have fallen outside the top 100 by now, right? Why suddenly? Before he could finish, on the light screen, the ranking number representing Su Ningyu jumped once, right before everyone's eyes. Ranking, 101-92. Whoa! He jumped 9 spots in one go, someone exclaimed. But that was just the beginning. Almost in the next second, the number refreshed again. Ranking, 92-88. Immediately after, 88 became 83. Then 78, 73, 68. The numbers following the score continued to roll upward at a jaw-dropping speed. Each jump was far beyond the previous gradual accumulation. How did he do that? Someone speculated. Wait, look at his score increase rhythm, it's almost continuous. Every few seconds, it jumps, and the increments are pretty even. This doesn't seem like a battle. It's more like a planned harvest? A more experienced observer saw the clue. Harvest? An apprentice beastmaster harvesting in a black iron level secret realm? How did he manage that? Isn't his beast the Bellflower? Bellflower is a healing type beast. Even if his Bellflower has attack skills, it wouldn't be able to sustain such a high intensity of continuous combat, would it? Confusion and discussion spread throughout the room. Many teachers from other schools also noticed this sudden rising name and whispered among themselves. A student from Changsong 4 School? I haven't heard of this person before. Bai Yong naturally also saw this heart-pounding scene. He stared at the familiar name and the rocket-like rise in the ranking on the light screen. His eyes widened, and he unconsciously swallowed, both surprised and unable to believe it. My goodness. Su Ningyu, what the heck did you do in the secret realm? Did you dig up some Beastmaster clan's nest? Inside the secret realm, Su Ningyu's actions began. The crisp, rhythmic sound of a whip echoed through a relatively open forest clearing. Accompanying it was a mixture of pain, excitement, and some strange cries. Su Ningyu held the vine whip he had personally woven. He moved nimbly between a group of strange-acting fanged white apes. He swung the whip. What was amazing was that those fanged white apes, who were originally not very smart and had a temper. After being whipped, they initially bared their teeth and let out pained cries. But soon, their eyes began to show wisdom. The frenzy and hostility quickly faded. In their place was obedience. This strange talent, which Su Ningyu considered odd, now showed an astonishing effect. It not only made the attacked targets develop a strong obedience in pain, but it could also establish a twisted yet effective reward mechanism through continuous control. For these fanged white apes, being whipped seemed to become a confirmation of their position. The harder they were whipped, the more obedient they became. Su Ningyu himself felt that the nature of this talent was a bit off. But it was indeed useful. Yes, just like that, line up, no messing around. He continued to rhythmically whip the air, maintaining control over this group of about 20 fanged white apes. At the same time, he gave simple commands and gestures. Obey, immediately go ahead and scout for beasts. When you encounter other beasts, charge and take them down. Behave well, and later I'll reward you with more whips. Upon hearing the command, some of the fanged white apes' eyes brightened, letting out excited woo-woo sounds. It seemed they had turned being whipped into the highest reward. Su Ningyu's mouth twitched slightly, quickly suppressing the absurdity in his heart. He commanded the temporarily assembled, strangely styled white ape army to begin advancing deeper into the secret realm. This was his strategy. It was also the secret behind his skyrocketing points, the secret of his success. Using his whip and training talent, he subdued a large number of weak fawn white ape tribes and turned them into fearless frontliners and cannon fodder. He himself, along with the small bell, stayed safely at the rear. The small bell's task was no longer to be the main attacker, but to become an efficient support and logistics member. While the white apes were in the front, embroiled in skirmishes with other wild beast tamers, the small bell accurately released the healing bell, restoring the injured white apes and maintaining their fighting strength. At the same time, it would seize the right moment to launch sparks or beam shots, finishing off low health or troublesome targets. In this way, Su Ningyu hardly needed to let the small bell bear the main combat consumption. It greatly saved energy and stamina. And the white ape group, relying on their numerical advantage and a suicide squad style, could quickly steamroll small groups of wild beasts. Efficiency, astonishingly high. What about scattered wild beasts? The white apes swarmed in, scratching and biting, solving them quickly. What about small groups of wild beasts? The white apes charged and entangled, with the small bell healing from the rear and delivering precise finishing blows, swiftly defeating them. Even when encountering some tough little elites at the black 5 or 6 level, with their difficult-to-deal-with abilities. Under the white apes' relentless siege and the small bell's long-range support, they could still be taken down fairly quickly. The points kept growing rapidly, like a snowball. Su Ningyu only needed to command from the rear. Occasionally, he would whip his whip to encourage some of the white apes who were starting to slack off, or use his vine whip to help guide and direct the ape group. Indeed, the best way to use a talent is to make it the greatest cheat. Su Ningyu looked at the points counter on his wrist, the number jumping again, his heart calm and undisturbed. He glanced at the white apes, who were unusually active between fighting and waiting for a whip, and the small bell by his side, always alert and executing every command precisely, despite not being the main attacker. Half a day left in the assessment. At this rate, the top 10 should be secured. He looked towards the deeper parts of the secret realm, where there might be stronger opponents, meaning higher points. Maybe I can try to push for an even higher position. He swung his vine whip, giving orders, leading his white ape legion and loyal companion forward. And outside the secret realm, the ranking of Su Ningyu continued to steadily rise, drawing more and more attention from others. Chapter 29, Beast Tide. On Su Ningyu's side.
The order was neat, or perhaps, the style was strange. The White Ape Legion tamed by Su Ningyu was advancing steadily. The sound of the vine whip cutting through the air. The excited woo-woo sounds of the white apes. And the wild beasts' cries and skill clashes when ambushed. All these sounds intertwined to form a unique battlefield symphony.
Su Ningyu's points steadily and rapidly grew. Su Ningyu even began to have the leisure to think. Should he try to find and tame more white ape tribes? Or perhaps look for other easily controlled, numerous low-level wild beasts?
To further expand the scale.
However, he quickly noticed something unusual. Because there were too many fawn white apes under his training, the surrounding forest seemed too lively. Wei Lin's side had just gone through a not-so-easy battle. His bubble frog was unleashing a barrage of attacks on a mudsource pig covered in thick mud armor and skilled in manipulating earth and stones. The sparkling bubbles shot out in a continuous stream like cannonballs. They exploded on the mudsource pig's tough mud armor, leaving a series of wet marks. Some of the mud armor softened and peeled off, revealing the relatively fragile skin beneath, making the mudsource pig howl in pain. That's right. Bubble Frog, come on, push harder, finish off this fat pig.
Wei Lin clenched his fist, cheering on his partner. The Earth Source pig began to retreat under Bubble Frog's assault. It tried to squirm its bloated body into the bushes, but Wei Lin immediately ordered, "Don't let it escape.
Chase it down."
Bubble Frog puffed out its cheeks, preparing for another round of pursuit. At that moment, Wei Lin suddenly felt a tightness in his scalp. A stray, rebellious strand of hair on his head suddenly shot up without warning.
A chill ran up his spine.
His talent danger precognition was passively triggered.
Though the warning was vague, it often alerted Wei Lin to imminent, deadly danger. No way? Now.
Wei Lin's expression changed, and his heart suddenly clenched. The warning wasn't pointing to the injured Earth Source pig in front of him. It was coming from the depths of the forest ahead, from the unknown darkness.
Bubble Frog. Stop. Don't chase.
Wei Lin almost screamed, his voice cracking with fear. Without hesitation, he scooped up the still-dazed Bubble Frog. He turned around and ran in the opposite direction of the warning, using all his strength to dash away. Who cares about points, who cares about the Earth Source pig, when facing such an overwhelming feeling of danger?
On the other side, things were completely different for Chaibuohuai.
His Ice Flame Wolf had just decisively taken down an Iron Beak Sparrow that had tried to ambush.
At this moment, the Ice Flame Wolf was elegantly licking its claws.
Suddenly, the Ice Flame Wolf stopped its movements, and its head jerked toward the west. It let out a low, wary growl, displaying an unusual, hostile stance.
What's wrong?
A hint of surprise flashed across Chaibuohuai's cold face.
Something that could make his Ice Flame Wolf show such a look. Is there a danger over there, even you feel is tricky?
Instead of fleeing like Wei Lin, Chaibuohuai felt a strong interest and a hint of challenge rising in his heart. He gently stroked the Ice Flame Wolf's neck fur and reassured, "Don't worry.
Let's go check it out."
He had absolute confidence in himself and his Ice Flame Wolf and didn't believe that any other contestant or single beast could pose a threat to him in this test.
So, whatever had caused the Ice Flame Wolf's reaction, it might be some special secret realm phenomenon, or a powerful wild beast? Either way, it was worth investigating. On Enchingi's side, the atmosphere was more serene. She was leaning against an ancient tree, her azure snake gently coiled around her arm, its jade-like scales shimmering with a soft glow as light filtered through the leaves. Enchingi let out a soft sigh, unconsciously tracing the smooth, cool body of the azure snake with her fingers. She actually wasn't keen on fighting.
Compared to charging on the front lines, commanding beasts to defeat opponents, she preferred staying in a relatively safe rear position. She would rather use a beast like the Bellflower to heal, calm, and support others. But her talent, the Enchantress Serpent ability, had triggered a rare talent phenomenon. This directly made her the school's key target for development. The school even went to great lengths to find her the Azure Snake, a rare beast with immense potential but highly aggressive in its early stages. This forced Enchingi onto a path that slightly deviated from her true nature. Enchingi's thoughts were interrupted by a slight movement in her arm. The Azure Snake raised its small head, its icy vertical pupils locking onto a specific direction, its split tongue rapidly flicking in and out.
It transmitted a clear sense of alertness and a trace of unease.
Then, from the direction the Azure Snake was staring at. Further into the forest, faint growls and screeches from various beasts rose and fell. At first, the sounds were scattered, but they quickly grew dense and frantic, like rolling thunder, coming closer and closer. The brutality and terror within it shook the heart and mind, even from such a distance.
Enchingi's face instantly turned pale. Beast-tide? How is that possible? She found it hard to believe.
This training secret realm has been strictly cleaned and controlled, and the school has repeatedly guaranteed that there will never be a large-scale beast tide or any uncontrolled phenomena. But the increasingly loud and near sound of thousands of beasts charging, along with the intense unease conveyed by the blue snake, ruthlessly shattered her hope.
Over at Zheng Quan's side, the atmosphere remained fiery.
He was commanding his little fire dog to cast fireballs at several panic-stricken furry bunnies.
Baby, burn them.
Let them see what the art of flames really is. The little fire dog barked joyfully, spitting out hot fireballs, sending the furry bunnies fleeing in all directions. At that moment, a terrifying beast roar from deep within the forest struck like a physical shockwave, sweeping over them. It was no longer the roar of a single species but the terrified cries of countless beast tamers. Zheng Quan's arrogant expression instantly froze on his face, and his red pants seemed to lose some of their luster.
What is going on?
He turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. He saw distant forest birds startled into flight, with smoke rising faintly.
What a joke. It's just an exam, why go this far?
Many other students, whether they had been fighting, searching, or resting, were all startled by the sudden and terrifying beast roars.
Fear spread among the students like an epidemic. What's that sound? So many beast tamers are roaring. The ground is shaking? Run! Run quickly! Beast tide! It's a beast tide! Panic screams and shouts echoed in every corner. Chapter 30, Terminating Decision, Encounter. Hearing that a beast tide had appeared,
the students who had been scattered everywhere, like startled deer, began to instinctively flee to places they thought were safe.
Some even immediately ended the joint exam.
And the source of all this chaos, or rather, the culprit that was causing the terrifying noise in the forest and driving large numbers of wild beasts to panic and flee,
was still immersed in the efficient score farming rhythm.
Su Ningyu just felt that the resistance she was encountering seemed to be weakening, and more beasts were running away. She hadn't fully realized yet that her demolition team was triggering a massive chain reaction and an artificial panic tide in the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, the monitoring center was in complete chaos. The transmission lights flickered constantly.
Many students stumbled out, looking disheveled, their faces still showing traces of fear. Many were subconsciously glancing behind them, as if a flood of monsters were chasing them from behind. The noisy shouting filled the area. Beast tide. It's a beast tide. So many beast tamers. They're all going crazy. Run. They're coming. Teachers. A beast tide is forming in the secret realm.
The teachers, staff, and school leaders who were responsible for maintaining order and safety had grave expressions after hearing this.
Beast tide? That's impossible. A middle-aged teacher, a senior member of the Beast Tamer Association, firmly denied. This secret realm went through at least 3 rounds of thorough cleaning before it was opened. All individuals capable of commanding or gathering wild beasts at the Lord level have been removed. Theoretically, it's impossible for a beast tide to naturally form. Another technician responsible for the secret realm's safety stared at the monitoring data. His brows furrowed tightly, but according to feedback from multiple regional sensors, there is indeed a large-scale abnormal gathering and movement of biological energy. The pattern is extremely chaotic, as if driven or scared by something. Should we immediately terminate the exam early? A school leader suggested, his voice serious. If this beast tide was triggered by an unknown cause, even if it's not large-scale, it could still be a disaster for these trainee beast tamers. Safety first. The termination signal is ready, but it requires the highest level of confirmation. The staff responsible for the emergency procedure responded, once it's confirmed as an out-of-control danger, it must be triggered immediately. The atmosphere in the monitoring center was tense to the extreme. In comparison, outside, in the secret realm, Su Ningyu's happy old home, Su Ningyu stood in a disordered clearing in the forest. He looked at the score on his wrist, which had soared to a terrifying number, and couldn't help but smile widely. Around him, 40 or 50 fang-toothed white apes, some standing, some crouching, in various postures but all exuding an aura of seeking punishment. The air was filled with an indescribable harmony and excitement. Now, not just the top 10, but first place is guaranteed. He was satisfied in his heart. He casually swung the vine whip, and with a loud smack, it landed on the closest, eager-looking white ape's backside. The white ape not only wasn't angry, but actually made 2 content woo-woo sounds. The other white apes also cast envious glances. Just as this strange scene continued, a whoa! A loud, majestic wolf's howl echoed, carrying a strong dual attribute of ice and fire, cutting through the fog like a horn. The sound contained alertness, scrutiny, and a hint of confusion. Su Ningyu's smile slightly faded, and he immediately turned his gaze toward the sound. Through the dim forest shadows, slowly emerged a wolf-type beast master with a fit and extraordinary build. Half of its fur was crystal-clear ice blue, emitting a chilling aura. But unexpectedly, the other half seemed to burn with fiery heat. It was the rare ice flame wolf.
Its eyes were sharp, locking onto Su Ningyu and the strangely behaving white apes, with deep confusion in its pupils.
Ice Flame Wolf? Su Ningyu's heart stirred, and his gaze moved past the Ice Flame Wolf, looking behind it.
A tall and slender young man with a cold demeanor slowly stepped out from behind the tree.
It was none other than the eldest son of the Chai family, Chai Bo.
The usual indifference on his face was now replaced with extreme surprise and confusion. The shock in Chai Bo's heart at this moment was no less than the students outside who thought they were encountering a beast tide. He had rushed here following the increasingly loud and chaotic beast roars and energy fluctuations. He had indeed prepared himself for a small beast tide or even a riot lord. The battle intent of the Ice Flame Wolf had already been ignited, and he himself longed for a tough fight to test his strength. He even thought that if he truly couldn't win, he could escape safely with the life-saving measures and emergency bracelet given by his family.
But what was going on here?
There was indeed a group of fong-toothed white apes, and quite a few of them at that. They had gathered together, forming a sort of beast tide situation. This barely explained the cause of the chaos in the secret realm.
However,
these fong-toothed white apes, which should have been irritable, aggressive, and hostile, why were they either lying down, sticking their buttocks out, or eagerly surrounding that boy in the fourth high uniform? The most absurd part was that the boy held a willow branch whip. Just now, he had even whipped one, and that white ape, far from resisting, actually seemed to obey. The other white apes not only did not attack, but instead seemed to be competing to get a turn. Chai Bo felt as if the knowledge of beast mastery and the worldview he had built up over the years was being shockingly shattered at this moment. His mind quickly flashed through obscure knowledge from his family's library, such as advanced mental control, special contract spells, ancient beast taming rituals, etc. But none of them fully explained the absurd and strange scene in front of him.
This had already exceeded the scope of combat or examination and entered a realm of behavior art that he could not comprehend at all?
He opened his mouth, swallowing nervously. The lines he had prepared, like "Are you the source of the disturbance?" or "Let's fight," got stuck in his throat, and not a word came out. After holding it in for a long time, Chai Bo, with great difficulty, uttered two words, "That."
He wanted to ask, "What's going on?" He wanted to figure out this bizarre situation, but didn't know how to begin asking. "Did you create this beast tide?"
At this moment, as if to add fuel to the already extremely awkward atmosphere, a boar-toothed white ape, which seemed to be impatient, saw that Su Ningyu's attention was diverted by the sudden appearance of an uninvited guest.
It delayed its action of continuing to lash out.
It actually took the initiative to bring its body to Su Ningyu's leg and deliberately turned its back to him. Looking back with its not-so-smart but at this moment, full of "hurry up, it's my turn," big eyes, it eagerly stared at Su Ningyu.
Chai Bo. Chapter 31, Forced Return, New Type Sequence?
Chai Bo felt that the cold face he had carefully maintained seemed to be on the verge of cracking. The scene before him was too shocking. Even this well-traveled, worldly heir of the Chai family felt a wave of dizziness and powerlessness. He silently, slowly, turned his gaze away. He felt that if he continued looking, his sanity might not hold up any longer.
Chai Bo cleared his throat with difficulty.
In as steady a voice as possible, though still with a hint of wavering, he said, "Sorry for the interruption."
"Nothing's wrong. I'll leave now."
After speaking, he didn't even wait for Su Ningyu to respond. He intended to leave the troublesome place with the Ice Flame Wolf, who was also confused, tilting its head, observing the white ape group. He felt that perhaps encountering a beast tide would be much easier to understand than the mental pollution of the scene in front of him.
"Hey! Wait! Chai, classmate!" Su Ningyu finally reacted, snapping out of the unbearably awkward situation.
He quickly called out to him, with a rare, slightly embarrassed expression on his face.
Let me explain. What you saw might not be what you think." Su Ningyu waved the vine whip in his hand, trying to clarify the situation.
But looking at the white ape, still stubbornly sticking its rear end up, and Chai Bo's expression of "You don't need to explain, I don't want to know anything," he suddenly felt this explanation might be even more powerless than the current situation. However, before Su Ningyu could organize his words and continue explaining this awkward situation to Chai Bo, the special watch he wore, which connected the assessment system and the secret realm walls, suddenly emitted a sharp and urgent beep 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 alarm sound. This sound was not just coming from his wrist. Almost simultaneously, all the watches in the secret realm, whether they were worn by students fleeing, fighting, hiding, or even those like Chai Bo who were watching the bizarre scene, all of them emitted identical alarm sounds.
What's going on? An alarm? Is the assessment over? Are they going to handle the beast tide?
The students' uncertain questions hadn't even finished when, in the next moment, a strong spatial transfer wave suddenly swept through the entire secret realm without warning. Su Ningyu felt the light and shadows in front of him suddenly blur and twist, as if he had been thrown into a high-speed spinning vortex. A strong sense of weightlessness and pulling sensation came over him. But this feeling lasted only a brief moment, and the ground under his feet became firm, and his vision cleared up again. Blinding sunlight, noisy voices, and the familiar air of the gathering area, filled with the scent of grass and dust, rushed toward him. He had emerged, back outside the entrance of the secret realm in the gathering plaza.
Ha! The assessment ended early?
Su Ningyu steadied himself. He frowned slightly, looking at the watch on his wrist, which had stopped its alarm. But the score and ranking were still clearly displayed on it.
The time isn't up yet. Looks like it was really forcefully terminated. Su Ningyu's confusion was immediately drowned out by the overwhelming noise coming from the surrounding crowd.
The students who had just been teleported out. Still shaken, many of them were breathing heavily, their faces showing lingering fear. These students were chattering away, describing their terrifying experiences in the secret realm to the others around them.
It's true. Beast Tide. The Beast Tide really appeared in the secret realm.
A boy waved his arms excitedly, his voice trembling.
I saw it with my own eyes.
The mountains were covered, all with white shadows.
It's the tusked white ape.
Normally they're so silly, but at that time, their eyes were all red, completely crazy.
Anything they saw, they bit. I saw a group of thorn rats instantly overwhelmed by them.
Yes, I saw it too.
Another girl echoed nervously.
Not only the tusked white apes, but it seemed there were other beasts that had been disturbed and driven out. It was chaotic.
I almost got swept up in it. The scariest part wasn't the numbers.
A boy, who seemed to have seen it more clearly, lowered his voice, though he couldn't hide the shock in his tone.
Do you know? The Beast Tide, it doesn't seem to be spontaneous.
I was hiding in a tree hole from a distance, and vaguely saw. I saw in the tusked white ape group, it seemed there was a special beast controller.
A controller?
Yes.
Its body seemed much smaller than a normal white ape.
But its movements were especially nimble, and in its hand, it seemed to be holding something like a whip. The boy tried to recall.
Yes. A whip.
I saw it strike a tusked white ape that was moving slowly with a whip. That white ape didn't fall, instead, it seemed to be like it had been pumped full of energy, howling and charging even fiercer.
It was too weird. Is this true? A tusked white ape with a whip? And can it use a whip to buff its own kind? What kind of new breed is this? Or is it a new evolutionary form of the tusked white ape? Oh my god, could it be that in the secret realm, some new evolution with domination or rage traits has been born? That's too dangerous.
The discussions around them grew louder, and the various guesses and exaggerated descriptions made. The image of a whip-wielding, beast-enraging strange beast controller became even more bizarre and terrifying. Many students turned pale upon hearing this, feeling it was a great luck to have been teleported out in time.
Standing at the edge of the crowd, Su Ningyu. Similarly hearing the exaggerated descriptions, Chai Bohuai.
Su Ningyu silently listened to these increasingly ridiculous witness reports.
His mouth uncontrollably twitched slightly.
The vine whip in his hand was still subconsciously gripped, now feeling somewhat hot.
Should he throw it away now, or throw it away now?
So, I commanded the tusked white apes in battle, and it was mistaken for the Beast Tide outbreak.
And I was thought to be some kind of mutated, vicious white ape leader who uses tools?
Su Ningyu thought, feeling speechless and finding it hard to explain. This misunderstanding is huge, and it seems to be getting worse and worse. Chai Bohuai, who was also teleported out and standing not far from him, naturally heard the discussions around them. The usually expressionless handsome face of Chai Bohuai became even more complicated at this moment. His gaze once again landed on Su Ningyu, especially on the irrefutable evidence vine whip in his hand. His eyes became extremely strange, a mix of shock, realization, absurdity, and a hint of a suppressed smile.
I see now. Chai Bohuai instantly figured out the sequence of events.
There was no mutated white ape leader, it was clearly this whip-wielding guy who didn't know what method he used to control the tusked white ape group. Then, used the whip to stimulate them to fight. That so-called Beast Tide was nothing more than a human-directed score-boosting operation.
Control and drive wild beasts with low intelligence in such a large-scale and efficient manner? And use pain stimuli to enhance their combat will? Chai Bohuai's mind surged with waves. This is no ordinary talent. Who is this person? When did such a person appear in other schools?
He no longer viewed Su Ningyu as an ordinary examinee, but as someone who needed serious observation and attention. His gaze sharpened as he began to look around for anyone who might know Su Ningyu, trying to gather more information.
Chapter 32, The First Assessment, Done.
At this moment, a shout filled with excitement and a trembling voice rang out, Su Ningyu. The class teacher, Bai Yong, pushed through the crowd, his face shining with uncontrollable excitement and a flush of red. He quickly moved in front of Su Ningyu, taking 3 steps at a time.
With both hands, he forcefully slapped Su Ningyu's shoulders, his voice slightly high-pitched from the excitement. Good kid. You really gave me a big surprise. No, you gave everyone a big shock.
Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Su Ningyu's wrist. He shoved the score sheet and ranking right in front of his eyes, almost shouting.
Do you see this?
First. You're first. The points gap is huge, and you're almost double the second place. Bai Yong's voice was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly capturing the attention of everyone around.
No wonder he was so excited.
After all, the top spot in the joint exam came from his class.
Which teacher wouldn't be excited?
However, the teacher's shout attracted countless gazes. These gazes all focused on Su Ningyu, along with his dazzling score and the number 1 ranking.
He's first? The student from the 4th high?
A student from the 10th high beside Chaibuohuai exclaimed in disbelief. His eyes flickered back and forth between Su Ningyu in the distance and the glaring Su Ningyu, Jingsong 4th high, at the top of the score chart. It seemed like he was confirming whether he was seeing things. Chaibuohuai, however, was not too surprised. He merely squinted his eyes slightly, imprinting the name Su Ningyu in the face with a slightly helpless expression deeply in his memory.
The Su Ningyu from 4th high?
Chaibuohuai muttered to himself, his cold tone carrying a hint of the feeling of a worthy opponent.
I'll remember you. Soon, as a dual focus of the Beast Tide incident and the top spot on the scoreboard.
Su Ningyu was invited by several serious-looking invigilators and association staff members to a temporary inquiry room. The bell on his shoulder was also requested to be temporarily left outside, to be looked after by Bai Yong. This commotion caused a lot of whispering among the students who were watching. Inside the inquiry room, facing the probing gazes of the examiners and questions about how he achieved such unusually high scores and whether he had discovered any anomalies in the secret realms. Su Ningyu knew he couldn't hide the truth, so he decided to come clean. Of course, he told a version that was edited and refined. He roughly described how he used a homemade vine whip and his own talent to guide a small group of fang-toothed white apes, making them assist him in combat to earn points. He emphasized that this was just to complete the assessment more efficiently and he never intended to alarm the other candidates, nor did he expect to be mistaken for a beast tide. After listening to Su Ningyu's account and comparing it with multiple candidates' descriptions of a leader holding a whip-like object, which matched Su Ningyu's vine whip, the truth of the matter gradually emerged. The examiners exchanged looks, their expressions transitioning from initial seriousness to a mixture of laughter and disbelief. So, there's no new leader in the evolution sequence, and no out-of-control beast tide. An older examiner rubbed his forehead, his tone complex. The panic and chaos were caused by the talent of this apprentice beast master, and a group of fang-toothed white apes.
What exactly is this talent?
Su Ningyu smiled without speaking.
He didn't want to reveal his talent.
Although he knew it would be exposed one day, he hoped it would be after he had some strength of his own.
Ahem, another examiner cleared his throat, trying to maintain a neutral posture.
Though the process was quite unexpected, causing some unnecessary panic, according to the current evidence and rules, Su Ningyu has not used any prohibited tools or methods.
His method of earning points, strictly speaking, falls under tactical practice using the environment and his own abilities. His score is real and valid. Incredible. The observer from the Beast Master Association stroked his chin.
The brilliance in his eyes flickered. Being able to do this level of large-scale beast control with the identity of an apprentice beast master.
This talent, it's probably not simple.
I really want to know what kind of ability can cause such a big stir. Hehe, it seems that in our Binjiang city, another genius who doesn't follow the usual path has emerged.
Another school leader side.
It's a pity that the initial beast choice was the bellflower, a typical support type, which limits his potential. I actually think that his bellflower was raised quite impressively, the skill proficiency is very high, and it probably played a crucial role in the support process.
Someone offered a different opinion. Alright, these are not the main points we need to discuss right now.
The chief examiner hammered down the decision. Since it's already confirmed that the results are real and valid, and that the secret realm posed no real danger, the joint exam results will be released as usual.
As for the disturbance caused by Su Ningyu,
considering that it was caused by a reason and the result was controllable, no additional penalties will be imposed, but next time, attention must be paid to the impact.
The results can be released now. Back in the team from Chingsong 4th Middle School, Su Ningyu immediately became the absolute center.
Countless gazes focused on him, curiosity, admiration, jealousy, inquiry, and more, all mixed together. Zhang Quan was the first to squeeze over, his face, usually full of "I'm the best," was now full of conflict and dissatisfaction.
Damn! Su Ningyu, did you cheat? I know you're strong, but first place in the joint exam? A clear first? How can I live with that? He punched Su Ningyu's shoulder, then lowered his voice, full of curiosity.
Also, the exam ended early, and the beast wave outside is being talked about everywhere.
Did you cause it? What's your connection with the leader of the white ape who has the whip?
Su Ningyu now got a headache whenever he heard Beast Wave and White Ape Leader. He expressionlessly pushed Zhang Quan's face away, and said sternly, "Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors." The exam ended early because it was an official decision.
As for the Beast Wave? It didn't happen. Everything should follow the official announcement.
On the other side, Wei Lin, who had been quietly observing while holding his bubble frog,
listening to Zhang Quan's questions and Su Ningyu's official statement.
Then recalling the outrageous rumors at the entrance to the secret realm before, the special white ape holding a vine whip,
whipping its kind to provoke aggressiveness.
Suddenly, he had a flash of insight. He remembered Su Ningyu's damn strange talent. That strange ability, making those who were struck, whether human or beast, fall into a weird obedience.
That's right, in Wei Lin's eyes, Su Ningyu's talent was a kind of strange talent.
Then combining Su Ningyu's homemade vine whip, which was familiar to him.
All the clues instantly connected. Put. Wei Lin couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, making the bubble frog in his arms shiver. Ha ha ha, cough. U-U-G-E. Ha 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 ha. He laughed so hard he almost fell over, pointing at Su Ningyu, then thinking of the vine whip made by Su Ningyu. Tears almost came out of his eyes. Chapter 33, Gaining the Joint Exam Qualification, Adding as a Friend.
Wei Lin was already laughing madly. So the legendary Fang-Toothed White Ape New Evolution Sequence.
The Beast Master with the Divine Whip, it's you. Ha 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 ha. You're killing me. Your talent wherever you go, the whole scene changes. Ha 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 ha. Students around who didn't understand were left confused by Wei Lin's laughter.
But the words Fang-Toothed White Ape New Evolution Sequence and Beast Master with the Divine Whip, combined with the previous rumors outside and Su Ningyu's strange high score. Some people with quick minds seemed to vaguely guess something, and their gazes towards Su Ningyu grew more peculiar.
Su Ningyu.
A vein popped out on his forehead. He turned toward Wei Lin, who was laughing so hard he could barely breathe. Slowly raising his hand, his voice calm but carrying an invisible pressure.
Wei Lin, it seems you're very interested in the Fang-Toothed White Ape? Do you want to personally experience their happiness? Wei Lin? The laughter stopped suddenly.
Wei Lin instantly covered his own mouth, and forced the remaining wild laugh back hard. His head shook like a rattle drum, his eyes full of fear and begging if I was wrong.
Joking.
He really did not want, in front of all teachers and students of the whole school, to experience that kind of being whipped and controlled social death famous scene. Seeing Wei Lin, who instantly became as quiet as a frightened bird, Su Ningyu then felt satisfied and stopped his hand. Facing more curious and odd mixed looks around, he sighed helplessly in his heart. This time the citywide junior middle school joint exam, Qingsong No. 4 Middle School truly shined brightly.
It could be said it became the biggest winner in one move.
Only because two highly watched seed players appeared. One, naturally, was the joint exam first place Su Ningyu, with no suspense at all, and even caused a beast-type misunderstanding.
He not only relied on a cliff-like first-place score,
successfully seized one of the 3 precious special recruitment exam qualifications leading to the top school, Beichin High School. He also obtained a heavy reward promised by the school.
From today until the end of the middle school entrance exam, 1 refined level beast taming exclusive nutrition liquid every week.
This continuous resource support, without doubt, provided solid protection for his and Little Belle's later sprint. The other one was Inchingi, who made no sound, but also showed not weak strength. She stayed steady in the chaotic assessment, relying on the powerful talent and tactical execution ability of the Azure Snake.
Finally ranked 9th in the joint exam. Although she missed the special recruitment qualification of Beichin High School. But the 9th place result was also enough for her to obtain a generous resource reward provided by the school, adding an important weight for her to charge at other key high schools. For a time, the names of Su Ningyu and Inchingi spread throughout No. 4 Middle School and even the whole Binjiang City Junior Middle School Beast Taming Circle. One was a dark horse that reached the top in a strange way. One was a heaven's favored daughter blessed by a talent vision. The reputation of No. 4 Middle School rose with the tide, returning to the slightly old but clean and quiet home. Su Ningyu carefully stored away the reward voucher issued by the school and the special recruitment exam notice letter from Beichin High School. The feeling of excitement slowly settled. Replacing it was a clear plan for the coming challenges. Special recruitment exam, less than 1 month left.
He sat in front of the desk, fingertips lightly tapping the desktop. The special recruitment exam of Beichin High School has always been famous for high difficulty and strong competition.
Its purpose is to select seedlings that truly have top potential and real combat ability. The exam content is also extremely simple and direct: battle. Beast taming battle, until the final qualified person is decided. The rules may be closer to real combat, with fewer limits, testing completely the beast tamer and beast's overall strength, on-the-spot response, and battle will. There is no room for tricks, must rely on hard strength to fight in. Su Ningyu's eyes were firm.
Next, besides continuing to raise Little Bell's rank, the deepening of skill proficiency, further development of tactics, preparation to face opponents of various attributes, all need to be sped up. He thought of those 3 pairs of poison fangs, maybe they could be studied, to see whether they could add some changes to Little Bell's tactical system.
Ding dong.
At this moment, the phone screen placed by the desk suddenly lit up, sending a crisp message notification sound. Su Ningyu picked up the phone, unlocked the screen, and found it was a new friend request.
The applicant's nickname was Wei Wind, and the note information clearly wrote, Sun Zhuowei. Sun Zhuowei?
Su Ningyu immediately thought of the girl in the secret realm who was abandoned by her companions, hugged the bellflower wolf and ran away in a mess, and finally blushed and wanted to ask for advice on breeding methods. She was also a bellflower beast tamer, and had clearly expressed willingness to pay for consultation. Potential client, and possibly a high-quality client with stable demand. A thought turned in Su Ningyu's heart. Without hesitation, her finger lightly tapped, accepting the other person's friend request. Almost in the very next second, after the friend connection was established, a series of messages came pouring in, pitter-patter. The speed was so fast, it seemed as if they had already been typed out, just waiting for the send button to be unlocked.
Wei Feng, Sun Zhuowei no way. Is it really you, the first place in the joint exam? Su Ningyu? Shocked emoji times 3. Wei Feng, Sun Zhuowei, how did you do it? That score is too terrifying. Dog head emoji. Wei Feng, Sun Zhuowei, of course.
First, I still have to congratulate you, big boss, for the first place in the joint exam.
Fireworks emoji, so amazing. Every line was full of surprise, curiosity, and an excitement that couldn't be hidden.
Through the screen, one could almost imagine the other person's wide-eyed expression at this moment. Su Ningyu looked at the flood of messages, his lips curling slightly, his finger tapping the screen twice to reply with 2 words.
Thank you. Then, he put the phone aside.
He spread out the analysis notes on the past special exam battle records of Beichin High School.
Su Ningyu immersed himself in thinking about the next step of preparation.
At the same time, in a spacious bedroom of a high-end villa on the other side of the city, Sun Zhuowei, dressed in soft cartoon pajamas, lay on her big bed with velvet sheets, unconsciously swinging her feet in the air. She held her phone with both hands, eyes wide open, staring at the screen. She was waiting for a reply from the first place in the joint exam who had just accepted her friend request.
It passed.
She quietly cheered and immediately sent out the long string of messages she had already typed. After sending, she propped her chin up on her crossed arms. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at the chat box, her heart pounding like a deer in her chest.
There was admiration for the big boss, an expectation of learning from the master, and even a bit of nervousness she didn't realize. How will he reply? Share some experience? Or say, send money first? She thought, laughing at herself. Chapter 34, The Effort Before the Special Exam.
Sun Zhuowei's mind raced with all kinds of possibilities. She even started pondering what her next message should be to sound natural and polite, while smoothly introducing the topic of bellflower cultivation.
Time passed second by second. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes.
In the chat box, besides the string of messages she sent and the other person's concise thank you, no new bubbles appeared. The bedroom was so quiet that the only sound was the faint hum of the central air conditioning. Sun Zhuowei's excitement and anticipation slowly froze on her face, turning into confusion, and finally, the corners of her mouth drooped slightly.
That's it?
She blinked in disbelief, bringing her phone closer and then pulling it away, even exiting and re-entering the chat interface.
Still, there was only that solitary thank you. It felt as if her entire string of exclamations, questions, and congratulations were simply punches thrown at the air. Sun Zhuowei pouted.
She buried her face in the soft pillow with a muffled, defeated, and speechless sigh. Big boss, are they all so cold like this? She flipped over, staring at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Yet, the image of that young figure in the secret realm, holding a vine whip, calm and decisive, couldn't help but appear in her mind.
Forget it.
She took a deep breath, picked up her phone again, and clicked on Su Ningyu's profile.
A simple starry sky background image.
Sun Zhuowei muttered softly, if he's cold, let him be after all, he's the real big boss.
As for the cultivation consultation, I'll ask again some other day.
She hugged her phone to her chest and looked out at the city's neon lights. In her heart, her feelings for the person named Su Ningyu, her peer, grew to include not only gratitude and curiosity but also a layer of mystery and distance.
The halo of first place in the joint exam made him shine even brighter. The joint exam ended. The upcoming holiday is a time for most people to relax and recharge. But for Su Ningyu, it is the final and most precious sprint phase before the North Star High School special admission exam. Time has become unusually tight, but the goal is crystal clear. The first priority is to help Little Bell master the key pre-evolution skill, photosynthesis. Su Ningyu carefully places the sunflowers he brought back from the secret realm on a sunny windowsill.
The halos in their flower discs are like miniature suns, continuously emitting gentle and steady light and heat energy. Little Belle, observe them carefully. Su Ningyu points to the sunflowers. Don't just look at them glowing, feel how they breathe, how they capture, absorb, transform, and store the omnipresent light as usable life energy. This is different from how you mobilize energy when releasing skills. It's a more basic, continuous, and nature-resonating energy cycle. Little Belle hovers beside the sunflowers, its petals gently unfolding, and a pale green healing halo intertwines with the sunflower's golden glow. It is serious, full of focus, and a little confused before its awakening. It extends a leaf and carefully touches the sunflower's stem and petals, feeling the unique energy rhythm, trying to imitate the special breathing rhythm. Progress is slow, but Su Ningyu can feel that Little Belle's sensitivity and control over light energy are quietly improving in this daily observation and imitation. Deepening the skill proficiency will require honing in actual battles. In the following days, Su Ningyu frequently takes Little Belle to the city's Beast Master Battle Club. And their most familiar opponent is naturally Zhang Quan, who volunteered to be the best sparring partner with his little fire dog. On the club's standard battle stage, fire and green light flicker in a dazzling dance. Little Belle, spark, aim for a more tricky angle, block its movement. Su Ningyu calmly commands. A concentrated flame shoots out from the bellflower's stamen, not in a straight line, but in an arc, predictably blocking the little fire dog's attempted sidestep to dodge. The little fire dog is forced to brake sharply, appearing a bit embarrassed. Ah, whoa! The little fire dog spits out a pillar of fire in retaliation but is skillfully dodged by Little Belle, who glides low in the air. It then fires another, spark, at the fire dog's feet, forcing it to jump away again. Zhang Quan watches from the sidelines, scratching his head, but reluctantly admiring the performance. After countless noob practice battles like this, Little Belle's spark skill is no longer what it used to be. Whether it's the release speed, the control over the flight trajectory, the energy condensation, or the timing of the attack, it has reached an astonishing level that Zhang Quan finds unfathomable. This is no longer the level of proficiency a support beast master should have in attack skills. Stop, stop, stop. Once again, after being overwhelmed by a series of precise sparks from Little Belle, Zhang Quan raises his hand to call a halt. He walks over with a frustrated look and stares at Su Ningyu, who is feeding Little Belle some spiritual fruit to restore energy. I say, old Su. Zhang Quan leans closer, lowers his voice, and his face is full of curiosity and a bit of disbelief. How did you cultivate this little flower of yours? Its spark is smoother than many main fire-type beasts. Teach me? I don't ask for anything else, just let my silly dog learn a more advanced skill, like flamethrower. He imagines his little fire dog spitting out a fierce column of flame, sweeping across the entire stage, and instantly feels energized. He looks at Su Ningyu. Once my little fire dog learns flamethrower, haha, with your Little Belle's little spark, I'll definitely one-shot it. Su Ningyu is sitting on a bench in the rest area, flipping through the thick beginner beast master qualification examination guide. Without even raising his head, he casually responded. Do you think I look like a fool? If I could easily make my beast learn advanced skills, do you think I'd still be here practicing with you? I'd already have been invited by major forces and kept as a treasure. Of course, deep down, he knew that with the talent for whipping and training, along with the right methods and resources, guiding a beast to learn skills could indeed be much more efficient. But such a trump card, how could he show it so easily? Especially when his own strength was not enough to fully protect himself, keeping a low profile and surviving was the way to go. Zhang Quan was choked, rolling his eyes dramatically. I knew it. You must have had some dumb luck, got some strange recipe from somewhere, and that's why your bellflower learned spark by accident. You really are something. He huffed and sat beside, but his gaze couldn't help drifting towards the other side of the battle platform. The little fire dog and little bellflower weren't like their masters, who were at odds. Instead, they huddled together. The little fire dog curiously sniffed at a sunflower that little bellflower held in her hands with leaves, while little bellflower seemed to be saying something to the little fire dog. Chapter 35, Understanding Photosynthesis, Breeder Examination. Zhang Quan saw the sunflower. And then remembered Su Ningyu's earlier actions. He couldn't help but turn on his mocking mode again. I say, Su Ningyu, why are you making your bellflower mess with that sunflower? That thing is useless except as a little nightlight at night, it's pretty but not functional. Do you really expect it to learn skills through this? Su Ningyu closed the materials in his hand. He couldn't be bothered to argue with this idiot. I've already said, it's to help learn the skill of photosynthesis. Put. Zhang Quan burst into laughter, pointing at Su Ningyu, laughing so hard he almost fell over. Ha ha ha. I think you've gone crazy reading too many books. You think holding a flower will make you learn a skill? Are you going to become a breeding master just by reading this breeder's materials? I guess you don't need to take the breeder qualification exam, huh?
If anyone believes this nonsense, it will ruin the beast world. He laughed so loudly that spit almost splattered on Su Ningyu's face. However, the next second, his laughter stopped abruptly. Woo woo! The little fire dog suddenly let out a surprised low bark. Zheng Quan instinctively turned to look. The next second, his smile froze instantly. His eyes went wide like copper bells, his mouth opened involuntarily, as if a fist could fit inside. On the edge of the battle platform, little Bellflower, holding the sunflower, seemed to be communicating with the little fire dog. Suddenly, a soft and pure golden glow began to emanate from little Bellflower's body from within. The glow wasn't blinding but exceptionally clear, filled with vibrant life, as if it actively absorbed and converted the surrounding light and gently released it. What was even more shocking was that the glow of the sunflower little Bellflower held in her hands actually seemed dim in comparison, like the glow of fireflies beside the full moon. A strange energy fluctuation began to quietly spread from little Bellflower, centered on her, as the light energy was absorbed, converted, and perfectly merged with her own life force in a rhythmic pattern. Su Ningyu also heard the system prompt in his ears. His little Bellflower had successfully comprehended the photosynthesis skill. Zheng Quan's jaw completely dropped to the ground, his mind went blank, and only a few words were crazily flashing in his head. Photosynthesis. My god! Your Bellflower really learned it? Zheng Quan looked at little Bellflower, bathing in the soft golden glow. She looked extraordinarily pure and sacred. He stiffly turned his head. He looked at Su Ningyu, who was still calm, as if everything was under control. He felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. This guy, what did he say just now? Holding the sunflower learning photosynthesis? He actually is serious? And he even succeeded? Soon. Zheng Quan snapped out of the shock of seeing the huge success of the on-site lesson where the sunflower, a decorative plant, taught the Bellflower the skill of photosynthesis. His gaze towards Su Ningyu had completely changed. All the previous doubts, defiance, and even a bit of jealousy were now replaced with an almost fanatical admiration. Or perhaps, the desire to hitch a ride on someone's coattails. He rushed in front of Su Ningyu in a single stride. A smile full of flattery, something he had never shown before, appeared on his face. Zheng Quan rubbed his hands together, his tone now excessively sweet. Hee, big brother. Su Ge. Uge. Earlier, I was just a fool who didn't recognize Mount Tai, spouting nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. That, you see, my little fire dog and your divine flower have this fateful encounter, right? Could you, perhaps give me some guidance? For example, using some special cultivation method, help it open its mind and learn the skill of flamethrower? I'm not asking for much, just the basics. We can talk about the reward. The little fire dog seemed to sense its owner's urgency. It trotted over to the Bellflower, wagging its tail in a friendly manner, eagerly looking up. Su Ningyu. He silently shifted his gaze away from Zheng Quan's face, which was filled with, my little fire dog wants to learn too. His eyes returned to the cultivation master's materials in his hands, as if they contained a treasure trove of gold and beauty. Explaining the special nature of talent and skill learning theories to this guy would take too much effort, so it was better to just ignore him. Of course, there was no way he'd tell him about it now. His thoughts were completely immersed in the joy of Xiao Lingdang successfully mastering photosynthesis and the subsequent planning ahead. Photosynthesis mastery means that Xiao Lingdang has cleared the biggest skill barrier on the path to evolving into a sunflower. Su Ningyu thought to himself. A sense of accomplishment rose within him. Now, only one final hard condition remains: raising its strength to the peak of Black Iron level 9. This was no easy task, especially without an abundance of resources to stack up. But Su Ningyu wasn't afraid, on the contrary, the clear goal gave him even more energy. In the coming days, I need to develop a stricter but more scientific training plan. Take full advantage of the premium nutrients provided by the school each week, and combine it with photosynthesis, energy recovery under sunlight to maximize training efficiency. Practical training must also continue. Apart from Zheng Quan being the sandbag, maybe I can try sparring with other opponents from different attributes in the club, accumulating more battle experience. Su Ningyu quickly sketched out the blueprint for the final sprint phase in his mind. As for Zheng Quan's request to cultivate the little fire dog, he certainly didn't have the time or risk of revealing secrets to act as someone else's private tutor right now. Moreover, he himself needed an official certification to pave the way for his future cultivation path. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, outside the Beast Trainer Alliance's government office building and the attached examination area in Binhai City, people crowded together, busier than usual. People from all parts of the city, from all age groups, gathered here for various purposes. The air was filled with tension, anticipation, and a touch of anxiety. Beast Trainer. As one of the most crucial professions in beast civilization, the qualification certificate is extremely valuable.
Consequently, the examination difficulty is notoriously harsh. All qualification-related examinations, assessments, and certificates are issued by the Beast Trainer Alliance, the official authority, to ensure fairness and authority.
Wow, I didn't expect so many people to come for the junior trainer qualification.
Wei Lin, who came with Su Ningyu, couldn't help but click his tongue as he looked at the bustling crowd. He was holding his bubble frog in his arms. Today, he came specially to cheer for Su Ningyu, and of course, to see the commotion.
Su Ningyu calmly scanned the various candidates around him.
Around them, there were teenagers with innocent faces, their eyes full of longing. There were also adults with calm expressions, clearly having considerable practical experience.
And even some older figures, seemingly ones who had repeatedly failed and tried again. Chapter 36, Beast Breeder Written Exam. Hearing Wei Lin's words, Su Ningyu responded calmly. It's quite normal. With this certificate, it's like receiving the Alliance's recognition.
You can accept tasks through official channels, offer consultations, or even be employed by breeding houses or large factions. It's a stable and promising path for livelihood and development.
The appeal is naturally great.
Wei Lin nodded, lowering her voice. The proportion of people passing the junior level exam each year is terrifyingly low. It seems to be less than 1 in 10,000. The questions are obscure and difficult, and there's also the on-site beast status analysis and basic conditioning practice. Many people take the exam for years without passing. Wei Lin said, lightly nudging Su Ningyu with her elbow, her eyes filled with concern and a hint of uncertainty.
Can you do it? Is the pressure too much?
Su Ningyu glanced at Wei Lin, his face expressionless. His tone was calm. Whether I pass or not is not something that can be decided by words, and certainly not by what I say now. How difficult the questions are, and what the judges' standards are, I won't know until I actually face them. What I need to do now is to keep a calm mindset, and simply perform the knowledge and preparations I have to the best of my ability. He was, of course, quite confident. The theoretical foundation built from the game in his past life. In this life, combined with deep understanding through practice, especially his cultivation insights for specific beasts like the Little Bell. Many hidden breeding knowledge from the game, along with the talents in the Black-Gold Bible. These were his advantages. But he knew well the saying, a tall tree stands out in the forest. Especially in the Alliance's official setting, being low-key and steady was always safer than being showy and boastful. All candidates taking the junior-level Beast Breeder qualification exam, please pay attention.
The clear and serious announcement echoed in the hall. The exam is about to begin. Please bring your ID and exam card, and follow the instructions to your designated written exam and practical preparation areas. Those who do not arrive on time will be considered as giving up the exam. The atmosphere tightened immediately.
Su Ningyu took out his ID card and the hard exam card with his number and exam location information from his pocket, confirming everything was correct.
I'll go ahead. He nodded to Wei Lin.
Wei Lin clenched her fist and cheered him on.
Good luck.
I'll be waiting outside with Pow Pow Frog for your triumphant return.
Su Ningyu smiled faintly, said nothing more, and turned to merge into the flow of people heading towards the exam hall.
His back was upright and calm, forming a stark contrast to the many candidates around him who were either nervously pacing, taking deep breaths, or muttering to themselves. After passing the security check and entering the quiet exam corridor, where only the sound of footsteps could be heard, Su Ningyu's emotions further settled. The Alliance's Beast Breeder qualification exam was rigorous and efficient. It mainly consisted of 2 core parts, designed to comprehensively test the candidate's real abilities. The first part was the written exam. This was the foundation of the exam. Its purpose was to test whether a prospective breeder had a solid theoretical foundation.
Beast breeders in the sequence had many directions. For example, systematic professional knowledge,
rigorous logical thinking, and a comprehensive understanding of beast physiology, psychology, energy systems, common skills, evolutionary paths, nutrition, basic pathology, and other fields. The scope of the exam questions was vast. From basic concept distinctions to complex case analyses. From energy formula derivation to the properties and compatibility taboos of specific materials, it covered everything. If you haven't undergone systematic study and accumulated a large amount of knowledge, relying only on half-understood or unconventional experience, it would be a fantasy to pass the written exam. Because of this section often directly eliminates more than 2/3 of the candidates,
leaving them with no opportunity to take the practical breeding test. The second part of the practical assessment.
It is even more difficult, a real test with real stakes. The examiner will provide a beast to be controlled. The candidate is required, within a specified time, to perform a basic status assessment of it, analyzing its current strengths and weaknesses. Based on this, the candidate must plan out the next stage of its training, providing a scientific, rational, and feasible development direction along with specific recommendations. This not only requires the candidate to have a solid theoretical foundation but also tests their observation skills, analytical abilities, adaptability, and their ability to translate theoretical knowledge into practical operations. If a candidate directly cultivates a special sequence beast, then the result is guaranteed, and the assessment is immediately passed. Many candidates rich in theoretical knowledge often fail at this stage because they cannot connect their theory with the living, breathing beast in front of them. Or their proposed plans are detached from reality, mere theoretical discussions, leading to their elimination. Inside the exam hall, the atmosphere is solemn, only the sound of pens scratching against paper and the occasional turning of pages.
Su Ningyu quickly scanned the paper after receiving it.
The questions are indeed comprehensive, and the difficulty is high.
Some questions even involve relatively obscure knowledge points.
But for someone like him, who had a thorough understanding of the beast control sequence game from his previous life, and had also systematically organized and strengthened his knowledge in this life in conjunction with the beast control world system, these questions seemed somewhat familiar, and the solution paths were clear. The written exam is not difficult, Su Ningyu thought quietly in his heart. This was not arrogance, but a calm judgment based on thorough preparation. He hesitated no longer, picked up his pen, and began to answer at ease. The multiple choice and true/false questions almost required no pause, and the fill-in-the-blank and term explanation questions were easily handled. For the later short answer and case analysis questions, he thought for a moment, then wrote his answers clearly and concisely, quoting accurate theories, maintaining a rigorous deduction process, and offering recommendations that were both practical and forward-looking. His pen moved swiftly, and before even half of the allotted time had passed, Su Ningyu had completed all the questions and quickly checked them. He raised his head, stretched his slightly stiff neck, and glanced around. Most of the other candidates were still deeply immersed in the sea of questions. Some furrowed their brows, biting the pen and thinking hard. Others had sweat beading on their foreheads, constantly scribbling calculations on their scrap paper. There were even some with expressions of despair, their gazes empty as they stared at a difficult question.
Clearly, this written exam was not friendly to most of the candidates.
Su Ningyu's early completion was like a small stone thrown into a calm lake. Though the action was small, it immediately attracted the attention of several nearby candidates. They first glanced at the clock on the wall in surprise, confirming that there was still time, then their eyes all focused on Su Ningyu's already closed exam paper.
This person, finished? So fast?
A boy with thick glasses whispered to his companion, his tone full of disbelief.
He must have just scribbled something, right? Or is he just here for the experience, not actually planning to pass?
His companion scoffed, responding in a low voice, with a subtle mindset of if I can't do it, neither can anyone else.
He doesn't look too old. Probably here to mess around or just put on a show. He won't even pass the written exam, let alone the practical assessment. Another whispered discussion came from another direction, laced with a bit of bitterness. Chapter 37, The Assessment Beast, Silkworm Baby.
A slight stir arose in the exam hall due to Su Ningyu's early submission. Although everyone lowered their voices, the gathering noise was still noticeable.
Quiet. Maintain exam discipline.
The supervising examiner was a middle-aged woman with a serious expression. She furrowed her brows and called out to stop the chatter. She was not surprised by the early submission, as there were always people like this every year.
She was also not worried about any leakage of the exam questions. Because the Alliance used an intelligent question generation system,
the exam papers for each candidate were randomly generated, leaving almost no room for repetition.
Copying or passing answers was meaningless.
Su Ningyu stood up, holding his exam paper and exam card, and calmly walked toward the podium. The examiner took his paper but didn't grade it on the spot as in traditional exams. She carefully placed the paper on the podium in front of a special beast. It was a creature with a unique design. About the size of two clenched fists, its body was made up of many brightly colored, geometrically shaped building blocks. When Su Ningyu saw this beast, he thought of the Lego figurines from his past life. Round head, round eyes, with two crystals glowing blue as its eyes. This was the building block beast. A rare kind of beast, usually following a mechanical god evolution path in the mechanical sequence. It was famous for its powerful logic calculations, pattern recognition, and information processing abilities. It was often used by the Alliance for fast and fair grading in standardized exams. The eyes of the building block beast emitted two fine blue beams of light, quickly scanning the paper. Inside its body, a faint clicking sound like gears turning and a humming noise like energy flowing could be heard. The whole process lasted less than 10 seconds. The blue light faded. A green building block representing pass popped up with a click from the top of the building block beast's head. At the same time, its synthetic electronic voice sounded in a rigid but clear tone.
Paper number, XXXXX, candidate, Su Ningyu, written exam part passed. Score, excellent.
A trace of surprise flashed across the examiner's face but quickly returned to a professional calm.
She handed back Su Ningyu's exam card and instructed in an official tone. Passed the written exam.
Turn right out the door and follow the signs to the third practical exam preparation room, and wait for your practical exam arrangement.
Don't delay.
After speaking, she no longer paid attention to Su Ningyu. Her gaze shifted back to the other candidates still furiously writing in the exam hall, maintaining order in the room.
Su Ningyu took the exam card, gave a slight nod to the examiner, and then turned to leave.
Under the complex gazes of others, some surprised, some envious, and others still skeptical, he walked out of the written exam hall at a steady pace. Su Ningyu's steps were firm, with little emotion stirring within him.
Passing the written exam.
It was just the first step he had anticipated. It was merely a ticket to enter the next, even more demanding trial. There were no strong emotions in his heart.
He calmly followed the instructions and arrived at the dedicated area for the practical exam.
It was a row of independent rooms, with electronic screens at the doors displaying either preparing or in progress. In the public waiting area, he noticed that he wasn't the only one who finished the written exam early. There were 3 others who arrived earlier than him. An elderly man with graying hair, wearing reading glasses, and exuding a calm, scholarly demeanor. At the moment, he was slowly sipping a cup of water.
The other 2 looked like college students in their early 20s. A male and a female. The male was flipping through a thick notebook. The female was nervously checking her toolkit.
When Su Ningyu entered, all 3 of their gazes almost simultaneously fell on him. Then they all showed a clear expression of surprise.
No other reason.
Su Ningyu looked far too young compared to them. Su Ningyu's face was youthful, and although he had changed out of his school uniform, the aura of a student was still evident. In the field of beast tamer, which relied heavily on experience accumulation, practical training, and deep knowledge, being young often meant having little experience, making him naturally weak.
However, their surprise was only momentary.
The elderly man's eyes flashed with understanding. Then he calmly resumed drinking his water, as if accustomed to all kinds of geniuses or self-righteous individuals.
The college students exchanged a glance, seeming to communicate silently. Another theory-type contestant?
Su Ningyu was likely the kind of genius with an extraordinary memory, able to recite vast tomes of books by heart, but when it came to hands-on tasks or on-the-spot adaptability, he might have been utterly clueless, the bookworm type of genius. And the second round's practical exam was precisely the Waterloo for this kind of armchair strategist.
Su Ningyu was completely indifferent to their gazes and silent judgments.
He walked up to the electronic screen, confirmed his room number and status, then pushed the door open and entered, his figure disappearing behind it. The room was not large, but it was well equipped, with an operation desk, material racks, basic tools, and protective equipment.
And a transparent observation box for temporarily housing the summoned beast. Directly ahead, the blackboard was actually an electronic display screen, clearly showing the topic of this practical exam.
Please analyze the potential tendency of the provided summoned beast and plan, prepare, and guide it through a controllable and targeted evolution process. Su Ningyu's gaze immediately shifted to the center of the room. There, in an observation box lined with a soft, sterile mat, lay a chubby, pure white summoned beast, slowly wriggling, quietly waiting.
Silkworm baby.
Su Ningyu muttered softly, with no surprise in his eyes.
As expected, it's this summoned beast. As one of the most classic and unique representatives among the insect-type summoned beasts, the silkworm baby was famous for its extreme genetic plasticity and evolutionary diversity.
It was extremely weak in terms of combat power.
Its life energy was also feeble. But its genetic sequence was extraordinarily sensitive.
It could easily be influenced by the environment, nutrition, external energy, and even specific materials. Thus, it could mutate and evolve into a wide variety of insect-type summoned beasts with different forms, attributes, and abilities. One could say it was the perfect test question for assessing a breeder's judgment of a summoned beast's potential, material compatibility, understanding of evolution principles, and precise operational skills.
Of course, the junior summoned beast breeders wouldn't want all the candidates to fail completely.
On the side, the material rack was neatly arranged with dozens of different materials. From common insect-type and plant-type energy crystals, to attribute-specific mineral powders, and special extracts. There were also some fresh leaves, flowers, and even small insect specimens. The variety was vast enough to support a wide range of different evolution attempts. The test requires guiding evolution, not breeding a special and previously undiscovered evolutionary sequence. That's the one silver lining, the difficulty is within controllable limits.
Su Ningyu quickly assessed in his mind. For an ordinary candidate, even the former requirement would be enough to drive most people crazy. Because the evolutionary branches of the silkworm baby were too numerous. Choosing the wrong material or mishandling it could result in evolution failure, and in the worst case, it could lead to the collapse of the silkworm baby's genes. But for him, this was the perfect opportunity to leverage his bloodline directory talent. Chapter 38, Choose the Flame Sun Sequence, Fire Moth. Su Ningyu walked up to the observation box and gently lifted the top lid.
The silkworm baby seemed to sense someone approaching and slightly raised its head.
Its small black eyes stared at Su Ningyu, innocent and unafraid.
"Little guy, don't be afraid," Su Ningyu said in a gentle tone. At the same time, he took out a specially made, extremely fine blood sampling needle and a small collection dish. "I need to take a little bit of your blood for a simple energy tendency test, to see which type of material your body is more attuned to. This will be good for both of us." This explanation was not only for the silkworm baby but also for the surveillance equipment that was certainly present in the room, providing a reasonable basis for Su Ningyu's upcoming actions.
Of course, Su Ningyu was drawing blood to activate his talent.
He gently and precisely drew a small amount of blood from the silkworm baby.
The moment the blood dripped into the collection dish, Su Ningyu's fingertips made the faintest contact with it.
Bloodline Directory Talent.
Silence start.
In an instant, Su Ningyu's vision was flooded with countless flashing spectra and streams of text information, each representing different evolutionary paths. It was like opening the grand catalogue of a library that leads to all the genetic possibilities of this silkworm. The past and future evolution sequences of the silkworm lay before him. At the front of the catalogue was the massive, insect god swarm sequence. Dense branches filled the page, countless in number, moths, butterflies, with various beast taming forms, each with unique abilities, requiring different evolutionary conditions.
He flipped down further.
The forest goddess green spirit sequence also had many beast taming forms.
Most led to strange insect species that symbiotically lived with plants.
They possessed abilities such as controlling vines, releasing pollen, or even photosynthesis. Further down, there were rarer or more niche branches of the sequence, involving light, ghosts, metals, spirits, and even mechanical attributes. Finally, Su Ningyu's gaze landed on an entry that glimmered with a faint but steady golden red light.
Sun God Sequence Flame Sun Sequence. First sequence, Fire Moth. Attributes, Insect/Fire. Prerequisite evolution conditions. 1. Basic Strength, Black Iron Tier 3. 2. Core Material, Firestone.
3. Induction Agent, Basic Flame Sun Induction Agent, Formula Unlocked, requires 2 petals of sun flame flower, 1 gram of red crystal powder, 10 milliliters of pure insect-type energy liquid, and 3 drops of mild energy stabilizer. 4. Auxiliary Environment, 25 to 30 degrees Celsius, low-light environment. Evolution Success Rate, Current Individual Suitability 87%.
Remarks: This is the beginner's evolutionary form for the silkworm's path toward the Flame Sun attribute, retaining some insect characteristics.
It has initially mastered the weak use of fire-type energy, laying the foundation for further evolution into the higher-level, Sun God Flame Sun sequence, or other fire/light attribute sequences.
This is it. Su Ningyu made up his mind.
Choosing this evolutionary path was not random.
First, the success rate is high enough. The materials are fully available in the backup library.
Second, and more importantly, the fire moth belongs to the Flame Sun affinity. It shares some homology and connection with the Sun God Flame Sun sequence that Little Bell's future evolution will follow. Through this practical operation, he could accumulate a valuable official certification experience in guiding beast evolution. In the future, if anyone questions his method of cultivating Little Bell, this assessment record will be the best proof. Look, the League certified junior breeder successfully guided 2 contradictory attribute evolutions. Su Ningyu has a research foundation in this kind of evolution, which is reasonable and logical. The materials are all here: firestone, sun flame flower, red crystal powder. Su Ningyu's gaze quickly confirmed the materials on the shelf, and his mind already had a complete operation process.
He didn't delay any longer and gently placed the blood-sampled silkworm back into the observation box, comforting it a bit. Next, let's get started. He washed his hands, put on protective gloves and goggles, and his expression was focused and calm. He first accurately took the required firestone from the material shelf. Using a mortar, he carefully ground it into a fine powder and weighed the proper amount. Next, he processed the petals of the sun flame flower and extracted the juice. He weighed the red crystal powder, mixed it with insect-type energy liquid, and finally dripped in the key stabilizer. His movements were methodical, precise, and steady, each step following strict norms and a deep understanding of the properties of the materials. The only sounds in the room were the soft clinks of the vessels and his steady breathing. A procedure conducted compliantly and reasonably under monitoring. Su Ningyu was meticulously preparing the evolution assistance liquid to transform the silkworm into a fire moth. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, a few examiners were observing the situations in each practical exam room through multiple high-definition screens. The atmosphere here was more relaxed than outside the exam hall but still conveyed a professional rigor. "Old Chi, you're not being fair."
A middle-aged examiner with round glasses and slightly messy hair laughed as he punched the shoulder of an elderly man beside him. This time, I finally managed to replace the common beast of the second stage with silkworms, just to add some unpredictability and difficulty, to test the candidate's actual adaptability and comprehensive knowledge. But you, on the other hand, directly had your two prized students participate in this assessment.
Isn't this just making it easy for them to pass? Are you bullying the other candidates who haven't seen much of the world, huh?
The person he referred to as Old Chi Wansheng, was a well-respected senior high-level breeder in Binjiang City. He was also the vice president of the local Breeders' Association. He slowly put down his teacup, adjusted his reading glasses on his nose, and said calmly, "Danchi, what are you saying? If my students, Chi Wansheng's students, can't even pass a beginner's assessment, then that would be a disgrace to me. They can pass because they have the capability. Whether the exam subject is a silkworm or something else, it doesn't matter. Do you think that if I choose an easier task, those who can't pass will suddenly succeed?" The middle-aged examiner, Danchi, was momentarily speechless, chuckled twice, and didn't argue further. Chi Wansheng's two students were indeed well-trained and among the favorites for this assessment. All right, stop arguing, both of you. Another serious-looking woman, who appeared to be the head examiner, spoke up, but her gaze was fixed firmly on one of the screens. "Look at this little fellow." Her voice caught the attention of both Chi Wansheng and Danchi, and they both looked at the screen in the same direction. On the screen, the exam room where Su Ningyu was situated was displayed. In the footage, that overly young candidate was operating with calm precision. His expression was extraordinarily composed, even to the point of being serene, completely devoid of the usual tension, hesitation, or fidgeting seen in other candidates. His actions were precise and swift, carrying a level of proficiency that did not match his age. When selecting materials from the shelves, there was hardly any pause, as if he had already planned everything out. Su Ningyu's focused and steady posture. It didn't seem like he was undergoing a tense exam that could determine his qualification. It almost felt more like he was conducting a routine chemical experiment he had repeated countless times in a laboratory. "Ha!" Danchi adjusted his glasses and leaned in a little closer. "This little fellow, interesting. From the looks of it, he's not a rookie. He has clearly figured out what to do." Chi Wansheng also looked at the screen with interest. His gaze passed over the materials Su Ningyu had selected: firestone, sunfire flower, red crystal powder, and basic insect liquid and stabilizer. He's very clear on his goal, aiming for the sunfire sequence. He's bold, careful, and the formula combination he selected looks very neat. Another examiner also leaned over, watching as Su Ningyu started grinding the firestone powder on the screen. TSK, Old Chi, look, your two top students are still testing the silkworms, flipping through notes, and discussing, while this little fellow has already started making the core inducement agent. Is this confidence, or is he just a reckless youngster who doesn't care? Chi Wansheng wasn't angry because his students were being overshadowed. On the contrary, there was more appreciation in his eyes. It doesn't matter which one it is. This decisiveness and action are rare among young people. And look at his method of handling the materials, it's very standard, almost, a bit old-fashioned and meticulous, not like some wild approach. The sunfire sequence, is it the fire moth or the fire venom insect? Danchi stroked his chin, his tone becoming more serious. Although silkworms theoretically have this evolutionary branch, there are very few successful cases in the sunfire sequence. The induced conditions recorded in the literature are very strict, and the success rate is acknowledged as low. The formula combination this little fellow chose does have some hints of ancient method improvements, but I wonder how effective it is. His technique is steady, and his method of mixing the agents is skilled. The several examiners were all experienced breeders. Naturally understanding the risks and difficulties, the gaze towards Su Ningyu also grew more scrutinizing and expectant. "Look, the evolution liquid is ready," the chief examiner whispered. On the screen, Su Ningyu had already filled the specially made feeder with the prepared, warm, orange-red glowing potion. Next, he picked up the firestone, which had been ground and had a slightly rough surface, then gently cradled the plump silkworm. These little guys, sent here for the exam, mostly have some inherent weaknesses or poor conditions. Just managing to make it to the exam is a struggle, Danchi quietly said, watching Su Ningyu gently comfort the silkworm. They all knew that these beasts, used for the assessment, were in a sense also looking for a possible rebirth opportunity. On the screen, Su Ningyu carefully placed the silkworm on the warm firestone. The silkworm seemed to sense some strange energy attraction and slightly raised its head. Su Ningyu brought the feeder close and softly said, "Come, drink this. Hang in there, this is your chance for rebirth." The silkworm didn't hesitate. It understood that this was the opportunity to change its fate. It immediately began to suck the orange-red potion. Its tiny body trembled slightly, as if trying to bear and absorb the surging energy within. After feeding, Su Ningyu took a step back and softly muttered, "After this, it will depend on you." The silkworm nodded and curled up on the firestone. After drinking the potion, the silkworm's body trembled more intensely. Its originally white body began to develop an abnormal reddish hue. It didn't hesitate, almost instinctively, it began to desperately spin silk on the firestone beneath it. The silk was not the usual white, but had a faint orange-red glow. It spun the silk, wound it, and wrapped it, at an incredibly fast speed. In just a few minutes, an orange-red cocoon appeared on the firestone, emitting faint heat and seeming to burn slowly from within, replacing the silkworm's original position.
It's cocooning.
In the monitoring room, several examiners held their breath, focused intently.
Cocooning is the most crucial sign of evolution for silkworm-type beasts, but the cocooning is just the beginning. Whether it can successfully break free from the cocoon and transform into the expected form is the real test. The result of failure could very well be an energy backlash, destroying the cocoon and killing the worm. Now, we can only wait for success or failure. Chi-Wan said slowly, his eyes fixed tightly on the orange-red cocoon. In the exam room, Su Ningyu had also stepped back to a safe observation distance, his gaze unwavering on the silkworm cocoon. His face still showed little expression.
But his slightly pursed lips and the occasional light tapping of his fingers on the operation desk betrayed that his inner calm was not as deep as it appeared.
Time at this moment felt extraordinarily long, each second stretched by the silent anticipation and underlying anxiety.
No one knew how much time had passed, perhaps just a dozen minutes, but under the strained nerves, it felt like several hours.
Crack! A faint, yet unusually clear cracking sound came from the orange-red cocoon. Su Ningyu's pupils contracted, his body instinctively leaning forward. Then, an unexpected change occurred. Without warning, a bright orange-yellow flame suddenly burst forth from the surface of the cocoon. The flames weren't violent, but were incredibly pure and stable, instantly enveloping the entire cocoon, burning fiercely. What is this? Before Su Ningyu's surprise could fully manifest, an even more shocking scene unfolded.
In the center of the burning cocoon, a pair of translucent wings, with edges flowing with molten gold-red patterns, suddenly emerged.
The wings flapped powerfully. Boom!
The flames surrounding the cocoon, along with the remaining cocoon shell, were violently dispersed by a scorching air current, turning into countless tiny sparks and ashes that scattered and fell like a flurry of snow.
At the center of the flames and ashes, a brand new life stretched its body.
It was a moth, small and beautiful, about the size of a palm.
Its wings were a warm orange-yellow at the core.
The edges were lined with stunning gold-red patterns, like solidified flames.
As its wings flapped, tiny sparks scattered into the air.
Its body was covered in fine golden fuzz, and its compound eyes were like two small rubies, shining with lively and warm light. It radiated a clear, stable energy fluctuation, belonging to a black iron-level fire-type beast, and this fluctuation slowly but steadily climbed upwards. The fire moth had successfully evolved.
It seemed slightly unaccustomed to its newly formed wings, fluttering awkwardly in the air for a moment.
Then, it flew accurately towards Su Ningyu and lightly landed on his outstretched palm. The fire moth wasn't large, only the size of a soccer ball. It affectionately rubbed against Su Ningyu, sending out a wave of gratitude and closeness. It understood that this person in front of it had given it new life. Inside the surveillance room, there was a complete silence.
Chapter 40, Test Passed, Junior Beast Tamer.
The examiners looked at the screen where the fire moth rested quietly in front of Su Ningyu, its wings shining brilliantly. They all displayed varying degrees of shock and admiration on their faces. It worked! Not only did it succeed, but this fire moth, with its stable energy and complete form,
its quality is quite high.
Danshi was the first to break the silence, her voice filled with disbelief.
Perfect level induced evolution.
1 success, short cocoon period, smooth cocoon break, stable and excellent evolutionary state.
The chief examiner quickly took notes, his eyes flashing with excitement.
Xu Shang let out a long sigh of relief. His gaze towards the young candidate on the screen had completely changed. He slowly spoke, "This kid.
He's not just a naive rookie. He's a real genius, a practical genius. This test looks like we're going to see an unexpected dark horse."
With the fire moth successfully breaking its cocoon, becoming a dual attribute beast with both fire and bug elements. Its level displayed a complete and vibrant black iron level beast form.
Su Ningyu passed the second practical test without any doubt. He even received extra points from the examiners.
Because the evolution process was smooth, and the evolved individual was in excellent condition, far beyond the general qualified standard.
According to the exam regulations, the beast that successfully induced evolution would be arranged by the Alliance for follow-up research or to find a suitable adopter. However, when Su Ningyu was about to leave the examination room,
the fire moth, which had just completed its rebirth and was filled with gratitude and dependence on him, flapped its warm wings and circled around Su Ningyu reluctantly. It made a faint, affectionate chirp. Looking at the little life that he had personally guided into being, Su Ningyu felt a soft tenderness in his heart. He extended his finger, and the fire moth obediently landed, rubbing its fuzz against his fingertip.
"Go, little one, you will have a new future. But I can't give you a new beginning." Su Ningyu whispered gently, his tone warm. He couldn't take it with him. Su Ningyu's first beast was the bellflower.
It was a careful decision based on his own talents, resources, and future development path.
Of course, Su Ningyu didn't have much choice.
But from now on, for his future contracted beast partners, Su Ningyu would definitely be more cautious, choosing those that could complement the bellflower and have enough potential to support his long-term goals.
The fire moth was cute, but it wasn't the core piece of his plan.
In the end, under the guidance of the staff, the fire moth was carefully taken to a special care area.
Su Ningyu tidied up his emotions, adjusted his appearance, and calmly walked out of the examination room. Next, it was the time to wait for the final result.
All the candidates who completed both rounds of the assessment were guided to a medium-sized lecture hall to wait. Unlike the noise outside the written exam venue, the atmosphere here was heavy and oppressive, filled with tension and anticipation.
When Su Ningyu entered, the classroom was empty.
He found a seat in the back, a less noticeable position. His expression was calm, without the impatience of looking around, nor the nervousness of checking the time repeatedly. He just quietly waited, as if processing the details of the earlier assessment, or perhaps simply resting and clearing his mind. Before long, the door to the classroom opened. The first to walk in were the three people he had seen earlier in the resting area. The elderly man, and the pair who looked like university students. They seemed quite confident about finishing early. When they saw Su Ningyu, the only person in the empty classroom, they paused for a moment. Especially the young couple, their eyes flashing with surprise and a barely noticeable hint of astonishment.
So quick to finish? Had they given up directly, or had they messed up and been sent out early in a panic? They exchanged a glance and didn't look at Su Ningyu any further.
Each of them took a seat in the front row and started whispering to each other, the topic seeming to focus on the difficult parts of the earlier assessment.
Soon, more candidates entered the classroom.
Some wore tired expressions but had hopeful eyes, while others furrowed their brows and sighed. Some were still murmuring to themselves, lost in the tasks from earlier.
An hour passed, and the once empty lecture hall had gathered about 40 people, the air filled with a mix of complex emotions.
Once it was clear no more people would enter, the door at the front of the classroom opened again, and three middle-aged people in official league uniforms walked in. Two of them were the chief examiners from earlier, Dan Shi and Shi Wanshang. The third was the staff member responsible for the administrative process. The murmurs that had still been present in the classroom instantly died down, and all eyes focused on them, hearts unconsciously racing. Dan Shi cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the nervous faces below, and with a clear voice, he announced, "Candidates, the XXXTH Junior Beast Tamer Qualification Assessment in Binjiang City is now officially concluded." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of suppressed murmurs and unrest rippled through the classroom. Some people silently prayed with their hands clasped, some tightly clenched their fists, and others anxiously adjusted their seating posture. Su Ningyu's gaze also fell on the thin file Dan Shi was holding. He knew that inside was the final list, the one that would decide who among them would leap into success today. The staff member beside Dan Shi stepped forward and announced in a loud voice, "Now, Beast Tamer Chi will read out the list of candidates who passed the assessment and earned the Junior Beast Tamer Qualification Certificate. Those whose names are called, please come forward to collect your qualification certificates." Shi Wanqing took the list from Dan Shi, walking steadily to the center of the podium. He pushed up his reading glasses, his face serious, his gaze slowly sweeping over the audience. At this moment, the tension in the classroom reached its peak.
"Please, let me pass this time. I've taken this exam 3 times already."
A young man in his 20s covered his face with both hands, his voice trembling.
3 times?
My old man's been at this for over 10 years.
This time I hope we get some results."
It was the elderly man Su Ningyu had seen earlier, his face wrinkled but his eyes still persistent, even with a hint of optimism.
Fighting for over 10 years, repeatedly failing but never giving up, this perseverance deeply moved Su Ningyu.
Without a true love and belief in the beast taming profession, it would be hard to keep going for so long.
Shi Wanqing didn't make them wait too long.
He unfurled the list, and his steady voice clearly rang out in the silent classroom.
The first one. Everyone's heart jumped to their throat. Su Ningyu.
The moment this name was called, the classroom froze for a brief moment. Sitting in the back row, Su Ningyu's mouth uncontrollably curled into a slight smile, a look of relief and accomplishment spreading in his eyes.
It worked.
The beginner qualification certificate for Beast Tamer was in his hands. This was not just a piece of paper, but a stepping stone for him to gain resources, build connections, and prove his worth in the future.
Chapter 41, Zheng Hanyu and Song Sinyu's invitation. After knowing the result, Su Ningyu stood up calmly.
Under the numerous eyes suddenly focused on him, he stepped toward the podium. At this moment, the other candidates in the classroom, especially those who thought highly of their own strength, or those with more experience who had taken the test multiple times, Watching this young boy, clearly much younger than them and even carrying a student-like aura, walk forward calmly, they couldn't hide their shock, confusion, and disbelief.
Him? The first one? No way. So young? Just graduated from high school? He's the one who handed in his paper early? He actually passed? Did they read the list wrong?
Various whispers of suspicion quickly spread through the crowd. The older students, a boy and a girl, stared with wide eyes. They stared fixedly at Su Ningyu's back. The disdain from before had vanished, leaving only deep confusion and a hint of surprise.
Su Ningyu paid no attention to the murmurs behind him.
With steady steps, he walked to the podium and took the deep blue-covered booklet, stamped with the Alliance logo and Beginner Beast Tamer Qualification Certificate, from the smiling Danshi.
It was a little heavy in his hand, solid and weighty.
Danshi, seeing Su Ningyu, was deeply moved. Good kid, passing the test at such a young age. Keep working hard, and maybe becoming a top-tier beast tamer won't be impossible.
Danshi sincerely said. Su Ningyu replied, thank you, I will.
Having received the Beginner Qualification Certificate,
Su Ningyu didn't stay long in the lecture hall.
For him, passing the test was part of his plan. With the dust settled, there were still more important goals to achieve. He walked through the crowd, some celebrating, others saddened, some still discussing the results, heading straight out of the examination area. The most important thing for Su Ningyu now was to quickly utilize the potential resources brought by this certificate. At the same time, he was determined to push forward and improve Little Bell's strength. To fully prepare for the upcoming special recruitment exam for Beichin High School. Looking further ahead, he also had to plan how to successfully guide Little Bell to evolve into the Sunlight Flower before officially entering high school.
That would be a significant leap in strength.
After leaving the somewhat oppressive examination hall and entering the more open public waiting area, Su Ningyu immediately spotted Wei Lin, who was bored and leaning against a pillar. Her fingers were mechanically swiping on her phone screen, clearly having waited for a long time, and was now getting a bit tired of playing.
He was about to greet Wei Lin and leave. Su Ningyu, please wait.
A strange, clearly friendly male voice suddenly came from behind him.
Su Ningyu paused his steps, surprised, and turned around.
There, the pair of college student-like young man and woman he had seen before in the exam waiting area and classroom were quickly walking toward him, smiling kindly. At the same time, Wei Lin also noticed the movement here, put away her phone, and curiously walked over.
Su Ningyu looked at the two walking up to him and displayed a perfectly timed look of confusion. You two, is there something wrong?
The young man, named Zhang Hengyu, spoke first. His tone was warm. Su Ningyu, congratulations on passing the test.
We came to invite you to join a special group chat.
While speaking, he showed the phone screen with a group chat titled Binhai Junior Beast Tamer Mutual Help Circle. The girl beside, Song Sinyu, added, her voice clear and bright, her words well organized.
Both of us are students from the cultivation department at Binjian University.
In this group, there are quite a few like us, current students or recent graduates who are beginner cultivators, along with some high school and even middle school students from well-off families who have cultivation needs. Everyone often shares information in here, and sometimes we post simple commissions, like helping to make specific potions, analyzing beast states, or offering short-term cultivation consultations.
Zhang Hengyu took over, his tone hinting at advice. Now that you have your certification, you're officially in the field. But just having the certificate might not immediately land you any decent commissions. This group is actually a pretty good platform to start on.
The commissions posted here are relatively basic, and the rewards are decent enough. It's a great way to accumulate practical experience and earn some extra money to cover cultivation expenses.
Su Ningyu felt a stir in his heart. This really was a valuable channel.
But he was also somewhat confused. Why was the other person so actively sharing such internal resources with him?
They had just met, and if anything, they could even be considered competitors.
Zhang Hengyu seemed to sense Su Ningyu's doubts, awkwardly scratching his head and admitting, Su Ningyu, you're so young and already passed the assessment with an excellent rating.
Your potential is obvious.
We call this, investing early in a potential stock and making a good connection.
He smiled awkwardly.
Song Sinyu rolled her eyes at him before turning to Su Ningyu with a more sincere smile.
Don't listen to him talking nonsense. Let me formally introduce myself.
I'm Song Sinyu, and this is Zhang Hengyu. Our teacher, the one who just read the list of names, is Teacher Qi Wancheng. Your performance in the assessment, especially the way you guided the silkworms to evolve perfectly into firefly moths, left our teacher full of praise. He specifically told us that if we met you, we should talk more with you. The teacher thinks you're young but solid in your foundation and have clear ideas.
You're someone worth nurturing. Helping you out is also the teacher's suggestion.
Of course, we also genuinely want to make friends with a talented junior like you.
So that was it. It was the recognition and support from their teacher that was key. Su Ningyu understood clearly in his heart.
This goodwill was both the care of the seniors for the junior and a bit of an investment for the future. No matter how he looked at it, this was beneficial to him and harmless. A humble smile appeared on Su Ningyu's face as he nodded slightly. I see. Thank you, Senior Zhang and Senior Song, for taking the time to inform me. It's my honor to receive guidance from seniors. Wow. Before Zhang Hongyu and Song Xinyu could respond, Wei Lin, who had been listening intently, suddenly let out a loud exclamation.
Instantly, it attracted the attention of many around them.
He dashed toward Su Ningyu, eyes wide with shock, his voice trembling with excitement. Su Ningyu.
You really passed? You got the Junior Cultivator certificate? I'm not dreaming, right? Su Ningyu was startled by Wei Lin's sudden outburst. He instinctively reached up to his ears and said, irritated, why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf. And why are you so excited? If I didn't know better, I'd think it was you who passed the test.
Wei Lin looked at him with an expression that clearly said you just don't get it, waving his arms around.
Oh my god. How could I not be excited? A junior cultivator. Do you know how hard it is to pass?
Only a few people in the entire city pass each year. If it were me, I would be shouting and telling the whole world.
I can't believe you're so calm. Chapter 42, Black Iron Level 6, G Frog Frog. Song Xinyu looked at Wei Lin, who was so shocked by Su Ningyu, and couldn't help but smile.
This was a normal person's reaction. She smiled at Su Ningyu.
This student here is a normal person's reaction. Honestly, Su Ningyu, you're way too calm. When I got the certificate, I was surprisingly calm.
Zhang Hengyu nodded with deep understanding. When we got ours, although we had some mental preparation after following the teacher for a long time, we were still excited.
But you acted like you just received an ordinary certificate. Su Ningyu felt a little embarrassed after hearing this, scratching his nose. Maybe. I was thinking about the arrangements for what comes next, so I didn't have time to be happy? Alright, I know you're a busy person with a plan. Song Xinyu smiled and took out her phone.
Come on, let's add each other's contact information.
I'll add you to the group. From now on, we'll be friends and colleagues.
If you have any questions about cultivation or run into any difficulties, you can ask in the group or directly discuss with us.
Although we might not always have the solution, it's always better to discuss things with more people. Su Ningyu immediately took out his phone. Of course, I'd be happy to.
They exchanged contacts and he was added to the lively Mutual Aid Circle group chat. There were already dozens of people in the group, most with nicknames like Bin University or XX Cultivation Institute in front of them. It was clearly a relatively professional circle.
Alright, we need to go back and report to the teacher, so we'll leave first.
Zhang Hongyu waved his hand, looking forward to more exchanges in the group or in person.
Good luck, little junior. Goodbye, let's keep in touch. Song Xinyu also smiled and waved. Watching them leave, Su Ningyu looked down at the new contacts in his phone and the lively group chat.
He then weighed the certificate in his bag, which felt quite heavy, and he had the sense that his future seemed clearer and more promising.
Let's go, he said to Wei Lin, still in an excited state. The real battle is just beginning.
The Junior Cultivator Qualification Certificate was successfully obtained.
For Su Ningyu, its significance went far beyond just a certificate to take on commissions and earn money.
In the future, if he were to present unconventional cultivation methods, special potions, or if Little Bell displayed unusual abilities, this certificate and the professional identity it represented would serve as the strongest explanation and cover. This meant that he could, to some extent, use his talents and knowledge more freely without worrying too much about unwanted scrutiny.
At this stage, Su Ningyu's core goal was clear and specific. In the shortest possible time, he wanted to elevate Little Bell's power to the peak of Black Iron 9-star. He aimed for the final sprint to evolve the Sunlight Flower, and also prepare for the upcoming special admissions exam for Beichin High School. At home, in the training room specially designed for this purpose, Su Ningyu twisted open a crystal-clear glass tube.
Inside, a light green, thick liquid flowed, giving off a fresh grassy scent. This was the high-quality Beast Tamer's exclusive nutrient solution issued by the school this week, with excellent quality. He let Little Bell absorb the nutrient solution. Shoo me. Little Bell let out a low, satisfied yet somewhat uncomfortable sound, conveying its happy emotions. Master, I feel so warm inside, so much energy. But it feels a bit too full, it's swelling. Su Ningyu gently stroked its slightly heated petals, a satisfied expression on his face. That's a good thing. It shows that your extreme training before and the real combat pressure from Zhang Quan's excellent sandbag have had a significant effect. Your body's endurance and energy limits have greatly improved. Meanwhile, far away in the club, Zhang Quan suddenly sneezed and inexplicably felt a chill on his back. Now, with this high-concentration nutrient solution, it's the perfect time to break through the bottleneck. Su Ningyu guided Little Bell to calmly absorb and circulate the energy. Little Bell's body began to emit a soft, pale golden light, and its petals fluttered, as if it were breathing deeply. The energy particles in the air also seemed to be drawn toward it, slowly gathering towards it. About a quarter of an hour later, the light on the small bell suddenly flared up, then quickly retracted, and the entire plant seemed to have grown a little taller. The color of the petals became even brighter and more vibrant green, and the veins of the leaves subtly glowed. The energy fluctuations emitted were clearly much stronger.
Black Iron 6th rank successfully broke through.
Su Ningyu's heart was certain, and immediately summoned his Beast Master's manual. The ancient book's phantom appeared. The pages automatically flipped to the one recording the information about the small bell. As the small bell's strength increased, the data on the page also changed accordingly.
Beast Master Bellflower, Little Bell. Attribute, Plant. Strength, Black Iron 6th rank. Talent, Soothing, Healing Light. Potential rating, Silver level. Skills. 1. Sleep Powder, releases pollen with a hypnotic effect. Proficiency, Minor success. 2. Healing Bell, emits special sound waves to promote wound healing. Proficiency, Minor success. 3. Phantom Clone, creates short-lived illusions to confuse enemies. Proficiency, Minor success. 4. Moonlight, under the moonlight, restores its own energy and improves combat ability. Proficiency, Beginner. 5. Light Beam, condenses light beams to attack opponents. Proficiency, Minor success. 6. Spark, fire attribute initial skill. Proficiency, Minor success. 7. Photosynthesis, absorbs light energy to restore physical strength. Proficiency, Beginner. 8. Poison Needle, shoots tiny poisonous thorns from the petals, with a chance to poison the target. Proficiency, Beginner. A new skill was added to the list. In addition to successfully mastering photosynthesis. During this time, Su Ningyu used the Poison Bat, Poison Fong, he acquired from the Joint Exam Secret Realm. After initial processing and induction, the small bell successfully comprehended the attack skill, Poison Needle, which causes poisoning effects. Although its proficiency was only at the beginner level, it undoubtedly greatly enriched the tactical choices. Of course, the improvement in skill proficiency also relied on the contributions of the hero. The white-skinned frog, which had completely given up. Yes, Su Ningyu named it Lucky Frog. It symbolized luck. Although Frog itself may not think so. In the Spark Healing Hell and Poison Needle adaptability testing every day for the small bell, it once again survived stubbornly. And helped the small bell improve the proficiency of Sleep Powder to a minor success level. Now, my little bell is no longer a traditional purely supportive healing beast. Su Ningyu closed the Beast Master's manual, a confident light flashed in his eyes. Attack, control, healing, recovery, harassment. The skill system is already quite comprehensive. With strength at the Black Iron 6th rank, only 3 more small steps remain to reach the evolution requirement of the 9th rank. Chapter 43, Heading to Beichin High School. Su Ningyu cleaned up the empty containers of the nutrient solution and the waste materials from the processing. He patted his hands. Then gently picked up the still digesting energy, somewhat lazily looking small bell. Alright, rest time is over. We need to go. With a thought, the small bell turned into a stream of light and entered the Beast Master's manual imprint on his chest. Today was the special recruitment exam day for Beichin High School. Before leaving, Su Ningyu's steps paused in front of a transparent ecological box in the corner of the living room. Inside the box, there was moist moss and several smooth stones. The fully white, jade-like Lucky Frog was lying on the biggest stone. At this moment, its eyes were tightly shut, motionless, as if it had entered the deepest hibernation. Or perhaps, it was pretending to be dead to escape reality. Lucky Frog? Su Ningyu knocked on the box. His tone was calm, with a hint of unnoticeable care. We're leaving for the exam. I've left some special nutrient paste for you at home. This was the leftover residue and scraps from Su Ningyu's failed potion-making attempt. Remember to eat on time, don't think about running away. The outside world is dangerous, predators are everywhere, and you wouldn't want to suddenly become someone else's meal one day. How about stir-frying the frogs or making a dry pot frog dish? Hearing Su Ningyu's words, the white shadow in the ecological box trembled almost imperceptibly. It still hadn't opened its eyes, but it seemed to be playing dead even more convincingly now. Yes, this chihuahua, which could mutate and had an incredibly strong life force, was now officially adopted by Su Ningyu. On one hand, Su Ningyu did feel somewhat grateful for its selfless contribution as a target for his skills in the past. Of course, this selfless contribution had been forced upon it. On the other hand, he thought that Little Bell really needed a stable, durable, and responsive practice subject. Of course, after becoming a junior beast breeder, Su Ningyu started trying his hand at mixing some basic nutritional potions or status recovery potions using leftover materials and relatively cheap basic ingredients. And the heavy responsibility of testing these potions naturally fell onto the lucky frog. These potions with unclear effects, strange tastes, and occasionally causing some bizarre reactions became the exclusive meals for the lucky frog. Perhaps, the fact that it managed to survive until now, and even turned from a green skin to a white skin, already proved that the name Lucky Frog indeed had some mysterious lucky element in it. But at this moment, listening to Su Ningyu's seemingly caring but actually threatening advice, the lucky frog in the ecological box still hadn't opened its eyes. But it seemed like two invisible wide noodles of tears were slowly flowing down. The lucky frog's inner monologue: escape? Where can I escape to? This home, no, this hellhole, I fear I'll never leave in this lifetime. As long as I'm alive, as long as I'm alive. Su Ningyu took one last glance at the ecological box, confirming everything was normal, then opened the door and walked out into the morning sunlight with big steps. North Star High School, special admission exam, here I come. On the way to North Star High, the bus was smoothly driving on the intercity expressway. Su Ningyu sat by the window, closing his eyes to rest, sorting through all the possible battle scenarios and strategies for the special admission exam in his mind. Ding dong. A faint message notification sound came from his phone. He opened his eyes, unlocked the screen, and saw a message from Sun Juewei. Sun Juewei, Master. Are you there? That, about the exclusive breeding plan for my family's Piapiao, when will you have time to help me take a look? Seeing this message, Su Ningyu subconsciously slapped his forehead. He had been so busy lately with improving his skills and preparing for exams that he nearly forgot about this potential big client. Sun Juewei's family was well off, and as a beast master of the Bellflower, her needs were clear, and she was willing to pay. She was an ideal candidate for him to begin accumulating clients, putting his breeding ideas into practice, and earning resources. I can't slack off on a golden partner, oh no, I mean a potential business partner. Su Ningyu thought to himself, quickly typing on the screen with his fingers. He didn't immediately reply with the details of the plan but first opened his album. He found the photo of his recently acquired Junior Beast Breeder certification and clicked send. Right after the photo, he added a brief explanation. Su Ningyu, image. Su Ningyu, sorry, son, I've been fully preparing for the breeder exam and the special exam for North Star these past few days, been running around like crazy. Su Ningyu, but the good news is, my Junior Beast Breeder certification just came through. Now I have an official certification, so you can feel more at ease when entrusting me. You won't have to worry about me being a smooth talker or a scammer. On the other side, at Sun Juewei's home. Sun Juewei was curled up on the comfortable couch with her best friend Yuan Lily, eating snacks and browsing shopping sites, discussing the new beast accessories that had been released. Her phone notification went off, and she casually picked it up to check. The next second, she froze as if someone had pressed the pause button on her. Her eyes instantly widened, and the half-eaten biscuit in her mouth was forgotten, unchewed. My God. No way? She sat up straight, bringing the phone screen up to her eyes as if she needed to confirm that she wasn't seeing things. Junior Beast Trainer certification? This guy, he really passed it? Just a few days have passed? What's wrong, Weiwei? Seeing a ghost? Beside her, Yuan Lily was startled by the sudden reaction and leaned in curiously. What certification is making you this excited? Sun Juewei quickly realized and hurriedly turned off the screen, a faint awkwardness crossing her face. And nothing. Just a classmate, who's pretty amazing, that's all. She didn't want to let her best friend know that she was planning to secretly hire a soon-to-be graduated middle schooler to train Piao Piao. After all, it sounded a bit like rich but foolish. Yuan Lily looked at her suspiciously but didn't ask further, returning to her jewelry selection. Sun Juewei calmed herself down and opened the phone again, seeing the message from Su Ningyu. When she saw the words Beichen High School Special Admission Exam, a flash of realization and deeper surprise appeared in her eyes. So that's why he's been so busy, preparing for this. She murmured softly. The special admission exam for Beichen High School was considered the holy battle of junior beast trainers in Dongjun Province. Only the best could qualify, and even fewer could pass. Her eyes flickered as she suddenly thought of something, turning to her best friend with a sweet smile that carried a hint of playfulness. Lily, my best Lily. Yuan Lily felt a chill as she was hit by the sudden sugary tone, instinctively shrinking back. What is it? Speak normally, I'm scared of you like this. Sun Juewei scooted closer and hooked her arm around Yuan Lily's. I remember, your brother, he's a teacher at Beichen High, right? I think he's in charge of some of the special admission exam stuff? Yuan Lily raised an eyebrow. Yeah, what about it? Why are you asking about this? Chapter 44, Gossip, Top 3 in Binhai City Joint Exam. Here, Sun Juewei was shaking Yuan Lily's arm. I was wondering, could you ask your brother to take us in to see it? I've never seen what the Beichen High special admission exam is like. It must be so exciting. Please pretty please best Lily. Yuan Lily had no choice but to give in, sighing in resignation. Fine, I'm scared of you. I can get you in to watch. My brother should be able to get us an observation pass.
But she paused, turning to look directly into Sun Zhuowei's eyes.
You have to tell me honestly, why are you suddenly so interested in the Beichan special admission exam? Don't try to fool me with just wanting to watch the fun.
Sun Zhuowei quickly shifted her gaze, leaning into Yuan Lily's ear, lowering her voice, and speaking half-truths. Actually, there's this super amazing classmate I know, and he's going to take the special admission exam today. I want to see how he does. And maybe, learn something from it.
Super amazing classmate? A guy or a girl? Yuan Lily's gossip radar was immediately triggered. Oh come on, just agree to take me and you'll find out.
Sun Zhuowei teased. The two girls immediately huddled together, whispering and plotting.
Meanwhile, Su Ningyu had no idea about Sun Zhuowei's little drama.
The vehicle he was in had already left the busy city center and entered the rural roads connecting Binhai City to the capital of Dongjun Province.
The view outside shifted from towering buildings to rolling hills and dense forests.
Occasionally, one could spot large flying beast companions in the sky and armored patrol teams on the ground. Fortunately, as Yunmeng Star was one of the core planets of the Alliance, security and order were well maintained. The main traffic routes were regularly cleared, making them relatively safe.
However, in some remote, developing star systems or border regions, such outdoor journeys were far from peaceful.
Encountering wild beast hordes or even star pirates is not a rare event.
After 2 hours of bumpy ride, the bus finally slowly entered the boundaries of the provincial capital of Dongjun.
Half an hour later, a grand and vast group of buildings appeared at the end of the site.
Beichan High School, here we are.
Before getting off the bus, Su Ningyu could already feel the unique atmosphere that this top-tier school radiated. The streets around the school were clean and spacious, lined with various shops related to beast taming. There were beautifully decorated beast equipment shops, energy block workshops filled with fragrance, skill training halls with eye-catching signs, and even stores selling rare beast food ingredients. Among them, the one that most attracted Su Ningyu's attention was a large-scale beast egg specialty store. Through the bright windows, one could see various beast eggs with different colors and patterns placed in temperature-controlled cabinets. Next to them were detailed introductions of species and potential analyses, and of course, the prices were staggering. The second beast, a thought flashed through Su Ningyu's mind, but he quickly suppressed it.
Let's not think about it yet.
Resources and energy are limited. I must first cultivate the little bell to its peak and evolve it successfully. Once I'm in high school and have stabilized my footing, then I'll consider contracting a second partner and forming a complementary battle formation later. He withdrew his gaze, adjusted his collar, and with the special notification letter representing his qualification in hand, he walked with the crowd toward the grand entrance of Beichan High School. After a strict identity check and security inspection, he stepped into the campus that countless beast taming students dream of. The campus was shaded by lush trees, with an architectural style that intertwined the ancient and the modern, and one could vaguely feel the active energy particles in the air, clearly indicating large energy gathering or auxiliary cultivation formations were in place. Following the directions, he arrived at a huge open-air stadium. This was the gathering point for the special exam candidates. With an hour left before the official exam started, hundreds of elite youths from all over the province had already gathered in the stadium. They were either talking in small groups or silently sitting, and the air was filled with an invisible pressure of competition and a rising fighting spirit. Su Ningyu scanned the area, located the general area for candidates, and walked over. He didn't engage in conversations, simply finding a relatively quiet corner to silently observe his future competitors. At the same time, he reviewed every skill and possible tactical combination of the little bell in his mind for the last time. On the command platform on one side of the stadium, Yuan Shang adjusted his teacher's uniform collar and took a deep breath. As a senior teacher at Beichan High School, as well as the deputy chief examiner and battle instructor for this special exam, he was supposed to be calm and composed, but at this moment, his palms were slightly sweaty. His friend and colleague, Li Yao, noticed this and couldn't help but nudge him with his elbow, lowering his voice to tease him.
Hey, old Yuan, when are you going to fix this habit? The kids down there aren't even nervous yet. How come you, the instructor, are the first one to get nervous? If no one knew better, they'd think you were the one going up to the stage for a battle.
Yuan Shang pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses with a bitter smile, his voice carrying a trace of helplessness.
No choice, it's just my personality. Whenever I think that these kids might miss out on Beichan just because of one poor performance, I just sigh. I always hope everyone can show their best side. He was naturally gentle and carried a heavy sense of responsibility. He especially valued nurturing young talents, and every time an important assessment came up, he felt even more anxious than the candidates themselves. Li Yao shook his head and patted him on the shoulder. All right, calm down a bit. We're not the chief examiners, we don't have to score or evaluate. Our task is just to maintain the order of the battles and ensure the exam goes smoothly. Take it easy, just take a look and see if there are any standout talents. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Yuan Shang took a deep breath, nodded, and his gaze became resolute again. You're right. Alright, let's get ready to start. In the sports field test area below, Su Ningyu's gaze was as precise as the most advanced scanner. Without a sound, he observed these future competitors around him. Most of them had the youthful energy and excitement unique to their age, ready to leap into action. Of course, there were also a few with calm expressions and sharp eyes. Clearly, they were tough characters who had been through many real battles. Unfortunately, due to assessment rules and to avoid early exposure, everyone had refrained from summoning their beasts, so it was hard to judge each person's strength and beast characteristics just by their appearance and aura. You're here too. A cold voice, like a stream of icy spring water, came from beside him, interrupting Su Ningyu's observation. He turned his head and saw a familiar figure. The Chai family, Chai Bohuai. He still wore that cold, distant look, but this time, another person stood beside him. Chai Bohuai. Su Ningyu nodded in greeting. But the awkward scene of Chai Bohuai witnessing him training the White Ape Group in the secret realm flashed in his mind. He felt a little embarrassed, but his face remained calm. And beside Chai Bohuai stood another person. That person introduced himself, Song Qinghui. Chapter 45, First Round Battle, Opponent Shi Chang. The young man beside Chai Bohuai. He seemed to be more cheerful than Chai Bohuai. With a warm smile on his face, he extended his hand first. Let me introduce myself, Song Qinghui. Su Ningyu. Su Ningyu shook his hand. I know you. Song Qinghui's smile remained unchanged. The top scorer in the Binhai City Junior High School joint exam, your name is famous far and wide. He paused for a moment, his smile seeming to deepen, but there was a trace of curiosity and faint resentment in his tone. But I'm very curious. Your initial beast is the Bellflower, right? This type, which leans towards support, how did you manage to outshine everyone and take first place in the joint exam? I've been thinking about it for a while, but I can't figure it out. Su Ningyu keenly caught the slight resentment and gritted teeth in his tone. What did he do to provoke him? Chai Bohuai spoke calmly from the side, explaining, you don't need to pay attention to this guy. Originally, without your appearance, based on their school's results, Song Qinghui and his little sweetheart had a good chance of taking second and third place in the joint exam. But in the end, you emerged unexpectedly and took first place, causing his sweetheart to be ranked fourth, missing out on the special recruitment qualification for Beichen. His tone was flat, as though stating an objective fact. Song Qinghui immediately put on an exaggerated, heartbroken expression. He accused Su Ningyu, so, strictly speaking, you, Su Ningyu, are the culprit who ruined our plan. From now on, you're my lifelong enemy. Despite saying this, there was no true hostility in Song Qinghui's eyes. On the contrary, it seemed more like the excitement of finding an interesting opponent and eager to try. Su Ningyu chuckled helplessly, I see. I guess it's my fault then, I inadvertently ruined the good thing you two had going. Song Qinghui waved his hand, alright, no need to say more, it's just a special recruitment exam anyway, it's not like you can't get into Beichen High. The three of them exchanged glances and laughed. Indeed, the special recruitment exam was dispensable for both Su Ningyu and Song Qinghui. With their abilities and results, they could easily enter through the regular entrance exam. It was just a formality, a shortcut to avoid the regular entrance exam. After just a few words of exchange, the atmosphere became much lighter. Although Chai Bohuai spoke little, it was clear that he was impressed by Su Ningyu's strength and unique beast control abilities. Song Qinghui, though seemingly joking, was also full of curiosity about Su Ningyu, this sudden powerful opponent. By the way, just to let you know beforehand. Song Qinghui stopped joking and said seriously, you should understand that the special entrance exam for Beichen is very simple and straightforward. It's a fight on the arena. In such a confined space, one-on-one, with relatively strict rules, your strange talent might be hard to showcase. The Bellflower's attributes might also suffer a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. Chai Bohuai also nodded slightly, agreeing with Song Qinghui's point. Facing their subtle reminder, Su Ningyu's lips curved into a slight smile, and a confident gleam flashed in his eyes. Thanks for the reminder. But, my little Bell is not the delicate type that can only hide behind as an auxiliary beast master, he said. Oh? Song Qinghui raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued, then I will be looking forward to it. In Chai Bohuai's deep eyes, a flicker of expectation also passed. At that moment, the voice of instructor Yuan Shang, slightly serious but full of energy, came through the loudspeaker. Attention all candidates for the Beichen High School Special Entrance Exam. The exam is about to begin. Please follow the instructions and gather in the designated area to verify your identity and prepare for the first round of the draw. I repeat, the exam is about to begin. The voice echoed across the entire sports field, immediately silencing all other noises. The already tense atmosphere in the air suddenly became even more oppressive. Su Ningyu, Chai Bohuai, and Song Qinghui all simultaneously stopped talking.
Su Ningyu's gaze shifted toward the several large arenas in the center of the sports field, each with clearly marked boundary runes. His eyes were sharp as a knife. Looks like the battle is about to start, he muttered quietly. At the draw area, Su Ningyu drew a small ball from the sealed box, twisted it open, and took out the paper inside. He unfolded it, and the number on the paper made his smile freeze instantly. His face darkened for a moment, involuntarily. First round, first group, number 1. This luck, it's ridiculously good. At this moment, Instructor Yuan Shang's voice came through the loudspeaker again, clear and steady. Candidates who drew the number 1, please go to Arena 1 and prepare for the first match. Many eyes in the crowd began to search, looking for that lucky one. Chai Buohui and Song Qinghui also looked at Su Ningyu, asking with curiosity, what number did you draw? Su Ningyu slowly lifted his head, revealing a bitter smile, silently showing the conspicuous one on the lottery slip to the two. Chai Buohui. Song Qinghui. Both of them showed an expression of your luck is unbelievable. Out of nearly 200 elite candidates, he was the first to go up. The odds of winning this lottery were as slim as winning the lottery. Well, a good start is still a start, Song Qinghui clapped him on the shoulder, half comforting, half teasing, just right, let's see how your bell, which is not delicate at all, handles the opening show. Chai Buohui also nodded slightly, be cautious. I'm going up, Su Ningyu took a deep breath, clearing his mind, his eyes becoming calm and sharp once more. He handed the number slip to the staff for registration, then stepped forward towards the prominent Arena 1 in the center of the sports field. As he stepped onto the arena, which was paved with special materials and engraved with shock-absorbing and energy-isolating runes, his opponent also stepped up. Upon seeing the opponent's appearance, Su Ningyu raised his eyebrows slightly. It was a boy nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a thick waist, his entire body covered in bulging muscles. His dark skin made him appear like an iron tower, exuding a tremendous sense of pressure. If Su Ningyu didn't know he was a contestant, he might have thought he was a sports teacher in disguise. Wow, that physique, is he a beast master or a fighter? A nearby candidate whispered. Instructor Yuan Shang himself came to the side of Arena 1, acting as the referee to show the importance of the first match. He swept his gaze over the two of them and said in a deep voice, first round of the special entrance exam. The winner advances to the next round, the loser is directly eliminated. You can use the Beast Mastery Manual to learn skills, but you must not deliberately attack the Beast Master themselves, nor use forbidden potions or one-time items. If a beast loses its ability to fight, or if the Beast Master voluntarily surrenders, it will be judged as a loss. Do you understand? Understood. Shi Qiang's voice boomed like thunder. Understood. Su Ningyu's voice was calm. Both sides exchanged names. Yuan Sheng signaled. The burly man grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and shouted with full force, my last name is Shi, my name is Shi Qiang. Su Ningyu. Yuan Sheng nodded, stepped back a step, and raised his right hand, prepare for battle. Su Ningyu and Shi Qiang both straightened their expressions at the same time. A flash of light appeared on both of their chests, and the ancient Beast Mastery Manual's phantom unfolded in front of them, the pages flipping by themselves without wind. The next moment, 2 beams of summoning light lit up on the arena. Chapter 46, Earth Source Boar vs. Bellflower. The next moment, 2 beams of summoning light lit up on the arena. In front of Shi Qiang, an exceptionally large, almost the size of a calf, yellow wild boar crashed to the ground. Its entire body was covered with thick and hard armor, as if it was pieced together from rocks. 2 curved tusks gleamed with a yellow-brown luster, and hot air burst from its nostrils as its thick hooves stomped heavily on the arena, creating a dull sound. It was the beast known for its defensive power. Earth Source Boar. Moreover, judging by its size and the solid earth energy fluctuations, it was clearly cultivated very well, with a strength at least at Black Iron level 5, possibly even on the verge of level 6. In front of Su Ningyu, the light dissipated, revealing a small, floating plant, entirely green, with petals as delicate as bells, radiating a soft glow. Bellflower. Its small size stood in stark contrast to the massive creature on the other side. Put. Ha ha ha. Did I see that right? Bellflower? How did this guy even get into the special exam? Did he get lucky with the draw? My god, why isn't my opponent him? This is a free pass. Bellflower fighting Earth Source Boar? I can't bear to watch this. The crowd below immediately erupted with chatter, shock, doubt, mockery, and schadenfreude, a mix of all kinds of voices. Bellflower, in the eyes of most people, was a typical support and healing beast. Its attack power was weak, and its defense was practically non-existent. In a head-to-head battle like this, it was basically meat on the chopping block. Shi Qiang, who had been a little tense as the first to step into the arena, completely relaxed when he saw the little Bellflower, even unable to hold back a grin, almost laughing out loud. He tried hard to hold his expression, but the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. He loudly spoke to Su Ningyu with what he thought was a very kind tone.
Hey, over there, my friend. I advise you to surrender now.
Bellflower should just stay at the back of the team healing, this is not the place for it. My Earth Source Boar has tough skin and thick flesh, it won't go easy, and if by accident your precious flower gets hurt, that would be terrible.
I can't bear to do that.
His voice was loud, spreading across the arena, drawing more attention.
Su Ningyu, facing the overwhelming pessimism and his opponent's undisguised contempt, did not show any anger on his face, but remained unusually calm.
He even gave the little bellflower a reassuring look, and the petals of the bellflower fluttered, sending back a message, "Master, I'm fine." No need, Su Ningyu's voice was not loud, but it clearly pierced through the noisy discussions around.
Thank you for your kindness. Su Ningyu ignored Shi Qiang any further. He turned to referee Yuan Xing and nodded slightly, "Referee, I'm ready."
Shi Qiang, seeing that his advice was ignored, showed a hint of displeasure on his face. He snorted, "You're asking for it now.
Don't blame me for being rude.
Earth Source Boar, charge at full force.
Let some people see reality."
Yuan Sheng gave Su Ningyu a deep look, then glanced at the quiet, harmless-looking bellflower. There was also some confusion in his heart, but his duty prevented him from saying more. Seeing both sides had taken their positions, he took a deep breath, and his raised right hand swung down fiercely, his voice loud and decisive.
First round, first match, battle, begin. Roar. As soon as the command was given, Shi Qiang almost immediately launched an attack. He waved his large hand, Earth Boar.
Wild charge.
Solve it directly for me.
The Earth Boar let out a deep, rumbling roar, its thick hind legs kicking the ground so hard that the arena seemed to shake.
Its enormous body surged forward, carrying an overwhelming momentum and a faint yellow glow of Earth-type energy. Like an out-of-control heavy truck, it slammed towards the small bellflower at the opposite end of the arena. The wind from the charge even blew the hair of the spectators close to the arena. Fast, powerful, and full of momentum. A typical example of brute force breaking through finesse.
But Su Ningyu, facing this thunderous charge, merely calmly issued an order.
Little bellflower, phantom split.
The voice was calm, without a ripple. At the moment the battle command was issued.
Little bellflower's temperament changed abruptly.
The soft, quiet, almost only suitable for staying in a greenhouse or healing station demeanor instantly faded.
What replaced it was a kind of agility, speed, and determined battle intent. Swish. Just as the Earth Boar's massive body, carrying fierce momentum, was about to collide.
The figure of little bellflower on the arena suddenly blurred. Then, 6 or 7 almost identical emerald green figures appeared out of nowhere like phantoms.
They scattered in all directions.
Each phantom was lifelike, even the faint healing aura emitted was perfectly simulated. Phantom Split, with a small level of proficiency, far surpassed the entry-level afterimages. Not only were there more of them, they lasted longer, and were more confusing. The Earth Boar's wild charge, carrying an unstoppable momentum, crashed fiercely into one of the phantoms. The phantom shattered like foam, but the real target had long since disappeared from the spot.
What?
Shi Qiang's smug expression froze, his eyes wide open. He didn't expect that the opponent, a support beast master, had a phantom split with such finesse and such a high level of deception.
Su Ningyu's instructions did not hesitate for a moment, calmly giving the next command. Little bellflower, beam. End the battle.
The next moment, on the arena, the scattered bellflower phantoms all almost simultaneously lit up with a dazzling white light at the center of their petals.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
In an instant, several concentrated, pure white beams shot out like a torrential rain from various tricky angles.
They didn't scatter aimlessly but instead subtly intertwined to form a beam network covering most of the Earth Boar's evasion space. Fuzzy, real and fake.
There was no way to distinguish which beam was the real attack and which was just the illusion's light effect.
How is this possible? A knowledgeable student in the audience gasped.
Shi Qiang was completely stunned by the dazzling, overwhelming attack, his mind blank. Of course, he knew that the real deadly beam might only be one. But this overwhelming light and shadow effect, along with the energy fluctuations, thoroughly disrupted his judgment and the Earth Boar's senses. In a panic, he could only shout instinctively, "Earth Boar!
Don't panic! Use mud armor hardening to hold on. It's just a bellflower, its attack power won't be too strong. We can defend it."
The Earth Boar let out a deep, frightened growl. The earthy yellow mud armor on its body instantly burst with an even more intense light, trying to maximize its defense. However, little bellflower's beam skill had already reached a proficient level. Its energy density, penetration, and release speed were all far beyond what an entry-level skill could compare to.
Chapter 47, Overwhelming, One-Hit Kill.
A beam of fiery white light, hidden among countless light and shadow, with the most cunning trajectory and the most restrained energy. Like a precision-guided missile, it instantly pierced through the weakest side of the mud armor defense, hastily formed by the Earth Source Pig.
Bang!
A sound that wasn't particularly loud, but exceptionally dull, echoed. Immediately after, under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, the Earth Source Pig's massive body, as if struck by a siege hammer, let out a painful howl, its forehooves leaving the ground, and it was sent flying backward by this condensed beam. It drew a parabolic arc, and with a loud crash, it hit the ground heavily outside the arena. Its side armor was blasted open with a hole the size of a wash basin, revealing a gruesome, bloody wound beneath, with blood gushing out, causing it to twitch on the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Hiss! The entire stadium instantly filled with a synchronized gasp. Everyone was stunned by this subversive scene. The battle ended very quickly, just as everyone expected. But the outcome was completely opposite to what everyone had imagined. It wasn't the Earth Source Pig crushing the Bellflower, but the Bellflower, in an almost overwhelming manner, instantly killed the Earth Source Pig, which was known for its defense. Shi Chang's face turned pale, and without caring about anything else, he rushed toward his beast, his voice full of a sobbing tone. Earth Source Pig, are you okay? Instructor Yuan Shang quickly regained his composure from the shock. He looked deeply at the still calm young man on the arena and the bellflower that was floating, with its petals slightly closed. Then he loudly announced, Round 1, Match 1, the battle is over. The winner is Su Ningyu. As the announcement fell, the noise from the audience grew louder. Countless eyes once again focused on Su Ningyu. The previous contempt, ridicule, and disdain had long disappeared without a trace, replaced by astonishment, seriousness, and a faint sense of wariness. But Su Ningyu didn't pay attention to these gazes. He softly instructed the little bellflower, healing bell. Show me. The little bellflower responded and floated lightly off the arena, coming to the Earth Source Pig that was struggling in pain. A soft, emerald green glow surrounded it, and a clear, melodious sound, like a bell that could cleanse the soul, rang out. The healing bell glow enveloped the Earth Source Pig's wound. The gruesome wound visibly began to stop bleeding, close up, and grow new tissue at a visible rate. In just a few seconds, although it hadn't fully healed, the bleeding had stopped, and the injury had stabilized significantly. The Earth Source Pig's painful groaning also lessened a lot. Shi Chang watched this miraculous scene, then glanced at Su Ningyu, who remained calm on the arena, his face turning bright red with shame. He stood up, deeply bowing to Su Ningyu, his tone sincere and filled with guilt. Thank you for healing the Earth Source Pig. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Just now I was blind and made big claims. I apologize. Su Ningyu waved his hand, his tone flat. It's fine, just a battle. Your Earth Source Pig's defense and strength are very good. His generous attitude made Shi Chang feel even more embarrassed and earned him some goodwill from the other candidates around. Instructor Yuan Shan watched all of this, and his evaluation of Su Ningyu rose another level. Powerful, decisive, actively healing the opponent after the battle, calm and composed, not arrogant or impatient. This student, and this bellflower, are indeed extraordinary. In the audience area where Chai Bohui and Song Qinghui were watching. What the hell? Song Qinghui gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long time. He turned to Chai Bohui, his eyes full of disbelief. Old Chai, tell me, is that really a bellflower? Phantom doppelganger, that high-level evasion skill, fine. But, light beam, such a rare attack skill, it can use that too? And look at its power. The proficiency is definitely not low. Chai Bohui's eyes still held some surprise, but more than that, there was a calm confirmation of a certain guess. Now, no one should be questioning the fairness of his first-place score in the entrance exam, right? Moisture? This is practically pure gold. Song Qinghui clicked his tongue. Strictly speaking, he only used 2 moves. No, if you disregard the illusionary clone used to confuse the opponent, the real attack was just 1 move. 1 move and he took out the Earth-based pig, which focuses on defense. This bellflower has been raised, it's simply defying logic. How can an auxiliary beast be this strong in battle? But Chai Bohui shook his head, his gaze sharp. No, you're overlooking something. It hasn't actually gone against its nature. Did you notice its last move, the healing bell? The speed and effectiveness of the healing was almost frightening. This bellflower's healing ability might even be more terrifying than its attack power, it's just been overshadowed by its attacking abilities usually. Once Chai Bohui pointed it out, Song Qinghui suddenly realized, his face turning even more serious. Right. I was so shocked that it could take down the Earth Pig in 1 hit. But now that you mention it, the healing speed is definitely way beyond a regular bellflower, maybe even stronger than many dedicated healing beasts. This means... The 2 of them exchanged glances, both seeing the same conclusion in each other's eyes. Chai Bohui said in a low voice, this means that Su Ningyu not only has a bellflower with extraordinary attacking power, but also a mobile healing station with incredible recovery abilities. An opponent you can't kill, can't wear down, and who can even counterattack with high damage skills to take you down. Song Qinghui added, his tone a mix of helplessness and excitement, absolutely the kind of tough opponent no one would want to face early on. It can be both spear and shield, and can self-heal. How do you even fight that? They both looked toward the arena, where Su Ningyu had already recalled his little bellflower and was calmly walking off the stage. What greeted him was the changed gazes of countless people. The first round of the special admission exam was over. Su Ningyu, along with his bellflower, had forcefully declared to everyone that his bellflower was unlike any other. Yuan Shang was both amazed and busy recording. A unique presence that could destroy opponents with thunderous force, and heal wounds with a gentle touch, had already become a variable that everyone in the exam would fear. Su Ningyu's fight had ended quickly and decisively. He had just stepped off the stage and hadn't caught his breath yet, when Song Qinghui rushed over in a flash, his face full of surprise. He slapped Su Ningyu's shoulder hard. "Bro! That was awesome! Too awesome!" Song Qinghui blurted out, rapid fire. His eyes were sparkling as if he wanted to see flowers come out of him. "What kind of healing-type bellflower is this? This is clearly a battle fortress disguised as a healer. Calling it a battle bellflower is too modest, it's simply a killing angel flower." Su Ningyu. Where did this over-the-top teenager come from? Su Ningyu silently returned the small bellflower, almost knocked out by the slap, back into his beast taming guide space. He was speechless at Song Qinghui's exaggerated analogy. Maybe this is just the way people of this age are? Chapter 48, Iceflame Wolf, Gale Sparrow. Seeing Song Qinghui's reaction, Su Ningyu started wondering if he came off as too mature, making him feel out of place among his peers. Should he blend in a bit? He couldn't be too outstanding. But when he looked at Chai Bohui walking over, Su Ningyu relaxed. This guy was also a cool, distant person, and well, Su Ningyu himself wasn't too outstanding. Chai Bohui? Chai Bohui walked over, still carrying a cold expression, but his eyes held clear approval and a hint of curiosity. The training path for your bellflower is truly unique. It's completely different from the bellflowers typically seen in the market. The depth of its attack skill mastery and its practical battlefield application far exceeded expectations. Hearing this, Su Ningyu had a flash of inspiration in his mind. This person in front of him was Chai Bohui, the heir of the Chai family. The Chai family was one of the most prestigious families in Binjiang City and even the entire eastern province. With resources, connections, and potential consumption power far beyond that of a wealthy girl like Sun Zhuowei, who came from a good family background. He was practically a walking top-tier VIP client, a hidden golden leg. Such a high-quality potential customer, if he didn't seize the opportunity to win them over, how could he justify his newly acquired breeder qualification and the business he urgently needed to expand? Su Ningyu's mind raced. A smile appeared on his face, one that was just the right amount of humble but with a hidden confidence. He followed up on Chai Bohuai's words, saying, "Indeed, I've put a lot of thought into it. I've developed a rather unique breeding philosophy and method. It focuses on tapping into the potential of the beasts themselves, balancing development and strengthening their unique traits. After all," he paused and casually dropped a bombshell, "I've just obtained the Junior Beast Breeder Qualification Certificate, so now I'm able to combine theory with practice." Junior Breeder? Song Qinghui and Chai Bohuai both froze, their faces showing surprise. They were no ordinary students. Their family backgrounds made them more aware of the weight and difficulty of earning the title Beast Breeder. It wasn't just about passing a written exam, it also required a solid theoretical foundation, extensive practical experience, sharp judgment, and hands-on ability. Su Ningyu was about to enter high school, and even amid the pressure of studying and beast training, he had managed to earn this certificate. His talent and effort were clearly even more amazing than they had originally thought. No way. Seriously? Old Su, no, Su bro. Master Su. Song Qinghui's attitude instantly shifted from fellow strong contender to looking up to a big shot. He quickly switched to a fly rubbing its hands kind of fawning smile. Though he still carried his usual sunny demeanor, it suddenly felt greasy. "Look, we're both from Binjiang City, and we're both top 3 in the joint exam. In the future, if I run into any issues with beast breeding, would it be haha, could I ask you for advice? Of course, consulting fees are negotiable. I won't let you work for free." Chai Bohuai, though not as dramatic as Song Qinghui, also looked at Su Ningyu with more recognition in his eyes. Getting a junior breeder certificate at this age suggested that Su Ningyu's understanding and systemization of beast training were likely beyond his expectations. Such a person, whether as a competitor or a friend, deserved serious consideration. Su Ningyu, however, appeared unruffled, answering casually. "That's all good. As fellow townsfolk, it's only right that we exchange and learn from each other." He deliberately used the term exchange and learn, both to appear humble and to leave enough room for paid services in the future. He was about to strike while the iron was hot and talk a little more, to better understand these two big clients' specific needs. For example, whether Chai Bohuai's Iceflame Wolf had any bottlenecks, or what kind of beast Song Qinghui had, etc. But just then, the voice of instructor Yuan Shang came again through the loudspeakers. "The second round of battle starts now.
All candidates, please head to the designated arenas. Arena 1, Chai Bohui vs Wangquan. Arena 3, Song Qinghui vs Zhang Liangliang. To speed up the selection process, Beichin High School set up multiple arenas for simultaneous battles. It's our turn. Song Qinghui's spirits lifted, and the playful expression on his face instantly shifted into one of determined fighting intent. Su Ningyu, we're going ahead. Wait for us to return victorious. Chai Bohui also nodded slightly at Su Ningyu and said simply, we'll talk later. Go ahead. Su Ningyu waved with a smile. There will be plenty of time to chat later. He thought to himself that there was no rush for business. He would first watch the real battle performance of these two potential clients and competitors. Yeah. You don't have to worry, we'll definitely win easily. Song Qinghui left that confident line behind as he strode toward Arena 3. Su Ningyu. He silently watched Song Qinghui's back. In his mind, he grumbled. Which eye of yours saw me worrying about you? I'm clearly calculating how to make the best of you guys I mean, how to provide top-quality breeding consulting services for my fellow townsfolk. It must be said that Song Qinghui's personality, which is easygoing, a little quirky, but not bad-natured, really isn't unpleasant. In fact, it's quite lively. Su Ningyu also became interested, not leaving but instead finding a good vantage point to watch the battle between the two with great interest. On Ring 1, Chai Bohuai's opponent, Wang Quan, summoned an iron-armed monkey known for its strength and explosive power. However, the battle was almost decided within the first 30 seconds after it began. Chai Bohuai's Ice Flame Wolf didn't even use its signature talent, Cold Flame. It simply relied on its far superior speed, precise timing, and the alternating quick strikes of Ice Claws and Flame Teeth to easily tear through the iron-armed monkey's defenses. It pushed the opponent to the edge of the ring, and with one final, precise, fireball, knocked it out of the ring. The whole process flowed smoothly, calm and efficient, fully showcasing Chai Bohuai's excellent command ability and the Ice Flame Wolf's formidable overall strength. On Ring 3, Song Qinghui's battle was even more spectacular. His opponent, Zhang Liangliang, commanded a water rock turtle skilled in long-range energy attacks. However, the beast Song Qinghui summoned caught Su Ningyu's attention immediately. It was a bird with a slender body, shimmering in cyan blue, with streamlined feathers and incredibly sharp eyes, a gale sparrow. This type of beast is famous for its extreme speed and aerial mobility. The battle started, and the gale sparrow turned into a flash of cyan blue lightning. Its speed was so fast that it left traces of afterimages in the air, and the water arrow turtle's clumsy water arrows couldn't even lock onto the target. The gale sparrow took advantage of its speed, constantly launching wind blades from tricky angles to wear down the opponent. Finally, seizing an opening, it delivered a charged, raging storm that directly flipped the water arrow turtle, ending the battle. Song Qinghui's tactical thinking was clear, fully utilizing the gale sparrow's speed advantage, winning decisively and beautifully. Both of them advanced to the next round without a doubt. Chapter 49, The Wheel Battle. The battles proceeded intensively. Rounds of fierce combat unfolded across several rings. Fire and ice collided. Skills and skills intertwined. Energy roared and summoned beasts screeched, creating a picture full of blood-boiling excitement. More and more candidates left the arena with regret or dissatisfaction. But more new winners walked out, holding their heads high, awaiting the next challenge. When instructor Yuan Shang announced the end of the third round, the once bustling stadium had already become much emptier. Only the final 20 people remained standing in the center of the arena, receiving the attention of the crowd and the scrutiny of the examiners. They were the outstanding ones who fought their way through nearly 200 elites, each carrying varying degrees of fighting spirit and fatigue, yet their gazes were sharper and brighter. Su Ningyu, Chai Bohuai, and Song Qinghui were undoubtedly among them. With their powerful abilities and unique tactics, they had steadily advanced, solidifying their spots as qualifiers. Instructors Yuan Shang and Li Yao walked up to the 20 final candidates. Looking at these young and full of potential faces, Yuan Shang took a deep breath, as if making a certain resolution. He cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over each one, his voice carried through the loudspeaker with a tone of seriousness not seen before. First of all, congratulations to each of you for successfully reaching the final stage. You have proven your excellent strength in regular combat and are now qualified for special admission to Beichin High School. As these words fell, many candidates showed relieved or joyful smiles. But Yuan Shang's next words instantly froze those smiles. However, Yuan Shang paused, his tone becoming even more serious. Beichin High School's special admission still has one last, unique assessment. This assessment will determine your final rating, the degree of resource imbalance, and whether there is qualification to enter the seed program evaluation list. The final test is. Yuan Shang and Li Yao exchanged a glance, announcing at the same time. The Wheel Battle. What? Wheel Battle? This is too difficult, right? Whoever goes first is at a disadvantage.
The earlier you go, the more energy you burn, and the opponents you face are more complete.
Doesn't this mean we'll be drained of the last bit of our strength?
The 20 candidates below immediately erupted in an uproar, their faces filled with shock and concern. They of course understood the rules of the wheel battle, which meant that the first person to step up would have to face the challenges of all the other competitors who had not yet participated. This is the ultimate test of endurance, strength, tactical reserves, and willpower.
Even someone with extraordinary strength could easily be worn out by later opponents using the wheel battle strategy while they waited fresh.
The later you go on, the bigger the advantage, as you only need to defeat the previous tired champion.
This is not just a test of strength, it's a battle of courage, strategy, and luck. Who would be willing to be the first bird and bear the greatest pressure and risk? In the distance, several elders were standing by the railing, observing the commotion in the sports field below with great interest. One of them, an energetic old man with sharp eyes, was the current principal of Beichin High School, Chen Baiming. He was surrounded by several senior school officials and teachers. Old Chen, what do you think?
Among these proud and arrogant young ones, who will have the courage to stand up first and take on the wheel battle challenge?
An elder in a Zhongshan suit stroked his beard and asked. Principal Chen Baiming chuckled, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Who knows?
People's hearts are hard to predict, especially the hearts of young people.
A serious-looking female teacher beside them spoke up. Principal, don't you think the expectations are a bit too high?
Chen Baiming waved his hand, interrupting her concerns, and cast his gaze toward the distant horizon, his tone deepening. Are the expectations too high?
I think they're not high enough.
He withdrew his gaze and looked at the somewhat restless young figures below. These children are still too immature, the competition is still far away, it's something for the older students. The elder in the Zhongshan suit nodded. That's true, but the first person to go up is at such a disadvantage.
Who do you think will step up?
Chen Baiming's gaze slowly moved among the 20 candidates below, the two boys from the Chai family and the Song family, both with a deep family background. Their strength and heart are top-notch, they should have a great chance. His gaze lingered on Su Ningyu for a moment, almost imperceptibly.
Oh? Someone who can catch the attention of both the Chai and Song boys? Interesting.
The others also became interested.
Let's see how this wheel battle starts.
Principal Chen Baiming refocused his attention on the stadium, his eyes filled with anticipation. Courage, sometimes it's harder to find than strength. In the stadium, instructor Yuan Shang had already announced the specific rules of the wheel battle. One candidate, either by volunteering or drawing lots, would become the first champion, facing successive challengers. The winner stays on the stage to continue facing challenges, while the loser is directly eliminated. The last person standing on the stage will receive the best evaluation of this special recruitment exam and the highest level of resource commitment. The rules were clear but cruel. The air seemed to freeze. The remaining 20 candidates glanced at each other. Many of them had flickering eyes, instinctively avoiding the possibility of being the first. Some looked at their familiar companions, others bowed their heads in contemplation, calculating the pros and cons.
Who would dare to step onto the difficult wheel battle stage first?
Su Ningyu's gaze swept over his companions, Chai Bohuai and Song Qinghui, before looking at the other faces, some nervous, some hesitant, and some eager to try. He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Surely, the pressure of being the first on stage was immense, but if he could win several matches in a row, the strength and willpower he displayed would undoubtedly earn the highest recognition from the examiners and the school leadership. Moreover, he was confident in his and Little Bell's endurance, diverse skills, and tactical reserves. More importantly, he needed the highest evaluation and resources to support Little Bell's rapid evolution and his future path as a beast tamer. Chapter 50, Talent Guesswork, Danger in the Alliance's Shadow.
For the wheel battle.
The 20 young candidates, who had just endured several rounds of intense battles and now stood at the final threshold, fell into a brief silence.
The air became tense.
It was filled with calculation, weighing, hesitation, and even a trace of retreat. The rules of the wheel battle were like a heavy stone pressing down on everyone's hearts. The first person to step onto the stage, the champion.
It was almost equivalent to placing oneself in the spotlight with immense pressure and exhausting consumption. No one wanted to be the first to defend the stage.
In the subtle, nearly frozen silence, a calm yet exceptionally clear voice, like a stone thrown into a still lake, shattered the standoff.
I'll go.
The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable certainty. Everyone's gaze snapped toward the source of the voice, and they saw Su Ningyu step forward, his face calm. He looked at Instructor Yuan Shang and confirmed again, Instructor, I'll be the first champion. There were no grandiose words, no hesitation, as if it was just something that had already been decided. He had indeed thought it through long ago. The evolution and growth of a beast tamer were always accompanied by countless battles and tempering.
This wheel battle, though risky, was also an excellent trial ground.
He wanted to see how far Little Bell could go in the continuous challenges. Its skill combinations, tactical adaptability, and the resilience of its fighting spirit, which he had cultivated, would last for how long?
Wow! So cool.
Beside him, Song Qinghui immediately exclaimed in exaggerated admiration. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Su Ningyu's back and nudged Chai Bohai with his elbow.
Bohai, did you see that? That's called responsibility.
That's called courage.
Do you think Su Ningyu is handsome? Chai Bohai glanced at him expressionlessly, his voice cold. Can you call me Bohai? Don't make me slap you. Speak properly. All right.
Song Qinghui immediately retracted his neck and made a well-behaved gesture. But his gaze still tightly followed Su Ningyu as he walked toward the stage, his tone becoming more serious.
But seriously, this guy is really special. Do you really think he's an orphan?
Just looking at his mentality and strength, it's almost hard to believe.
Earlier, the way he took down Shi Chang's Earth Source Boar in an instant, the power displayed by that bellflower, it was truly. I'm afraid he's already reached the 6th rank of Black Iron, right? Your Ice Flame Wolf has just stabilized at the peak of the 6th rank, right? Chai Bohai nodded slightly, not denying it. His bellflower, with its energy condensation and skill control, is indeed extraordinary. He must have some unique training methods that we don't know about. I guess so.
Song Qinghui crossed his arms, lost in thought. Also, his talent is likely skewed towards enhancing training or accelerating skill comprehension. This kind of talent provides a huge advantage early on, especially when it comes to training a single beast. It's fast, looks impressive, and feels satisfying. He paused for a moment, his tone carrying a hint of regret, mixed with rational analysis. But such talents often lead to becoming a beast breeder, which has a limited ceiling compared to some other types of talents, like those related to rules or elemental resonance, or ones that directly enhance a beast master's combat abilities. The future path might heavily rely on specific beasts and ongoing, substantial resources. Of course, being able to suppress some people so thoroughly early on is already remarkable. As soon as talent was mentioned, Song Qinghui suddenly remembered something. He lowered his voice. By the way, I've heard that Qing Songhai is promoting and cultivating a girl named Qingyi, whose talent is Medusa.
When her talent awakened, there was even a rare talent phenomenon.
The school has invested most of its resources and hopes in her. Chai Bohai's eyes shifted slightly.
I've heard a bit about it. With the phenomenon, she is indeed worthy of major investment. But don't you find it strange?
Song Qinghui furrowed his brows. Qing Songhai is making such a big deal out of Qingyi, practically writing the word genius on her face.
Aren't they worried about being targeted by certain organizations with special interests or goals? I've heard that on other planets with less stable order in the Alliance, and in some dark corners of our Yunmeng star, there are people who specifically kidnap and capture beast masters who have awakened rare or powerful talents but haven't yet developed properly. Chai Bohai turned to look at Song Qinghui, his gaze sharp. What? Has the cross-galaxy crime syndicate your father is hunting down reached Dongjun province?
Song Qinghui shook his head, his expression becoming more serious.
My father is tight-lipped about it, and he won't tell me the specifics of the operation.
But he did mention that other star systems have been unstable recently, with several cases of talented individuals going missing. The methods are very professional, and they suspect it's an organized effort. He also reminded me to be careful when going out. He waved his hand, seemingly trying to shake off the heaviness the topic brought.
Forget it, let's not talk about that.
Our Yunmeng star has a strong law enforcement force.
Those shady figures don't dare to be too bold. Look, someone is going to challenge Su Ningyu. Chai Bohai also refocused and turned his gaze back to the arena. Sure enough, after Su Ningyu made it clear that he was the arena master, the brief silence was broken. Perhaps seeing that the bellflower, no matter how strong, had its supportive nature weakness, or perhaps drawn by the huge prestige of being the first to defeat the arena master, soon a student couldn't hold back and raised their hand to signal. A girl with a high ponytail, bright eyes, and a strong determination not to lose, jumped onto the arena. The school badge on her chest showed she came from another powerful school.
Su Jin. The girl's voice was clear.
Please, teach me. Coincidentally, she was also from the Su family. Su Ningyu gave a slight nod in return. Su Ningyu, please. On both sides of the arena, an invisible aura of battle began to rise.
Meanwhile, high up in the spectator stands at the edge of the stadium,
Sun Juowei grabbed Yuan Lily and, with some effort thanks to Yuan Lily's older brother's connections, managed to sneak into this area with a perfect view.
They had just arrived and happened to catch the start of the battle royale.
Wow! What a coincidence! He just got on stage.
Sun Juowei immediately spotted the familiar figure in the center of the arena, excitedly grabbing Yuan Lily's arm and shaking it. Yuan Lily followed her gaze and saw a young boy standing on the arena, with a calm expression and a delicate face, a seemingly fragile green flower floating beside him. She raised her finely trimmed eyebrows, her tone slightly scrutinizing. Is this the super talented classmate you were talking about?
A beast master with a bellflower? Wei, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Ah, Lily, don't just look at the surface. Sun Juewei anxiously defended, his bellflower is completely different from others. It's super strong. And he just got his junior breeder certification. He's incredible. Junior breeder? At such a young age? Yuan Lily was genuinely surprised this time, her gaze towards Su Ningyu turning more serious. On the arena, instructor Yuan Shang confirmed that both sides were ready, and with a swing of his arm, he declared. The first match of the wheel battle, Su Ningyu vs Su Jin, begin. Su Ningyu's eyes landed on the girl across from him, Su Jin. At the same time, he quickly glanced at the beast she summoned. It was a praying mantis, entirely green, with agile limbs and arms like two long, sharp sickles. Beast praying mantis. This was a typical insect-type beast. Famous for its speed, as swift as the wind, and its sickles sharp enough to cut through steel. In the previous rounds, Su Jin had used the mantis' ghostly fast advances, precise fatal, continuous slashes, and lightning speed to cleanly take down her opponents. Su Jin's eyes were sharp, full of fighting spirit. Su Ningyu, you're strong, but I won't go easy on you. Su Ningyu nodded, his tone calm, that's how it should be. Giving our all is the greatest respect for each other. The battle began. Praying mantis, continuous slash. Su Jin struck first, her command concise and forceful. The green mantis flashed a cold light in its eyes, its sickles instantly covered by a sharp white glow. It blurred, almost turning into a green afterimage. With astonishing speed, it shot toward the small bellflower in the center of the arena, its sickles crossing, creating a deadly slashing trajectory. Little bellflower, illusion clone. Su Ningyu responded with calm composure. The little bellflower's form swayed, and dozens of illusions appeared again, attempting to confuse the opponent and buy time and space. However, Su Jin's face showed a knowing look, as if she had already anticipated that Su Ningyu would use this move. She slightly smiled, then quickly gave her next order: praying mantis, maintain, continuous slash, and stack, insect song. The mantis, still rushing forward at high speed, suddenly opened its mandibles. It emitted a high-pitched, piercing sound that was difficult for ordinary ears to catch, but caused intense interference to energy bodies and mental perception. Invisible sound waves spread like ripples, accurately sweeping over the bellflower and all its illusions. Insect song, an insect-type skill, could disturb the opponent's mind and cause damage. On the arena, the bellflower, which was about to take further action or release a skill, was visibly delayed by the sudden sound wave. Its petals quivered slightly, clearly affected by the interference. And the illusion clones, sustained by energy, were shattered one after another by the sound wave, quickly dissipating. Effective. Su Jin's eyes flashed with sharp brilliance. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, she shouted loudly, "It's over." No matter how strong your attack is, the fragile defense and the body of the bellflower are its greatest weaknesses. Praying mantis, finish it. At this moment, the praying mantis, having swiftly broken through the illusions, reached a distance of less than 3 meters from the real body of the little bellflower. Its sharp sickles, glowing with the added white light of continuous slash, were about to strike. Is it about to lose? Sun Juewei in the observation area was so nervous that she almost jumped up, covering her mouth with both hands, as if her own floating bellflower were in the arena instead. Her heart was in her throat. It wasn't just her, many of the audience members also thought that, without the phantom shield, the bellflower, so close to the scyther, which was fast and could counter insect types, was doomed to lose. However, just as the situation seemed dire, Su Ningyu's lips curved up slightly, as if a plan had succeeded. Looking at the scyther almost right in front of him, he softly issued an order that stunned everyone. Little bell, spark. Su Jin, what? Her confidence froze on her face, wondering if she had misheard. Not just her, everyone present, the candidates, the examiners, the audience, even Principal Chen Baiming and the others watching from the high platform were all stunned in that moment. Spark? Wasn't that one of the most basic attack skills of fire-type beasts? How could a bellflower, a pure plant type, use a fire-type skill? But reality didn't give them any time to doubt. On the stage, facing the scyther's razor-sharp scythe just inches away, a bright red light suddenly appeared at the center of Little Bell's seemingly delicate bud, without warning. Immediately after, whoosh! A solid and blazing orange-red fireball shot out like a long dormant volcano erupting, bursting forth almost instantly with zero delay. It slammed right into the scyther's chest, which was unprepared and had nowhere to dodge. Fire beats bug. This is one of the most basic attribute counters in beast battles. Screech! The scyther let out an ear-piercing, agonizing scream, its charge coming to a sudden halt. Its emerald-green exoskeleton looked so fragile before the blazing fire, with its chest instantly burned black, and the stench of scorched flesh spread through the air. The powerful impact sent it flying backward, slamming heavily into the edge of the stage, where it struggled a couple of times before losing all ability to fight, even letting out a puff of black smoke from its mouth. Instant kill. Another near-instant kill. But this time, the shock it caused was far greater than the one when the Earthroot pig was defeated.
The entire stadium fell into an eerie silence, with the sound of a pin drop being clearly audible.
Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, as though they had witnessed something completely unbelievable. It took several seconds before the deafening uproar exploded like a tsunami. I didn't see that wrong, did I? Spark? The Bellflower used spark? A pure wood-type beast using a fire-type skill? How is that possible? This is insane. What kind of cultivation path is this? What attribute does his Bellflower even have? Cheating. This has to be cheating. The Bellflower can't possibly learn spark. Doubts, exclamations, and disbelieving screams filled the air. In the candidate area, Song Qinghui's jaw nearly hit the ground. He grabbed the arm of Chai Buohui beside him, his voice cracking. Old Chai. Tell me. Am I seeing things? The Bellflower. It had used spark? Isn't that a fire-type move? How could a pure wood-type beast use this move? Is this even possible? The usually calm and steady Chai Buohui also momentarily froze in thought. He stared intensely at the Bellflower, which was still quietly hovering, seemingly having just done something trivial. It wasn't just the candidates, even Principal Chen Baiming and the advisors on the high platform wore expressions of extreme surprise and interest. A wood-type beast learning a fire-type skill, while theoretically not impossible, and there have been precedents where dual fire-wood attribute beasts could do this, it requires very special individual talent. But the Bellflower learning spark is truly unheard of. One of the beast research teachers said, the Su Ningyu's Bellflower is something special. On the judges' panel, Instructor Yuan Shang and Instructor Li Yao exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Yuan Shang suppressed the waves of emotion in his heart and walked forward to check the status of the scyther. After confirming that it was only severely injured and unconscious due to attribute restraint, with no danger to its life, he took a deep breath and announced, the scyther has lost its combat ability. In the first round of the defense, Su Ningyu wins. Chapter 52, Assessment Passed, Song Qinghui's Challenge. Defeat in Battle. Su Jin despondently recalled her summoned beast. She looked at Su Ningyu on the stage, her gaze incredibly complex. In the end, it turned into a bitter smile and sincere admiration. I lost, completely convinced. Your Bellflower is truly unexpected. How did it use the spark move? Su Ningyu smiled at her, not saying much in response to this question. In the high stands, Sun Zhuowei, after a brief moment of daze, suddenly jumped up. She excitedly grabbed Yuan Lily's arm and shook it. Did you see that? Lily. Did you see that? Spark. He actually made the Bellflower learn spark. Incredible. Oh my god. How is this possible? This move. I want to make Pia Piao learn it too. At this moment, Yuan Lily was also deeply shocked. She looked at the young, handsome boy on the stage, who had once again become the center of attention, her gaze completely changed. Murmuring, Wei, your friend, I'm afraid it's not just a bit impressive. On the stage, Su Ningyu felt the scorching gazes from all directions, as if they were going to pierce through him, but his heart remained calm and steady. Exposing the spark skill was within his expectations. He gently stroked the small Bellflower that had returned to his side and softly said, well done, rest up, and get ready for the next one. The wheel battle has only just begun. Su Ningyu and his unconventional Bellflower had already announced their formidable existence in the most shocking way. The first opponent, Su Jin, dejectedly left the stage. The burnt smell seemed to still linger in the air, along with that game-changing spark move, leaving an indelible mark in everyone's hearts. Judge Yuansheng regained his composure. He turned towards the remaining candidates and loudly announced, Su Ningyu has successfully defended the stage. Who is the next challenger? A brief silence was broken. I'll do it. A sturdy, eager-eyed boy stood up, named Zhang Wei. His summoned beast was a fiery red, energetic little firehound. It was baring its teeth and growling at the Bellflower on the stage, full of fighting spirit. Seeing this familiar summoned beast, Su Ningyu couldn't help but show a subtle smile. A little firehound? He was too familiar with it. In the past, Zhang Quan and his firehound were the best training punching bags and experience bags for his Bellflower. The various common skills, action patterns, strengths and weaknesses, and even some subtle habits of the firehound were well known by both Su Ningyu and Bellflower. The battle began. Firehound, Ember. Zhang Wei tried to probe with a long-range attack. His idea was simple. So what if Su Ningyu's Bellflower knows the spark move? It's still a plant-type summoned beast. A plant-type beast hit by fire moves will still suffer fatal damage. However, Su Ningyu's response was so fast that it was almost too quick to follow. Phantom Doppelganger, plus, Light Beam, 2 combo moves, directly overwhelming him. Bellflower's form flickered, creating several phantoms to confuse the vision, while the real body had already predicted the firehound's movement trajectory.
Several scorching white light beams shot out accurately, directly hitting the front leg joint of the firehound that was attempting to dodge by shifting to the side.
Quick and clean, almost without any ripples. Zhang Wei lost even faster than Su Jin. The firehound has lost its combat ability. Su Ningyu successfully defended the stage. Bellflower, firehound, I know you too well. I know your attack patterns, just hit the knees and you'll go down. Zhang Wei? Immediately after, perhaps stimulated by Su Ningyu's strong performance. Or perhaps with the thought of taking advantage of his weakness to drain his stamina. A few more students came up to challenge in the following battles. They adopted relatively conservative tactics. Not seeking a quick victory, but rather aiming to exhaust the little bell's stamina and energy to the maximum. The battle became intense. Relying on the flexibility of Phantom Clone, the ranged suppression of Light Beam and Spark, and the harassment from Sleep Powder, the little bell resolved the opponent's attacks one by one and claimed victory. However, the continuous battles, especially the frequent use of the high-consumption light beam to quickly finish off opponents, caused the little bell's stamina and energy reserves to visibly decrease. The edges of the petals drooped slightly, and its hovering height decreased a bit. This bellflower. After fighting until now, defeating 6 or 7 opponents of the same rank or even stronger, and still maintaining a certain fighting power, it's truly incredible. On the high platform, a director of academic affairs, standing beside Principal Chen Baiming, couldn't help but exclaim. Another staff member, holding a tablet and quickly reviewing data, looked up and reported, Principal, all of Su Ningyu's battle records have been verified. His strength, tactics, and willpower far exceed the special admission standards. Especially the training method for this bellflower, which is outstanding and undoubtedly excellent. It can definitely pass, and it's exceptionally good. Principal Chen Baiming nodded slightly. His gaze, deep and focused, stayed on the young man on the stage, who, though slightly tired, still stood upright. The appreciation in his eyes grew stronger. He whispered a few words into his communicator. Below the stage, Instructor Yuan Shang's earpiece received the instructions. He nodded and looked at Su Ningyu, ready to announce that this outstanding young man could retire successfully. Su Ningyu, your performance in the Battle Royale has been excellent and has fully proven your strength. After the committee's review, your final assessment has been passed, and you can. Wait. A bright and slightly playful voice interrupted Yuan Shang's words. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice and saw Song Qinghui raising his hand high. He wore a bright, slightly embarrassed smile on his face. Instructor Yuan, although I know this might be a bit unfair, the person has fought several rounds already. But such a good opponent, if I don't personally spar with him, I would feel regretful. Su Ningyu, I'll challenge you next. Next to him, Chai Bohuai, who had been preparing to raise his hand, clearly didn't expect his friend to make such a move suddenly, and looked at him in surprise. Song Qinghui quickly leaned over and whispered, Bohuai, understand me, let me go first. Your Ice Flame Wolf attributes counter his bellflower too strongly, the clash between ice and fire is too obvious, it's just not fair. Let me test the waters first, see where the limit of this bellflower really is? Chai Bohuai looked at him speechlessly. This guy clearly just wanted to fight, making up excuses. Yuan Shang frowned, looking at Su Ningyu, leaving the choice to him. Su Ningyu, your assessment has already passed, and you have the right to refuse the next challenge. Do you still want to accept Song Qinghui's challenge? Without hesitation, Su Ningyu's voice came clearly, of course, I accept. His eyes shone brightly. Not only was there no exhaustion, but a stronger battle intent burned in him. He also wanted to see how his little bellflower compared to the battle beasts trained by regular forces like Song Qinghui, who likely came from a wealthy family with professional team guidance. Although everyone had only recently become beast masters, the differences in starting points and resource investment often became evident early on. Yuan Shang nodded, no longer stopping him. Since both sides agree, the challenge continues. Please, both parties, come up to the stage. Chapter 53, Talent Swift Wind vs. Talent Soothing. Su Ningyu and Song Qinghui walked up to the stage, one after the other. The atmosphere of friendly conversation just moments ago instantly dissipated, replaced by a sharp sense of combat intent. Song Qinghui put away his playful expression, his eyes now serious and excited. Hee, just to make it clear, I won't go easy on you just because you fought several rounds already. Su Ningyu also smiled slightly. Same here. Giving our all is the true respect for each other. Come out, my baby. Song Qinghui gave a light command, summoning a flash of light. A cyan blue light shadow shot out like lightning. With a crisp and pleasant cry, a slender, streamlined bird with sharp eyes appeared in the air above the arena. It flapped its wings nimbly, leaving afterimages in the air, its speed so fast it made one dizzy. Little Bell looked up at the elusive cyan blue figure in the sky, its petals slightly closing, transmitting a heavy intent. It felt an unprecedented pressure from the speed. Little Bell, be ready, this will be a tough battle. Su Ningyu communicated through the contract, his tone calm. Show me. Little Bell fully focused. Yuan Shang saw both sides were ready and decisively swung his arm. The battle begins. Let's get excited. Song Qinghui gave the order almost at the same time as the command, Gale Sparrow, show your ultimate speed. Gale. Chirp. The Gale Sparrow let out a high-pitched cry, and a layer of light cyan, rapidly spinning air currents instantly enveloped its body. Its speed, already incredibly fast, surged sharply with this added air current. In the air, one could barely see a blurred cyan-blue trail. Su Ningyu's mind began to recall the Gale Sparrow's data. This was precisely the Gale Sparrow's innate skill, Gale. It could boost its own movement and reaction speed by 10% during battle. For the already speed-dominant Gale Sparrow, this 10% boost made a transformative difference. Speed is power, speed is opportunity. In beast battles, the side with overwhelming speed often controls the rhythm of the fight, whether it's dodging attacks or launching surprise strikes, it has the advantage. Su Ningyu's eyes suddenly changed. His brain worked rapidly. This was a contest of speed and anticipation, explosive power and endurance. Could his Little Bell skills land a hit on this lightning-fast opponent? How would he respond to the fast, wind-like attacks that followed? Above the arena, the cyan shadow darted and the green light flashed, a real showdown of the strongest, ready to erupt. But against the Gale Sparrow's dazzling speed, Su Ningyu was not unprepared. From his previous observations and analysis of the Gale Sparrow's data, Su Ningyu knew a key detail. The trigger and maintenance of its innate skill, Gale, seemed to be directly related to the beast's emotional state. The more excited, passionate, and focused it was, the more stable and significant the speed boost from Gale would be. On the other hand, if its emotions fluctuated or it calmed down, the effect of the skill would drastically diminish or even be interrupted. Calming its emotions was exactly what a beast like Little Bell, skilled in spiritual soothing and healing, excelled at. Little Bell. Su Ningyu transmitted a clear tactic through the contract. The opponent is now highly excited, too fast for us to keep up, let's first calm it down. Show me. Little Bell understood at once. It didn't try to chase the cyan-blue shadow. Instead, it hovered in place, its petals slightly opening, and its special energy vibrated gently in a certain rhythm. Then, a crisp, ethereal bell sound, as if it could cleanse all the dust in one's soul, spread gently and firmly from its center. Innate skill, soothing, activated. This sound was not an attack, but it was harder to defend against than many attacks. It directly affected the mental and emotional levels. Like clear water flowing over a hot, dry beach, like a gentle breeze brushing over a tense violin string. In the sky, the Gale Sparrow, who had been spiraling at an ultra-high speed, searching for an angle to strike, suddenly showed a subtle delay. The crisp bell sound seemed to directly pierce its consciousness. It cooled the blood boiling from the battle. The tense nerves, and the exhilaration brought by pushing one's talent to the limit, slowly began to calm, to cool down. The sharpness and madness in the Swift Wind Sparrow's eyes gradually shifted to confusion and tranquility. Chirp. Who am I? Its speed unintentionally slowed down, the faint cyan airflow surrounding it started to become unstable, and then slowly dissipated. Where am I? The Swift Wind Sparrow blinked in confusion, instinctively reducing the frequency of its wing flaps, breaking free from the extreme battle excitement state. What am I supposed to do? It even forgot that it was in the midst of a fierce battle on the arena, hovering dumbfounded in midair, tilting its head to look at the little bell below. Talent, Swift Wind, deactivated. On the arena below, Song Qinghui couldn't help but rub his forehead, letting out a helpless sigh. This move can actually be this broken? Soothing, talent used as silence? Su Ningyu, you're really troublesome to the point of making my head hurt. There was no frustration on his face, but instead, his interest grew even stronger. Such an unexpected yet reasonable tactical use is the charm of high-level battles. On the other side, watching from the sidelines, Sun Zhuowei's eyes widened, as though a new world had opened up before her. God! The bellflower's soothing talent can be used like this? Not just calming the emotions of injured allies, but also interrupting the opponent's buffs? Making an excited beast tame forcefully calm down? This idea is brilliant. Learn something new. The first clash at the talent level. With a deep understanding of beast taming characteristics and brilliant tactical imagination, Su Ningyu took the lead and successfully neutralized the Swift Wind Sparrow's most terrifying initial speed advantage. But Song Qinghui's battle skills were top-notch, and the brief surprise didn't throw him off. Instead, a more excited smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Nice move. But Su Ningyu, even without Swift Wind enhancement, my Swift Wind Sparrow speed is still top tier. His eyes sharpened, and the command came again, Swift Wind Sparrow, wake up. Wind Blade, rapid fire, cover and strike. The brief moment of clarity was awakened. The Swift Wind Sparrow shook its head and the battle intent refocused in its eyes. Although it had lost the talent boost, its base speed was still incredibly fast.
It flapped its wings at high frequency, generating several semi-transparent, sharp-edged gust blades that shot out in a fan shape toward the little bell below.
Chapter 54, The Various Tactics of the Players, Response.
The Swift Wind Sparrow's wind blade had a wide coverage. Su Ningyu reacted swiftly, little bell, phantom clone, sidestep. The light at the bellflower's stamen flashed. At the same time, its body flickered, leaving several illusions in place, while the real body drifted backward to the side, avoiding the outer edges of the wind blade's coverage.
Beam. Boom. Boom.
The beam collided with the wind blades, the energy clash creating a soft explosive sound. However, many of the wind blades tore through the phantom clones, but the real bellflower remained unharmed. In the first round of skill confrontation, neither side had achieved a substantial result. The Swift Wind Sparrow, with its aerial advantage and excellent maneuverability, immediately pulled back after missing, swiftly increasing the distance. It ascended to a higher safe airspace, beginning to circle around, like a patient hunter, looking for the next chance to strike. It no longer easily lowered its altitude to enter the effective range of the little bell's beam skill. And although the little bellflower defended the attack, its most effective ranged skill, beam, had a limited range, needed short charging time, and precise prediction. Hitting the high-speed, hard-to-predict Swift Wind Sparrow in the sky was extremely difficult. The situation seemed to be at a standstill. The Swift Wind Sparrow held absolute control of the airspace and initiative, constantly harassing and exhausting with skills like Wind Blade, while the little bellflower was in a passive defense, waiting for a chance to counterattack. Attacks are hard to succeed.
This is troublesome.
Chaibuhui below the stage frowned slightly. Su Ningyu's bellflower light beam skill is powerful, but it lacks effective anti-air and countermeasure methods against fast-moving targets. Song Qinghui's Wind Sparrow strategy is executed cleverly, not too eager to take risks, just slowly grinding with speed and range advantage.
Yes, dragging it out is unfavorable for the little bell. A candidate beside him agreed.
On the arena, Song Qinghui watched the carefully circling Wind Sparrow and the little bell waiting below with full attention, a confident smile appearing on his face. Su Ningyu, the sky is my domain. No matter how flexible your bellflower is on the ground, it's pointless if you can't hit me. Now, how will you solve this situation? He believed that as long as he maintained this rhythm, the scales of victory would eventually tip in his favor. Su Ningyu looked up, his gaze following the agile and swift, almost impossible to catch blue-green trajectory in the air, his expression growing deeper and more serious. The aerial dominance and maneuverability demonstrated by the Wind Sparrow indeed caused great trouble for the ground-based little bell.
It's really hard to deal with, Su Ningyu thought. There is still a gap between beastmasters of different races. After the special recruitment assessment ends, I must quickly prepare for the evolution of bellflowers. But this did not mean that beastmasters from ordinary backgrounds had to simply accept their fate, crushed by talent and resources. In his previous life, in the virtual world of the Beastmaster Sequence game, he had seen countless ordinary players resist and struggle against the money warriors and high-level player families of wealthy clans. In such an environment, countless rebellious troublemakers were born.
They researched loopholes in the rules, developed their own secret techniques,
studied attributes, skills, and even quirky tactics based on environmental effects.
These strategies were commonly called dark tactics.
With these strategies, they carved out impossible paths for comeback after comeback.
Su Ningyu, influenced by these, had naturally learned a lot. It could be said that there was nothing that the Fourth Disaster players would not dare to imagine or try.
But now, reality was not a game.
He only had one life, and many suicidal strategies that required risking his life or severely overdrawing his potential were things he dared not try yet. That would have to wait until his strength reached the Black Iron level Beastmaster rank, allowing him to begin unlocking his own Black-Gold guidebook and gain more self-preservation and recovery methods before he could cautiously explore. Now, conventional methods are unlikely to win, so we must rely on the little bell's basic qualities, skill combinations, and a bit of unconventional use to solve the opponent. Thinking of this, Su Ningyu's eyes grew firm, and he gave the command, "Little bell, photosynthesis." The ongoing battle, especially the consumption required to counter the wind blade and maintain the illusion, had significantly reduced the little bell's stamina. It was now noon, the sunlight was the most intense and abundant, making it the perfect time to use photosynthesis.
Show me.
The little bell responded and hovered at the central position of the arena where the sunlight was directly shining, its petals fully unfurled, a faint golden halo appearing on its emerald green body. It seemed to transform into a small light energy converter, greedily absorbing the light and heat energy in the air. Its slightly limp petals visibly regained fullness at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye, and the stamina that had been consumed quickly recovered, as if a dry pond had been replenished with fresh spring water, bringing a rapid recovery of both physical and mental energy.
Oh no, starting to recover already? How unfair.
I knew your bellflower had this photosynthesis skill, otherwise, you wouldn't have agreed to the wheel battle from the beginning. Song Qinghui exclaimed dramatically, but his eyes became even more serious.
However, I won't let you recover so easily. A prolonged battle is not good for either of us, especially my Wind Sparrow, whose talent has been countered by you, and the constant high-speed flight is consuming a lot of energy. Looks like it needs to be a quick decision. He took a deep breath, and his fighting spirit soared. Gale Sparrow. Full power, storm. Chirp. The Gale Sparrow in the sky let out a sharp cry, like it could tear the clouds apart, its wings flapping with a speed beyond its limits. In an instant, the atmosphere above the arena changed dramatically. Intense air currents were wildly stirred, compressed, and rotated, and in the blink of an eye, several small cyan tornadoes, the size of a human arm, formed, each carrying terrifying tearing power. These tornadoes were not fixed. Under the control of the Gale Sparrow, they spiraled from different directions towards the little bellflower, which had just finished photosynthesis and had not yet fully dispersed. The shrill whistle of the air being torn apart sent chills down everyone's spines. It's Storm. Gale Sparrow's signature wide-area killing move. This power. This Gale Sparrow's strength definitely surpasses the Black Iron 5th rank. It's over. If the bellflower gets sucked in, it's done. The students watching from below the stage gasped, all stunned by the violent force. From the high stands, Sun Juewei was nervously sweating, tightly gripping Yuan Lily's arm. Lily, what do we do? Yuan Lily's face was also quite serious at this moment. Unknowingly, a fist-sized, silver-white, intricately patterned metallic sphere was floating beside her. Beastmaster, Iron Star. This was a rare mechanical-type beast, with extremely strong computational and analytical abilities. The single eye of the Iron Star flickered with a faint light, aimed at the arena. Iron Star's observation ability analysis shows. Yuan Lily said in a deep voice. Song Qinghui's Gale Sparrow is confirmed to be at Black Iron 6th rank. And Su Ningyu's Bellflower, also Black Iron 6th rank. Both at 6th rank? Sun Juewei was stunned for a moment, then hope flared up. Then there's still a chance. Chapter 55, Spiral Light Whip, successfully passed. Watching the battle on the stage. Yuan Lily slowly shook her head. The difference in the beast species and tactics is too obvious. The bellflower lacks effective aerial and counter high-speed area skills. If it gets caught in storm with its defense, it's more likely to be torn apart. Unless this bellflower has evolved some unknown special ability, otherwise, Song Qinghui's chance of winning is at least 60%. Sun Juewei still wanted to argue, but her gaze was fixed on the arena, because the battle had undergone a dramatic change in the blink of an eye. Just as several small tornadoes were about to close in, ready to devour and tear apart the little bell completely. Su Ningyu's voice, calm to the point of coldness, pierced through the howling wind, clearly heard. Little bell, don't resist the storm, follow its force, use gyroscope tactics. Spin rapidly, stabilize your center of gravity. At the same time, continuously release light beams. Upon hearing Su Ningyu's command, everyone was puzzled. What? Gyroscope tactics? What kind of tactic is that? Everyone was stunned by this unheard-of order. On the stage, the little bell, which was about to be swallowed by the tornado, not only didn't try to escape or resist, but instead folded some of its petals. It adjusted its shape to be more streamlined, then gave up most of the resistance, and followed the rotation direction of the nearest tornado, starting to spin in place at an incredible speed. It was like a green spinning top thrown into a whirlpool, using the power of the storm to spin at high speed. This crazy spinning not only partly counteracted the tearing force of the storm, but also stabilized its relative position in the violent airflow. Then, an even more jaw-dropping scene appeared. The little bell, spinning at high speed, did not let the white-hot light gathered at its flower center dissipate due to the rotation. Instead, because of the centrifugal force and kinetic energy generated by the high-speed rotation, it became more solid and sharper. It no longer pursued static precision aiming but instead maximized the release frequency of the light beam skill. The bellflower controlled the energy output, making it spin along with its own rotation. Transformed into spiraling, outward-shooting, blazing white light whips. Light beam skill, originally a high-damage single-target kill move, was unexpectedly turned into a continuously covering area of spiral light whips under the boost of the gyroscope tactics. SSSSS. The spiral light beams crazily swept, colliding and annihilating with the furious cyan wind blades, making a dense sound of cutting and explosions. The tricky spiral light whips pierced through the relatively weak connecting points of the storm. Like having eyes, they traced a bizarre arc. It precisely hit the Gale Sparrow, which had slightly stagnated in flight height and trajectory due to fully maintaining the storm skill. Shoo! The Gale Sparrow let out a painful scream, its relatively fragile wings being grazed by the spiral light whip, leaving a blackened scar. Its balance was instantly shattered, and the gathered storm skill collapsed due to energy backlash and interrupted control. The fierce wind ceased, and the dust began to settle. Everyone saw on the stage that the little bell slowly stopped spinning. Although the edges of the petals were somewhat damaged and its breath was ragged, it still hovered steadily.
On the other side, the Gale Sparrow tilted and fell from a low altitude, crashing heavily onto the edge of the stage. Struggling to stand, it was too weak to continue fighting due to its injured wings and energy backlash. The entire stadium fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the shocking reversal and the unfathomable tactical solution. Song Qinghui's smile froze completely, replaced by shock and a hint of confusion. He had imagined many outcomes, but he never thought that his strongest area-wide kill move would be directly countered by the opponent's unheard-of gyroscope spiral light whip. At the judge's seat, instructor Yuan Shang also snapped back to his senses. He gazed deeply at the young man who had created the miracle on the stage, took a deep breath, and announced in an extremely clear and solemn voice. Winner, Su Ningyu. After the sound wave fell, a brief silence followed, then an even more turbulent wave of astonished shouts, admiration, and incredulous discussions. Gyroscope tactics. What kind of godly operation is this? A self-created technique? Or some secret skill? The Bellflower really defeated the Gale Sparrow? And in this way? So cool. Su God. From today, you're my idol. Sun Zhuowei, excited, jumped up and hugged Yuan Lily beside her. He won. He won. Lily, did you see that? Spiral light whip. So amazing. Yuan Lily also stared blankly at the stage. After a long while, she finally exhaled and looked at Sun Zhuowei with a complicated gaze. Wei, your friend is simply a tactical genius. This kind of countermeasure. I've never heard of it. On the stage, Su Ningyu walked over to the little bell, gently caressing its slightly damaged petals, his eyes full of pride and satisfaction. The little bell also affectionately rubbed against his fingers. He looked up and saw Song Qinghui, who seemed somewhat lost, and said, "Thank you, Song. Your Gale Sparrow is really strong, and I've learned a lot from it." Song Qinghui smiled bitterly, retrieved his injured Gale Sparrow, and said sincerely, "I lost, and I accept it. I'll remember this move. Next time, I won't lose to you so easily." With the fall of the Gale Sparrow, Su Ningyu's legendary will-guarding battle officially came to an end. From being the first to step onto the stage, to consecutively defeating 6 or 7 strong opponents, including Su Jin and Song Qinghui, his displayed strength, tactical wisdom, and that unconventional Bellflower had completely conquered the judges and all the spectators. The result was clear, and he had successfully passed the special entrance examination for North Star High School. This meant he no longer needed to participate in the subsequent citywide unified exams, and had already secured a valuable spot at North Star High School. And he was highly likely to receive the highest level of resource allocation and focused training qualifications. Amazing. So amazing. As soon as the assessment ended, Song Qinghui was the first to rush over, his face showing no sign of defeat or disappointment, but instead full of eager excitement and curiosity. He circled around Su Ningyu, sizing him up from top to bottom, as if examining a rare species. "Come on, tell me, how did you cultivate that Bellflower? Those strange and unusual battle techniques, especially that spinning gyroscope light beam whip, I've never heard of anything like it. And the spark skill. How did a plant-type Bellflower learn fire-based skills? That doesn't make sense." Chai Buohuai didn't speak, but stood to the side, his eyes burning with the same questions and curiosity. Chapter 56, Good friends, please treat us to a chat. Facing their barrage of questions, what could Su Ningyu possibly say? Should he just come clean and say, "Sorry, I've got a hack, and my brain is full of strange battle strategies from countless gamers"? He could only smile helplessly. He made up a generic excuse to brush it off. "Well, maybe it's because I'm a beast tamer? I have to have my own special insights and attempts, right?" Song Qinghui and Chai Buohuai fell silent at the same time. They exchanged looks that said, "I don't believe you." A beginner beast tamer might be impressive, but this kind of self-created strategy is something a tamer could develop? Clearly, this was a half-hearted response. With the outcome already decided, Su Ningyu didn't want to stay around any longer. Passing the special recruitment test was just the first step. Next, he needed to use the vacation to push forward, quickly raising the strength of Little Bellflower to the peak of Black Iron 9th rank. Preparing as thoroughly as possible for the critical Sunlight Flower evolution. Time was tight, and every minute, every second, had to be used wisely. "Let's go! Let's go!" Song Qinghui, being an outgoing person, clapped Su Ningyu on the shoulder. "We're destined to meet, and since we're all from Binjiang City, we must celebrate today. I'll treat. Lao Chai, you come too." Su Ningyu was a bit surprised. "Aren't you guys going to continue with the rest of the assessments?" Song Qinghui grinned, lowered his voice, and gave a you-know-what-I-mean look. "Our assessments were just a formality, a way to show off our strength. Our families in the school already coordinated everything, it was a done deal. But your performance in this defense contest really opened our eyes, so this meal is a must." Su Ningyu smiled softly in understanding, nodding. But in his heart, he couldn't help but sneer. Sure enough, privilege is everywhere. The qualification he had fought tooth and nail for, and used every method to secure, might just be a show for some people.
The inequalities of the world are the same everywhere.
Song Qinghui seemed to catch a glimpse of the subtle emotion in his smile and pointed at his face with a shout. Hey!
Su Ningyu! What's with that smile of yours? It looks like you're cursing someone in your heart. Su Ningyu remained unshaken. It's just a misconception.
Nearby, Instructor Yuan Shang watched as the young people gathered, but did not interfere. The backgrounds and strengths of Song Qinghui and Chai Buohuai were already well understood by the school. Just as Su Ningyu was about to leave the stadium with Song and Chai, before they even exited the gates of Beichen High School, two figures blocked their path.
Hey! Congratulations to you all. You passed the assessment.
A clear female voice rang out, full of sincere congratulations. Su Ningyu looked up and saw Sun Zhuowei standing before him with a smile, a girl with neat short hair, a sharp and competent air about her, and eyes full of scrutiny and curiosity, standing beside her.
Sun Zhuowei? What are you doing here? Su Ningyu was somewhat surprised. Of course, I'm here for you.
The short-haired girl next to Sun Zhuowei spoke first, her tone cheerful, her gaze scanning Su Ningyu, then moving to Song Qinghui and Chai Buohuai beside him. Finally, it landed on Song Qinghui, who showed a sly smile on his face.
Oh my god. Yuan Lily.
As soon as Song Qinghui saw the short-haired girl, he immediately shrank his neck like a mouse seeing a cat, exclaiming involuntarily.
Hello, Song the young master.
Yuan Lily greeted him with a smile, raising the phone in her hand. Let me tell you some good news. I recorded that wonderful losing battle of yours from start to finish high definition, no less. I'll definitely show it to Xue later. Let her enjoy how our young master Song's swift sparrow was elegantly defeated by a little bellflower. She especially emphasized the words wonderful, properly, completely, and elegantly.
Song Qinghui's face immediately dropped, and he wailed, Sister Lily. Show some mercy. Give me a way out.
Only then did Yuan Lily turn to Su Ningyu, putting away her joke, and said seriously, Oh, Su Ningyu, hello, I'm Yuan Lily, a friend of Sun Zhuowei. What I said earlier wasn't meant to belittle your bellflower, it's just that this guy here usually gets too cocky, and I had to seize the rare chance to have a little fun. Su Ningyu looked at the group of people who were clearly familiar with each other and had a deep bond, and understood in his heart. As expected, the people of a certain class often end up hanging out with people of the same class. Sun Zhuowei's background must not be simple if she can be best friends with someone like Yuan Lily.
It's fine, I understand. Su Ningyu replied politely. At this moment, Sun Zhuowei quickly interrupted and got to the point. Su Ningyu, now that your assessment is over and you've got your certificate, shouldn't you be fulfilling your promise and making a special cultivation plan for my Piao? I've been waiting for so long. She looked at Su Ningyu eagerly, with an expression as if saying, if you don't act now, I'll start hounding you. Su Ningyu nodded, of course, I'll start working on it in the next couple of days. Chai Buohuai saw this and appropriately extended an invitation, his voice as calm as always but sincere, since everyone knows each other, how about we all have lunch together? It's a celebration, and also a chance to talk. Song Qinghui immediately echoed, yes, let's go. The more the merrier. It's on me. I know a great restaurant. Sun Zhuowei looked at Yuan Lily, and Yuan Lily shrugged, I have no objections. The group soon arrived at a restaurant with elegant decor and a quiet atmosphere. Inside the private room, soft lighting spilled down, and a faint aroma of food filled the air. Su Ningyu had just sat down and hadn't even had time to glance at the menu when Song Qinghui and Yuan Lily, the frenemies, had already automatically entered their familiar mode of bickering. If you piss me off, I'll go tell Xue. Yuan Lily snorted coldly. Xue is your mom? Always running to tell on me. Stop bothering her. Yuan Lily snorted again, unyielding, so what if I tell? Besides, I'm not telling on you, I'm just sharing the exciting moment. What, are you scared? Scared? What am I scared of? I'm just afraid Xue will find out that someone doesn't study properly and spends all their time taking useless pictures with their phone. Song Qinghui retorted, sticking his neck out. You? The two of them went back and forth, and the battle looked like it was about to escalate. Su Ningyu. He watched the two lively troublemakers, wondering if he came here to eat or to watch a comedy show. Luckily, on the other side, Chai Buohuai and Sun Zhuowei were already familiar with the menu, completely ignoring the war beside them. Chai Buohuai pushed another menu in front of Su Ningyu, his voice as calm and concise as ever, take a look at what you want to eat. Any food you can't have? Su Ningyu took the menu, glanced at the exquisite dishes and their jaw-dropping prices, but still kept his face calm, no restrictions, anything is fine. Chapter 57, Discussing the Cultivation Plan, A New Beginning. Soon, with the help of Chai Buohuai and Sun Zhuowei, the group finished ordering. While waiting for the dishes, Sun Zhuowei finally found a chance and couldn't wait to bring up the main topic again. Student Su, she looked at Su Ningyu eagerly, her voice filled with anticipation. You see, we had discussed this before. Could you, based on your experience and methods, create a special enhancement plan for my Piao Piao?
It doesn't need to be as strong as your little bell, just some self-preservation ability would be fine. Su Ningyu picked up the milk tea the waiter had just brought and took a small sip, organizing his words. He didn't agree immediately, but first threw out a question. My training methods are largely based on my talent and the deep exploration of Little Bell's characteristics. A lot of the experience might not be universally applicable, and some are even quite special. He carefully chose his words, so, what I really want to know is, which direction do you want your bellflower to develop? Should it continue to deepen its support and healing abilities, becoming a more reliable backbone for the team? Or do you want it to have some combat abilities, learning some offensive or control skills, balancing support and damage? This question successfully caught the attention of Song Qinghui and Yuan Lily, who had been arguing. The two temporarily stopped fighting and curiously looked at Sun Zhuowei. Sun Zhuowei fiddled with her fingers awkwardly, seeming to find it hard to speak. Yuan Lily, seeing this, immediately spoke on her behalf, her tone a bit indignant. Wei Wei originally wanted to contract a rare beast that was more support-oriented but had some control abilities. But she was tricked by two scheming girls in our class. They deliberately misled her, and in the end, Wei Wei mistakenly contracted this bellflower with only average qualifications. She patted Sun Zhuowei's shoulder in comfort. My Wei Wei is just too kind-hearted. Song Qinghui rolled his eyes, thinking, is this kindness? More like stupidity, right? But he didn't dare to say it out loud, afraid the two might report him to Xue. Yuan Lily then turned to Su Ningyu, speaking sincerely, but I heard that in the joint exam's secret realm, you were the one who saved Wei Wei. You really deserve a big thank you. Su Ningyu understood, realizing there was more to the story. It seemed that Sun Zhuowei had not contracted the bellflower entirely willingly, and there might even be an element of her being tricked. He waved his hand, signaling there was no need for thanks. Sun Zhuowei stopped Yuan Lily, who wanted to elaborate further, and explained herself. Actually, I personally don't like to be on the front lines of battle. I prefer support and healing. My Beast Handbook talent also leans towards support enhancement. So, contracting the bellflower, aside from being misled, was partly my own choice. She paused and looked at Su Ningyu, her gaze firm, but I also don't want to be like in the secret realm, where I could only escape in a panic, even being treated as a discard. I want Piao Piao to become stronger, at least, when faced with sudden danger, it can fight back or protect itself, rather than relying entirely on others for protection. Su Ningyu nodded, fully understanding her request. I understand. You want to retain the core support abilities while giving the bellflower some offensive or control skills. Actually, Su Ningyu's idea was to suggest contracting a new beast for self-protection. The bellflower was a bit too weak for that. But Su Ningyu understood that for someone who had just awakened their beast handbook, they could only have one page left in the book, which meant they had already contracted a beast. So, he didn't directly say it. Yes. That's exactly it. Sun Zhuowei nodded vigorously. A typical trainer might suggest enhancing the bellflower's healing or control abilities with specific resources, or finding some rare treasures that could create a special synergy with the bellflower's attributes. Su Ningyu slowly said, but my approach might be a little different, or let's say, unconventional. He held up two fingers. There are two skill directions I think you could try. One is Poison Needle, and the other is Spark. Upon hearing the Poison Needle skill, does your bellflower still have the Poison Needle? Song Qinghui's understanding was once again refreshed, and he nearly jumped out of his chair. Yes, I learned it by chance. Su Ningyu didn't explain in detail. Sun Zhuowei's eyes lit up completely, especially when she heard Spark. She had personally seen Su Ningyu's bellflower turn the tide using this move, and the shock was still fresh in her memory. Spark. I want Piao Piao to learn Spark. She made her choice almost immediately. Su, as long as you're willing to teach, no matter the price, I can pay. She was desperate to possess such an unconventional, unpredictable fighting power. Su Ningyu looked at her eager expression, and in his heart, he adjusted the satisfaction level with this client and raised the expected fee a little. He nodded and gave a specific plan. Sure. I usually have time to train and work at the Beast Trainer Battle Club in Binhai City. If it's convenient for you, we can meet there. We need to first conduct a basic evaluation of Piao Piao, understand its energy properties and physical endurance, then develop a specific learning plan. The whole process may take several sessions, and the fee will depend on the final result and materials used. No problem. You choose the time and place, and the fee will be as you say. Sun Zhuowei agreed without hesitation, as if she were afraid Su Ningyu might back out. With the business settled, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Soon, delicate dishes were served one after another. The group ate and chatted, and the conversation gradually shifted from beast training to school, fun anecdotes, and even Song Qinghui and Yuan Lily started another round of bickering. After eating, they walked out of the restaurant.
Song Qinghui took out his phone, smiling as he said, Su Ningyu, we might all be classmates at Beichen High in the future. Let's exchange contacts. We can communicate more in the future, maybe have some sparring sessions, or consult you about breeding issues, that would be convenient. Although Chaibo Huai didn't speak, he quietly took out his phone too. Su Ningyu naturally wouldn't refuse. These were all potential valuable connections and future clients, the more the better. He readily exchanged contacts with Song Qinghui, Chaibo Huai, and Yuan Lily. After bidding farewell to these newly acquainted friends and potential clients, Su Ningyu set off on his way home alone. The sunset stretched his shadow long, but his steps were unusually light. The special recruitment was successful, the network was expanding, and his first breeding business was about to begin. Everything was moving in the right direction. He pushed open the door, and the familiar, old smell greeted him. Creak. The faint sound of the door opening echoed. In the corner of the living room, the ecological box, where the originally sprawled, seemingly eternally dormant, glowing white G-frog was, trembled imperceptibly. The next second, it moved with a speed completely unbefitting its lazy appearance. With a whoosh, it flipped over and sat upright on the largest pebble, its body stiff. Its eyes widened, adopting a standard posture of I'm very awake. I'm very obedient. Ready for action at any time. Inside G-frog, its heart was frantically scrolling, the devil is back. My short and beautiful time of lying down has ended. The hell of potion residue, the hell of sparks scorching, the hell of poison needle trials. It's starting again. Ah. Someone save the frog, please. Chapter 58, The Ultimate Universe Challenge, Dragon God Tongue Long Sequence. Back at his familiar yet slightly empty home, Su Ningyu did not immediately dive into another round of intense training. The fierce battles, the intense assessments, and the socializing with new friends all needed a little time to settle and recover. At this moment, he sat cross-legged on the floor. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and allowed his heartbeat and breath to gradually slow down, settling into a deep and stable rhythm. The star breathing technique. Seemingly an ordinary breathing technique, under his persistent practice, it was slowly starting to take effect. Tiny strands of faint energy were drawn and filtered with each breath he took. It quietly seeped into his limbs and bones, subtly enhancing his physical fitness, mental resilience, and sensitivity to energy perception. Although progress was slow, the cumulative effect over time was not to be underestimated. Beside him, the small bell quietly floated in place. It did not use photosynthesis to absorb large amounts of energy. Instead, as it synchronized with Su Ningyu's breathing rhythm, the glowing green light between its petals flickered like breathing, resonating in a strange harmony with its master. This synchronization not only helped the small bell perceive and guide energy more delicately, but it also subtly deepened the bond of the contract. Now calm, Su Ningyu replayed the battle with Song Qinghui's Gale Sparrow in his mind. The gyroscope spiral light whip was spectacular, but it was more of a tactical trick, a limit-pushing use of existing skills. He clearly realized that the small bell still lacked a true finishing move. That is, a powerful trump card capable of changing the course of a battle or establishing absolute dominance in a critical moment. Whether it was light beams or sparks, their power limits were constrained by the skill level, the small bell's strength, and energy attributes. Against higher-level, more powerful opponents, it might seem inadequate. Still too weak. He murmured softly, his tone filled with a longing for a higher realm. Show me. The small bell beside him sensed its master's emotions and immediately sent a firm and determined thought. Master, I will become stronger. I will grow even stronger. Su Ningyu opened his eyes and looked at the small bell, which was trying hard to express its determination, and couldn't help but smile. He reached out and gently tapped its petals. I'm not talking about you, little one. You're already amazing. Your progress has far exceeded my expectations. I'm talking about me. He stood up, his thoughts moving slightly. A flash of light appeared on his chest, and another book, its cover deep black and gold, with mysterious patterns flowing along its edges, appeared as a phantom. This black gold tome was different from the one that recorded the small bell, it was thicker and had a more obscure aura. Su Ningyu tried to use his mental energy to flip through it, but the Beastmaster pages seemed to be sealed by invisible chains, unmoving. Just a little more than I can truly become a black iron level Beastmaster, able to summon the mythical sequence beasts cultivated in my previous life's game. Su Ningyu retracted the phantom of the tome, his eyes firm. Only by becoming stronger and mastering more power can I truly protect myself, protect my companions, and walk more steadily and further on the road ahead. However, the road to strength is long, and balance is key. Since he had transmigrated and contracted the small bell, he had invested almost all his time in learning, training, assessments, and improving his strength, like a tightly strung bow. Appropriate relaxation was also a part of building strength. With that thought in mind, he walked over to the slightly worn sofa, sat down, picked up the remote, and turned on the old wall-mounted TV. The screen lit up, broadcasting the evening news and various programs.
He stood up and walked into the small but tidy kitchen, tied on an apron, and began preparing dinner. It was for himself, but also for the two others at home. The high-quality light moist grass seeds and morning dew essence purchased from the Beastmaster Mall were carefully mixed to form an energy paste suitable for the small bell's absorption. Another portion was made with several basic nutritional powders, a small amount of insect protein, and some mild plant remnants left over from the potions he had previously crafted, mixed and stirred into its special nutritional paste. This was the exclusive meal for the Jiwa frog. As the scent of food spread throughout the small kitchen, the Jiwa frog in the ecological box in the corner of the living room suddenly relaxed. For it, the happiest moment of the day might just be now. There was no heart-pounding whipping, though. Maybe it's a little addictive? No scorching sparks, no stinging poisonous needles. Only this usually devilish young boy, wearing an apron, calmly busy in the kitchen, with the scent of food drifting through the air. Though it smells a bit strange, it seems bearable. At this moment, Jiwawa felt as though a pure light was emanating from Su Ningyu's back. Inside, Jiwawa thought dramatically, I'm not craving that weird mush you made. I am a noble mutated white-skinned frog. I am doing this for survival. Yes, survival. I have to accept being fed. As it thought this dismissively, it couldn't help but stretch its neck and stare longingly at the direction of the kitchen, a soft, eager gurgle sound coming from its throat. When it ate the food. Jiwawa, chew, chew, chew. The taste actually isn't bad? I really am not craving it. Chew, chew, chew. It was lost in this complex emotion of humiliation and satisfaction, completely unaware that beneath its pearly white skin, an extremely faint, unusual energy was slowly flowing and settling, different from anything it had felt before. After enduring various unconventional training and special meals, this strangely resilient frog seemed to be undergoing a deeper transformation, one even Su Ningyu hadn't noticed yet. On the TV, the news broadcast began. The Cosmic Extreme Challenge will officially kick off today at the Andromeda Nebula Courage Arena. Young beast taming geniuses from major galaxies and federations will gather to compete in a month-long showdown. Let's look forward to the representative from the Dragon Rising Federation, the seed player, Xiaomu Yuan, who is expected to perform excellently and bring glory to his country. The screen switched, showing an image of a cold, sharp-eyed young man, with his brief profile listed next to him. Born on Yuan Star, the main star of the Dragon Rising Federation, a third-year student at Longtong University, majoring in dragon attribute beast taming. His beast battle highlights were also played on screen. The footage showed a mighty dragon soaring through the sky, its majesty overwhelming, with powerful dragon skills that left an impact. The commentary specifically mentioned that his main beast team was almost entirely directed toward the top-tier sequence, Dragon God Soaring Dragon Sequence. Chapter 59, Spark Teaching, Pow Pow, Devil. Soaring Dragon Sequence. Su Ningyu walked out with the food he had prepared, glanced at the TV, and couldn't help but show a hint of longing and reflection in his eyes. It really makes one envious. Dragon attribute beasts symbolize strength, rarity, and nobility, and are directly linked to the top evolution sequence of Dragon God. That's the ultimate companion that countless beast tamers dream of having. But soon, he shook his head and pulled his gaze away from those dazzling and distant images. Yuan Star, Longtong University, Cosmic Extreme Challenge, these are all too far away. He placed the specially made energy paste next to the little bell. Then, he poured another bowl of nutrient paste into Jiwawa's food bowl. For now, the grounded thing he needed to do was to feed himself and his partner, then fulfill the promise made to the client. After finishing a simple dinner and tidying up, Su Ningyu changed into clean training clothes and put the little bell back into his treasure space. Let's go, time to work. He glanced at Jiwawa, who was demurely eating the paste, its expression joyful as it gently swayed, the corner of his mouth curving up imperceptibly before he turned and walked out, blending into the night of the city. Destination, Beast Taming Battle Club. Sun Juwei and her little bellflower Piao Piao were still waiting for him to continue their strengthening journey. And Su Ningyu himself would continue to test and refine his training philosophy through repeated teaching and practice, steadily moving toward stronger goals. Arriving at the familiar Beast Taming Battle Club, he casually greeted the front desk. Su Ningyu walked straight to the special training room he had already reserved. Zhang Yongheng, the boss, was already considered a familiar face. He knew that Su Ningyu occasionally took on private jobs and was quite supportive of this kind of teaching using the training room, as long as it didn't interfere with normal operations. Su Ningyu pushed open the heavy soundproof door to the training room. Inside, the space was spacious, with soft lighting, and the environment simulation system could adjust to various basic scenarios. The walls and floors were covered with energy-absorbing materials, suitable for all kinds of training and experiments. Sure enough, Sun Juwei was already waiting inside. She was wearing a refreshing white dress today. On her head was a delicate wide-brimmed sun hat. On the brim, her bellflower Pia Pia was quietly lying, its emerald green petals contrasting beautifully with the white hat, almost like a carefully chosen fashion accessory. It was hard to tell that it was a beast that was about to undergo devilish training.
Su classmate.
Over here. When Sun Juewei saw Su Ningyu enter, her eyes lit up and she quickly waved.
You're here so early? Su Ningyu glanced at the time. There were still 20 minutes left before their scheduled time.
Of course. I want to make Pia Piao stronger as soon as possible. Sun Juewei's voice was full of anticipation.
Pia Piao really wants to learn new skills quickly too.
Pia Piao floated down from the brim of the hat and landed on Sun Juewei's shoulder, looking at Su Ningyu with curiosity and a hint of awe. She was looking at the beast master who could make others of her kind so powerful.
Then let's stop chatting. Let's start directly. Su Ningyu nodded, entering work mode, where efficiency came first.
He placed the bulging backpack he'd been carrying on the operation table at the side of the training room. With a swish, he unzipped it and started taking things out. Sun Juewei, curious, leaned over to look.
Su classmate, these are.
Without looking up, Su Ningyu quickly set a few items on the table, a professional smile curving on his lips. These are, of course, teaching tools, or rather, special keys to help your Pia Piao understand and master the skills of Poison Needle and Spark. Sun Juewei's gaze landed on the items, a few shriveled, fiery red dried chilies, whose spicy and pungent smell could be detected even from a distance.
And two long, sharp teeth, with a faint bluish-purple glow at the tips, which immediately made one think of venom. Were those teeth? Is this Fire Blast chili? Or an enhanced version?
Sun Juewei recognized the chili peppers.
And those teeth, are they from a venomous bat?
Exactly, those are from the venomous bats that attacked you last time.
The quality of the venomous bat's fangs is pretty good.
Su Ningyu confirmed her guess and took one of the venomous teeth, examining it under the light. The toxic energy in the venomous fangs and the intense, fiery energy in the fire blast chili are perfect media to guide plant-type beasts in sensing and initially simulating both poison and fire energies.
Of course, the process will be a bit stimulating.
Looking at Su Ningyu's calm smile with a hint of scientific curiosity, and recalling his bellflower's unconventional performance during battle, Sun Juewei felt a chill run down her neck. A cold shiver slowly crawled up her spine. Pia Piao on her shoulder seemed to sense something too, and instinctively pulled its petals closer together. Alright, theoretical preparations are done, let's get to the practical part. Su Ningyu clapped his hands, his expression becoming focused and sharp, like a doctor about to perform a delicate surgery or an instructor about to start special training. Sun Juewei was surprised to find that, once in teaching mode, Su Ningyu's whole aura subtly shifted. The previous gentle, indifferent demeanor faded, replaced by an almost cold, calm focus. And an undeniable sense of control, as though he could see through every detail. If Ji Wawa had been present at that moment, it would probably have immediately played dead right on the spot.
The demon has arrived. The devilish coach is online. Training begins. First, let's try to learn Spark.
Su Ningyu didn't let Pia Piao eat the whole fiery chili directly. Clearly, he noticed that Sun Juewei's Pia Piao was very weak. Instead, he cut a small piece of the chili skin. Using a blender and some special food, he crushed it into a paste.
Then he let Pia Piao taste it.
Hiss. Almost the moment it tasted a bite, Pia Piao trembled violently, as if pricked by a needle, and the whole flower shook. The edges of the petals started turning red at a visible speed, rapidly spreading, as if it had been burned. A burning, stinging, and strangely itchy feeling spread from the petals, reaching Pia Piao's entire consciousness.
Woo woo woo. What a strange feeling.
As time passed, Pia Piao followed Su Ningyu's teaching for over an hour. At this point, Pia Piao's small mouth had swollen into a sausage shape. During the continuous process, it still hadn't felt the fire-type energy Su Ningyu had mentioned.
It looked to its master for help. Pia Piao couldn't help but transmit its painful thoughts, looking up to its master for rescue.
Sun Juewei watched helplessly, her heart aching, about to speak but holding back, her face pale. Su classmate, is it really okay?
Pia Piao looks so uncomfortable. Is this really necessary for learning the skill? Chapter 60, Spicy, a sneak peek.
At this moment, Sun Juewei watched her little treasure go from a lush green to red-faced and ear-flushed, and her heart twisted in pain. Su Ningyu was fully focused, observing Pia Piao's energy reaction and physical changes. This time, he didn't just force the fiery chili down like he had with his little bell. Instead, he fed it gradually, but it was clear that Sun Juewei's Pia Piao was very weak. Just a little fiery chili made it so uncomfortable.
Su Ningyu recorded the data, his voice calm. This is a normal reaction.
Plant-based beastmasters have a naturally weak or even rejecting perception of fire attributes, so they must be forcefully stimulated to open their perception channels to this energy.
And the fiery chili is the key to opening that channel.
The fiery chili won't cause real harm. You've eaten chili before, so you should understand this feeling. The fiery chili can simulate the basic burning and release sensation. What Pia Piao needs to do is remember this feeling, try to understand how this energy works, and mobilize its own energy to imitate and transform it. Don't worry, the fiery chili has been strictly controlled by me and is within a safe range.
Despite saying this, seeing Pia Piao's pitiful "who am I? Where am I?
Why does it hurt so much?" expression, Sun Juewei still couldn't help but speak up.
How about, we stop here for today?
Learning a new skill can't be rushed, Pia Piao needs time to digest and adjust. Su Ningyu heard this, stopped his actions, and looked up. The moment his gaze shifted from Pia Piao to Sun Juewei, the cold, focused expression on his face, like that of a precision instrument, melted away like a tide. He restored the usual gentle, even slightly shy smile, and his aura instantly relaxed.
You're right, I was too hasty.
After all, it's not his own beast, so he expected it to learn the spark technique right away. Su Ningyu's tone was gentle, with a hint of apology. The guidance for new skills does need to be gradual, especially when trying cross-attribute techniques.
Let's stop here for today. Let Pia Piao rest well and feel the residual energy from earlier.
Next time, we'll guide it to imitate and practice energy release using this burning sensation. As he spoke, he started tidying up the teaching tools on the table methodically. His movements were gentle, his demeanor calm, as though the cold instructor from earlier had never existed. On the training platform, Piao Piao, who had just recovered slightly from the hell of spice, saw Su Ningyu's familiar and gentle smile.
Instead of feeling relieved, the entire plant reflexively trembled violently. Devil! Is this man's smile a switch? Why does it feel like something even worse will happen whenever I see him smile?
Piao Piao, in fear, shrank back into Sun Juewei's arms, only daring to secretly peek through the petals at the seemingly harmless young man who was tidying up his things. Sun Juewei also noticed Piao Piao's unusual behavior and quickly comforted it, but deep inside, she developed a deeper understanding of Su Ningyu's professionalism and quick mood changes. This Su student, in beast training, he probably has an obsession and special methods beyond what ordinary people can imagine.
Well, Su student, shall we schedule another time next time?
Sun Juewei, holding the still trembling Piao Piao, asked carefully.
Of course, just contact me anytime.
Su Ningyu nodded with a smile, as if everything that had just happened was nothing more than a normal teaching attempt. However, that smile, in Piao Piao's eyes, looked like a big bad wolf saying to a little white rabbit, "See you tomorrow." Walking out of the heavy door of the Beast Battle Club, the world outside had already transformed. The city's neon lights shimmered with enchanting radiance. But the street where the club was located, a relatively quiet one, was now silent, with only a few dim streetlights providing limited light. Most of the shops were already closed, making the street feel somewhat empty.
It's already this late?
Sun Juewei took out her phone to check the time, and the numbers on the screen slightly surprised her. She had unknowingly trained for such a long time. She held the still somewhat listless Piao Piao in her arms. Su Ningyu took a deep breath of the cool night air and looked up at the deep night sky, where a few scattered stars were faintly visible. There was no sign of exhaustion on his face, but rather a kind of eager excitement. At night, when the moonlight is at its fullest, it's the perfect time to practice the moonlight skill and carry out night adaptation training. Saying that, with a thought, the small bell transformed into a green light and floated out of the beast manual. Unlike the emerald green of the daytime, under the night and the streetlight, the edges of the bell's petals seemed to flow with a faint, almost imperceptible pink glow. That was the subtle resonance of its internal energy with the moonlight, and also the sign that the moonlight skill was taking effect, helping it slowly recover its strength and slightly enhance its perception during the night. Sun Juewei saw this and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth.
Moonlight? This guy's bellflower has such a skill? But Sun Juewei didn't ask in detail. Su Ningyu, his obsession with beast training was almost to the level of madness, not even sparing a chance for training on the way home. But thinking about it, she felt relieved. If it weren't for such crazy training, day after day, seizing every opportunity, how could Su Ningyu and his small bell possibly defeat the well-resourced Song Qinghui and achieve such incredible results, despite the relative lack of resources? Hard work brings reward, and it was fully reflected in him. Thinking of Song Qinghui, Sun Juewei couldn't help but smile again.
Yesterday, Yuan Lily sent her a message, vividly describing how Song Qinghui was called by Shua for a talk and repeatedly watched the video of his defeat to the bellflower, his tragic experience. It was said that after coming out of Shua's office, Song Qinghui had been in a slump for quite a while. Thinking of how that usually smug guy was deflated, Sun Juewei couldn't help but laugh. The two walked side by side on the way home, chatting casually, the atmosphere light and relaxed. Although Su Ningyu was training the small bell, But listen. Soon, they arrived at a fork in the road. Sun Juewei's house was in the upscale residential area to the east, while Su Ningyu's house was in the old district to the west.
Su Ningyu, see you tomorrow.
The agreed-upon nurturing fee has already been transferred to your account, check it. Sun Juewei stopped at the intersection, shook the phone in her hand, and wore a relaxed smile, feeling like she had just completed a deal.
Su Ningyu's ear promptly picked up the faint sound of an incoming payment notification.
However, in the very next instant, his body stiffened suddenly.
His previously relaxed nerves instantly tightened. It wasn't because of the payment notification.
His brows suddenly furrowed tightly because his talent, divine invisibility, was triggered. This meant that someone was using a detection skill or talent to observe him. His divine invisibility talent had a natural sensitivity and rejection response to such spying.
Once Su Ningyu was being spied on or identified, the divine invisibility talent would alert him. Chapter 61, Divine Invisibility Warning, Kidnappers. Su Ningyu's divine invisibility talent was one of the dual talents from the Black-Gold Bible. Its effect was even more powerful. Divine invisibility, hide all of your secrets, even gods cannot spy on your true information.
Su Ningyu had already concealed all his information, so once someone spied on him, the divine invisibility talent would be triggered, allowing him to know someone was spying.
Su Ningyu didn't show any sign of realizing something was wrong.
Instead, he quickly used his starry breathing method, a skill honed through long-term training, to enhance his sensitivity. He felt the natural flow of air energy around him. In one direction, he sensed an extremely subtle but malicious distortion and condensation. It was as if something in the dark was gathering power, aiming its attack at both Sun Juwei and himself. Su Ningyu initially thought the threat was aimed at him. After all, he had just shown off in the special recruitment exam and earned the nurturing qualification.
Perhaps he had attracted unnecessary attention?
However, his judgment was slightly off. On the other side of the street, in the shadows, two men in inconspicuous black coats, with the brims of their hats pulled low, were hiding in the dead corner between a trash can and a wall. One was tall and slim, holding a compass-like device that glowed faintly, while the other was stocky with a fierce look in his eyes.
"Boss, are we really going to do this?
I heard the girl's stepfather has some influence in Dongjun province. He's not someone easy to mess with."
The stocky man hesitated and whispered.
The tall man, called Boss, coldly stared at the two closely positioned light dots on the device, his voice hoarse.
"Don't forget, we've already been paid, so we must do the job. Less talking.
Our task is to kidnap the person and take them to the designated location. We don't need to worry about the rest.
Someone will handle the follow-up. But what about the guy next to her? They're together. If we kidnap Sun Juwei, this guy will definitely call the police immediately or try to play hero and save her."
The stocky man pointed at the light dot on the device representing Su Ningyu. The tall man's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his tone was devoid of any emotion. "Anyone in the way, deal with them directly. I've used the detection compass. Both of them are newly awakened apprentice beast tamers, with weak mental fluctuations. Their beasts aren't strong.
This will be a quick and easy job." The stocky man seemed persuaded, nodding and a fierce light flashing in his eyes. "All right. Let's do it."
At the intersection, Sun Juwei had just finished saying her farewell and was about to turn and leave with Su Ningyu. In the next moment, Su Ningyu realized that the hidden figures had already taken action. He quickly stepped in front of her, his muscles tensing instantly, and shouted in a low voice, "Be careful." Sun Juwei had no idea what was happening.
Before Su Ningyu could finish his sentence, whoosh! A sharp sound of air splitting suddenly rang out. A dull, almost blending into the night, gray-black energy spike.
Like a poisonous snake emerging from its hole, it shot out from the shadow of a billboard on the side front. Its speed was astonishing. The target was directly aimed at Sun Juwei.
Not Su Ningyu, but Sun Juwei.
The target from the beginning was always her. Su Ningyu had clearly overestimated himself.
Ah!
Sun Juwei didn't even have time to react. She only saw a blurry shadow rushing towards her, so scared that she screamed, instinctively hugging the floating Piao Piao in her arms.
At this critical moment,
Su Ningyu had already been fully alert, and as the sound of air being torn apart rang out, he reacted instantly.
He didn't try to block the fast, energy-concentrated sharp spike.
Instead, he stretched out his left hand, grabbing Sun Juwei's arm, using all his strength to pull her behind him, toward the side-rear direction, which was also the direction the spike was attacking.
Put!
The gray-black energy spike grazed Sun Juwei's flying skirt and Su Ningyu's outer arm. It nailed into the sidewalk tiles behind where they had been standing just now, making a muffled sound, instantly leaving a corroded black scorch mark on the tile.
That was close. If not for Su Ningyu's keen perception and timely reaction, this strike would probably have succeeded.
The tall, thin man walked out of the shadow, holding a compass, and looked at the two, who were unharmed but a little disheveled, especially the young man who suddenly intervened to disrupt the scene. A flicker of surprise and murderous intent flashed in his eyes.
You actually dodged? Pretty quick reaction, kid."
The stocky man beside him also sneered and stepped forward. As the two appeared, a pitch-black shadow claw cat, with claws gleaming with eerie light, silently materialized from the shadow at the feet of the tall, thin man, letting out a low, threatening hiss. Su Ningyu's gaze quickly swept across the two black-clad men in front of him. Finally, it landed on the beast at the feet of the tall, thin man. This was a relatively small, yet dangerously ominous feline beast. It was completely black, its fur like flowing shadow, only the tips of its claws shimmering with a dark, metallic gleam. Its amber vertical pupils glowed with the cold light of a predator in the night, and its tail flicked restlessly. Beast, Shadow Claw Cat. Su Ningyu's heart immediately sounded alarm bells. This was a beast famous for its stealth, speed, and deadly claw strikes. Although also of the black iron rank, its species' potential and combat style were far more dangerous than the earth boar or scythe mantis he had encountered before. Moreover, from its size and energy concentration, it seemed to be approaching the peak of the black iron stage. The tall, thin man sneered when he saw Su Ningyu recognize the Shadow Claw Cat.
Kid, not bad eyesight.
You actually dodged my Shadow Claw Cat's sneak attack, pretty quick reaction.
Too bad, this is where it ends.
Murderous intent was apparent in his eyes. Without a hint of hesitation, he directly ordered, Shadow Claw Cat, deal with this troublesome kid first.
Shadow Claw. Meow.
The Shadow Claw Cat let out a short, sharp hiss, and its figure instantly blurred, as if merging into the surrounding shadows. The next second, it pounced toward Su Ningyu's face, accompanied by several dark claw shadows that tore through the air. Its speed was so fast that only a shadow remained on the retina.
A direct confrontation?
Little Bell almost had no chance of winning.
Little Bell.
Su Ningyu had already made his decision the moment the command was given. He didn't let Little Bell face the Shadow Claw Cat's attack, nor defend against it. Instead, he issued a seemingly unrelated order with his mind. It was fortunate that Little Bell had already been summoned earlier, or else there wouldn't have been time to summon it in this crisis.
Ding-ling-ling.
A crisp, ethereal bell sound rang out, as if it could cleanse the soul. Centered around the little bell floating in mid-air, it suddenly sounded clearer and more melodious than ever, actively spreading with a rhythm.
Talent, calm.
But this time, calm, as target. No longer the Beast Master, but the Beast Master itself.
Su Ningyu's thoughts were clear and ruthless.
The beast battles were certainly important.
But in life and death real combat, the Beast Master themselves is often the more fragile link.
Especially when there's a gap in the beast's strengths on both sides, directly attacking or controlling the Beast Master is the quickest way to break the deadlock or even turn the tide.
Chapter 62 ends, consecutive slaps. Su Ningyu's target was straight at the kidnappers.
Beast Masters and their beasts are closely connected through a contract. If the Beast Master dies or is seriously injured, the beast contracted to them is often also affected, sometimes even perishing together.
What? The two men in black clearly didn't expect Su Ningyu to take such a move.
After all, they thought the opponent was just a middle school student.
What kind of strategy could they come up with? It was already impressive enough that their legs didn't tremble in such a situation. Who would have thought the opponent would think of attacking the Beast Master, which is prohibited in alliance battles? Su Ningyu, they're trying to take my life. Who cares about the rules? The kidnappers might have been wary of beast attacks.
But they never expected that a seemingly supportive bellflower would directly launch a mental interference against them, these Beast Masters.
Especially Little Bell's calming talent.
After Su Ningyu's targeted training and the earlier enhancement of the Moonlight skill, Little Bell's skill effect would be slightly improved. At this moment, fully activated, its power was no small matter. The ethereal bell sound, like an invisible tide, instantly flooded into the minds of the two men. They only felt an irresistible calm, tranquility, and even a lazy drowsiness wash over them. Their originally highly concentrated minds, tense nerves, and the will to control their beasts seemed like ice blocks soaked in warm water, quickly melting and scattering. In their minds, only one thought remained: how peaceful, how comfortable.
I feel like taking a nap.
Their eyes instantly became dazed and blank, their bodies stiffened in place. Even maintaining a standing posture became somewhat difficult, let alone giving precise commands to their beasts. The stocky man even swayed, almost falling down. And the dark claw cat, which was charging at Su Ningyu with lightning speed, became confused when the Beast Master's thought of sleep was transmitted through the contract.
The attack movement instantly showed a slight delay and deviation that shouldn't have been there.
Relying on its battle instincts, it forcibly twisted its body. The dark claw shadow grazed Su Ningyu's clothing, pulling a few strands of fabric.
What an opportunity! Su Ningyu was waiting for this moment of confusion. He didn't hesitate for a second, nor did he care about any martial ethics. Taking advantage of the dark claw cat's failure to attack and the Beast Master being in a dazed state, he pushed off the ground, charging towards the two black-clad men, like an arrow released from a bow. He aimed at the most vulnerable yet excruciatingly painful area of the man's body, one that would cause him to lose mobility for a short time. Su Ningyu didn't hesitate, putting all his strength into his kick. Bang! Bang! Two muffled but exceptionally clear sounds, like the cracking of an eggshell, rang out loudly on the silent street. Su Ningyu's two kicks, precise and full of power, landed on the crotch of the two black-clad men.
Ugh!
Ag.
The two shrieks, not sounding like human voices, mixed with excruciating pain, shock, and total collapse, almost sounded at the same time.
The two black-clad men rolled their eyes back. They didn't even have time to fully wake from the calming state.
They directly covered their crotch, like two cooked shrimp, their bodies curled into strange arcs, collapsing to the ground.
The extreme pain made them lose consciousness completely.
Perhaps their happiness for the rest of their lives had been completely shattered in the two kicks from Su Ningyu. The dark claw cat, having just stabilized itself, turned around to see its two masters collapsed in such a tragic and undignified position, unconscious. Amber cat eyes were filled with utter disbelief and confusion.
Meow meow meow? What happened? My great master, why is he suddenly covering his eyes and rolling them? Wasn't he just ordering me around a moment ago?
Su Ningyu took a breath and immediately turned to the dark claw cat, which, despite its master's unconsciousness, still looked confused but filled with hostility towards him. He directly took the opponent's master hostage, his voice cold and clear, carrying an undeniable threat.
Dark claw cat. Stop right now. Look carefully. Your master is in my hands.
If you don't want them to die here, behave yourself.
The dark claw cat, meow? It really hesitated. The beast taming contract's restraints and its instincts made it unable to completely ignore its master's safety.
Although its master appeared to be merely unconscious, it dared not act recklessly. It anxiously paced back and forth, letting out a low, threatening hiss, but truly made no move to attack again. An ambush, originally full of power imbalance and peril, was unexpectedly controlled by Su Ningyu with a series of surprising, precise, and ruthless actions. The two kidnappers probably never imagined that what they thought was an easy kidnapping mission would end in such an embarrassing way, wrapping up quickly and awkwardly. On the other side, Sun Juwei finally came to her senses after the initial shock and a series of changes. She looked at the unconscious kidnappers on the ground and the subdued Darklaw cat, still a little dazed in her mind. Su Ningyu turned to her, shouting at her in a daze, "Don't just stand there. Call the police."
"Oh right. Call the police. Call the police." Only then did Sun Juwei snap back to reality, frantically pulling out her phone.
However, in her panic, she subconsciously dialed not the police number, but her mother's private phone number, tearfully rambling about the danger she had just encountered. Su Ningyu had no time to care about who she was calling. At this moment, his mind was far from calm.
Did he want to completely deal with these two clearly malicious kidnappers? Of course, he did. But he was clear about his limits and his strength. He was still not a Black Iron level beast tamer.
He didn't have enough ability and means to deal with two living people cleanly and without leaving any trouble. So, the most reliable option was to call for backup and have official forces intervene. But in order to prevent these two seemingly unconscious idiots from suddenly waking up and making irrational moves, Su Ningyu still needed another layer of security. He thought for a moment, and the phantom of the beast taming manual appeared. Talent, weapon training. Target, the two unconscious black-clad men on the ground. At this moment, Su Ningyu did not wield any weapon to strike them. So he could only. He directly opened his hands, one with each, and performed his self-created, emergency-use physical secret technique series of slaps. Smack. Smack. The crisp and loud sound of slaps echoed on the street. Su Ningyu controlled his strength perfectly. Then, a strange or perhaps eerie scene occurred. Even in a deep coma, under the influence of the tame whip talent, the two black-clad men's bodies began to react instinctively. Their faces, twisted in pain, gradually twisted more. The tame whip made the pain they suffered transform into obedience marks. The corners of their mouths even began to uncontrollably drip suspicious drool, their brows relaxing, as if they were experiencing some form of taming. In their unconscious state, they subtly displayed a strange expression. On the other side, Sun Juwei, who had just finished explaining the situation through the phone in tears, hung up, turning around just in time to witness this horrifying yet absurd scene. She watched Su Ningyu, expressionless, rhythmically slapping the unconscious kidnappers' faces. And the kidnappers actually showed suspicious expressions, standing frozen, their faces filled with big question marks and disbelief. Su Ningyu, what are you doing? Chapter 63, The Arrival of Reinforcements, Duanxing's Shock. For Sun Juwei's confusion. Su Ningyu didn't even look back, and his hand did not stop. In order to prevent them from suddenly waking up and summoning other beasts, I used my talent to temporarily control them. Control? Sun Juwei looked at the two kidnappers, whose eyes were rolled back, their cheeks swollen, yet still exuding an odd sense of satisfaction. Her mouth twitched uncontrollably in disbelief. Your talent really is, strange. She tried to think, but couldn't find a word to describe this surreal scene in front of her. In the end, 1,000 words turned into two silent ones in her heart. This is really messed up. This talent's effect is way too creepy, right? Can a slap control others?
Meanwhile, the shadow cat, left on the side and completely clueless, tilted its head. Its amber eyes were full of confusion. Meow meow meow? Why, the feeling coming from the contract isn't pain, but rather, a sense of relaxation? Could it be that the master actually enjoys being slapped? Humans' hobbies are so hard to understand, meow. Maybe I can try it, meow meow meow. The shadow cat fell deep into philosophical thoughts about its cat life, abandoning any idea of attacking. It even found a clean corner to sit in. It began elegantly licking its paws, adopting a posture of "you humans' matters are too complicated, this cat can't be bothered." After all, the contract's mental image showed the master seemed very pleased. It couldn't stop its master from enjoying, right? In the night, on the street, an extremely bizarre scene was frozen in time. The young man was wildly slapping the kidnappers' faces. The kidnappers had expressions of enjoyment. The young girl beside them was in shock, her worldview shattered. A shadow cat leisurely licked its fur in the corner of the wall. The scene was frozen in place. In the distance, the sound of sirens quickly approached. Soon, help arrived. The sharp and urgent sound of police sirens grew louder, breaking the street's eerie silence. However, contrary to Su Ningyu's expectation of only hearing police cars arriving, the convoy that entered this quiet street was a luxury lineup. At the front were two standard police floating vehicles with red and blue warning lights flashing. Following them were three special model cars, sleek and entirely black, with a low-key yet extraordinary appearance. The vehicles had no obvious markings, but their steady aura and the faint energy waves indicated they were far from ordinary civilian vehicles. The police vehicles slammed to a stop. The doors opened, and a middle-aged man with a fit build, sharp eyes, dressed in plain clothes yet with an aura of efficiency, jumped out first. It was Officer Duan Xing, who had received an urgent order from his superiors to handle a special case in this area. He had received the highest priority instructions, involving Ms. Yin Han's daughter, so he dared not slack off. According to Duan Xing's expectations, the scene should be two frightened, possibly injured students, and ruthless kidnappers. He had prepared to comfort the victims, control the scene, and chase after the potential escaping suspects. However, as he quickly scanned the scene, he was completely stunned. The expected panic and sobbing did not appear. One girl, although her eyes were a bit red, was clearly calm. At this moment, she was holding the hand of a woman who had just stepped out of a black luxury car, exuding an aristocratic and graceful air. What shocked him even more, making his pupils constrict, was the scene in the middle of the street that could be called performance art. A handsome young man in ordinary training clothes, with a neutral expression, rhythmically slapping the faces of two men in black coats who were lying on the ground. The two men's faces were swollen like dough, with suspicious drool at the corners of their mouths. But their eyes were dazed, and their faces bore an extremely strange smile. Nearby, a shadow cat, obviously a summoned beast, was leisurely crouching in the corner of the wall, licking its paws, indifferent to everything around it. Duan Xing? Isn't the scene a bit off? Where are the kidnappers? Where is the victim? What kind of situation is this? Did we pick up the wrong script? The few police officers he brought with him exchanged looks, not knowing what to do next. So, are these two the kidnappers? Duan Xing cleared his throat, pointing at the two strange men on the ground who had been slapped, his tone uncertain. Over here, the kidnappers are over here. Su Ningyu stopped what he was doing, stood up, pointed at the two men on the ground, and gestured toward the dark-clawed cat in the corner, his tone as calm as if introducing two objects. Duan Xing naturally recognized the dark-clawed cat and could tell from the clothing and current state of the two men on the ground that they were certainly no good. But, this uniform method, and the kidnapper's strange reaction, completely exceeded his professional experience. So, how did the situation turn out like this? Wasn't it supposed to be a heroic fight, a tough struggle, or a thrilling escape? What kind of new control technique is this, slapping out a high-X face? Officer, these two are the kidnappers, but I've already subdued them. Su Ningyu briefly explained what had happened. The kidnappers tried to abduct Sun Zhuowei, launched a sneak attack, but he noticed and counterattacked, finally using his talent to control them while waiting for the police to arrive. Duan Xing's brows twitched as he listened, especially when he heard Su Ningyu describe how he used his soothing talent to interfere with the kidnappers, then decisively kicked them in the groin to knock them unconscious, and finally used his special talent to maintain control to prevent them from waking up. The whole process was smooth, ruthless, and precise, completely unlike something a newly awakened trainee beast tamer could do. His gaze unconsciously swept over the kidnappers' lower bodies on the ground. Although it was hard to see clearly through their clothing, judging by their current posture, it was probably bad news. Duan Xing couldn't help but take a sharp breath inward. Hiss, what a ruthless move. And this situation, he can still smile? These kidnappers are a real oddity. I, Duan, salute you as a man. At that moment, Sun Zhuowei, who had wiped her tears and calmed down, came over holding her mother's hand. As soon as Duan Xing saw the elegant woman, his expression immediately became serious, and he put away all his doubts and complaints, saluting, Ms. Yin. Ms. Yin Hong gave Duanxing a slight nod, acknowledging him. Her well-maintained face now carried both lingering fear and gratitude. Her gaze turned to Su Ningyu, her tone sincere and gentle. Su, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for your quick reaction, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhuowei is lucky to have a friend like you. I'm also sorry for dragging you into such danger. Su Ningyu shook his head, his tone calm. Andine, you're too polite. I was just protecting myself, it was purely by chance. Duanxing, seeing this, quickly asked, Ms. Yin, these two suspects, I'll take them back for questioning, and see if we can quickly uncover who's behind this. Ms. Yin Hong nodded, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Thank you, Officer Duan. Be sure to get to the bottom of this. Yes. Duanxing waved his hand, signaling the officers to move forward and prepare to arrest the two kidnappers who were not fully conscious yet. Chapter 64, Seeking a Reward. Su Ningyu, let me explain. However, at that moment, Su Ningyu suddenly spoke up to stop them. Wait a minute. Officer Duan, actually, you might not need to go through all the trouble of interrogating them. Duanxing and Ms. Yin both froze, looking at Su Ningyu in confusion. The two kidnappers on the ground, because of the taming whip, began to wake up as Su Ningyu stopped his actions. Additionally, the intense pain from their bodies started to bring them back from that strange state. They furrowed their brows and groaned in unconscious pain. Hiss, it hurts so much. Just as they were about to fully wake up, realizing their situation and the source of the pain. Slap. Slap. Two crisp, loud slaps landed precisely on their faces. The one who struck was still Su Ningyu, his movements as fast as if he had practiced them 1,000 times. This guy, is he taking the chance to retaliate? Ms. Yin Hong. This kid, his way of doing things is truly unique. However, what happened next completely shattered their understanding. The two kidnappers who had been slapped not only didn't scream in pain or show anger. Instead, the painful expressions on their faces were instantly replaced with a more sycophantic, almost obedient smile. They struggled to lift their heads and looked at Su Ningyu, their eyes dazed, as if waiting for the next slap. Su Ningyu looked down at them from above, his tone calm, as if engaging in the most ordinary of conversations. Tell me, who sent you? Duanxing almost laughed out loud, thinking this boy was a little too naive. Interrogation is never this simple, is it? These people who dared to kidnap Ms. Yin's daughter must be well-trained desperados or professional thugs. Surely, a couple of slaps wouldn't make them obediently confess, would it? Even torture might not be effective. But reality is often more bizarre than imagined. When they heard Su Ningyu's question, the two kidnappers with strange smiles on their faces almost answered in unison. Their voices were a bit muffled due to their swollen cheeks, but the names were exceptionally clear. It's Mississippi Park Siyuan. And Miss Huang Yali. They paid us to kidnap Sun Zhuowei. The moment those two names were spoken, Sun Zhuowei, who was standing next to Ms. Yin Hong, trembled violently. The color drained from her face instantly, her eyes filled with disbelief and immense shock, muttering. Park Siyuan. Huang Yali. How could it be them? These two names might be unfamiliar to Su Ningyu, but to Sun Zhuowei and Ms. Yin Hong, they were far from strangers. The two were intricately connected to Sun Zhuowei. Officer Duanxing was also stunned. He didn't expect that the interrogation, no, this couldn't even be called an interrogation, would yield such crucial information so easily. He looked at Su Ningyu, then at the two kidnappers on the ground, whose faces looked as though they'd been cursed. His opinion of this young man instantly shot up to an immeasurable height. What exactly did this guy do? Su Ningyu, however, remained composed, as if he had just done something trivial. He knew. The effect of taming with whipping would be amplified to the extreme when the body is struck by intense pain. Combined with appropriate whipping or slapping, it was not difficult to extract simple information. He turned to Officer Duanxing. Officer Duan, the rest is up to you. However, before Duanxing could snap out of his shock from the shockingly easy acquisition of crucial information, the two kidnappers, who had just confessed, said something next that made his jaw drop. The two swollen-faced kidnappers, with dazed eyes, did not stop their words after revealing the two names. Instead, they struggled to lift their necks and, with a nearly fawning, eager, and even slightly whiny tone, pleaded with Su Ningyu. I've said everything, please reward me, just like before. Yes, just a few more, please. As they spoke, they instinctively tried to push their swollen, pig-like faces closer to Su Ningyu's hands. Su Ningyu. Oh no, I've overused my talent, did I make these two idiots too stupid? Su Ningyu could clearly feel the unusual atmosphere around him. Everyone's gaze fell on him. Duanxing's expression shifted from surprise to astonishment and then to something bizarre. His mouth twitched. Ms. Yin Hong, with her countless years of experience in reading people, flashed a complicated look in her eyes. Sun Zhuowei, still speechless. The air seemed to freeze, filled with an indescribable sense of awkwardness and curiosity. Su Ningyu, this talent is ruining my reputation.
His mind raced, and he squeezed out a bright, sunny, yet embarrassed smile.
He quickly explained, trying to salvage his image. Ha ha, don't misunderstand, they're like this because of my talent.
The aftereffects of my talent are somewhat difficult to describe. Well, you could also say they are a drawback. Ha, that officer, since the kidnappers have already confessed the mastermind behind it, there's nothing more for me to do.
Su Ningyu spoke quickly, retreating as he talked. Duan Xing.
He looked at Su Ningyu's awkward expression, then glanced at the two kidnappers on the ground who were still staring at Su Ningyu, as if waiting for their master to reward them.
For a moment, he didn't know what emotions to feel.
As an experienced officer, he had seen all sorts of strange beast-taming talents.
But someone like Su Ningyu was a first. This wasn't just simple control and interrogation, it felt like unlocking some weird form of taming.
Lady Yin Hong, too, was silent at this moment. As someone in a higher position who had seen many bizarre things, she still couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness at this scene.
This child's talent was too unusual.
Sun Juewei, on the other hand, had the look of someone who had expected this. But Su Ningyu's ability still caused a huge visual and psychological shock.
She then mentally tagged Su Ningyu as someone not to be messed with.
But after the brief surprise, Duan Xing, being an experienced officer, quickly grasped the key point.
Surprise aside, the potential of Su Ningyu's displayed talent was perfect for interrogation. It was practically a divine skill for questioning and obtaining information. Just imagine.
Those stubborn, professionally trained criminals and spies, when faced with Su Ningyu's talent, wouldn't know whether to comply or just kill themselves directly.
Duan Xing, looking at the retreating Su Ningyu, immediately became enthusiastic.
It was as if he were looking at a rare treasure.
This kid's talent, its strategic value is immeasurable, it must be reported, and given focused cultivation in advance. Duan Xing took a deep breath.
That's Su student, your help was very effective, you may be asked to write some statements later, we'll contact you when the time comes.
Su Ningyu nodded, then looked at Sun Juewei. I'm leaving now, goodbye. Chapter 65, Promotion, Black Iron Beast Tamer.
Dragging his slightly tired but highly excited body back home. He closed the door, completely isolating himself from the noise and crisis outside. Only at this moment did Su Ningyu truly breathe a sigh of relief, with a bit of cold sweat on his back, his heart still beating wildly with delayed awareness.
That was too dangerous.
He sat back in the chair, recalling the thrilling moment. If it weren't for the sharpness of the divine invisibility talent, if it weren't for the unique effect of Xiao Lingdong's soothing talent, if it weren't for him making a quick decision and choosing the most direct and effective method of attack, if it weren't for Taming Whip playing an unexpected controlling effect in that special situation,
the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Facing that obviously trained, possibly higher-level Dark Claw Cat, a direct confrontation had almost no chance of winning. This victory was full of luck and unconventional tactics.
Strength, still not enough.
Su Ningyu clenched his fists, his eyes showing no pride, only a desperate longing for greater strength. The belief to grow stronger had never been as firm as it was at this moment.
Show me.
Xiao Lingdang seemed to feel her master's lingering fear and unwillingness, gently floating to his knee, her petals drooping, transmitting feelings of guilt and self-blame.
It's my fault, I couldn't protect my master.
Su Ningyu reached out and gently stroked its somewhat damaged petals, his voice firm yet warm. It's not your fault, Xiao Lingdang. You've already done enough, it's me, the Beast Tamer, who's not strong enough. We both need to become stronger, let's get stronger together. Only when we're strong enough can we protect ourselves, and protect each other.
Show me. Let's get stronger together.
Xiao Lingdang, feeling her master's determination, regained her spirits, her petals unfurling, radiating a fighting spirit.
In the ecological box in the corner of the living room, the frog, lying flat pretending to be dead, sharply sensed that something is burning scent in the air. It slightly lifted its eyelids and stole a glance at the burning fighting spirit flames on the two main pets, which were almost materializing. In an instant, alarm bells went off in its mind. What's going on? These two demons went out for a while, and now they come back looking like they've been injected with adrenaline, their fighting spirits off the charts? No. Demons in this state will definitely train even harder. I don't want to be the fuel for their burning fighting spirit.
The frog desperately buried its head in the moss, trying to escape the impending, foreseeable hellish training.
In the following days, Su Ningyu almost entered a seclusion state.
The homeroom teacher, Bayon, was so happy upon learning that not only did Su Ningyu pass the special enrollment assessment for Beichen High School, but he might also have passed with an outstanding evaluation. He was so thrilled that he almost set off firecrackers in the office, and didn't care about anything else.
He wished he could treat Su Ningyu like a treasure.
The only ones who felt disappointed were probably Wei Lin and Zhang Quan. Wei Lin lost a chat buddy who could occasionally share gossip with, while Zhang Quan lost his best sparring partner, though he himself was the one being trained. But Su Ningyu, at this moment, was single-mindedly focused, pouring all his energy into self-improvement and nurturing the little bell. The high-quality nutrients provided by the school every week became an important resource support. With his knowledge as a beginner nurturer and the subtle intuition brought by his talent in whipping and training, Su Ningyu maximized the effects of these nutrients.
Combined with a more rigorous training plan, the little bell's strength skyrocketed like a rocket. Black Iron level 7. Black Iron level 8.
In a short time, the little bell leveled up twice and firmly stood at the Black Iron level 8. Only the final, most crucial step remained before reaching the required Black Iron level 9 for evolution into its sunlight flower. As for Su Ningyu himself, through the daily practice of the star breath method, his mental energy had accumulated to an astonishing level. He could feel that his sea of consciousness was like a balloon constantly being inflated, its boundaries growing clearer and closer to a critical point.
One peaceful night.
The moonlight, like water, poured into the room through the window. Su Ningyu sat cross-legged in the brightest part of the moonlight, his eyes slightly closed, his body and mind fully immersed in the mysterious rhythm of the star breath method. His breathing was long and deep, as if resonating with the stars in the sky and the moonlight that fell upon him. Inside him, the torrent of mental energy surged along specific paths, condensing, constantly striking against an invisible barrier. The little bell floated quietly beside him, its petals bathed in moonlight, with the moonlight skill naturally operating to provide subtle energy nourishment and mental soothing for its master. The frog, meanwhile, was sprawled out in the ecological box, snoring softly.
Time passed, second by second.
Suddenly, there was a slight change in Su Ningyu's breathing rhythm. It became even longer and more powerful.
In his sea of consciousness, that tough, obstructing membrane finally gave a crack under the repeated assault of his mental energy, shattering like broken glass.
A cool and powerful surge of new mental energy flooded through his limbs and body, and deep into his consciousness, like a burst dam.
His 5 senses became clearer than ever before at this moment.
At the same time, a long-lost, cold and mechanical prompt sound rang directly in his mind.
Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully advanced to Black Iron level Beast Tamer. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have obtained the Black Iron level promotion treasure chest. Done!
Su Ningyu suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp, all fatigue vanishing in an instant, replaced by uncontrollable excitement and joy. He hadn't had time to fully experience the changes brought by his promotion or check the system rewards when the Beast Master Tome mark on his chest suddenly lit up.
The phantoms of 2 Beast Master Tomes automatically appeared.
The mysterious black and gold tome still quietly floated, the patterns on its cover seemed a little clearer, but it remained tightly closed, showing no signs of opening. However, the other ordinary Beast Master Tome, which recorded the information of the little bell, had undergone obvious changes. The cover of the tome became more exquisite, and it automatically opened, emitting a soft and pure glow.
On the pages, the blank page representing contractable beasts actually added an extra page.
Along with the 2 pages that were previously hidden due to the divine concealment talent, making them undetectable to others. At this moment, Su Ningyu's contract pages had reached an astonishing 4 pages.
2 visible, 2 hidden.
Not only that, he could clearly feel that his connection with the Beast Master Tome had grown stronger, and the tome itself seemed to have been slightly enhanced. The power of contracts, the efficiency of spiritual power transfer, and the enhancement to the contracted beast, the little bell, had all received slight but certain improvements.
Chapter 66, Promotion Treasure Chest, Beast Master Transformation Potion. Finally, I become a Black Iron Tier Beast Master.
Su Ningyu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling the abundant power within him and his sharper senses. Although the contract pages of the Beast Master Tome had increased, and the hidden pages were still there, these weren't what mattered most to him. What truly made his heart race and his blood boil was the system prompt of the promotion treasure chest. And, after becoming a Black Iron Tier Beast Master, he had finally gained the initial qualifications to summon and carry those companions he had devoted his heart to in his previous life, companions that had accompanied him through battles to the mythic level.
That was Su Ningyu's real trump card and greatest reliance.
He forcefully suppressed the urge to summon them immediately and calmed his excited emotions. He knew that summoning a mythic tier beast was no easy task, it required preparation and an absolutely safe environment.
The priority now was to familiarize himself with the power of the Black Iron Tier, check the beasts in his Black-Gold Tome, and open the promotion treasure chest rewards from the system. I didn't expect extra rewards from the promotion. Su Ningyu was filled with joy. He restrained his urge to immediately examine the mysterious Black-Gold Tome and, following the principle of saving the best for last, decided to look at it last. For now, he would first check what surprises the Black Iron Tier promotion treasure chest could bring him. Without hesitation, Su Ningyu concentrated his mind and said, "Open." Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully opening the Black Iron Tier promotion treasure chest. You have received the following rewards. 1. Special Growth Tier Weapon Galaxy Whip. 2. Special item, Beast Master Transformation Potion. 3. Special talent, Spirit Eye. 4. Knowledge item, Beast Master Training Manual, Basic Edition. The treasure chest dissipated into light particles, and the information for the 4 items clearly appeared before Su Ningyu's eyes. 4. Su Ningyu's eyes lit up. He had originally thought he would be lucky to get 1 or 2 items, but he didn't expect the system to be so generous. Moreover, every item's name sounded extraordinary. He couldn't wait to check the detailed information, his smile growing wider with each reading, and he eventually couldn't help but whisper in excitement, "I'm rich. This time, I really struck it big." First reward, Special Growth Tier Weapon, Galaxy Whip. A weapon appeared in his hand. It felt slightly heavy in his grasp, smooth and tough to the touch. The whip's body presented a deep silver gray, dotted with countless tiny starlights that shimmered and shifted with the angle of view, like a dream, like a fantasy. The whip's handle was carved with simple star patterns, offering an excellent grip. Relevant information flooded his mind. Galaxy Whip. Quality, Special Growth Tier, can grow with the wielder's strength. Trait 1, Indestructible Galaxy, made from a special material, it is resistant to conventional flames, freezing cold, and strong acids, possessing extremely high physical and energy resistance. Feature 2, Stretching Flexibility, it can freely change between the base length and theoretically infinite extension, according to the holder's will. The longer the extension, the greater the mental and energy consumption. A growth level weapon. Not afraid of fire or freezing, and can stretch infinitely. Su Ningyu lovingly stroked the whip, unable to put it down. This was a perfect tool tailored just for his talent in whipping and training. He no longer had to search the world for suitable vines, branches, or helplessly use his palms to activate his talent. This whip was not only highly concealed but also made from extraordinary materials, making it safer, more effective, and even more stylish. Su Ningyu tried to inject a small amount of mental energy into the whip handle, and immediately the starry river whip trembled slightly, as if alive, the tip of the whip lifting lightly, almost in response to him. He focused again, and the whip, which had originally only been the size of a handle, silently extended to 5 meters, and then instantly retracted by about 1 meter, flexible and effortless. What a treasure! Su Ningyu couldn't contain his joy. Meanwhile, in the ecological box in the corner of the living room, the G-Frog began to tremble uncontrollably when the starry river whip appeared. G-Frog screamed internally, "What is that? That shining silver thing, obviously not something good. It gives off the same dangerous aura as the devilish master. Oh my god. Could this be an upgraded torture device specifically for me? No. Am I going to face the 2.0 version of my miserable days?" Su Ningyu put down the whip and looked at the second item. Special item, Beast Taming Transformation Serum. It was a small crystal bottle, containing about 10 milliliters of viscous liquid, shimmering with a dreamy, multicolored glow. The information displayed. Beast Taming Transformation Serum. Effect, can be used on an ordinary animal that is not a beast tamer, guiding its potential for directed or random mutation, transforming it into a beast tamer with at least 1 special talent and silver tier potential. Note, a heaven-defying potion, use with caution. The transformation process may involve pain and uncertainty. Seeing the description of this serum, Su Ningyu's gaze almost instinctively, uncontrollably, drifted toward the G-Frog in the ecological box. This frog, originally bought for a few dollars at the market and merely used as a skill target, had gone through unimaginable hellish training, such as spark roasting, poison needle pricking, serum pouring, and skill bombardment. It not only survived tenaciously but also transformed from a green-skinned frog into a magical white-skinned one, with vitality that was incredibly vigorous. More importantly, Su Ningyu had already noticed that this little guy's intelligence far exceeded that of an ordinary frog. Sometimes its eyes flashed with what seemed like deep thought. Perhaps, this serum was prepared just for you. Su Ningyu thought to himself. If the transformation was successful, G-Frog could turn from a tough punching bag into a beast tamer with special talents, ready to be officially contracted. With its outrageous vitality and seemingly high intelligence, combined with his special care due to his whipping and training talent, perhaps he could cultivate an unexpected powerful partner. And, since he had just become a Black Iron Beast Tamer, the second contract slot was still open. With this thought in mind, he could no longer hold back. Using the transformation serum on G-Frog and contracting it as his second Beast Tamer seemed highly feasible. The third reward, Special Talent, Spirit Vision. When Su Ningyu saw this reward, he became immediately excited, feeling that this was the best reward of the 4 items. Without hesitation, he directly merged it with himself. It was a soft white light that fused into Su Ningyu's eyes. Instantly, Su Ningyu felt a coolness in his eyes, as if they had been washed by the purest spring water. His vision didn't become exaggerated like a telescope, but the way he saw things felt completely different. The world became clearer in his eyes. With clear levels, he could even capture the faintest flow trajectories of energy particles in the air. Chapter 67, Spiritual Eye Talent, Mirror God. Talent, Spiritual Eye.
Effect 1, Strength Insight, can roughly perceive the strength of summoned beasts, with a chance of detecting hidden strength techniques. Effect 2, Weakness Perception, when focusing, there is a chance of discovering weak points in the energy flow of the target.
I got a talent directly.
This makes my second beast taming manual a double talent.
Su Ningyu was thrilled.
Without hesitation, he immediately experimented, looking at the small bell that was diligently training under the moonlight for its nightly moonlight practice.
He concentrated, and a faint glow flashed in his eyes.
Immediately, faint, shadowy text appeared above the small bell's head, visible only to him.
Summoned Beast, Bellflower. Strength rank, Black Iron level 8. Weakness, Fire attribute attacks, weak defense, powerful attack skills. Amazing. Su Ningyu marveled inwardly.
This, Spiritual Eye, talent was a perfect weapon for beast taming battles.
Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will never be defeated.
Being able to see through an opponent's general strength and even have a chance to discover weaknesses was invaluable in actual combat. He looked more closely at the small bell, trying to trigger weakness perception. After a moment, he vaguely saw that at the junction of the flower stem and main root, as well as the energy nodes of several key petals, the glow seemed slightly dimmer than other areas, and the energy flow was slightly sluggish. Weak defense, the energy core and trunk connection, and some skill release energy nodes.
Su Ningyu silently noted down.
These were areas that would need targeted strengthening or protection during future training. With this, the talents recorded in my second beast taming manual, besides whipping and training, now include Spiritual Eye.
Su Ningyu was in a great mood. Double talent beast tamers were already rare, let alone two such useful auxiliary talents.
This undoubtedly raised Su Ningyu's scouting ability and tactical choices to a whole new level.
He looked at the last reward. Beast Taming Exercise Manual. This was a thick, ancient-looking leather-bound book phantom.
It systematically recorded universal theories, methods, and precautions for beast taming physical training, energy control, skill proficiency enhancement, attribute development, and cooperative combat training, from black iron to silver rank. Though it wasn't a world-shaking secret technique, it excelled in being systematic and thorough, perfectly making up for Su Ningyu's shortcomings in formal beast taming cultivation theory, allowing his future training to be more scientific and efficient.
The system thought of everything. Su Ningyu sighed.
Weapons, tools, talents, knowledge, 4 rewards, covered battle strength, potential, support, and theory, each one greatly enhancing and benefiting his current situation. He gripped the starry river whip, glanced at the trembling Frog in the ecological box, feeling the coolness and insight flowing from his eyes, his mind filled with the system's training knowledge.
Reaching Black Iron was just the beginning. With these new assets, he felt a stronger sense of confidence and anticipation for the future path ahead. Next, Su Ningyu took a deep breath. He focused all his attention on the mysterious tome floating in front of him, emanating a deep black and gold glow. This was his greatest reliance, his companion in his previous life in the Beast Taming Sequence game, on which he had poured countless efforts, fought alongside, and finally reached the peak of mythology. Finally, the day has come.
Su Ningyu's voice carried a trace of barely perceptible tremor, a mix of anticipation, excitement, and a complex emotion similar to the slight hesitation before returning home.
Reaching Black Iron rank, I can finally summon you all. As his mind concentrated, the black-gold tome moved of its own accord, slowly opening. The pages, once sealed by invisible chains and incredibly firm, slowly began to turn. At this moment, as he was promoted to Black Iron rank and gained stronger mental power and a more stable contract connection, a small shift finally occurred. Whoosh! The pages of the book flipped quickly, eventually stopping at the first page. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from the pages of the book. The light contained an indescribable aura of nobility, mystery, and ancientness, as if it came from the very source of time and space. Within the light, an extremely clear and lifelike Beastmaster projection slowly appeared. It was not a living creature, but a huge, ancient-style mirror with an elegant design, its frame carved with intricate and mysterious patterns. The surface of the mirror was as smooth as the deepest night sky, reflecting the flowing starlight. And deep within the mirror's surface, a beautiful, dreamlike figure quietly slept. Her figure was graceful, with long hair cascading like a waterfall, and her face was so exquisite it surpassed all mortal imagination, embodying the ultimate fantasy of beauty in the world. Even with her eyes closed, lost in sleep, the natural charm and mystery she exuded were enough to make anyone who gazed at her feel their heart waver. It was as though their soul would be sucked into the deep mirror world, sinking into an eternal dream. Mirror God Fei Wenli.
Su Ningyu murmured as he gazed at the familiar figure, his eyes even feeling a bit warm. This was the first Beastmaster companion he had contracted with in his past life, in the game. At first, she was just a weak black iron little mirror demon who could only create simple illusions to confuse enemies, timid and tearful. It was he who, step by step, collected resources, researched evolution routes, overcame countless difficulties, and accompanied her as she grew. Until finally, they broke free from the shackles of the conventional evolution sequence.
She embarked on a unique path to divinity. And thus, the mythic sequence exclusive to Faye Winley was born. Mirror God Spirit Trick Sequence.
She was the goddess of mirrors, mastering the illusory and the real, seeing into the hearts of others, reflecting all phenomena. She was also Su Ningyu's most trusted, most harmonious initial partner. Overcome with excitement, Su Ningyu tried to use his willpower to flip to the next page of the Black-Gold Bible, wanting to see the images of his other mythic companions. However, the page refused to move, and a stronger, deeper sealing force once again enveloped the subsequent pages. A cold prompt tone from the system echoed in his mind at just the right moment. Ding! Detected that the player is attempting to unlock higher authority pages. Reminder, to unlock the next page of the Mythic Beast Master contract, the player's strength must reach the bronze level. Su Ningyu was momentarily stunned, then immediately understood, even feeling a bit relieved. That's right, you have to eat one bite at a time. With my current mental power and physical strength, being able to summon Faye Winley stably is probably already the limit. The system is protecting me and giving me a clear gold bronze level. Alright, summoning Faye Winley is already a huge surprise. He no longer lingered on it, his gaze becoming fiery once more as he focused on the contract page that recorded Mirror God Faye Winley. No complicated incantations, no elaborate rituals, just the call from the deepest part of his soul and the resonance of the contract. Chapter 68, Unparalleled Elegance Faye Winley. Su Ningyu extended his right hand, gently pressing it against the page of the Black-Gold Bible, his mental power flooding in like a broken dam, his voice low and determined, filled with the longing and joy of reunion across time and space.
Faye Winley. Hear my call, return. Buzz. The Black-Gold Bible suddenly erupted with unprecedented light. This was no longer just golden light. It was mixed with silver radiance like stars, mirror like flowing light, and a strange color that seemed to distort the boundary between reality and illusion. An unimaginable wave of colossal energy surged outward from Su Ningyu as the center. The air in the room instantly froze, the light twisted, and the outlines of the furniture began to blur, as if they were in a shattered mirror world. Although Jiwawa was in the box, at this moment, it could feel a tremendous sense of pressure coming from the very essence of life and the depths of its soul, staring in horror at the center of the light. Jiwawa, what is the devil up to again? Is the end of the world here? Not good. This noise is too loud. Su Ningyu's heart tightened.
The mythic beast's arrival, even if it's just a tiny part of its power manifesting, the energy disturbance it caused is definitely not ordinary. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the innate ability from the Beast Master's classic, Divine Concealment. An invisible, perception-confusing, existence-blurring, energy wave-blocking field instantly expanded from him, wrapping and hiding the entire room, especially the Black-Gold Classic and the terrifying energy fluctuations that were descending. Outside the room, the night remained peaceful, as if nothing had happened. The moment the Divine Concealment field just took form.
Crack! A tiny, yet seemingly soul-shattering crackling sound echoed.
The massive mirror projection on the pages of the Black-Gold Classic seemed to break free from the two-dimensional picture and became a solid entity. A luxurious full-length mirror, almost reaching the ceiling, with a dark golden frame glowing in a mirror as deep as the universe, appeared out of thin air in front of Su Ningyu. The mirror was no longer a calm night sky but rippled like water, emitting a chilling, strange glow as if it could reflect both the past and the future, the real and the illusion. And within the mirror, the beautiful woman who had been sleeping, her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Then, she opened her eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Deep within her pupils, it seemed countless stars were born and destroyed, and kaleidoscopic illusions flowed ceaselessly, as clear as spring water but as deep as an abyss. Wherever her gaze fell, reality seemed to become less stable, light and shadow quietly shifted according to her will. The moment Faye Winley opened her eyes. A ripple, invisible and intangible yet as if it touched the deepest laws of the universe, silently but irresistibly spread out from the planet where Su Ningyu was located. It surpassed the speed of light, transcended spatial dimensions, and swept across the entire star system, even reaching further galaxies. Wherever the ripple passed, it did not bring destruction, but an absolute stagnation. Some ancient beings hidden deep within the universe, with extremely sensitive perception, experienced a brief moment of blankness and confusion in their long consciousness. Time seemed to have been lightly plucked by an invisible hand on a string. The myth had arrived, and all realms felt it. And this earth-shattering moment, capable of making the universe take notice, was firmly confined within the small room, enveloped by the Divine Concealment ability. On the outside, time continued peacefully as usual. Within the mirror, Faye Winley's ethereal form slowly floated out, like a formless spirit, lightly circling around Su Ningyu. On her incomparably beautiful face, a trace of confusion appeared first, followed by understanding, and finally settled into extreme joy and affection. She carefully looked at Su Ningyu's current appearance. Young, graceful, with a maturity that shouldn't belong to his age, and that breath, familiar to the very depths of her soul. Her crimson lips parted, her voice ethereal and pleasant, like the clear sound of a mirror shattering, directly resonating in Su Ningyu's heart.
Master. It's really you.
Her tone held endless joy after confirmation, then turned into a trace of confusion and inquiry.
But, why does the atmosphere of the world feel so strange? The flow of time seems different from what I remember. Have we returned to a past point in time?
Su Ningyu looked up at this companion who had been with him the longest and knew him the best, feeling 1,000 emotions in his heart. As expected, this was the being he had raised to mythic status himself.
Even though she had just awakened.
His perception and intelligence were far beyond imagination, quickly noticing the anomaly and the misalignment of time happening now. Su Ningyu was just about to explain the world's strange nature in detail to Fei Wenli. And how he had traveled into the Beastmaster sequence game, and why he had returned to the past.
But an unexpected change occurred.
The shadow of Fei Wenli surrounding him suddenly flickered like a poor signal. Immediately, her originally mature, graceful, and stunningly beautiful figure started shrinking and changing at a visible speed, as if time was rewinding. Her ornate, complex long dress turned simpler, her height rapidly decreased, and her mature, curved face faded away, replaced by a delicate small face, slightly round with baby fat but already showing the outline of astonishing beauty. In the blink of an eye, the magnificent goddess who could outshine the stars had turned into a silver-haired, purple-eyed little girl, appearing only 6 or 7 years old, dressed in a miniature version of her luxurious royal gown, blinking big eyes, with a confused expression. And behind her, the huge full-length mirror transformed into a glowing circle, now cradled in Fei Wenli's arms.
Su Ningyu.
He stared at this little Fei Wenli, who only reached his waist, looking up at him innocently, completely stunned.
The change in scene was too fast. From goddess to little girl in an instant? Master.
The little girl version of Fei Wenli spoke, her voice still ethereal and pleasant, but with a hint of childishness. She looked down at her clearly shrunk little hands and feet, then looked up at Su Ningyu, confusion and helplessness flashing in her purple crystal eyes. My power has been suppressed, and my form has been forced back to an early stage of growth.
Suppressed? By what? Su Ningyu immediately asked, a bad premonition rising in his heart.
Fei Wenli furrowed her delicate little brows, trying to sense her current condition.
It's this world, or rather, it's some kind of rule of the current spacetime that is rejecting and suppressing my full power.
My mythological sequence has not merged with the world's will, so it is being suppressed. This suppression is very strong and primitive, like it's maintaining some basic balance.
And?
Fei Wenli paused and looked at Su Ningyu, her tone carrying a hint of a helpless smile. This also has to do with your own power, Master. Our contract connection, because you're still only Black Iron level, you can't bear the full power of my mythological level. The sacred contract is automatically adjusting, compressing my power to the limit of what the current spacetime rules and your capacity can withstand.
Chapter 69, Suppression, a Stunning Talent List. Hearing that Fei Wenli's power was suppressed, Su Ningyu understood, but couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time.
As expected, nothing good comes for free, and even if it does, it might cause indigestion. He immediately used the newly acquired Spirit Eye talent and focused his mind on little Fei Wenli.
Of course, since Fei Wenli was his Beastmaster, Su Ningyu's use of the Spirit Eye talent succeeded. If it were an enemy or another powerful Beastmaster, the Spirit Eye would have failed.
A faint light flashed in his eyes, and several lines of information appeared above the little girl's head. Beastmaster, Mirror God Fei Wenli.
Power rank, Mythical Tier 9, Original Position, Deeply Sealed. Current Manifested Power, Silver Tier 9. As expected. Su Ningyu sighed, both unsurprised and a little disappointed.
Fei Wenli's once world-destroying, mirror world-controlling mythical strength was sealed tightly, and now, only the power of Silver Tier 9 manifested.
I thought summoning you would solve the safety issues, but now it seems I can't slack off.
I'll still need to continue growing quietly. Su Ningyu rubbed his brow and smiled bitterly at little Fei Wenli. The little girl version of Fei Wenli puffed out her small chest. He tried to appear reliable, speaking in a soft yet undeniably confident voice.
Master need not worry.
Even with my power sealed to the 9th tier of silver, with my essence and abilities, any enemy below the 1st tier of gold can be easily handled.
Regular silver tier opponents pose no threat at all. Protecting the master at this stage is more than enough.
Her voice, though childish, carried an undeniable confidence and certainty born from her mythical essence, making it impossible not to believe her. Su Ningyu nodded, his mood lifting significantly. This is already very good, far surpassing my current level.
Fortunately, I haven't attracted any powerful enemies right now.
With you here, I am truly equipped to handle most troubles. He turned his attention back to the Black-Gold Codex, flipping to the page that recorded information about Fei Wenli. He carefully reviewed what abilities and skills she could still use under the current dual suppression state. Although her power had dropped to the 9th tier of silver, her mythical essence, knowledge, and experience remained. Her abilities and skills should far exceed those of others at the same tier. The information on the page updated accordingly, revealing detailed data for her current state. Beastmaster, Mirror God Fei Wenli. Attributes, Spirit/Ghost. Strength, Mythical 9th tier, Essence Sealed, Current Manifestation, Silver 9th tier, Peak.
Talent.
1. Mirror Reflection, automatically reflects energy-based attacks up to her current manifestation tier. For energy attacks exceeding her tier, the reflection effect is significantly weakened but still capable of deflecting or weakening the attack. 2. Mirror Clone, creates a perfect replica of a target not exceeding her current manifestation tier, including living beings, inanimate objects, or simple energy structures. The clone simulates the target's appearance, basic energy fluctuations, and non-core talents/skills. The clone has the target's basic action and attack abilities, but its energy total, skill power, and special talent effects are only 50% of the original, and its duration is limited. 3. Mirror World, through any reflective surface, including water, smooth metal, etc., she can temporarily open a portal to a mirror world or connect two real-world mirrors, allowing for travel between worlds. For Eris Magic Mirror / Mapping Mirror maps the deepest desires of the target's heart, using Mirror Clone to manifest the target's fears.
Potential rating, Mythical. Skill list.
1. Mirror Beam, fires a mirror-like light beam to attack enemies.
2. Illusion Weaving, creates a small-scale, realistic visual illusion. 3. Mirror Shield, forms a defensive shield from mirror energy, granting extra resistance to energy-based attacks.
More skills are temporarily sealed due to tier or energy limitations. Looking at this long list of abilities, which remained luxurious even in the suppressed state, especially the powerful and versatile talents.
Su Ningyu's earlier disappointment completely vanished, replaced by deep surprise and a strong sense of security.
The power of a Silver 9th tier, combined with these unique mythical talents and skills, made her combat strength far exceed that of a regular Silver 9th tier Beastmaster.
This is enough. Completely enough. A smile spread across Su Ningyu's face.
He looked at the little girl Fei Wenli, who was holding a mirror and trying to strike a dignified pose.
Fei Wenli, welcome back. From now on, we'll fight side by side again. Little Fei Wenli's large amethyst-like eyes curved into crescent moons.
Though she tried to maintain the composure of a deity, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise as she nodded firmly.
Yes. Master, please guide me. This time, I will protect you well.
Although she had transformed into a little girl and her strength had been suppressed, the bond and trust that spanned time and space had not diminished in the slightest. Su Ningyu knew that with Fei Wenli's presence, the road ahead would be even more exciting and, above all, safer.
It was time to start planning the next move. For example, should he use the Beastmaster transformation potion on Jiwawa first? Originally, it was enjoying the rare undisturbed time of the day. Jiwawa was comfortably spreading its limbs, preparing to enter the dreamland, where there would be an endless supply of gruel, strange in taste but filling. However, an indescribable, soul-chilling aura suddenly descended without warning. It wasn't a physical pressure, it was more like suffocation from an absolute difference in life essence, in the very nature of the soul. It was as if an ant had been suddenly thrown into a dragon's nest, powerless even to look up. Jiwawa instantly switched from lying flat mode to extreme alert mode. Its entire frog body stiffened, its heart racing wildly, almost leaping out of its throat. With all its strength, it barely controlled itself from fainting on the spot, eyes almost rolling back in horror. Demonic aura? No. It's something more terrifying, more ancient, more holy? Weird? Unclear. Anyway, it's definitely a super existence that must not be provoked. What has this devil done? Why is there suddenly such a terrifying presence in the house?
Jiwawa's small eyes, the size of green beans, were filled with fear, carefully rotating its pupils to look toward the source of the aura through the ecological box's glass.
There, beside the demon boy, was an extraordinarily beautiful lady, who had appeared out of nowhere from a mirror.
Silver hair, purple eyes, so delicate that she seemed unreal. But soon, the beautiful lady turned into a little girl, though the aura around her still made Jiwawa feel hopeless.
Yet that soul-shaking aura was still emanating from her. It's over. One demon is already unbearable. Now there's an even scarier little witch? The frog's life is tough. What made it even more hopeless was that, after exchanging a few words with the little witch, the demon boy's gaze actually shifted toward Jiwawa. In that look, there was a sense of scrutiny, assessment, and even a hint of eager curiosity. Jiwawa, is my life in danger? Chapter 70, Jiwawa's Nightmare Moment, Mirror Doppelganger. Jiwawa was screaming inside in a frenzy.
Its body uncontrollably shrank back, pressing tightly against the cold glass wall of the ecological box.
Don't come over here. Stay away. I just want to be a quiet ingredient, no, a quiet mascot. Su Ningyu's gaze returned to the surprisingly resilient Jiwawa. He needed to confirm something.
This frog, which he had accidentally raised into something unusual. Whether it had the potential to use the precious beast modification potion. With a thought, the Spirit Eyes talent activated, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Jiwawa in the ecological box. Soon, a few lines of simple information appeared above Jiwawa's head. Beast? An unknown mutated, somewhat lucky white-skinned frog. Strength, below average. As expected. Su Ningyu thought, understanding in his heart. Jiwawa's basic species limited its potential, but its incredible vitality, resilience, and the intelligence it seemed to be developing all proved its uniqueness. Perhaps the beast modification potion could create a special beast companion. Fei Wenli also curiously leaned over. Her amethyst-like eyes stared at Jiwawa for a few seconds, her little nose wrinkling in disdain as she spoke. Master, what is this? It looks dumb and foolish. Is this the new ingredient you're preparing? Can we use it for soup? Jiwawa. Body trembling violently, eyes rolling back, almost fainting. Soup? Witch. She really is a witch. More terrifying than a devil. Fei Wenli, don't scare it. Su Ningyu laughed helplessly. It's not an ingredient, although it was initially, ahem, anyway, it might be our future companion, if the modification is successful. Saying that, Su Ningyu summoned the regular Beast Companion Handbook. He also summoned the small bell again. The emerald green bellflower fluttered out, curiously examining its new environment and the new people that had appeared. Xiaomi? Master, who is this beautiful young lady? The little bell passed on a curious thought through the contract. Su Ningyu gently rubbed the little bell's petals, introducing, Little Bell, this is Fei Wenli, your senior, say hello. The little lowly Fei Wenli, upon hearing this, held her precious mirror and looked up and down at the little bell, her tone filled with undisguised criticism and a subtle hint of jealousy. Humph. A weak little flower like this? Not even at the peak of black iron, master, with me protecting you, it's enough. What's the point of summoning such a little thing? She was master's first contract, the companion for the longest time, with the deepest bond. Even though she had turned into a lowly now, the admiration for her master hadn't diminished at all. Show me. Woo woo. For the first time, the little bell was so directly disdained. Especially by a senior who looked very powerful. She instantly felt deeply wronged, her petals drooping, her big eyes quickly filling with tears, which swirled in her eyes. Little bell, I'm not weak. I'm working hard. I'm about to evolve. Master said I'm awesome. The nearby G-Frog looked on with a trembling heart, so scary. This new ghost girl is definitely a witch. Just a few words and she made Big Sister Bell cry. She even dared to mess with Big Sister, terrifying. Su Ningyu slapped his forehead, realizing his mistake. Oh no. I forgot about Fei Wenli's little jealous nature. In his previous life in the game, whenever he obtained a powerful beast or invested too many resources in a specific beast, Fei Wenli would always get a little emotional. Although she would eventually accept it and help train the new companion, the process was always filled with her sharp tongue and tests. He quickly intervened, his tone turning slightly more serious. Alright, Fei Wenli, you can't be like this. We're in a special situation now, and I need different companions to deal with different situations. If I only summon you, and your power is temporarily suppressed, it's easy to attract unnecessary attention and trouble. Little Bell has worked hard and is very important to me. Seeing that Master was serious, Fei Wenli was still a bit reluctant but knew Master was right. She pouted, snorted, and turned around holding her mirror, leaving the little bell with an arrogant back of her head. Humph. Fine. Since you were the one who protected the Master before I woke up, I'll reluctantly accept you. But... She suddenly turned back, her purple eyes staring at the little bell, her voice high-pitched but with great authority, you're too weak. I won't acknowledge you as a partner who can fight alongside me. Unless you get stronger. Show me. Just you wait. I will get stronger and beat you. The little bell's competitive spirit was ignited, wiping away her tears, her petals standing up again, and defiantly staring back. Su Ningyu watched this tense yet oddly harmonious scene and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With competition, there's progress, and Fei Wenli's high standards might just be the catalyst to push the little bell to grow faster. Resolving the internal conflict, Su Ningyu took out the glowing, beast transformation potion, his gaze fixated on G-Frog. Fei Wenli's attention was also caught, and she looked curiously at the potion, then at the trembling G-Frog. Master, this ingredient, no, this white-skinned frog, are you really going to contract it? Su Ningyu nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. It has a strong life force and extraordinary endurance, a great specimen. Once the transformation is successful, we might rely on you, Fei Wenli, the senior, for more guidance and supervision during our regular training and special exercises.
Upon hearing Master's appointment and the trust implied, a sense of pride and mission instantly appeared on Fei Wenli's small face. She raised her little head, trying hard to remember. Oh. Like the special training Saruman and the other teammates did before? This is something I'm good at. As she spoke, it seemed like she thought of something fun, and a mischievous gleam flashed in her eyes. With a slight shift in her posture, a mirror-like glow surrounded her. In the next second, the silver-haired, purple-eyed little girl standing beside Su Ningyu disappeared. In her place, there was another Su Ningyu. This Su Ningyu was exactly the same as the real Su Ningyu in height, build, appearance, clothing, and even the eyes and subtle expression habits. At this moment, Fei Wenli, still imitating Su Ningyu's usual manner, turned around, stretched her arms and legs, and flashed a smile that was even brighter than Su Ningyu's own. Hee, Master, how do I look? Chapter 71, Power Leveling? G-Frog's nowhere to retreat. Activating her mirror clone skill, Fei Wenli transformed into Su Ningyu's image. Now speaking in a voice identical to Su Ningyu's, yet with an obvious excitement and a tone seeking praise. This way, I can perfectly use all of Master's abilities, like that fun, whipping and training, and the newly obtained Spirit Sight, to help Master train these little teammates. Even if Master isn't here, I can take over his daily management and training. Just like before. This was exactly the ultimate power leveling skill Fei Wenli had mastered in her previous life in the game Beastmaster Sequence. When Su Ningyu was offline or busy with other matters, Fei Wenli would use Mirror Clone to perfectly replicate his appearance. She would take over tasks like boring monster farming, questing, and even leading difficult team dungeons and PvP battles. Her gameplay skills and strategic control were even on par with Su Ningyu himself. Now, this skill was being recreated in the real world. Though it replicated Su Ningyu's current Black Iron level body and abilities, it was more than enough for training Little Belle and the future G-Frog. Little Belle, seeing two masters suddenly appear before it, was completely stunned. It flew back and forth between the two Su Ningyus, trying to distinguish which one was real by touching with its petals, using energy sensing, but no matter whether it was breath, energy fluctuation, or contract link, everything was nearly identical. Its little head just couldn't process such complex information and could only let out a confused "show me?" Though they were identical, a closer look revealed subtle differences between the two Su Ningyus. The real Su Ningyu had a gentle and reserved smile, with calm eyes, carrying a kind of serenity born from experiencing hardships. The Su Ningyu transformed by Fei Wenli, while looking the same, always subtly showed a trace of Fei Wenli's essence, a mix of mystery, allure, and a mischievous spirit. Especially when smiling, her eyes sparkled, as if with little hooks, making one wonder if Su Ningyu had awakened some strange attribute or if today's Su was unusually charming. Su Ningyu looked at the clone that was identical to himself, then at Fei Wenli, who was eagerly waiting for praise, and at the confused Little Belle and G-Frog, who seemed close to peeing themselves, and couldn't help but chuckle and rub his forehead. With Fei Wenli as the perfect power leveler and gold medal coach, plus the soon-to-be transformed G-Frog, it seemed his small team was heading straight towards a rather bizarre direction. Very well, Fei Wenli. Su Ningyu finally smiled and nodded. Then, I'll leave the special training to you from now on. But first, let's tackle the first team building task, and give G-Frog a complete transformation. Holding the Beastmaster transformation potion, he walked step by step toward the eco box. Inside the box, G-Frog looked at the two demons approaching it at the same time. His eyes were filled with despair. Two demons together? One demon is already terrifying enough. Frog life is completely finished. Help me. Su Ningyu opened the top of the ecological box. He didn't grab the frog out immediately but instead leaned his face close, speaking in as gentle a tone as possible. Jiwa, now in front of you, there is a whole new path. It's up to you whether you want to choose it. To Jiwa, his voice sounded like the whispers of a devil. Jiwa lifted its eyelids, glanced at the devilish face right in front of it, and then peeked at the replica beside it, which exuded the same dangerous aura but with a more eerie temperament. It puffed up its cheeks and weakly let out a sound, "Gwa." As if I truly have a choice. Isn't it all up to you? The helplessness and resignation in that croak were almost overflowing. Nearby, Fei Wenli, the version of her with Su Ningyu's appearance, heard that this ingredient dared to speak to the master in such a tone. Though it was just a slight emotional expression, it still made her a little displeased. She immediately picked up the stellar whip that Su Ningyu had placed aside, its starry glow flickering. The whip's tip gently tapped the ground, making a crisp crack sound, as she coldly glared at Jiwa. The threat was obvious. Jiwa froze all over, instantly feeling a far stronger sense of danger than usual spark training or poison needle tests. It quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice, raising its voice a little higher, "Gwa. Gwa gwa. I agree. I agree. I agree 100 times. Whatever the master says, that's what I'll do." Su Ningyu looked at Jiwa's cowardly expression and couldn't help but laugh cheerfully. "It's good that you agree. Well then, let's begin."
He held the bottle of Beast Tamer Transformation Serum in his hand, shaking it in front of Jiwa. The dreamy seven-colored liquid inside rippled with the motion.
Drink this.
If you manage to successfully transform and gain the qualifications to become a beast tamer, I will officially contract you and make you one of us.
But if you fail...
He purposely paused.
Jiwa's heart leapt to its throat. What will happen if I fail? Will I be turned back into the original form and continue to be a punching bag? Or...
Before Su Ningyu could continue, the Fei Wenli beside him, with the same face as Su Ningyu's but a tone full of eerie allure, slowly spoke in a contrasting voice.
If you fail, you'll become my supplement.
A little frog full of survival instincts, having undergone special mutations, and whose soul seems quite interesting, the energy and spirituality it holds make for quite good nourishment.
Maybe it'll make my mirror even brighter?
Her voice was soft but carried a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine.
Jiwa, gua. Supplement? Nourishment? This witch wants to eat me. It immediately swore madly in its heart, I will succeed. I will hold on. Absolutely. I will never become a witch's mirror polishing cloth. Fei Wenli, Su Ningyu glanced helplessly at his replica.
Don't use my face to say such terrifying things.
Your master, I always win people over with virtue. I'm not that cruel. Really? Fei Wenli tilted her head, showing a naive and puzzled expression. But I remember, didn't your enemies from the past privately call you a tyrant?
Su Ningyu maintained a gentle smile on his face, though his gaze deepened slightly. That was all slander and misunderstanding from the weak.
I've always been the kindest to my partners, haven't I? Chapter 72, Transformation begins, choo. Su Ningyu's gaze casually swept over Jiwa. Jiwa's heart screamed, kindness?
Your kindness is spark roasting, poison needle stabbing, and drug drinking, right?
Tyrant. Devil, these titles can't reflect your cruelty.
It seemed to sense the complaint deep within Jiwa's heart. Su Ningyu's gaze immediately locked onto it, his smile growing even more gentle.
Jiwa, stop thinking nonsense. Come on, it's time for your medicine.
He brought the bottle of medicine closer to its mouth.
Jiwa stared at the bottle, the shimmering liquid inside making its heartbeat uncontrollably quicken, thudding against its chest. Instinctively, it shrank back, wanting to escape this unknown fate. At that moment, the little bell that had been floating nearby gently landed on the edge of the ecological box. It looked at its shivering white companion inside, its green petals drooping slightly, conveying a sense of sympathy for the suffering. Show me. Good luck, Jiwa. Hearing the little bell's blessing, Jiwa felt even more desolate. Even the bell sister, who had endured hellish training, said that. But it also knew there was no way back now. Might as well give it a try. It gathered its last bit of courage, puffed out its chest, though Jiwa probably didn't have much of a chest, and let out a heroic croak. Gua. Good luck to me too.
After saying that, it no longer hesitated, lunging forward with a sudden leap, opening its mouth and aiming at the bottle, gulping down the thick, colorful jelly. The expected burning, intense pain, and tearing sensation did not come immediately. The medicine melted in its mouth, leaving a strange, cool, and slightly sweet taste as it slid down its throat. Jiwa even unconsciously chewed a little. A bizarre thought popped into its head, chew. Honestly, this devil's medicine, though it always comes with pain, the taste seems not bad. The last time it was that mushy stuff, and this time this jelly. As it subconsciously savored the taste, it waited for the legendary transformation pain to arrive. However, a few seconds passed, then more than 10 seconds passed. Jiwa blinked, feeling that aside from a slight warmth in its body and a bit of itching on its skin, there was no other discomfort. This little itch, compared to the burning heat from the little bell sparks or the stinging pain from the poison needles, was almost negligible.
Gua. Chew. Is this done? It seems. I don't feel anything? This is way easier than Bell Sister's hellish training. It looked up in confusion, gazing at the audience outside. Su Ningyu, Fei Wenli, and the little bell were all staring at it with extremely strange expressions, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. There was surprise, curiosity, disbelief, and a hint of expectation. Jiwa felt its heart race under their stare. Chew. What's wrong? Didn't I pass? Or did the mutation fail? What are those looks you're giving me? The little bell couldn't help but float a little closer, gently tapping the glass of the ecological box with a leaf, sending a clear message. Jiwa, you're not in pain? Not even a little? Jiwa felt even more confused. Gua?
No, I'm not in pain, just a little itchy.
What's up? The little bell's petals pointed at Jiwa's body. Your body is shedding its skin. Don't you feel it? Jiwa froze, then looked down at its body. When it saw itself, it was also shocked.
Its originally smooth and white skin had been covered by a thin, semi-transparent, gel-like film without it even noticing. This layer of film was visibly thickening and hardening, the color shifting from clear to a dull grayish-white, like a plaster shell. What terrified it more was that this shell was slowly peeling off from its body surface, with fine cracks already appearing at the edges.
Crack, crack. A slight cracking sound echoed.
The grayish-white shell began to fall off in pieces, revealing underneath, still smooth and white, but seemingly more delicate, like it was glowing with a jade-like sheen.
Jiwawa stared in astonishment at its molting process.
I didn't feel any pain at all, only the slight itch that comes with the skin regenerating.
Molting? Did I turn into a cicada frog?
Then, an even more surprising change happened. Just after molting, refreshed and reborn, G-Frog suddenly burst with a soft but bright pure white light from within its body. The light was not blinding, yet it was exceptionally pure, enveloping its entire frog body, making it look like a giant incandescent light bulb charging, or a harmless white glowing orb. G-Frog, already white, seemed to have activated a flash mode, becoming the brightest and most noticeable thing in the room.
So strange. Su Ningyu touched his chin, his eyes full of interest. It's the first time I've seen an ordinary animal react so calmly after consuming the Beast Transformation Potion. No struggle, no painful howls, not even a strong sign of energy eruption. Indeed, G-Frog's vitality and adaptability have reached an unreasonably strong level. He had prepared himself for G-Frog's painful struggle, uncontrollable energy, or even an explosive death, but he never expected the process to be so gentle. The transformation was clearly not an instant change.
G-Frog, emitting a soft white glow, seemed to have consumed a lot of energy, and an intense drowsiness surged like a tidal wave.
It couldn't help but yawn widely, its eyelids growing heavy and beginning to droop. So sleepy.
I'll just sleep for a bit, after all.
I can't escape.
With this thought, G-Frog, fully enveloped in pure white light, began to curl up. The light gathered inward, eventually condensing into a smooth, oval-shaped light cocoon that emitted a stable, soft white glow, quietly resting on the moss mat of the ecological box. The glow had become more contained, no longer blinding, yet radiated with a strong vitality and a mysterious aura as if a transformation was underway. Su Ningyu looked at the white light cocoon, his eyes filled with anticipation.
The transformation has begun.
I wonder what G-Frog will become when it breaks free from the cocoon.
A white-skinned glowing frog? Or some kind of unique beast of mind that has never existed before?
At this moment, Fei Wenli floated over. Her purple eyes curiously examined the light cocoon, an interesting little thing. I hope it's something worthwhile when it wakes up, not wasting the master's potion or the time I'll spend teaching it. Little Bell quietly flew next to the light cocoon, carefully releasing a faint healing aura, as if cheering for its sleeping companion. G-Frog's transformation had officially begun. And Su Ningyu's small team was about to welcome the second official member, who might have an even more unique character.
Chapter 73, Class Group, Caesar Federation.
G-Frog's transformation clearly needed time. The white light cocoon quietly lay in the ecological box, emitting a stable and soft vitality, as if brewing a complete transformation. It could take several days, or even more than a month, no one could say for sure. Su Ningyu looked at G-Frog, which had entered a silent period for now, stretched lazily, and moved his muscles. Promoted to a Black Iron level Beast Master, successfully summoned Fei Wenli, and started G-Frog's transformation. After completing several big tasks, his tense nerves could finally relax for a moment.
Now, what should I do?
For a moment, he felt an unexpected sense of leisure. Improving strength was the most crucial step, and now it had been achieved. He already held the special admission qualification for Beichen High School firmly in his hands, and the pressure of the midterm exam had vanished for him. Little Bell was just one step away from evolution, but the accumulation from Black Iron level 8 to 9 required resources and time. Rushing wouldn't help. Thinking about it like this, it seems, there's really nothing urgent to rush for in the short term?
Su Ningyu scratched his head.
High school was already secured, and the next goal seemed to be naturally continuing to study well at Beichen. But the next moment, he immediately threw this overly calm thought out of his mind.
I can't slack off.
His gaze sharpened once again.
The current peace is just an illusion. Although there are still a few years before the pivotal moment of the world's upheaval in the storyline, signs and undercurrents have already begun to surface. The prelude to the Great Awakening era, the strange fluctuations in various secret realms, ancient organizations hidden in the shadows, and transnational criminal groups, not to mention the intergalactic alliance wars that swept across multiple star systems in my past life after the game's late stage. Su Ningyu understood well that, in this world of beast taming with extraordinary powers, the seemingly calm everyday life often concealed raging undercurrents. Only by mastering powerful enough strength could one survive in the future chaos, and even seize the opportunity to gain influence and change their fate. Enjoy peaceful days?
No, this is just the calm before the storm. I must increase my strength and accumulate capital as much as possible.
Su Ningyu once again clarified his direction in his mind. He walked to the side of the bed, relaxed his body, and lay down.
The soft mattress brought a long-lost sense of comfort. The fatigue accumulated from continuous high-intensity training, assessments, and battles only slightly began to surface at this moment. Xiao Lingdang seemed to want to float over and snuggle up to him, while Fei Wenli also hugged her mirror and gazed at him eagerly with her crystal purple eyes. But Su Ningyu only wanted to be alone and quiet for now, to empty his mind. With a thought, two phantom images of the Beast Taming Codex appeared, their soft glow enveloping Xiao Lingdang and Fei Wenli.
Xiao Mi? Master?
The two beasts, full of confusion, turned into streams of light and were returned to the Codex space.
Fei Wenli seemed somewhat displeased about being forced offline.
Su Ningyu let out a sigh of relief, finally gaining a moment of solitude. He picked up his phone from the bedside table, unlocked the screen, and prepared to check for any important information that had come up recently, while also planning his next steps. First and foremost, of course, was the middle school class group. He opened the familiar icon, and the unread messages had already piled up to 99 plus. The homeroom teacher, Bai Yang's ranting voice messages flooded the screen like a machine gun, each one filled with frustration over his unfulfilled expectations. Homeroom teacher, Bai Yang, 3 days left.
Only 3 days left. Everyone, get your act together. Study well.
Don't post useless game strategies or beast photos in the group. Look at your miserable mock exam scores. Homeroom teacher, Bai Yang at Zhang Quan.
I'm talking about you. Zhang Quan.
Stop posting videos about your little fire dog learning some fire splash attack in the group. If you don't get into a good high school, your dad's going to beat you like a dog. Homeroom teacher, Bai Yang at Wei Lin.
Wei Lin. I know your bubble frog is cute. But it can't take your written exam for you. The combat practical exam has a high score weight. Take it to the training ground more. Don't just carry it around like a precious pet. When it's time for combat, it has to fight.
Homeroom teacher, Bai Yang at everyone else.
Triple X, Triple X. Get your heads in the game. Last push. Don't mess this up for me.
The words were filled with the tension of the days before the entrance exam and the homeroom teacher's unrelenting concern. Soon, Zhang Quan, who had been named, jumped out, trying to drag someone down with him.
Zhang Quan, old Bai. Why are you only talking about us? At Su Ningyu. This guy hasn't been to school for ages. Why don't you say something about him? This isn't fair.
His had seemed to have triggered some switch. However, the homeroom teacher's reply was faster and fiercer.
Homeroom teacher, Bai Yang Zhang Quan.
If you could be like Su Ningyu and not have to take the entrance exam because you already received the special admission notice from Beichen High School, forget not coming to school, I'd personally drive you, treat you like a king every day.
Can you do that?
These words were like a bucket of ice-cold water, drenching Zhang Quan completely.
Zhang Quan, teacher, I was wrong. I'll go study now.
Wei Lin, who originally wanted to add a few complaints, silently deleted her message, which was already typed out as exactly, Su Ningyu is so carefree,
and replaced it with a good luck emoji.
The privileges brought by the gap in strength are so real and brutal. Su Ningyu watched this familiar yet somewhat distant scene in the group chat, the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifting. This is the ordinary school life, full of tension, busyness, with the restless energy of youth and the expectations of teachers and parents. And for him, he's already one step ahead, stepping into another track. Smiling, he closed the class group chat, swiped his finger, and opened another, much quieter group chat. The Binjiang Junior Breeder Mutual Aid Circle, which he was added to by Zheng Hengyu and Song Xinyu. This group usually doesn't have many messages, mostly sharing resources, simple problem discussions, or occasional commission posts. But today, the group was unusually lively, with messages scrolling quickly. The source of the discussion was a news link forwarded by a member with the nickname Mechanical Ascension Little Duan, along with an excited comment.
Mechanical Ascension Little Duan at everyone quick, take a look. The people from the Caesar Federation are stirring things up again.
The latest issue of the Frontier Beastmaster Science Journal published their research findings, claiming that by conducting targeted gene editing and special resource induction on the fire source lizard, they successfully cultivated a completely new evolutionary branch. They named it the Flame-Winged Dragon and classified it as a rare Tingling Sequence beast.
What are they trying to do? Are they trying to mess with our Dragon Rising Federation's Supreme Sequence?
This message was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up a group of lurking members.
Chapter 74, The Debate in the Group, Transformation Completed. Regarding everyone's discussion, soon a member with the nickname Grass Chicken becomes Phoenix Machin spoke up.
Her profile picture was a selfie of her holding a grass chicken. She raised a question at this moment.
Grass Chicken becomes Phoenix Machin, Little Duan, don't get too worked up.
I looked at the abstract of that paper and the published images. Their so-called flame-winged dragon is, at best, just a four-legged large lizard with two pairs of fleshy wings, a larger body, and the ability to breathe fire. No matter the form, energy level, or dragon aura characteristics, it has nothing to do with our Dragon Rising Federation's orthodox Tenglong sequence.
It's a typical bait-and-switch, just eye-catching publicity.
That thing, at most, can be called a flying four-legged lizard.
Mechanical Ascension Little Duan, Machin is right. But these Caesar people are thick-skinned.
By promoting this, people who are unaware, including the international public and ordinary citizens, will really think they've developed some remarkable dragon-type beast.
Isn't this indirectly undermining the authority and orthodoxy of our Dragon Rising Federation in the field of dragon-type beasts?
Also, I heard that they're actively applying to the International Beastmaster Sequence Registration Committee, trying to officially include this flame-winged dragon in the Tenglong sequence.
How can we tolerate this? A passing pharmacist, it's just an academic dispute and political maneuvering. But speaking of it, the Caesar Federation has indeed been quite aggressive in genetic editing and biological modification.
This time, by targeting the fire source lizard, it's probably not just about the name, there might be deeper technical validation and military considerations behind it.
Newbie breeder Little Wang, ugh, after hearing you guys, it seems so complicated.
We little beginners should just stick to researching how to improve our own beast's skill proficiency. The discussion in the group became more and more heated, from technical analysis to international competition, and then from academic ethics to future trends. Su Ningyu quietly watched, not participating in the discussion, but his mind was stirred up.
Caesar Federation. Flame-winged dragon. Tenglong sequence dispute. He whispered these keywords to himself. In the Beastmaster Sequence expansion pack, Snake God's Lament. The villain Shinger was captured by the evil organization of the Caesar Federation. And this organization, in its effort to create a special Beastmaster sequence, has carried out countless inhumane experiments. But it was also the driving force behind the creation of the snake god, Shinger. With its radical biotechnology, the Caesar Federation relentlessly attempts to create or transform powerful Beastmaster sequences, challenging the traditional evolution-driven Beastmaster system. It seems the gears of the world are turning faster than I expected. What appear to be academic disputes on the surface must already be stirring with dark currents beneath.
Su Ningyu turned off the group chat, his eyes growing deeper.
There could be no more slackening.
This holiday, after the high school entrance exam, must be fully utilized.
Not only to complete the evolution of Xiao Lingdang and quickly adapt to the power of the Black Iron level.
Waiting for the result of Jiwawa's transformation, perhaps, it might also be necessary to actively reach out and learn more about the outside world, to prepare in advance for the coming wave of the times.
A night passed without a word.
The deep and quiet sleep washed away the exhaustion and tension of the past few days. When the first ray of dawn light gently brushed over Su Ningyu's eyelids through the curtain gap, he naturally woke up.
In the moment when consciousness returned, a thought immediately surfaced, right, what happened to Jiwawa?
Su Ningyu immediately flipped out of bed, walking a few steps to the ecological box, his eyes fixed on the box. The oval light cocoon, glowing with steady and soft white light, still quietly lay on the moss mat, and the intensity and frequency of the light seemed unchanged compared to last night.
Still in the process of transformation, it seems this won't be completed quickly.
Su Ningyu observed carefully for a while, confirming that the light cocoon was stable with no signs of energy runaway or exhaustion, then he felt somewhat reassured.
This kind of transformation involving the essence of life, the length of time is unpredictable, and there's no use in rushing.
He turned around and walked into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for himself. A simple fried egg, toasted bread, and a cup of hot milk. The fragrance of the food gradually spread. After preparing his portion, he had a thought and summoned his two companions. A flash of light, Xiao Lingdang lightly floated onto a corner of the dining table, curiously sniffing the aroma of the food. And when Fei Wenli appeared, she immediately turned her large, luxurious mirror behind her into a round mirror and hugged it. Her amethyst-like eyes were puffed up, glaring at Su Ningyu. I can also guard the master, protect the master's safety.
Su Ningyu.
Faced with the mirror god's questioning, he was at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain the simple need of just wanting some peace. Fortunately, Xiao Lingdang timely rescued him. It floated to the ecological box, glanced inside at the light cocoon, then floated back to Su Ningyu's side, sending a concerned thought, show me?
Master, what about Jiwawa? Has its transformation succeeded?
Su Ningyu smoothly shifted the topic. While pushing his special energy paste toward Xiao Lingdang, he said, it should be soon. I can feel the life fluctuations inside the light cocoon becoming more active, and the energy is stabilizing, the transformation may be nearing its end. As if to confirm his words.
Crack.
A slight but unusually clear cracking sound suddenly echoed through the quiet living room.
The source of the sound was the ecological box.
Su Ningyu, Fei Wenli, and Xiao Lingdang all instantly turned their gazes toward it. They saw that the surface of the white light cocoon had, at some point, developed a fine crack.
Then, the crack rapidly spread and expanded like a spider's web. Crack. Crack. Crack.
The cracking sounds continued, and the smooth surface began to peel away in pieces, turning into small sparkling white fragments that dissipated into the air. The light gradually retracted and disappeared, revealing the brand new life that had been encased inside.
It was no longer the round, white, somewhat dumb and cute white-skinned frog from before. What appeared on the moss mat was... It was a special toad, slightly larger than before, with a smooth, jade-white color that resembled warm, polished sheep-fat jade. Its skin was smooth and delicate, as if carefully polished jade. Under the morning light, it shimmered with a gentle glow. The most striking feature was the golden, smooth, and mysterious lines that extended from its forehead to its back, and then to its limbs. Like natural runes, they added an aura of nobility and an air of inscrutability to it. Jiwawa slowly opened its eyes. Chapter 75, The Lucky Toad, Such Terrifying Talent. Jiwawa's eyes were originally ordinary black, but now they seemed to be covered with a faint golden film. There was less of the usual confusion and fear in its gaze. There was more spirit, and a subtle indifference, as if it had seen through the world. Jiwawa blinked its eyes. It lowered its head to look at its newly transformed jade-like hands and feet. Then it looked around, seemingly still a bit unaccustomed. It opened its mouth, but the sound it made was no longer a simple quack. Instead, it emitted a strange, soft sound, almost like jade lightly tapping, a quack. Jiwawa, I am still alive? It feels so strange, but also so comfortable. Su Ningyu's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and his spirit eye talent immediately activated, focusing on this lucky one that had undergone a complete transformation. Several lines of information quickly appeared above Jiwawa's head. Beast Master, Lucky Toad. Strength, Black Iron Tier 3. Lucky Toad? Su Ningyu paused for a moment. He quickly searched through all the Beast Master catalogs and cultivation knowledge he had in his mind. Whether common, rare, or even legendary, none of the records had this name or any description that completely matched it. Looks like this really is a unique individual, born from the combination of the potion's effects and Jiwawa's own traits. Su Ningyu understood this in his heart, but he wasn't worried. The world of beast masters was vast and boundless. New species of beasts were discovered or created through special methods every day. Unless it was one of those beings that would shake the world with its appearance, containing earth-shattering secrets, it usually wouldn't cause much of a stir. Unless this beast later showed world-shaking potential or ability, then researchers would start paying attention. And Su Ningyu, having seen the simple name Lucky Toad and the light attribute that his spirit eye revealed, had a vague guess that Jiwawa's newfound power was likely no ordinary thing. In fact, it might be very interesting and useful. A warm, sincere smile appeared on Su Ningyu's face. He walked to the ecological box, opened the top, and extended his hand towards the Lucky Toad inside. Jiwawa, how do you feel? You should be able to clearly feel how different you are from before, right? You have power now, and you also have clearer thoughts. He summoned the shadow of his Beastmaster handbook, its pages flipping, emitting a soft, glowing light of the contract. Come, become my official partner, and let us form a contract. Together, let's explore a wider world, and together, become stronger. At this moment, Jiwawa's consciousness was indeed a bit confused. A flood of information about its abilities poured into its newly born mind like a tidal wave. Things like, good luck, evil chihuahua, mystic armor, frog's chaos, light beam, angel's kiss. A whole bunch of baffling yet seemingly powerful skills and talents descriptions made its toad brain feel like it was about to smoke. But despite the confusion, deep down, it was crystal clear. It was this person in front of it who gave it a new life. He had turned it from an ordinary frog that could be eaten or killed at any moment into this kind of being. Without Su Ningyu, there would be no Jiwawa today. Gratitude, dependence, and a faint hope for the future, all kinds of emotions intertwined. It hesitated not at all and nodded vigorously, letting out a clear call, quack. I am willing. Su Ningyu summoned his second Beastmaster handbook. Jiwawa leaped up on its own. The delicate, jade-like claws gently touched Su Ningyu's Beastmaster's manual. In an instant, the light of the contract flared up, enveloping both the person and the toad in its glow. A bond, even more intimate and profound than before, was established between Su Ningyu and Jiwawa. As the light dissipated, on the second blank page of Su Ningyu's ordinary Beastmaster's manual, following the small bell, Jiwawa's detailed information quickly appeared, the handwriting clear and the illustrations vivid. Beastmaster Lucky Toad, Jiwawa. Attribute, Light. Strength, Black Iron Level 3. Talent. 1. Good luck, possesses extraordinary good fortune, able to subtly influence probability, making it easier for both the master and the contracted partner to achieve favorable outcomes in daily life, exploration, and combat. In times of crisis, there is also a higher chance of turning bad luck into good. The effect's strength fluctuates with the beast's strength and the complexity of the situation. 2. Evil Chihuahua, alternate name, evil repel enemies with clear malice, intent to kill, or attempts to harm Jiwawa will, the moment they launch an attack or act with evil intent, be forced to experience a sensation akin to eating excrement. Potential rating, silver level. Skills.
1. Chuanja, draws upon light attribute energy to form a translucent energy shell around the body, greatly enhancing physical and energy defense.
Proficiency, novice.
2. Frog's croak,
Emits a croak imbued with special mental waves, effectively disturbing the enemy's mind, making them restless and unable to focus. Proficiency, novice.
3. Light beam, fires a solid, pure light beam from the mouth to attack.
Proficiency, novice.
4. Angel's kiss, leaps up to kiss the target. The target kissed will immediately be enveloped by an extremely nauseating feeling of confusion and may fall into a brief petrification state.
Proficiency, novice.
Su Ningyu carefully read through every word of Jiwawa's complete information, especially the detailed descriptions of the two talents.
He fell silent. His expression shifted from initial joy and curiosity to shock and astonishment.
Finally, it froze into an indescribable, complex look, a mixture of speechless and I've struck gold. After a few seconds, Su Ningyu slowly exhaled, muttering under his breath.
This evil Chihuahua talent, its effect description, it's terrifying. Making the enemy continuously experience a eating excrement sensation? This is no longer just a mental attack, it's pure soul-level torture. And it comes with an evil intent radar and an automatic counterattack function. If anyone has ill intentions towards Chihuahua in the future, won't their fate be quite flavorful? Coupled with that mysterious good luck talent.
Su Ningyu looked at Chihuahua in the ecological box, which seemed noble and mysterious, yet harmless, and his gaze completely changed.
This is no ordinary modified beast. This is clearly a walking lucky aura and an autonomous spirit-corrupting beast.
Chihuahua seemed to sense its master's shock and proudly raised its chin, the golden patterns on its body appearing even brighter.
Croak. Did you see that? This frog now has status and ability as a beastmaster. From now on, let's see who dares to treat me as a punching bag. Wait, training still has to be done, but I deserve better treatment. Chapter 76, Evolution Sequence, Fortune Godlucky Sequence. Seeing Chihuahua now. The small bell floated over curiously. It lightly touched Chihuahua's smooth back with a pedal, conveying the thought of congratulations. Meanwhile, Fei Wenli, who had been by the window, turned around at some point, her purple eyes keenly observing the new member, the corners of her mouth curling into a playful smile. Oh. Looks like quite an interesting little creature. Such a unique combination of abilities. Master, your investment this time seems to have an unexpectedly high return. Su Ningyu took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and his face once again displayed a smile. He stepped forward and gently patted the head of Chihuahua. Welcome officially, Chihuahua. From today, you are our official partner. Your ability is very unique. In the future, use it well, but of course, don't use your talent, evil Chihuahua, on our own people. Chihuahua nodded vigorously, the talent awakening naturally, and it could control it. At this moment, its amber-colored eyes were filled with the excitement of new beginnings and the determination for the future. Rib bit. No problem. Master. I'll make sure that anyone who has bad intentions toward us will taste the flavor of evil Chihuahua. Su Ningyu, future enemies, I hope you can withstand this great gift. Su Ningyu small team, member +1, uniqueness of style plus 10,086. The future journey will undoubtedly be more brilliant and uniquely flavored. Since you've officially become my beast, the next step is to create a plan to grow stronger. Su Ningyu withdrew his hand from Chihuahua's head, and his tone became serious and full of plans. Just a moment ago, Chihuahua had been relishing in the joy of a new identity and powerful talent, dreaming of a bright future, no more beatings, but upon hearing this sentence, its entire frog body instantly stiffened. Rib bit? So soon? I just broke free from the cocoon. Can't I enjoy the leisurely time of being a newly promoted beast master, familiarizing myself with my new body and abilities? Demon. As expected, a demon. Not even a chance to catch my breath. A little bell floated to its side, the green petals gently tapping its jade-white back, passing on experience and encouragement from the older generation. Show me. No rush, practice early. Only then can we become stronger, so no one dares to bully us. Chihuahua raised its amber-colored eyes and looked around, confused, bullied? Who would dare bully us? Its gaze instinctively scanned over the other two in the room. The fierce and skillful Fei Wenli, who had once regarded it as ingredients. And the seemingly gentle yet ruthlessly skilled master, Su Ningyu. The ones who bully us, aren't they you? Especially you, master. Su Ningyu. Chihuahua wailed internally, but on the outside, it could only force a "I'm excited for training" obedient expression. Su Ningyu didn't pay attention to the turbulent emotions inside Chihuahua. He had already entered strict teacher mode. The galaxy whip was eager to be swung. Alright, enough small talk. Let me first take a look at Chihuahua's evolution path and potential. He extended his finger and gently touched Jiwawa's smooth, jade-like forehead.
At the same time, he silently recited and activated his talent, Bloodline Directory. In an instant, it was as if a library door connecting the source of life and infinite possibilities had been opened.
Countless paths of evolution, glowing with different colors, representing different evolutionary directions, flooded into Su Ningyu's mind like a dazzling starry river.
Focusing on the lucky toad in front of him, which had been transformed from an ordinary frog. The information was quickly filtered and classified, with the clearest, most promising, and most suitable evolutionary paths clearly presented in his vision.
Path 1, Angel God Holy Light Sequence. First sequence, Lucky Light Toad. Evolution requirement: strength reaches Black Iron level 9, absorb and integrate enough pure lightstone or light energy core of the same level. Subsequent paths: Halo Toad Holy Light Toad. Path 2, Death God Ghost Sequence. First sequence, Unlucky Nether Toad. Evolution requirement: strength reaches Bronze level 1, successfully devour and refine over 100 vengeful souls or absorb a large amount of pure death energy. Subsequent paths: Ghostly Nether Toad. Path 3, Forest Goddess Green Spirit Sequence. First sequence, Treasure Herb Toad. Evolution requirement: strength reaches Bronze level 9, long-term consumption and digestion of various rare herbs. Spiritual fruit, within the body, forms a medicinal essence core. Subsequent path, Herbal Toad Master Forest Guardian. Path 4, God of Fortune Lucky Sequence. First sequence, Lucky Golden Toad. Evolution requirement: strength reaches Silver First Stage. Self-understand at least one special skill related to fate or luck, obtain and fuse a rare spiritual item containing the concepts of coins, wealth, or good fortune. Subsequent path? Su Ningyu carefully browsed these paths, feeling both surprised and amazed in his heart. Originally a pure light attribute, following the Angel God Holy Light sequence, makes sense, the future is bright and clear. I didn't expect that even the eerie and sinister Death God Ghost sequence could have compatibility. Is it due to the evil thought trait in the evil Lucky Frog's talent? The Forest Goddess Green Spirit sequence is a bit of a surprise, perhaps it's related to some kind of medicinal affinity accumulated from long-term drug testing? But when Su Ningyu's gaze finally fixed on the path marked with God of Fortune Lucky Sequence, especially seeing the words God of Fortune and Lucky Sequence, his pupils slightly contracted, and a great wave rose in his heart. Something's wrong. Su Ningyu frowned slightly, falling into deep thought. In my understanding, whether from the game data of my past life or the public beast tamer learning system of this world, there is no clear record of a so-called God of Fortune, nor is there a systematic lucky sequence. A sequence directly involving fate and luck, its very existence would overturn many existing theories. Could it be? A bold guess appeared in his mind. Is it because I used the Beast Taming Transformation Potion, combined with the evil Lucky Frog's peculiar experience, plus its awakened, good luck coming, talent, that together, they unexpectedly catalyzed or prematurely revealed an evolution path that didn't exist in the current era or was extremely hidden? Bloodline Directory, talent reads the deepest potential blueprint of life. It understands countless evolution paths from the past and future, seeking the most suitable path to divinity. It doesn't create things out of thin air. This path means the evil Lucky Frog itself has the potential to evolve in this direction. This discovery made Su Ningyu feel a wave of excitement. The unknown often means both risk and opportunity. And the God of Fortune Lucky Sequence sounds full of infinite possibilities. It perfectly matches the evil Lucky Frog's amazing, good luck coming, talent. Chapter 77, Choosing the Sequence, Seeking Trouble. But Su Ningyu quickly calmed down. Looking at the clear evolution requirements in the information. The first sequence evolution requires silver level strength, and needs to comprehend a fate-related skill and a special coin-related spiritual item. The requirements are quite harsh, and it's still quite far from now. Without much hesitation, Su Ningyu already had a decision in his heart. It's decided then. He pointed to the phantom of the God of Fortune Lucky Sequence path and said to the evil Lucky Frog. Evil Lucky Frog, your future will be towards this direction. God of Fortune Lucky Sequence, this is definitely the most suitable path for your talent. Although the evil Lucky Frog couldn't understand those complex sequence names, it could feel the certainty and expectation in its master's tone, and it nodded vigorously. Ribbit. Whatever the master says is right. God of Fortune sounds amazing. It's much stronger than Death God or Angel. Of course, the path needs to be walked step by step. Su Ningyu withdrew his finger, and the information flow of the Bloodline Directory also disappeared. Right now, you're only at Black Iron 3rd stage, far from Silver stage. The most important thing now is to focus on improving your strength, familiarizing yourself with existing skills, especially to develop and use your good luck coming talent well. He patted the evil Lucky Frog's head, his tone firm. So, training plan, start immediately. Let's begin today with the Little Bell Spark adaptation training and your beam targeting practice. Fei Wenli, please supervise. Okay, master. Fei Wenli's purple eyes flashed with a mischievous smile. I will make their training full of surprises. Xiao Lingdang was full of fighting spirit. Show me. Bring it on. Ji Wawa. I knew it. The devil's training will never be absent. Come on. To become a god of fortune. So I won't be treated as a punching bag anymore. Quack. A new training day officially began amid the chaos. Meanwhile, Su Ningyu started to plan a more detailed and long-term blueprint for strengthening his two partners, especially the incredibly promising Lucky Frog. Although the goal of the silver tier seemed distant, with a clear direction in this group of unconventional partners, he believed that day would not be far away. Everything came to an end. Su Ningyu packed up to prepare for today's matters. Beast Battle Club, Training Room. I'm so mad. I'm really so mad. Su Ningyu, has your bellflower mutated too much? How can it be so terrifying? It's completely unreasonable. Zhang Quan sat down on the ground, looking at his little fire dog who had been knocked over by a tricky beam of light and was now lying on the ground, whimpering in grievance, with doubt and unwillingness written all over his face. He felt that all the efforts he put into studying the theories of beast battles at school, such as attribute counters, skill combinations, and species advantages, were completely crushed in that brief battle. How could a fire-type beast, especially a little fire dog known for its attack power, be beaten down repeatedly by what seemed like a delicate little flower of grass type, plant type, and wood type? Where's the attribute countering? Why are you also a reverse attribute master? What about the extra damage from flames to plants? The script wasn't written this way. Su Ningyu stood opposite the arena, watching Zhang Quan's frantic look and felt a bit helpless in his heart. He couldn't help it, Little Lingdang had already reached Black Iron 8th tier, just a step away from the Black Iron Peak 9th tier. Its energy reserve, skill power, and physical fitness were far beyond the past. As for Zhang Quan's little fire dog, a light flickered in Su Ningyu's eyes as he quietly activated his Spirit Eye talent and looked at the dejected little fire dog. Beast, little fire dog. Strength level, Black Iron 5th tier. There was a full 3-tier gap between the Black Iron 5th tier and the Black Iron 8th tier. Although the little fire dog had an attribute advantage over Little Lingdang, the huge gap in strength combined with Su Ningyu's carefully designed tactics was enough to make up for and even reverse the attribute disadvantage. Su Ningyu had long targeted the attribute countering situation and tailored a set of tactics centered around the soothing talent for Little Lingdang called Absolute Silence. Once the little fire dog attempted to gather fiery energy to unleash a powerful skill, Little Lingdang's specially trained and highly effective soothing bell tone would ring out in time. It was like the most effective silencing curse. It forcefully interrupted or weakened the little fire dog's skill gathering and fighting will. If the mental energy wasn't focused, it would be soothed to the point of paralysis, feeling incredibly miserable. Along with Little Lingdong's highly skilled phantom clone to confuse. Beam precise pinpoint strikes. Sparks close range sneak attacks. Photosynthesis to restore itself. And occasionally throwing a poison needle to make it foam at the mouth. Zhang Quan's little fire dog lasting 3 minutes was already considered well trained. Of course, this was just a conventional tactic. Recently, Su Ningyu discovered some more advanced techniques in the Beast Training Manual rewarded by the system about how to elevate ordinary skills through special energy operations, mental resonance, and external condition support to transform them into more powerful and unique ultimate skills. He combined the most powerful and stable skill of Little Lingdang, Beam, and began attempting to design and train an exclusive prototype of ultimate skill for it. Although currently still in the exploratory stage, there were already some experimental energy compression and trajectory changes skills mixed in the recent battle. This made the Beam's penetration power and speed take it to the next level. This was also one of the reasons Zhang Quan felt it was even more terrifying. Facing Zhang Quan's accusation, Su Ningyu could only spread both hands and show an innocent yet very punchable smile. No choice, maybe it's just too strong, I guess? Or maybe your little fire dog is just not in good condition today? Zhang Quan, I really want to strangle this guy right now, what should I do? Online help needed, very urgent. He took several deep breaths before he finally pressed down that urge to die together. He changed the topic and said, by the way, the middle school entrance exam is tomorrow, and you still agreed to run out and fight me. What were you thinking? Don't you need to save some strength for your bellflower to prepare for battle? Su Ningyu pointed while commanding Little Bell to float over, using the gentle green light of Healing Bell to cover Little Fire Dog. Su Ningyu did not dare let Little Fire Dog go back injured. If it affected Zhang Quan's battle exam tomorrow, this guy might really come knocking with a knife. Zhang Quan watched his little fire dog quickly recover energy in the pleasant bell sound and green light, snorted twice, and said, I was just a bit anxious before the exam, so I came to your place to calm down. Su Ningyu? You call this calming down? This is looking for abuse, right? Zhang Quan took back the mostly recovered little fire dog, stood up, patted the dust off his pants, and the common pre-exam restlessness on his face had faded a lot. In its place was a kind of calm like seeing through the world. Yeah, I feel much better now.
After being brutally beaten by you like this, I feel that no opponent in tomorrow's exam hall will make me nervous or careless. After all, I've even experienced you, this perverted flower. What is there left to be afraid of? Su Ningyu, for a moment, I didn't know whether to pity him or admire this strange way of relieving stress.
Alright then, if you can think like that, that's not bad.
Su Ningyu replied dryly.
Zheng Quan waved his hand, turned around, and walked toward the training room exit. I'm leaving. You keep up your devil training.
I'll come find you after the exam, after my strength improves.
Chapter 78 Ultimate Skill, Academic Exchange. Watching Zheng Quan's back as he left, Su Ningyu shook his head.
This guy, although a bit dumb sometimes, actually has a tough mindset. After being abused so many times, he still gets braver.
He can be considered a talent. After sending off the punching bag and client, the training room became quiet again. Su Ningyu's thoughts returned to serious matters.
Ultimate skill, he murmured softly, and his eyes became focused. The manual says that creating or elevating an ultimate skill, the core lies in resonance. Not only the change in the energy form of the skill itself, but also a deep synchronization between the beast tamer and the beast in spirit, energy, and even life rhythm. Among them, advanced breathing methods are an important bridge to achieve this synchronization and guide energy explosion. The star breathing method he currently mastered could effectively temper the spirit, strengthen perception, and guide energy. The problem was that breathing methods were cultivation methods for beast tamers.
How could Little Bell also learn it and cooperate with him? On the other side, Little Bell, about breathing methods, Su Ningyu had just wanted to start explaining.
Then he saw his little flower trying hard to imitate humans, puffing up its petals, inhaling and exhaling, making hoo-chi sounds. The little look was serious and funny, completely lacking the imposing air it had just shown when it cleanly defeated Little Fire Dog in only a few moves.
Show me. Breathing. I can breathe. Look. Little Bell worked hard to perform, its petals opening and closing with the breathing.
Su Ningyu could not help but laugh, reached out and gently rubbed it, and said warmly, I know you can breathe, little one.
But breathing methods are different from normal breathing.
They are a kind of method with specific rhythm and specific cadence that can guide the energy inside the body to move along special paths and become stronger. Just like when we release skills, energy has to flow along fixed routes. Breathing methods are a more basic and more continuous rhythm of energy flow.
Little Bell half understood and half did not.
The petals gently drooped, conveying a hint of confusion. Sounds so difficult.
Don't rush, Su Ningyu comforted. A killing move isn't something that can be created overnight.
It requires a lot of practice, insight, and sometimes even an opportunity. Our most important goal right now is to quickly reach Black Iron Tier 9, then complete the evolution. After the evolution succeeds, your life level will increase, and your energy control and mental power will make a qualitative leap. At that time, trying to practice the breathing method together with the killing move will be much easier.
He always remembered that evolution was the most important step for Xiaolingdang at this stage. Once evolved into the sunlight flower, not only would its strength greatly increase, but its attributes might change, and its skill system could be expanded and enhanced. That would truly be a transformation. Show me. Understood. Xiaolingdang nodded vigorously, pulling itself together again. Evolution, it had been looking forward to this for a long time. For that day, all the effort now was worth it. Su Ningyu looked at the determined Xiaolingdang, feeling a sense of anticipation in his heart.
From Black Iron Tier 8 to 9, it seemed like just a small step, but it often required enough accumulation and a bit of luck. Perhaps it was time to take Xiaolingdang to some special places for training, or find resources that could accelerate its energy accumulation.
The summer vacation after the midterm exams must be fully utilized. He gazed out the window, his eyes seemingly fixed on a wider world. Ding! The crisp sound of a message alert broke the silence of the room.
Su Ningyu snapped out of his thoughts after training and picked up the phone that was placed beside him. The screen lit up, showing that the sender was Zheng Hengyu.
Zhang Hengyu, Su, are you busy?
A few of our friends, who are junior breeders, are planning to hold a small offline meetup this weekend at a quiet place outside Binhai City. We mainly want to chat, share recent breeding experiences, discuss some issues we've encountered, or research some interesting topics together.
Not sure if you're interested in coming over to join us?
Seeing this message, Su Ningyu paused for a moment, then started thinking seriously.
A breeder exchange meeting. That sounded like a good idea.
Although he had the gaming experience and hidden talents from his previous life. In this world's beast training system, there were many formal theories, cutting-edge developments, and the bizarre problems and solutions encountered by peers in actual operations, all of which he lacked. Creating something behind closed doors could never compare to the collision of ideas. Moreover, during this time, he had been in a high-intensity and fast-paced state due to the special recruitment exam, Black Ion promotion, and the transformation of the G-Frog. His nerves were indeed a bit stretched. Changing the environment and exchanging ideas with these knowledgeable peers would not only help him relax, but might also give him some unexpected inspiration or brilliant ideas.
Perhaps it could offer new insights into Xiaolingdang's evolution or G-Frog's cultivation.
Changing the environment and encountering different people and ideas was both a way to relax and a way to learn.
Without much hesitation, Su Ningyu lightly tapped his fingers and quickly replied. Su Ningyu, thanks for the invitation, Senior Zhang.
I'm interested, and I'll join when I have time.
Zhang Hengyu, great. I've sent you the address. It's a private camp near Bishu Lake on the outskirts of the city. The environment is good and quiet. We'll meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Su Ningyu, okay, I'll be there on time. The next morning, Su Ningyu took the intercity public transport and arrived at the designated location.
But due to the midterm exams, some of the traffic routes were blocked, so he arrived a bit late.
A private campsite on the outskirts of Bishui Lake.
It was nestled by the mountains and by the water, surrounded by green trees. A few simple wooden cabins were scattered on the grass, not far from which the sound of a stream flowing could be heard. The air was filled with the fragrance of grass and soil.
It is indeed a good place, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, perfect for quiet communication.
Rather than calling it a communication meeting, it's more like a small, relaxed academic seminar.
Su Ningyu. Over here.
As soon as he stepped into the camp, he heard the familiar voice of Zhang Hengyu. He saw Zhang Hengyu standing in front of the largest wooden house, waving at him.
Next to him stood Song Xingyu, smiling brightly. Su Ningyu quickly walked over. Brother Zhang. Sister Yusin. Hey, Su Jr., welcome. Song Xingyu greeted him warmly, giving him a once-over. Haven't seen you in a few days, you seem even more energetic now, looks like you're in a good mood after the special recruitment passed. It's okay.
Su Ningyu smiled in response, his gaze sweeping over the open space in front of the wooden house. Besides Zhang Hengyu and Song Xingyu, there were two strangers, a man and a woman. The two strangers obviously noticed Su Ningyu as well, and walked over together.
Chapter 79, Insect-Type Specialist Duan Long, Pharmacist Mei Qin. The two walked over. The man appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, with a scholarly demeanor and a gentle smile, giving a good first impression. But what most caught Su Ningyu's attention was the beast resting quietly on his shoulder. It was a snow-white, chubby, slowly wriggling larva. Cocoon baby? Su Ningyu's mind stirred. He had a strong impression of this classic research-type beast, with endless potential for modification. The man in glasses walked up first and spoke with curiosity. You must be the Su Ningyu Jr. that Zhang Hengyu mentioned before, the one who passed the first assessment with high marks at such a young age? Su Ningyu didn't expect Zhang Hengyu to mention him in front of his friends. He remained calm and humbly smiled. If there's no other junior beast cultivator named Su Ningyu in Binhai City, it must be me. Ah, it must be you. The man in glasses laughed and extended his hand. Nice to meet you, I'm Duan Long, a few years older than you, specialized in insect-type beast cultivation. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Long. Hello, Brother Long. Su Ningyu shook his hand. Brother Long? More like Bug Brother, I'd say. The girl standing next to him immediately interrupted. She looked a bit younger than Duan Long, with neat, short hair, bright eyes, exuding a sense of sharpness and straightforwardness. Someone who spends all day with bugs, constantly talking about his little insect treasures, calling them his precious bugs, and dreaming of turning caterpillars into dragons. He's asking for people to call him Brother Long? Duan Long's face turned red at her words. He adjusted his glasses and awkwardly replied, Mei Qin. What do you mean by spending time with bugs? This is called in-depth research and cultivation of insect-type beasts. Also, calling them my little treasures is just a way of expressing care for the research subjects. You wouldn't understand. Mei Qin dragged out her tone and rolled her eyes. What normal person would hold a fuzzy caterpillar and call it, you've gotten prettier today, my little darling? It gave me goosebumps all over. Su Jr., better stay away from this guy, or you might catch some weird hobby from him. Su Ningyu's mouth twitched slightly. Zhang Hengyu raised his hand to his forehead, his expression one of here we go again. Song Xingyu covered her mouth and chuckled, clearly used to the scene. Ahem. Zhang Hengyu cleared his throat, interrupting the daily banter between the frenemies. Alright, Duan Long, Mei Qin, you two can argue later. He turned to Su Ningyu and formally introduced, Su Jr., this is Mei Qin. Don't mind her direct speech, she has a lot of knowledge in cultivating plant-type beasts and preparing herbal potions. She's the sharp-tongued one in our little group. Mei Qin nodded at Su Ningyu as a greeting, then shot Duan Long a glare. Did you hear that? If you want me to help you prepare insect-type attractants next time, better have a little more respect. Duan Long snorted twice. Zhang Hengyu didn't dare to reply back. Zhang Hengyu continued explaining to Su Ningyu, Su, I didn't invite you here for anything else.
It's just that a few of us junior beast trainers who get along well, often gather privately to discuss the difficulties we encounter during training, new phenomena we've discovered, or some immature ideas.
We inspire each other and progress together. We know you're new to the industry and may not have established your own circle yet, so we wanted to invite you to join us and explore and learn together. Don't feel pressured, just think of it as a casual chat among friends. Su Ningyu felt a warmth in his heart. This type of exchange circle, which was purely driven by interest and the pursuit of knowledge, was exactly what he needed now. He sincerely nodded and thanked them. Thank you, Brother Zhang, and all the senior brothers and sisters for the invitation. It's an honor to have the opportunity to learn and exchange ideas with all of you. Ah, don't be so formal.
Duan Long seemed to have recovered from the earlier criticism.
He clapped his hands and said, eager to continue, since everyone's here, let's not stand around, let's go inside and get started. I can't wait to hear how you made the silkworm evolve into a fire moth in the exam, Su.
Also, I've been trying to guide silkworms to evolve into the dragon series, but I've hit a bit of a bottleneck.
Perfect timing, you all can help me brainstorm. The silkworm on his shoulder seemed to sense its owner's excitement and slightly lifted its head.
Mei Qin couldn't help but complain, see, you can't talk for 3 sentences without mentioning insects. The group smiled at each other, and the atmosphere was relaxed and friendly. Su Ningyu followed them into the wooden house, his heart filled with anticipation for this small seminar. Perhaps, here, he could gain some valuable inspiration on the evolution of the little bell, the cultivation of the Jifrit, or even the challenging breathing method sharing issue. Indeed, the exchange with Zheng Hengyu, Song Xinyu, Duan Long, and Mei Qin benefited Su Ningyu immensely. These young trainers, who had received systematic training and were experienced, opened doors for him to a more specific and diverse world of beast trainers.
So, earning resources and funds isn't just about accepting those complicated, strictly reviewed, and highly competitive public commissions on the Alliance website?
Su Ningyu was surprised after hearing them share their experiences. Naturally, Zheng Hengyu explained with a smile.
The official platform is mainly for the public, ensuring safety and compliance.
But the real money-making, efficient work, and network-building opportunities are often in the private jobs within the circle. For example, a young master or lady from a certain family needs a customized training plan, or an exploration team needs a trainer to handle a temporary situation, or some wealthy collectors want specialized potential development for rare beasts. These needs are often circulated through private recommendations or specific circles. He glanced at Su Ningyu with a hint of regret in his voice. Su, with your abilities, if you weren't so young, you'd probably have already been contacted by various channels.
Seniority and age are sometimes the thresholds of trust.
Duan Long nodded in agreement. Indeed, at your age, we were still struggling to get our trainer qualifications, or solely focused on our initial beasts.
We didn't have the energy or capital to take on external jobs.
You've already started far ahead of where we were back then. Mei Qin was more practical in her approach. Actually, if you want to make money, helping others train their beasts is just one direction. Making specialized food for beasts, mixing special potions, or even developing targeted nutritional liquids, these are all solid needs, with high technical content and big profit margins.
Su, how's your knowledge in this area?
When it came to brewing potions and creating nutritional liquids,
Su Ningyu rarely showed a bit of a beginner attitude. Chapter 80, Insect Transforming into Dragon, the Dragon Ascension Sequence, Firebug Dragon. Speaking of potion making,
Su Ningyu had the talent of Bloodline Directory, and in terms of judging beast mastery potential and guiding evolution paths, he was known as the Heavenly Eye. But when it came to actual potion making, which involved energy ratios, potion reactions, and other hands-on processes, he was indeed a beginner, relying more on his previous life's gaming experience and his current explorations and trials.
On this, I really am a beginner. I have some theoretical knowledge, but my practical experience is lacking. Su Ningyu admitted honestly.
Mei Qin's eyes brightened when she heard this, and with a touch of pride, she patted her chest. If you have any questions about this in the future, feel free to ask me. In our group, if I say I'm second in potion making, mixing nutrient solutions, and researching various breeding byproducts, no one dares to say they're first.
Song Xinyu laughed and confirmed, that's not untrue. Mei Qin's talent and interest are all in this area.
The bottles and jars she creates sometimes work even better than the high-end products on the market.
It's just that the names and appearance, well, they're quite unique.
Song Xinyu remembered the rainbow candy nutrient solution that Mei Qin had once made for her beast.
The effect was indeed outstanding. But that name and the strange fluorescent color were unforgettable.
Su Ningyu nodded seriously, understood. In order to better train my own beasts and to have more dimensional abilities in the future, I do need to improve my learning in potions and nutrient solutions. I hope Sister Mei Qin can guide me more in the future. Mei Qin smiled broadly when she was called Sister Mei Qin, and waved her hand generously. No problem, no problem. Seeing that the topic was about to be diverted by Mei Qin again, Duan Long quickly intervened. He slapped a piece of paper, densely written, onto the table. All right, let's not just talk about Mei Qin's potions.
Help me take a look at my research plan. I finally managed to persuade my older brother to give me a diluted ordinary sub-dragon blood sample. I also spent a lot of effort to find a silkworm that shows an unusual affinity for dragon blood energy, with almost no rejection reaction. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I can successfully cultivate the silkworm and make it evolve dragon traits, even if it's just a faint trace of dragon power or dragon scales, starting the Dragon Ascension sequence, then my name, Duanlong, will be famous in both the insect beast and dragon beast circles. It'll definitely be 100 times better than those guys in the Caesar Federation, who fool people with four-legged lizards. Hearing the keywords Caesar Federation and four-legged lizard, combined with the previous discussions in the group chat, and recalling the ID Mechanical Ascension Little Duan, Su Ningyu immediately made the connection. It turned out that the group member, who had been so upset about the flame-winged dragon from the Caesar Federation, was none other than this glasses-wearing brother in front of him, obsessed with insect transforming into dragon. Mei-chin, without holding back, splashed some cold water. You're simply daydreaming. The life forms and energy essence between the insect and dragon species are miles apart. Turning a silkworm into a dragon? Even just a little bit of dragon traits? The success rate is lower than winning the lottery. Don't throw away the hard-earned prize and materials you got from your brother this time. Do you forget about last time, when you nearly set the lab on fire? Duanlong stuck out his neck, full of confidence. That time, the material ratios had a small mistake. This time is different. I've consulted a large number of ancient texts and modern research papers, and conducted meticulous deductions. It's definitely feasible. Saying this, he pushed the paper towards everyone. Su Ningyu also curiously leaned over to take a look. The title of the paper was prominent: Preliminary Plan for Inducing the Mutation of Silkworms to Evolve Towards the Dragon Ascension Sequence. Below were the detailed steps and materials list. Target Beast, Silkworm Baby. Current Strength, Black Iron Level 9. Target Direction, initially awaken the Dragon Bloodline potential, moving toward the Dragon Ascendant Sequence. Core Materials list. 1. 10 milliliters of diluted sub-dragon blood. 2. 5 grams of old scales shed by an earth dragon, ground into powder. 3. 3 grams of refined fire crystal powder. 4. 2 drops of dragon's breath grass extract. 5. 1 piece of high-purity insect energy crystal. 6. Various stabilizers and blending agents. There are also complex energy guiding ritual steps and risk assessments to follow. Zhang Hongyu, Song Xinyu, and Mei-chin, after reading this ambitious plan, all showed different levels of helplessness and headaches. They all knew Duanlong's obsession with insect transformation into dragons. But no matter how you looked at it, this plan seemed like dancing on a knife's edge, with a minuscule success rate and extremely high risks, likely leading to the collapse and death of the precious dragon bloodline combined with the silkworm baby genes. Just as Zhang Hongyu was organizing his words, thinking about how to gently persuade Duanlong to abandon this overly risky plan, Su Ningyu, who was nearby, furrowed his brows slightly. He furrowed his brows not because he thought Duanlong was being fanciful. On the contrary. As soon as he saw the core idea of this plan, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. He remembered the moment during the special recruitment assessment when he had checked the evolutionary path of the silkworm baby used for the test, and the countless branches scanned by the Bloodline directory. It seemed there really was a very obscure path pointing to the Dragon Ascendant sequence. Although he hadn't chosen it back then due to success rate and material issues, the principles of that path were strikingly similar to Duanlong's plan, though with key differences in some details. His memory was quickly activated and compared. The core materials for that path didn't seem to use real dragon scales. Instead, they used something called snake shedding as a substitute. Snake shedding refers to the molting of serpent-type beastmasters. It also lowered the concentration of dragon blood and the intensity of fire crystal powder. It focused more on a subtle induction and the silkworm baby's inherent dragon transformation potential awakening. In the end, it allowed for an evolution into a unique beast called Fire Insect Dragon at the Black Iron Level 9. That was actually one of the very first forms for an insect-type beast like the silkworm baby transitioning into the Dragon Ascendant sequence. Seeing that Zhang Hongyu and the others were about to speak up to dissuade him, Su Ningyu took the lead, speaking with a tone of consideration and exploration. Brother Duan, your idea actually isn't entirely without merit. Using dragon blood and dragon materials to stimulate and induce an insect-type beast sleep-like evolution does have theoretical potential. Upon hearing this, Duanlong's eyes immediately lit up, as though he had found a kindred spirit. Right. You also think it's feasible? I knew it. Zhang Hongyu quickly covered his face, sighing. Duanlong. Stop. Don't fill Su Jr.'s head with your strange, low success rate ideas. He's still a newcomer. Su Ningyu waved his hand, signaling Zhang Hongyu to calm down. He looked at Duanlong, pointed at the materials list on the plan, and continued, however, Brother Duan, I think the material ratios and quantities you've proposed might be a bit too intense.
The real dragon blood and dragon scale powder, the dragon energy contained in them, is too overwhelming for a black iron level silkworm baby. Using them together is like throwing a small boat into both raging fire and icy sea at the same time.
It could cause the genetic chain to collapse under the pressure in the short term.
Perhaps, we can take a different approach and use some materials that are relatively gentler, but still embody the concept of dragons. At the same time, we can adjust the energy guiding method, shifting from forced infusion to resonance induction.
The success rate might be higher that way? Chapter 81, Considerations and Persuasion. Su Ningyu did not directly reject Duanlong's decision.
Instead, as an explorer and advisor, he put forward his own views. This not only gave Duanlong face, but also successfully steered the conversation toward modifying and optimizing the details of the plan. Hearing this, Duanlong didn't get angry, but instead became even more excited, grabbing Su Ningyu's arm.
Substitute material? Junior Su, could you explain in more detail? Do you have a good idea?
It was as if he saw a new hope. Zhang Hengyu and the others, seeing this, temporarily stopped their attempts to dissuade, watching Su Ningyu with curiosity.
Could it be that he also had a unique perspective on insect transforming into dragon, such a rare and obscure topic?
Facing Duanlong's gaze and the mixed looks of concern and curiosity from Zhang Hengyu and the others, Su Ningyu decided to use an example to explain his thoughts.
He focused his mind, and a flash of light appeared.
The small bellflower, with its emerald green figure, floated gently by his side, the petals glowing with a soft healing aura, looking both delicate and gentle. Actually, I have been doing some attempts and research on cross-sequence and cross-attribute cultivation directions, Su Ningyu said softly, stroking the petals of the bellflower. Previously, in the assessment, I guided the silkworm larvae to evolve into fire moths, which is one example, where I made a silkworm larvae, originally part of the insect swarm sequence, cross into a fire moth. And now, I also have an idea for cross-sequence cultivation, with the target being my bellflower. Upon hearing this, the four of them turned their gazes sharply towards the seemingly harmless bellflower. Duanlong adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with surprise and a hint of excitement as if he had found a kindred spirit.
Bellflower? Could it be, you also want to take it down the cross-sequence route? You're not thinking of evolving it into the soaring dragon sequence, are you? Would transforming into a dragon? That's an interesting idea.
Mei Qin gave Duanlong a look as if she were looking at a fool, then turned to Su Ningyu with a tone that carried a hint of advice.
Junior Su, don't follow this guy's lead.
Not everyone is like him, always looking for trouble and thinking of impractical, low-probability ideas. Bellflower's future is bright if it follows the traditional green spirit sequence for auxiliary enhancement.
Don't turn it into the soaring dragon sequence, which you've never even heard of. Su Ningyu shook his head and said something that surprised the four people even more.
It's not the soaring dragon sequence. My goal is to make it evolve into the sunfire sequence.
Sunfire sequence?
Zhang Hengyu and Song Xingyu almost simultaneously let out a low exclamation.
Zhang Hengyu's relaxed expression disappeared. Replaced by seriousness and solemnity, Junior Su, do you realize that the sunfire sequence usually belongs to the beast control path of the fire element?
Your bellflower is a plant from the wood and grass system, falling under the broader category of forest goddess, green spirit sequence. Grass and fire are inherently opposites and energy repellent. Forcing the bellflower to move towards the sunfire sequence is like throwing dry firewood directly into the heart of a blazing fire. If you're not careful, the evolution process could trigger a violent attribute conflict. At best, the evolution could fail and its potential could be damaged. At worst, your bellflower could die directly from the energy clash.
This isn't an attempt, it's gambling, and the stakes are your initial partner.
His words were filled with the caution of a seasoned cultivator and concern for his junior.
Su Ningyu nodded seriously.
He understood Zhang Hengyu's worries. Brother Zhang, I understand the risks you mentioned. That's exactly why I've researched it for so long and tried to conduct verification under controlled conditions. The fire moth was my successful attempt, proving that cross-attribute induction is feasible under specific conditions. Song Xingyu, however, shook her head, her tone gentle but firm. Junior Su, the success of the fire moth was based on countless experiments by senior cultivators with the silkworm larvae, a beast with extremely unstable genes, to summarize a few relatively mature cross-attribute paths. During this process, countless silkworm larvae failed and died.
It's an exceptional case, and the risk still exists.
You want to make the bellflower, with its relatively stable genes.
The Beastmaster with a clear attribute tendency walked straight into a completely different flame sun sequence.
This is too forced, almost without any precedent to follow. Mei Qin also stopped her attack on Duanlong and seriously advised, Junior Su, you're still young, your talent is good, and the road ahead is long. Don't let this fool, Duanlong, with his head full of bizarre ideas, lead you astray and take such unnecessary, huge risks. Steady and sure, first lay a solid foundation, follow the orthodox path, and in the future, there will be plenty of opportunities to explore the unknown.
Feeling the genuine concern in the words of his new friends, Su Ningyu's heart warmed slightly. They didn't know that he had the Bloodline Directory, which could directly glimpse the essence of evolution. Almost without the cost of trial and error, this reverse genius talent. Their worries were based on conventional knowledge and their care for this younger generation. This goodwill, he accepted. Thus, Su Ningyu did not attempt to explain in detail where his confidence came from. Nor did he continue to argue about the feasibility, but sincerely nodded. His tone was calm. Okay, Brother Zhang, Sister Yusin, Sister Meichin, I have taken note of your advice. I will think carefully and will not joke about Xiao Lingdong's future. He really would be cautious, but the result of his consideration might still be to follow the path guided by the Bloodline Directory, a risk-controlled path. But there was no need to say that. Hey! Junior Su, don't give up. You still need to have dreams. Seeing that Su Ningyu seemed to have been persuaded, Duanlong became anxious and wanted to further preach the great significance of cross-sequence. However, before he could finish, Meichin, unable to bear it any longer, directly reached out, precisely grabbed his ear, and twisted it hard. Ouch! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Meichin, let go. Duanlong screamed. Shut up. Don't drag others down with your own foolishness. Meichin angrily yanked him to the side, forcefully interrupting the spread of wrong ideas. Zhang Hongyu looked at this scene and smiled helplessly. Then, with a serious tone, he said to Su Ningyu, Junior Su, as Beastmasters, we all once dreamed of cultivating a unique and world-shocking new beast sequence that would make our names known in history. This pursuit itself is not wrong. But the road to that dream is often filled with thorns and unknown risks. Duanlong is indeed a bit delusional. But he has a good older brother, and a wealthy family that can afford to back his wild ideas again and again. If he fails, there's still a way out, he can just brush off the dust and try again. Song Xinyu joined in, her tone filled with a realistic consideration, but most of us are different. A major breeding failure not only wastes money and time. It can also cost us our carefully nurtured and emotionally bonded beast companions, even our own confidence and the foundation for future development. So, before taking risks, we must weigh and reweigh, making sure we have the ability to bear the worst consequences. Chapter 82, The Secret Realm Descends. Listening to the advice of a few people, Su Ningyu silently took it in, remembering these heartfelt words. He knew that these were precious pieces of experience. Just as he was about to speak, to express that he would act within his means and that he had already learned a lot from their earlier conversation. Oh my god. What the hell? What's going on? Two screams, filled with shock, came from Duanlong, who had been dragged away by Meichin, and from Zhang Hongyu and Song Xinyu, who were educating Su Ningyu. The fear in their voices was so real that it instantly shattered the peaceful tranquility of the forest camp. Su Ningyu, Zhang Hongyu, and Song Xinyu almost simultaneously turned their heads to look toward the direction from which the screams came. It was the edge of the camp, near a sparse grove by the stream. They saw that the air in that area was violently twisting and folding at a visible speed. The light became strange and the space seemed to be kneaded by an invisible giant hand. A huge whirlpool, with a blurred edge and unstable energy turbulence flashing inside, over 10 meters in diameter, was rapidly forming out of nowhere. In the center of the whirlpool, a deep rumbling, as though from another world, and an eerie wind could be faintly heard, sending chills through the air. The flowers, grass, and trees around the whirlpool were being pulled and distorted by an invisible force, with even small stones and fallen leaves being sucked in, disappearing without a trace. Is this a spatial anomaly? An energy riot? Zhang Honyu's face turned pale. No, this scale, these energy characteristics. Song Xinyu's voice tightened, disbelief in her eyes. It's the entrance to a secret realm? A new secret realm entrance that's forcefully opening, extremely unstable? Secret realm? In the city outskirts? Meichin also released her grip on Duanlong's ear, her voice filled with astonishment. Secret realms usually appear in remote wilderness or special energy nodes. Forcefully opening on the edge of the city's defense zone is extremely rare, often meaning unpredictable high risk. Not good. This secret realm entrance is forming too quickly. And it's extremely unstable. The energy turbulence will tear everything around apart. We need to leave, now. The most experienced, Zhang Hongyu, immediately reacted, shouting sharply. The five didn't hesitate for a moment, turning and sprinting toward the camp's edge, away from the whirlpool. However, the speed at which the secret realm entrance was forming was beyond their imagination. Almost the moment they turned, the distorted whirlpool suddenly expanded, and the violent, unstable spatial energy swept out like a tsunami. A powerful, irresistible suction instantly enveloped a 100-meter radius. Ah! Hold on! Their screams were drowned out by the deafening roar of the space distortion. Su Ningyu only felt his body lighten, the surroundings shattering like a broken mirror, spinning and blurring at a dizzying speed. Zhang Hongyu, Song Xinyu, Duanlong, and Meichin's figures flashed and vanished in the distorted light and shadow.
Instinctively, he tried to pull the little bell back into the treasure book. In the next second, the world spun wildly, all five senses seemed to be stripped away, then instantly shoved into a passage filled with chaotic energy and an unknown scent. Only 2 or 3 seconds later, the terrifying suction and spatial tearing sensation abruptly vanished.
Thud. Ouch. Cough cough. Several dull thuds and cries of pain sounded almost simultaneously.
Su Ningyu fell onto a soft yet damp patch of mud, his head spinning, his insides churning. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to rise, quickly looking around.
What he saw was no longer the bright and sunny private camp by Bishi Lake.
Instead, it was a dimly lit, hot and humid, primordial jungle filled with gigantic ferns and twisted vines. The sky was blocked by a thick, glowing canopy of strange trees, with only scattered patches of light breaking through. An odd smell, never before encountered, lingered in the air, a mix of decayed matter, some kind of flower fragrance, and a faint hint of sulfur. Zhang Hengyu, Song Xinyu, Duan Long, and Mei Qin were also struggling to get up not far away, their faces still filled with shock and confusion. They had been forcefully pulled in by the sudden, extremely unstable entrance to the secret realm. And almost at the same time they disappeared, the Beastmaster Alliance Command Center, the City Defense Department, and the Secret Realm Management Bureau in Binhai City all sounded alarms. Both monitoring satellites and energy detection stations set up on the outskirts of the city had captured the violent and brief spatial fluctuation in the Bishi Lake area.
Cough cough. Are you all right?
Zhang Hengyu was the first to recover from the dizziness and discomfort of the fall. He endured the pain in his back and immediately forced himself to stand, scanning the other 4 with urgency. After confirming that everyone seemed to have only taken a heavy fall with no obvious external injuries, his expression hardened, and without hesitation, he summoned his Beastmaster book. A flash of light appeared, and an unusually large black bull appeared beside him. This black bull had knotted muscles and shiny hide, and the most eye-catching thing was the pair of curved and thick black giant horns on its head, flashing a cold hard light like metal, as if they could easily smash rocks. Its 4 hooves stepped steady on the soft mud ground, making dull heavy sounds, and its nostrils blew out 2 thick breaths. A pair of bull eyes like bronze bells watched the dark strange jungle around with alert.
It gave off strong power and a heavy feeling that made people feel safe. It was exactly the beast known for defense and strength, the bighorn savage bull. When Zhang Hengyu's bighorn savage bull came out, that calm as a mountain aura truly made the shaken people calm down a little. I am fine, it is just my butt fell and hurts a bit. Duan Long bared his teeth and rubbed his lower back as he climbed up, and at once summoned his own beast book. In the light, a huge butterfly with wingspan over 1 meter, wings full of bright complex patterns like a rainbow-changing shine, flew out lightly. It was his beast, the spirit color butterfly. Though it looked beautiful and weak, since he raised it as his main force, it clearly had something uncommon. Song Xinyu and Mei Qin also moved fast.
Beside Song Xinyu, a graceful white light flashed, and a pure white cat with no mixed color, long body, light and fast moves like a ghost quietly appeared. It had green gem-like pupils, its eyes sharp as it watched around. It was the beast, White Spirit Cat. Mei Qin then summoned a beast with a strange shape. A plant the size of a small round table, thick like a lotus seed, leaves full and juicy, green with faint purple lines, with a few small yellow flowers on the top. A succulent plant? Or rather, a succulent flower monster. It looked clumsy, but after rooting into the ground, a rich life aura spread out, and faint light flowed on the edges of its leaves. Su Ningyu also summoned Little Bell to float, petals slightly closing, ready to face danger at any time.
Chapter 83 Silver Level, Not a Burden. Everyone summoned their beasts and stayed alert. After Su Ningyu came back to his senses, he then found his state looked the best among the 5. Do not stay too far apart, back to back, keep guard. Zhang Hengyu, with the most experience among them, started to command at once. We still do not know the secret realm's level, environment type, and hidden dangers. Now the most important thing is to keep ourselves safe, then look for. However, his careful and clear words were not finished yet. Sudden change appeared. Whoosh! A strip almost flesh-colored, covered with slime, so fast it was nearly unseen by naked eyes, like a lizard hunting tongue, or like a giant octopus tentacle under the sea. With no warning, it shot out violently from the shadow of a huge fern in front of them. Its target was clearly Zhang Hengyu, who was speaking. That thing was too fast and very hidden. Zhang Hengyu's attention was on speaking and watching around. The bighorn savage bull was alert but still could not stop it at the first moment. Poochie! A light sound, like thick liquid being squeezed. That flesh-colored tentacle wrapped Zhang Hengyu's waist with perfect aim. The slime soaked his clothes in an instant, and a huge force of pulling that could not be resisted came. Aga! Zhang Hengyu only had time to cry out shortly, then his whole body was yanked up from the ground by that terrible power, like an arrow leaving the bow, dragged fast toward the deep fern jungle. Everything happened in a flash. Hengyu! Brother Zhang! Damn it! Song Xinyu, Mei Qin, and Duan Long watched Zhang Hengyu get dragged away in an instant. Their minds went blank, then burst into shocked screams. And Zhang Hengyu's beast, that bighorn savage bull, reacted 1 beat slower,
but loyalty and anger made it enter a berserk state at once.
Moo! The bellow of the giant bull echoed, deafening and filled with urgency and fury. Its sturdy hind legs slammed against the ground. The ground was left with shallow pits from its powerful stomp.
Its massive body unleashed a speed that defied its size, like a runaway heavy tank, charging furiously towards the direction where its master had been dragged away. The heavy thuds of its hooves resonated, snapping several vines blocking the way.
No!
I must save him. Su Ningyu was the first to react, her pale face betraying her fear, but her eyes were filled with unwavering determination. She quickly glanced at Duanlong beside her, then swept over Mei Qin and Su Ningyu, who were clearly weaker, making a swift decision.
Duanlong, come with me. We must save Hangyu. Mei Qin, Su Jr., stay here. Don't move.
Usually, near the entrance to a secret realm, once the realm stabilizes, there's a chance that an unstable exit might reappear. If the exit appears, don't worry about anything else. Rush out immediately and contact the official rescue. Her instructions were quick and clear, clearly considering the combat capabilities and survival chances of each member of the team. Although Mei Qin's face turned pale with worry and her hands clenched tightly, she knew that neither she nor her succulent flower monster was suited for direct combat or high-speed pursuits.
Trying to keep up would only make her a burden.
She nodded firmly, her voice trembling. Sinyu, you must be careful.
Come back safely. Song Sinyu cast a glance of deep apology and helplessness towards Su Ningyu. Su Jr., I'm really very sorry. I only wanted to invite you to exchange ideas. I never expected to pull you into such a dangerous situation. If we can make it out safely.
She didn't finish her sentence, but the guilt in her eyes was unmistakable.
Su Ningyu shook his head, his tone calm but understanding. Song Sr., there's no need to apologize. The appearance of the secret realm was something no one could predict. Go save Brother Zhang, don't worry about us. It seems relatively safe here for now. He didn't say anything like I'll help or try to be brave.
Because the moment Zhang Hengyu was attacked, his talent, Spirit Eye, had subconsciously scanned Duanlong's Spirit Butterfly and Song Sinyu's White Jade Cat.
Beast Mastery, Spirit Butterfly. Strength, Silver Tier 3. Beast Mastery, White Spirit Cat. Strength, Silver Tier 5. Silver Tier. And not low-level silver.
Meanwhile, his own bell was only Black Iron Tier 8, and his frog monster was just Black Iron Tier 3.
Even though Fei Wenli was suppressed, anything below Gold Tier wasn't a concern. When Su Ningyu wasn't facing any immediate fatal danger, he wasn't prepared to expose the abilities of others.
This was his trump card, and it couldn't be revealed easily. Thus, the vast gap in strength made him clearly realize that following them would not only be unhelpful, but he might even become a burden, distracting Song Sinyu and Duanlong from their mission, increasing the difficulty and risks of the rescue. He might even become a new target for the attackers because of his weakness, making the situation even more chaotic. Facing the reality, he chose not to act recklessly. Not causing trouble for teammates who were on a dangerous mission was the most responsible choice for the team.
Let's go. Song Sinyu did not delay, giving a sharp command to Duanlong.
Duanlong nodded solemnly, and the spirit butterfly flapped its wings, scattering dreamlike light powder as it quickly flew to Song Sinyu's side.
The white spirit cat darted out like a white ghost, leading the way.
The two humans and two beasts didn't hesitate and charged straight into the massive fern thicket where Zhang Hengyu and the giant bull had disappeared. Their figures were soon swallowed up by the thick, dimly lit jungle, leaving only the distant sound of hurried footsteps and the faint glow of the spirit butterfly's wings. Only Su Ningyu, Mei Qin, and their beasts, Little Bell and the succulent flower monster, remained at the spot.
The air was thick with tension. The scent of worry and the looming threat of unknown dangers filled the air. Su Ningyu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down.
His spiritual eyes talent was fully activated, carefully observing every inch of the land and every leaf around him. The small bell also sensed its master's tension, and the healing aura from the petals became more restrained, replaced by a concentrated, battle-ready atmosphere.
Junior Su. Mei Qin's voice trembled. Are we just going to wait here? MHM. Su Ningyu nodded, his sharp eyes sweeping the surroundings.
Right now, making sure we don't become a new burden or target is the greatest help we can give them. Mei Qin, have your succulent flower monster expand the alert range, keep an eye out for any underground or plant abnormalities. We'll back each other up, stay alert to any movement around us. He gripped the Star River whip tightly in his pocket, ready for any attack that might come.
At the same time, his mind raced. What kind of beast masters and what level of power existed in this secret realm? What kind of beast attacked Zhang Hengyu just now? Would Song Sinyu and the others manage to rescue him successfully? Chapter 84, Long-Tongued Frog, Succulent Flower Monster. Su Ningyu remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings.
The light here was dim, and the vegetation was dense, any rustle could conceal a deadly danger. He activated his spiritual eyes talent. He wanted to see if there were any dangers nearby, or perhaps, any beastmasters. A faint light flickered in his eyes, and his vision became clearer. However, he wasn't prepared for what he saw. His heart skipped a beat. Under the special vision provided by spiritual eyes, he saw pale figures, which were clearly out of place with the surrounding environment, hidden beneath the seemingly normal tree trunks and branches. These creatures were about the size of a basin. Their skin was smooth and pale, like the corpses of toads soaked in formalin for days. They lay still, their bulging white eyeballs staring unblinkingly at Su Ningyu and Mei Qin. Their tongues, covered in fine backward-facing barbs, barely poked out from their mouths, waiting to strike. Beast, long-tongued frog. Strength, Black Iron rank 6. Black Iron rank 6. A quick scan revealed at least 7 or 8 of them within the field of vision. They had clearly marked Su Ningyu and Mei Qin as their prey. At this moment, a subtle encirclement was beginning to form. Long-tongued frogs, such beasts were not rare. They were famous for their long, explosive tongues. But what really made them famous was their eerie, pale skin, often joked about as so white, it looks like it's been dead for 3 days. In the wild, this was a type of camouflage, a corpse disguise, or could be said to be playing dead. Meanwhile, Mei Qin, with her rich experience, had also sensed something was wrong due to the sensitivity of her succulent flower monster to plant and ground vibrations. Her face changed instantly, and she quickly whispered, "Su, something's wrong. There's a beast approaching. Quite a few of them. Hurry, come to my side." Soon, she spotted the long-tongued frogs. Although she wasn't good at initiating attacks, her main beast, the succulent flower monster, wasn't weak at all. Spiritual eyes swept across, and the information appeared. Beast, succulent flower monster. Strength, bronze rank 7. Bronze rank 7. With it around, at least their defense and stamina were greatly improved. Su Ningyu didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately retreated to Mei Qin's side, close to the succulent flower monster. "Mei Qin, my bellflower can assist with control." Mei Qin nodded, a trace of decisiveness flashing in her eyes, and she ordered the succulent flower monster, needle strike shooting, cover the front fan-shaped area and drive away these long-tongued frogs. The succulent flower monster's thick body suddenly sank down. Its roots rapidly dug into the soft soil, connecting even more tightly with the earth. Immediately after, its seemingly harmless thick leaves and stems sprouted countless hard, needle-like thorns that gleamed with a cold light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of piercing air rang out densely. Countless spikes rained down like a storm. They shot toward the area ahead, where the most tongue-flicking frogs were hiding, covering a wide range. The range was broad, the force sufficient, clearly meant to disrupt the enemy's encircling formation. At the very same moment the succulent flower monster launched its attack. Su Ningyu's command also clearly echoed, "Little bell, soothing, maximum range, target those tongue-flicking frogs." Shi-u-mi. The ethereal and pleasant sound of the bell rang, carrying an odd rhythm. It surged gently yet firmly toward the pale toads that were about to shoot their tongues or leap to attack. Talent, soothing. These tongue-flicking frogs had low intelligence, mainly relying on hunting instincts and group cooperation. Little Bell's soothing power, honed through special training and incredibly strong, acted like an invisible mental tide, washing over their consciousness in an instant. Because of their weak strength, the effect appeared quickly. The once hostile and aggressive expressions quickly turned dazed and sluggish, even a little lazy, at a visible speed. The tongues that were about to strike flopped limp, and the leaping actions halted. It was as if they suddenly forgot what they were supposed to do and just wanted to lie there and take a comfortable nap. And at that very moment, the dense, needle strike of the succulent flower monster landed. Put. 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 The spikes pierced their bodies. Gwa. Gwa gwa. The shrill croaks of the frogs instantly shattered the silence of the forest. Many of the tongue-flicking frogs, affected by soothing and slow to react, didn't even have time to dodge. They were directly pierced by sharp needles, their pale skin punctured, and blood splattered out, causing them to snap out of their daze and hop around, screaming in pain. After one round of attack, at least a dozen tongue-flicking frogs lost their ability to fight. The rest were also startled and lightly wounded to varying degrees, and a gap appeared in the encirclement. Nice. Mei Qin's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but praise. Junior Su, your coordination is truly amazing. Little Bell's soothing talent is actually cultivated into such a practical effect by you. It's practically a group control skill. You disrupted their attacking rhythm in an instant. Su Ningyu, however, didn't have time to feel happy, because through spiritual sight, more and more concentrated white energy points were emerging from the shadows deeper in the jungle. The frog croaks were also faintly coming from all directions, getting closer and closer. This isn't right. Mei Qin also heard the growing noise and her face turned ugly. Why are there so many tongue-flicking frogs in this secret realm? And it seems they've roused the entire tribe.
We can't stay here any longer, we'll be surrounded and worn out. Let's go. Su Ningyu decisively commanded.
Head in the opposite direction from where Senior Sister Song and the others left, break out of the encirclement first.
Little Bell, light beam, straight ahead, clear a path.
Little Bell's stamen gathered brilliant white light, and a concentrated beam shot out, directly blasting a tongue-flicking frog that had just popped out from behind a tree, clearing a small path. The two didn't dare delay, and the succulent flower monster quickly withdrew its roots, protecting Mei Qin and following Su Ningyu and Little Bell toward that direction to break through. However, the number of tongue-flicking frogs exceeded expectations, and they seemed to have some form of simple command. Some surrounded from both sides, while more fearlessly chased from behind in the flanks, their pale figures leaping through the dim forest, looking extremely eerie.
This isn't going to work, we can't shake them off.
Mei Qin panted heavily, and while the succulent flower monster had strong defense, its movement speed was a weakness.
Su Ningyu's gaze flickered, and he suddenly thought of something. While running, he summoned the Beast Master's book again. In the flashing light, a smaller and more delicate figure than the surrounding tongue-flicking frogs leapt out. It was the new companion, contracted not long ago, Ji Wawa.